According to the latest breaking news, frequent collapses have been occurring on roads and ground surfaces across the globe. The cause remains unknown. For your own safety, all citizens are advised to minimize travel and avoid going out unless absolutely necessary. The sudden news flash on television quickly became a favorite topic of conversation for many. Collapse my foot. It's obviously just shoddy construction work cutting corners. What's there to fuss about? The odds of falling into a hole while walking down the street are ridiculously low. How could something like that possibly happen right under my feet? Most people simply laughed it off. All except for one boy. A teenager in a blue and white striped t-shirt sat cross-legged on the living room sofa, his gaze fixed on the television in front of him where the same news report was still playing. His expression was grave, brows tightly knit. After a moment, he let out a soft sigh. So this day has... Lin Cheng was a trans-migrant from 10 years in the future who had crossed over to this time 1 year ago. In his memories, on December 15, 2111, 3 days from now, a monumental event would occur. And the very first omen of it all was this news broadcast. 3 days later, horrific alien creatures would crawl out from the black holes formed by those collapses all over the world. These aberrant beings fed on humans, and ordinary weapons could scarcely kill them. From that day on, a 6-month-long slaughter would begin. Those 6 months would later be known as the Great Reckoning. All humans who survived the Great Reckoning would awaken a second gene and gain abilities far beyond the ordinary. Yet how to endure the Great Reckoning would be a formidable problem. Lin Cheng, wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Not now, Mom. I need to go out and prepare a few things. At the doorway, Lin Cheng changed his shoes and casually took the car keys from the shoe cabinet. His mother came out of the kitchen, apron still tied around her waist. Watching his hurried figure rush out, she could only shake her head helplessly. Honestly, this child, what could be so urgent? Can't he at least eat before he goes? Lin Cheng drove all the way out of the city to a remote spot where no one was around. After parking by the roadside, Lin Cheng headed into a small forest with practiced familiarity. Behind a clump of shrubs there was an iron hatch that could be lifted upward. This was the shelter Lin Cheng had begun constructing in advance. From the day he crossed over, he had started planning to obtain funds 3 months ago. He mortgaged the marital apartment his parents had bought for his future wedding, and even went so far as to borrow from various small loan companies. As for the location of the shelter, taking into account both alien creatures and ill-intentioned humans, Lin Cheng simply hired people to dig out an underground chamber. Once things developed further, he would consider above-ground construction. Even if he never built anything on the surface, turning it into an underground city would be a decent option. As for the debts, after the Great Reckoning, all currency would become waste paper, and every one of his debts would effectively vanish. When people's lives are gone, who will still care about money? At present, the shelter covered 200 square meters, its surrounding walls made of reinforced concrete. Defensive measures were nearly non-existent, but at least it provided a place to take refuge. In one corner, several boxes of military compressed biscuits and freeze-dried vegetables were stacked. These compressed rations had all been purchased online and were different from ordinary ones. Their shelf lives were particularly long. Counting from their production dates, they would keep for at least 2 more years, so preparing them in advance posed little problem. Other foods, medicines, and various items prone to spoilage, however, could not be stockpiled too early. Ding! The system has detected the imminent arrival of the Great Reckoning. Shelter system binding initiated. Current binding progress 50. Current binding progress 100. Binding complete. Current shelter level 0. Shelter area 200 square meters. Shelter facilities none. Experience required for next level 080. Ding! Survival supplies detected in shelter. Compressed biscuits 4 boxes, awarding 40 experience points. Ding! Survival supplies detected in shelter. Freeze-dried fruits and vegetables 4 boxes, awarding 40 experience points. Ding! Shelter level has been raised to level 1. Reward shelter area increased by 200 square meters. Current shelter level 1. Shelter area 400 square meters. Shelter facilities none. Experience required for next level 400. The shelter that had originally been only 200 square meters instantly doubled in size. He had spent 3 months and hired laborers to dig out a 1,200 square meter shelter, yet now with the appearance of the system, its area had doubled in an instant. Once the initial shock passed, Lin Cheng quickly familiarized himself with the system by studying the information it displayed. By completing various achievements and stockpiling tasks, he could increase the shelter's level. As the shelter's level rose, its area would increase accordingly. When the shelter reached level 3, the facilities module would be unlocked. Moreover, if the shelter could be upgraded to level 3 before the Great Reckoning began, its area would double yet again, expanding to 800 square meters. With each level gained, the shelter's area would double. Though the shelter now lay underground, that did not mean it was absolute. Some alien creatures could even soar through the sky and burrow through the ground. The shelter's facilities and stockpiled supplies still needed substantial reinforcement. Now that space was secured, it was time to begin hoarding materials. After leaving home, Lin Cheng went straight to a supermarket. At this point, no one was thinking about stockpiling supplies, so the shelves were still well stocked. The first priority in storing supplies was food and water. Without food and water, human life could be sustained for only a very short time. Any long shelf life food fell within Lin Cheng's scope of consideration. Master Nyo's spicy beef noodles production date November 8, 2111. Shelf life 24 months. Can be purchased. New jar pickled vegetable beef noodles production date October 26, 2111. Shelf life 24 months. Can be purchased. A certain brand of compressed biscuits production date July 14, 2111. Shelf life 48 months. Can be purchased. Canned luncheon meat production date June 28, 2111. Shelf life 48 months. Can be purchased. Regardless of personal taste, Lin Cheng's single criterion for selection was how long the items could be stored. Instant noodles, bottled water, compressed biscuits, canned luncheon meat. These were things few people ever bought in large quantities, yet Lin Cheng cleared out the shelves. Looking at the towering pile of goods behind him, Lin Cheng exhaled in relief and stepped up to the checkout, opening his payment code. "Checkout, please." The cashier glanced up and froze for a moment. "Little brother, you're buying this many instant noodles, planning to be a shootin' for life?" Lin Cheng grinned. "I simply like eating them. If I don't buy them now, I'm afraid I won't be able to get any later." The young cashier rolled her eyes. "You actually believe those so-called doomsday prophecies? Let me tell you, those are all just stories to scare children. The Mayans prophesied end of the world never came. It's been so many years, yet people are still spreading this nonsense." Lin Cheng merely smiled without replying, then pointed at the pile of supplies behind him. "Can you help me carry these back home?" He had bought far too many things. Shuttling back and forth to transport them would be a complete waste of time. And this was only the beginning of his stockpiling. The instant noodles and bottled water from several nearby supermarkets were swept clean by Lin Cheng. By his rough estimation, he had gathered as many as 50 cases of instant noodles and 60 crates of bottled water. Each case of instant noodles contained 24 packs, meaning he now had a total of 1,200 packs. With a family of 3 consuming at least 9 packs a day, this stockpile would only sustain them for 133 days. The bottled water was slightly more abundant. Each crate likewise held 24 bottles for a total of 1,440 bottles. Overall, their water reserves could be considered fairly ample. However, this calculation did not take nutrition into account. If nutrition were considered, surviving on instant noodles alone would be utterly inadequate. The other foods in the supermarket had production dates that were too far back. Judging by their shelf life, they would expire in just 3 to 4 months, making them hardly worth hoarding. Canned foods were never stocked in large quantities in such small supermarkets, so Lin Cheng chose to order them online instead. Next-day delivery was undoubtedly his best option at the moment, and he purchased canned goods to the greatest extent allowed. Quantity would not be a problem. Lin Cheng then turned his gaze toward a nearby seed shop. Once the shelter's level was upgraded in the future, there would be room set aside for farming. After the Great Reckoning, the value of all kinds of plant and vegetable seeds would soar by several thousand times. Some people would even come to blows over a mere handful of seeds. By stockpiling seeds before the Great Reckoning descended, at the very least, he could ensure that they would become self-sufficient. Seeds for various crops all fell within Lin Cheng's purchasing scope, and the amounts he bought were calculated by the sack. He bought 2 large sacks each of wheat seed, potato seed, carrot seed, and sweet potato seed. Given that the shelter's area was only 400 square meters, and he still had to account for the space occupied by fields and various facilities, Lin Cheng decided for the time being to purchase only these. After all, he still had to reserve some room for other supplies. The owner of the seed shop watched in great astonishment as Lin Cheng bought on such a large scale. "Young man, many of these seeds you're buying are not suitable for sowing in the current season." "It's fine," Lin Cheng replied, offering no further explanation as he simply paid the bill. He then asked the seed shop owner to help deliver the seeds to his home. With food and seeds temporarily secured, medicine was the next indispensable necessity. Thus, several nearby pharmacies soon welcomed a rather peculiar customer. 50 boxes of 666 cold granules, all from the newest batch. "What fever reducers do you have?" "Only adult fever reducers." Same requirement as the cold medicine, newest batch, 50 boxes of each. Other people bought medicine in modest quantities, but Lin Cheng was purchasing as though he were restocking a warehouse. If not for the fact that retail prices were higher than wholesale, the pharmacy staff would have assumed Lin Cheng was a supplier coming to them for inventory. When his parents saw the mountain of goods piled up at their front door, they were so stunned that they were momentarily at a loss for words. "Lin Cheng, won't all these instant noodles and bottled water just go to waste? I remember you don't even like instant noodles." "Silly child, did you misstate the numbers when you were buying all this?" Lin Cheng shook his head. "I bought these deliberately. It's all to guard against the end of the world." His parents burst into helpless laughter. Since the goods were already purchased, there was no sense in returning them. "Where are we going to store all this? Your bedroom definitely can't hold so much. For now, let's just put everything in the storage room. These things won't expire anytime soon. Even if there is no end of the world, having some extra food stored away can't hurt." Lin Cheng's parents were very open-minded and supportive of most of his decisions. So when he brought back such a massive amount of supplies, they did not lecture him. Instead, they simply helped carry everything into the storage room. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Cheng kept strict secrecy, even with them never once mentioning the shelter. With the apocalypse about to descend, a measure of selfishness was hardly a vice. He was no saint and could not hope to save everyone. All he could do was strive to ensure that he and his family survived the Great Reckoning. Spurred on by his encouragement, his parents began going out to buy additional daily necessities. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng transferred supplies to the shelter and started taking full inventory of everything stored within. Ding! Shelter survival supplies increased. Instant noodles 50 cases, awarding 50 experience points. Ding! Shelter survival supplies increased. Bottled water 60 cases, awarding 60 experience points. Ding! Shelter survival supplies increased. Compressed biscuits 10 cases, awarding 100 experience points. Ding! Shelter survival supplies increased. Canned luncheon meat 10 cases, awarding 100 experience points. Ding! Shelter survival supplies increased. Conventional medicine 150 boxes, awarding 150 experience points. Ding! Shelter level has been raised to level 3. Reward shelter area expanded by 400 square meters. Current shelter level 3. Shelter area 800 square meters. Shelter facilities iron walls with a thickness of 2 centimeters. Experience required for next level 60,800. The surrounding earthen walls transformed into iron walls in an instant, their sturdiness clearly a step above what it had been. However, iron walls, only 2 centimeters thick, were barely adequate for defending against ill-intentioned humans. They were far from sufficient to counter those aberrant creatures. The formal activation of the facilities module, however, allowed Lin Cheng to glimpse greater hope. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the accomplishment. Steel shell. System reward obtained 200 experience points. Currently available facility iron walls spend 100 experience points to increase thickness by 1 centimeter. Currently constructible facility small-scale weapons research base occupies 10 square meters, consumes 200 experience points. Temporarily unavailable facilities small-scale mineral extraction lab, small-scale artificial intelligence lab, small-scale power research lab. Note: subsequent facilities will be expanded on the basis of the first constructed facility. The freshly earned 200 experience points were depleted in an instant, leaving Lin Cheng feeling a sharp pang of heartache. Even so, he did not hesitate to construct the small-scale weapons research base. Ding! 200 experience points consumed. Small-scale weapons research base construction complete. The so-called weapons research base was essentially an encrypted room. It employed iris recognition technology, and only Lin Cheng was permitted to enter. Glock 17 pistol automatic handgun, firing 9mm rounds, compact and lightweight. Production cost 1 kilogram of refined iron. Ammunition production cost 0.1 kilogram of refined iron. Desert Eagle semi-automatic handgun with outstanding performance and tremendous power. Production cost 2 kilograms of refined iron. Ammunition production cost 0.2 kilograms of refined iron. Lin Cheng currently does not have any refined iron, and the forging of weapons is still a distant prospect. It is clearly too late to purchase refined iron now. System: is there any other way to obtain refined iron? Ding! Answering the host, various iron items can be recycled, and the system will provide different amounts of refined iron for different items. Lin Cheng slapped his thigh. If refined iron is hard to find, isn't a cast iron pot also easy to find? He took out his phone and opened the Mylene delivery app, scanning through every shop that had cast iron pots or ironware. In less than an hour, the items were delivered. The delivery guy came over with a large pile of ironware, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. However, recycling all this ironware only yielded 5 kilograms of refined iron. Although the power of the Glock 17 is not as strong as the Desert Eagle, its current cost-performance ratio is still quite suitable. Lin Cheng exchanged for a Glock 17 pistol and converted all the remaining refined iron into bullets. Ding! Consumed 5 kilograms of refined iron. Glock 17 pistol completed. 49mm bullets completed. At this moment, there are still 60 hours left until the Great Reckoning arrives. Lin Cheng gritted his teeth and decided to push a little harder, trying to upgrade the shelter's level as much as possible. A level 3 shelter has no defensive facilities. Even if he spent a lot of experience points to reinforce the walls, it would only be a matter of time before the alien creatures broke through. Lin Cheng connected the water and electricity lines to the shelter, bringing in various communication devices as well. In the early stages of the Great Reckoning, the power system had not yet completely collapsed, allowing at least some means to gather intelligence from the outside. Lighting facilities are also essential, so Lin Cheng had his parents purchase many candles and matches. Coupled with the previous supplies, they accumulated enough to fill half of the shelter. Countdown to the Great Reckoning: 40 hours. Urgent report: the frequency of ground collapses has significantly increased, but according to the World Alliance's investigation, there are no signs of life in the deep pits. Official announcement: citizens are advised not to panic and to stay indoors as much as possible for personal safety. According to expert predictions, this collapse is caused by tectonic movements and will stabilize soon. Although officials are trying to suppress the impact of the situation compared to the previous calm, more and more people are starting. If it were truly just a typical construction issue, why are collapses happening worldwide? The streets are crowded and citizens have begun to think about hoarding supplies. The former harmony and consideration have completely vanished, leaving only a rush for purchases. Essentials like rice and flour have become hot commodities. Even condiments, which usually go unnoticed, have become targets of frantic buying. Watching the almost frenzied people outside, Lin's parents finally understood how foresighted their son had been. However, Lin Chung did not dare to pause for even a moment. Every second before the Great Reckoning is extremely precious. Various furniture had been prepared in advance, considering that the shelter is located underground and is relatively damp. Warm items such as bedding and clothing had not been stored in the shelter. It wasn't until today that Lin Chung moved everything into the shelter. Keeping warm during the cold winter months is especially important, particularly given the drastic temperature differences after the Great Reckoning. Neglecting to keep warm could lead to freezing to death in the dead of night. Countdown to the Great Reckoning: 24 hours. The issue of electricity has yet to be resolved, and Lin Chung is still quite worried about a potential shortage of power during the mid-phase of the Great Reckoning, especially since many facilities in the shelter require electricity to operate. The way to obtain electricity after the Great Reckoning is quite simple. Many awakened humans have a second gene related to lightning, enabling them to generate power through their abilities. The most common method involves using something called a crystal core. Crystal cores are produced by alien creatures, with higher-level alien beings generating cores that contain greater energy. Correspondingly, the amount of electricity that can be generated is also greater. However, the electricity issue before the Great Reckoning still needs to be resolved. Thermal power generation is the first to be ruled out. Putting aside the pollution problems, just the sheer amount of coal alone is enough to baffle Lin Chung. Wind power generation is also impractical. Such large wind turbines could not be set up in just 24 hours. Lin Chung quickly thought of solar energy as one of the clean energy sources. He went to a nearby solar panel dealer and bought a few solar panels. Lin's father is an electrician, and Lin Chung learned from him since childhood. Even though he only crossed over a year ago, he still knows some electrical circuit knowledge. The disposal of sewage and ventilation is equally important. If these two issues are not resolved, the air circulation and odors within the shelter will become an unsolvable problem. The ventilation issue is easiest to resolve. Installing an exhaust fan can effectively alleviate the situation. The sewage disposal problem is a bit trickier and requires specialized sewage treatment equipment. If sewage is ignored, the short-term discharge may not be a problem, but over time it will become an issue. Flipping through the system's list of buildable facilities, he discovered a sewage purification device. However, exchanging for this device surprisingly costs 100 experience points. Lin Chung chose to exchange directly. He could save on some areas, but there are many essential facilities that cannot. The issue of water sources is the least of his worries. When constructing the shelter, he had already had a well dug, which is located right within the shelter. The reason for purchasing bottled water is due to concerns about what to do if the well encounters problems. It's always good to have a backup plan. The issues of food and water sources, as well as sewage and ventilation, have been resolved. The issues of electricity and warmth have also been addressed. With Luoluo as preliminary protection in terms of weapons, he is basically ready. Lin Chung has everything prepared. Looking at the shelter that felt like a second home, Lin Chung finally let out a sigh of relief. He took out his phone to check online information and discovered that various major online platforms had already exploded with activity. What does this mean? No products are being sold anywhere now, and clearly there is stock in the stores, so why aren't they bringing it out? The supermarket in front of our house is even more expensive. Several staff members are keeping a close watch at the door, and only the owner is there counting the goods. Upstairs, is this what you call excessive? The owner of the supermarket in front of our house is the real deal. He even called security over to move all the goods onto a truck, not knowing where they were being transported. Did you see the news this morning? Some scientists detected life fluctuations from those collapsed pits. Could the apocalypse really be coming? Please no. I haven't prepared anything. If the apocalypse truly comes, I'll starve to death. Lin Chung shook his head, helplessly wondering who would still be willing to sell their goods at this point. Those shrewd merchants must have received some insider information and planned to inflate prices when people needed food the most. Profiting from national disasters is indeed shameful, yet these merchants always end up profiting handsomely. Listening to these netizens complain doesn't yield any valuable insights. Lin Cheng's gaze shifted to several news articles released earlier that morning. Shocking. Life fluctuations detected in an unknown deep pit. According to reports from journalists, the World Alliance has organized numerous top-tier scientists and biological research experts to conduct sonar explorations near the collapsed pit. Initially, no signs of life were detected, but as time passed, life fluctuations gradually began to respond to the outside world. After seeing this news, Lin Cheng's heart suddenly raced. Calculating the time, only 17 hours remained until the Great Purge. Open the shelter attribute panel. Current shelter level 3. Shelter area 800 square meters. Shelter facilities, 4 centimeters thick iron walls, small weapon research base. Experience needed for next level 500-1000. Installing solar panels and a series of measures can increase the shelter's experience points. The shelter was fully equipped and had unlocked a milestone. It was this milestone that provided the experience points necessary for Lin Cheng to upgrade the walls to 4 centimeters thick iron. The 800 square meter shelter was 4 times larger than the previous 200 square meters. The area increase granted by the system not only expanded horizontally, but also increased in vertical height. Considering the shelter's growing size, Lin Cheng had even begun contemplating the construction of a second floor. As the shelter's level increased, the area would multiply. Building an underground city was also an option, just in case. Lin Cheng chose to spend 200 experience points to construct a small mineral extraction research facility. He spent another 200 experience points to upgrade the small weapon research base to a medium-sized weapon research base. With the remaining 100 experience points, Lin Cheng decided to upgrade the walls. The 4 centimeters thick iron walls were upgraded to 5 centimeters thick iron walls. The 500 experience points were instantly spent. Small mineral extraction research facility. Extracting refined iron can extract refined iron from any iron products at a 10 upgradable rate and 50 upgradable from iron ore. Extracting energy crystals can extract energy crystals from any rare minerals at a 1 upgradable rate of energy, or can replace any mineral resource, and contains immense energy including, but not limited to oil, coal, iron, or copper, ore, and gold, ore. Medium weapon research base. RPK machine gun, a lightweight machine gun with ample ammunition supply and stable firepower. Production cost 5 kilograms of refined iron. Ammunition production cost 0.5 kilograms of refined iron. Sensing mine explodes upon touch, small in size, with strong concealment. Production cost 0.5 kilograms of refined iron. Unmanned reconnaissance drone 1980102, 4 ultra-clear camera, with night vision capabilities, a godsend for tracking enemy movements. Production cost 5 kilograms of refined iron. Miniature self-destructing truck can be remotely controlled to deliver the self-destructing truck to a designated location, easy to operate and incredibly powerful. The newly added items from the medium weapon research base were extremely useful for Lin Cheng at this stage. The unmanned reconnaissance drone could observe the external situation while ensuring personal safety. He had stored plenty of survival supplies, but that didn't mean he wouldn't need to go to the surface during the next 6 months. The appearance of the RPK light machine gun could also compensate for his firepower shortfall. After all, a handgun was insufficient against those formidable alien creatures. The presence of the sensing mines would ensure that any nearby alien creatures could be detected. During dinner, Lin Cheng sat at the table with his parents, just like usual. The news broadcast on television was no longer just various warnings. The global collapses continued. Panic spread like a plague among the crowds, and some people who couldn't buy food and supplies had even begun to resort. This situation mainly occurred in Western countries, and everyone knew the value of food by now. It's terrifying. If the rumors of the apocalypse are true, the supplies that Xiaoqing has stored will indeed come in handy. Lin's mother smiled and said, "Our little Cheng has been smart since he was young. It's fortunate that we never stopped him, otherwise we wouldn't even have food now." Before the parents' casual chatter could end, an urgent news flash interrupted the television. To ensure the safety of the citizens, emergency shelters have now been activated. Please proceed orderly to the nearest shelter. The shelters are open. As a time traveler, Lin Cheng understood very well that such large-scale shelters wouldn't last long. Even with military forces guarding them, these easily detectable shelters would easily attract large numbers of alien creatures. A few alien creatures might be manageable, but once their numbers increased, even the most powerful weapons would struggle to resist. Especially when panic ensued among large groups, alien creatures could grow stronger by devouring humans. It was precisely because of this relationship that all large shelters in the world had been virtually wiped out. Let's pack our things and bring along the supplies that Xiaoqing prepared. We have food, so the shelter can't possibly turn us away. Lin's father stood up, intending to gather their belongings, but Lin Cheng stopped him. "Dad, our family's shelter is sufficient. Although the city center's shelter is large, it attracts too much attention. There is strength in numbers, and having more people there could provide some support." Lin Cheng shook his head firmly. Sometimes having more people is not necessarily a good thing. Trust me. Seeing his son so resolute, and recalling their previous preparations, Lin's father decided not to insist on going to the official shelter. At this time, there were still 12 hours remaining before the Great Purge. While his parents were busy cleaning up the dishes, Lin Cheng planned to go out for a walk. Based on his memory, the deep pits caused by collapses in the current city were mostly located in the suburbs. The only deep pit appearing within the city was the one that emerged during the Great Purge. Although it was night, the outside was brightly lit, with many people queuing up, holding flashlights and cameras, waiting to purchase supplies outside the supermarket. Many were complaining about the skyrocketing prices of goods, while others cursed the large number of people waiting in line. Food and supplies had evidently formed a situation of severe shortage. But now there was no one available to control these phenomena that disrupted the market balance. This is just a box of ordinary instant noodles. It used to cost just a few dozen yuan. How did it rise to nearly 1,000 yuan? You're not doing business, you're robbing people. A clamor drew Lin Cheng's attention. Lin Cheng turned to look at the source of the sound and saw a girl arguing with the supermarket cashier. The cashier sneered, "What time is it now? You still want to buy things at the original price. If you don't want to buy, hurry up and get out of the way, or there are many people waiting behind." The cashier's words quickly garnered a response from the crowd. "Exactly. If you're not buying, just leave, don't wait." The girl's face turned red. She could only silently take out money and buy the box of instant noodles at a price several times higher than the original. Lin Cheng recognized this girl. She was a former neighbor named Songya who often clung to him when they were children playing. They could be considered childhood friends, having grown up together. The relationship between their families was also good, often joking about arranging their engagement when they grew up. Unfortunately, her family moved away a few years ago, and he hadn't seen her since. It had been 4 to 5 years. After years apart, she had transformed from a spoiled little girl into a graceful young woman. From a distance, she spotted Lin Cheng and waved at him enthusiastically, just like before. "Lin Cheng, I'm over here." Then she dashed over to him. After the vigorous running, Songya's cheeks flushed, and she gasped, "Are you also here to buy something?" Lin Cheng shook his head and said, "My home is nearby. I just finished dinner and came out for a stroll." "I remember your house isn't far from here. Why did you think to come here to buy things?" Songya pouted, "Don't mention it. Ever since my dad heard the news about the shelter opening on TV, he urged our family of 3 to split up and buy food. I walked down the main road until I found an open supermarket. This box of instant noodles cost me over 900 yuan. As she spoke, Songya lifted the box of instant noodles for Lin Cheng to see. He was not surprised by the price surge. These merchants had been waiting for such a day. Unfortunately, they did not realize that when the real apocalypse arrived, all currency would merely be worthless paper. The only real hard currency would be the supplies needed for survival. "You said you're going to the shelter?" Songya nodded. "Apart from the shelter, we can only stay at home. If it's really the end of the world, staying at home is just waiting to die. If we bring more food to the shelter, at least we won't have to worry about food and clothing there." Looking at the innocent smile on Songya's face, Lin Cheng silently sighed. If it were the previous owner of this body, he would likely choose to rescue Songya and invite her into his shelter. But the current Lin Cheng wouldn't. He had only crossed over to this body a year ago. Although he possessed the previous owner's memories, he did not have much emotional attachment to this so-called childhood friend. The supplies he had stored were just enough for himself and his parents to survive for 6 months. Adding another person would introduce many uncertainties. If fate allowed, when his shelter strengthened further and his supplies became more abundant in the future, if Song Yu was still alive, he might invite her to his shelter then. It would fulfill a wish for the original owner of this body. "When you go to the shelter, remember to bring some weapons," Lin Cheng kindly reminded her. "Why?" Songya asked, puzzled, still wearing an innocent expression. "The news said that the shelter would have troops stationed, so there shouldn't be any danger. The army can only temporarily ensure external safety. They won't have the energy to manage the struggles inside. The strong remain strong, and the weak remain weak. If you have food, but lack the ability to protect it, you will become prey to those with ulterior motives." Having said this, Lin Cheng fulfilled his duty to remind her whether she believed it was up to her understanding. After chatting with Lin Cheng for a while, Songya hurried back home to reunite with her parents. Lin Cheng looked around at the houses and scenery, knowing this would be his last time observing such scenes. On his way home, Lin Cheng noticed nearby neighbors starting to pack their belongings and drive away. A very small number of people began welding iron plates on the fence outside the walls. However, such hasty actions were utterly meaningless and valueless. If preparing supplies a few hours before the disaster was effective, he wouldn't have spent so much time building the shelter. With these rudimentary defensive measures, they would likely be unable to withstand the first wave of attacks from the alien creatures, even if it was already deep into the night. The distant sounds of rumbling continued to echo, along with various noises of chaos and shattering glass. For the vast majority of people, this night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Early the next morning, all channels on television were broadcasting news. All the entertainment shows, movies, and dramas had completely vanished. Official announcement: the national shelters have been opened. The safety of the shelters will be entrusted to the military. Citizens are assured to proceed. Rumors: a giant sea creature has been suspected to be discovered in the Pacific Ocean. The creature is enormous and ferocious, having sunk multiple warships. Official refutation: the news about the discovery of a giant sea creature spread by netizens is false. Netizens are urged to speak rationally. Even though the official channels tried every means to suppress various negative news, they still couldn't calm the public's anxious hearts. Blocking information can be said to be the most helpless method. At this moment, there were only 6 hours left until the Great Reckoning. Even in the city center, Lin Cheng could see some tanks and military vehicles appearing on the streets. The military vehicles were likely headed to the shelters, and those armored tanks were probably choosing to go to the deep pits created by the collapses. Currently, without a drone, he couldn't cross over the military to investigate the situation in the deep pits. It was already getting late. Although there were still 6 hours until the Great Reckoning arrived, it did not mean that they were absolutely safe at this moment. A few hours before the Great Reckoning, various anomalous creatures had already started crawling out from the deep pit. Lin Sheng looked at his parents, who were still sitting on the sofa watching the news, and urged, "Dad, Mom, it's time to head to the shelter." "The shelter? Didn't you say we weren't going to the shelter?" Seeing the puzzled expressions on his parents' faces, Lin Sheng smiled and explained, "We're not going to the one in the city center, but to the shelter I created." Lin's father and mother exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. What kind of shelter could an 18-year-old boy possibly build? In recent times, Lin Sheng had been stockpiling supplies and running around outside, all of which were apparent to his parents. Yet they still did not believe that this shelter could be very good. Before leaving, Lin's mother planned to pack some luggage. Lin Sheng did not stop her. Although there were clothes in the shelter, these items were still memories. The family of 3 drove away and encountered a few acquaintances along the way. When asked where they were going, Lin Sheng quickly replied, "Just wandering around seeing if we can buy some food." Lin's father soon realized that Lin Sheng did not want outsiders to know about the existence of his secret shelter. So he went along with the pretense, feeling even more excited about the shelter. However, when they finally saw the shelter, which was a full 800 square meters, the couple was genuinely astonished. The supplies in the corner were neatly stacked, each item arranged in an orderly manner. The public area was spacious enough, and the layout of the private areas was also perfect. Most importantly, the iron walls at the edges provided a strong sense of security. It was hard to imagine that such a vast shelter was built by an 18-year-old boy. "Xiao Cheng, did you build this shelter?" Lin Sheng nodded, then shook his head. "In a sense, yes, but I hired some people to help." Lin's father frowned. "Building such a large shelter must cost a lot. Where would a child like you get that much money?" Lin Sheng smiled faintly, not planning to explain to his parents how he managed to raise funds. After all, it was unnecessary. The internet in the shelter was still usable for the time being. At the onset of the Great Reckoning, the city's power system had not yet collapsed, allowing them to stay informed about the outside world. While his parents familiarized themselves with the shelter, Lin Sheng had already laid on the bed, counting on his fingers to plan the distribution of food for the upcoming days. Even though the food was already plentiful, he still needed to be cautious. Extravagance was out of the question. During the Great Reckoning, every bit of food was a precious commodity. Based on their current appetites, each person would need at least 2 packets of instant noodles to feel full. So each day they would consume 6 packets, totaling 18 packets for the 3 of them. Although he had stocked up dozens of boxes of instant noodles at this rate, it would not last for 6 months. Moreover, various nutritional issues needed to be considered. Relying on instant noodles as a staple for an extended period would lead to a severe deficiency of various essential elements. Becoming ill would be inevitable. During the Great Reckoning, people were struggling just to find something to eat, let alone seeking medical facilities. With the medications he had stocked, he could only treat some common everyday ailments such as colds and fevers. If anything more serious occurred, they would just have to leave it to fate. The freeze-dried vegetables and canned foods obtained through online purchases could slightly supplement their nutrition. However, the quantities of these freeze-dried vegetables and canned foods were too small to sustain long-term consumption. The daily intake would be far too limited. Even if you were the only one eating, it might not be enough, let alone for a family of 3. In the 800 square meter shelter, Lin Sheng specifically allocated 2 50 square meter storage rooms. One storage room was for various daily necessities and lighting tools, as well as seeds for crops. The other storage room was for storing food and water. This included the supplies bought online and raided from supermarkets. Currently, the shelter stored 50 boxes of instant noodles, 60 boxes of mineral water, 35 boxes of compressed biscuits, 10 boxes of canned luncheon meat, 10 boxes of freeze-dried vegetables, 20 boxes of milk, and 20 boxes of sausages. Some cooking ingredients were also prepared, such as rice and easily stored vegetables. However, these were not the main focus. Lin Sheng's primary goal was to store emergency food. Occasionally cooking could be done, but doing so for an extended period would inevitably leave traces of human presence. In the early stages of the Great Reckoning, it was vital to hide their tracks as much as possible. The fewer people who knew about the shelter, the safer they would be. Items such as shower gel, shampoo, and facial cleanser were also stocked to some extent. Their consumption was relatively low, so having fewer of them was not a problem. However, the quantity of candles and various flashlight batteries stored was slightly higher, as these lighting tools were crucial when going out or during emergency power outages. Aside from ventilation facilities, the shelter was almost entirely sealed. In such a situation, light could hardly penetrate, leaving everything shrouded in darkness. For the preparation of candles alone, Lin Sheng bought nearly 30 boxes, each containing close to 100 candles. He also prepared a large number of flashlights and batteries for them. This portable lighting equipment was never too much to have. The supplies prepared above were already sufficient for the family of 3 to survive for several months in the shelter. Whether they could last 6 months would depend on the subsequent arrangements. However, stockpiling supplies was not a long-term solution. The shelter would become Lin Sheng's foundation. Even after awakening his second gene, he would still need a place to live. This vast shelter was undoubtedly a good choice. Lin Sheng glanced at the pile of seeds in the corner, wanting to transform them into crops. Growing crops not only required fresh soil and light, but also had high demands for various parameters, making indoor cultivation exceedingly difficult. They could only wait until the first wave of monster tides from the Great Reckoning passed before returning to the surface to figure out how to grow crops. According to Lin Cheng's memory, the monster tide during the Great Reckoning was divided into 12 waves with intervals of several days in between each. During this period, although monsters would continue to appear on the ground, their density and frequency would significantly. As long as he seized the idle time in between, he could accomplish many things. At the very least, transforming the farmland would definitely be feasible. According to Lin Cheng's original plan, he would wait until the underground shelter had developed sufficiently before attempting to expand upwards. Only after establishing complete defensive measures on the surface would this shelter truly take shape. He was still in a cautious developmental phase and could not afford to expose himself too early. He understood the principle that a tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind. Lin Cheng patted the Glock 18 at his waist. He needed to be wary not only of the monsters, but also of human hearts. During the Great Purge, everyone was doing their utmost to ensure their own survival. They would not hesitate to sacrifice those around them. There were countless such examples. He had seen far too many before. After surviving the first wave of monstrous tides, he not only had to find ways to farm, but also needed to venture out to gather supplies, especially iron products. Only by systematically transforming the iron resources from outside into refined iron could he continuously improve the defense and combat level of the shelter. For instance, the drones and RPK machine guns were particularly crucial for the early shelter. Once he had enough refined iron, he also needed to arrange some self-defense weapons for his parents. Lin Cheng and his parents sat in the central area of the shelter, which was designated by Lin Cheng as the hall, where nearly all the facilities in the shelter were placed. Sofas, coffee tables, and televisions were all present, and the three of them sat on the sofa watching the news on the television. Through the images broadcasted on the television, it was clear to see that the roads, which should have been bustling with pedestrians and vehicles, were now entirely deserted. The army had completely taken over the city's security, and the sound of helicopters flying overhead was transmitted through the television. The tanks slowly approaching in the distance attracted countless gazes, and many curious people even took out their phones to record. As of now, shelters worldwide have completed their openings. Citizens who have yet to reach a shelter, please hurry. The shelter not only ensures the safety of citizens, but also provides a stable place to live. Before this global disaster passes, every citizen will be able to unconditionally accept the protection of the military within the shelters. The weapons and various defensive measures in the hands of the military indeed provide a sense of security to survive the Great Purge. Relying solely on these is far from enough. Lin Cheng keenly noticed that the birds in the sky outside had long since disappeared, and various animals had all gone into hiding. Compared to humans, animals evidently possess a stronger ability to sense danger. At this moment, there was less than half an hour left until the Great Purge began. Lin's father suggested setting up some animal traps and various kinds of snares outside. This way they could ensure a chance of encountering fresh prey while patrolling. Lin Cheng wholeheartedly agreed. Earlier, he had considered issues of shelf life and storage time, which is why he did not prepare meat food. Having alternative channels to obtain food would be perfect. Before becoming an electrician, his father had spent some time as a hunter with his grandfather back in their hometown. In his grandfather's words, his father was a hunter delayed by his work as an electrician. While setting the traps, Lin Cheng kept a close eye on the passage of time. The Great Purge would not grant any reaction time. When the clock struck 6 o'clock in the evening, the global disaster began. At that time, the sun was setting and visibility outside was very low. Lingering outside the shelter for too long would be extremely dangerous. He had built the entrance of the shelter to be very concealed. Without any lighting, Lin Cheng might not even be able to find the entrance with 100% accuracy. Every additional second spent searching for the entrance increased the risk faced by Lin Cheng and his father. Fortunately, with 3 minutes left until the Great Purge, the father and son duo finally completed the installation of all traps. Lin Cheng wasted no time and directly led his father into the shelter. At the moment the iron door of the shelter closed, a violent tremor suddenly shook the ground so intense that it nearly knocked Lin Cheng and his parents off their feet. What's happening? What is going on? Both parents wore shocked expressions while only Lin Cheng remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated this situation. Lin Cheng held his breath, wanting to turn on the television to see the external situation through a brief live broadcast. To reassure citizens, every city had designated teams to conduct live broadcasts near the deep pits created by the collapse. However, when he turned on the television, he found that all the channels had turned to a no-signal status. It seemed that the Great Purge had indeed arrived. Since the live broadcast was no longer visible, he turned to the internet to watch recorded footage. Although he could only see a few seconds, that would already be sufficient. Opening the laptop he had prepared in advance, he was relieved to find that the internet was still functioning and he could still browse online. Lin Cheng quickly found the official live broadcast room. In the live broadcast room, a few sparse comments popped up, all inquiring about what was happening. What the hell? What is going on here? Everything seemed fine just a moment ago. How could the live broadcast signal suddenly cut out? Could it be that the end of the world has truly come? Does anyone know what happened at the edge of the huge pit? Lin Sheng ignored these comments and instead searched for the recorded footage of the live broadcast, which had been uploaded in real time. Now the live broadcast signal had naturally stopped uploading. The last cutoff time was 180013. This meant that only 13 seconds after the disaster began, the signal had completely cut off. Lin Sheng watched the video after 1800 with a heavy heart. The first few seconds seemed uneventful, but at the 9th second, he could vaguely see a few pairs of eyes glimmering in the darkness. In the last 2 seconds, the eyes became increasingly distinct and countless shadows surged from the bottom of the pit. He could even hear the screams clearly in the video. In just a few short seconds, all the military defense systems around the huge pit had completely collapsed. Especially at the last moment, a massive head suddenly appeared in front of the live broadcast device. This was a creature resembling a ferocious wolf standing on 2 legs with enormous claws for hands. Its green eyes sent chills down one's spine, particularly the fangs visible at the corners of its mouth with blood slowly dripping from its teeth. In that final second, the wolf-like creature turned its head directly towards the live broadcast device. The fierce gaze seemed intent on completely shredding all living beings before the screen. When Lin's father saw such a scene, he was instantly stunned, while Lin's mother, with slightly weaker composure, slumped down on the sofa. Although Lin's father was shocked, he did not lose his composure like Lin's mother. Even so, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. This ferocious and terrifying creature. They had never seen or heard of such a thing before. Xiaocheng, the thing in the video just now. Lin Sheng slowly nodded. Those creatures are the disasters we must face. Countless alien beings will crawl out from the global giant pits. This is not even the most terrifying aspect. Compared to truly powerful alien creatures, this wolf-like being is merely an appetizer. Lin Sheng was not trying to alarm them unnecessarily. The stranger the creatures formed, the greater the threat it posed. A creature like this, which at least had a recognizable shape, could only be classified as a level 5 threat at most. In the great reckoning of the previous life, the last surviving human alliance classified these creatures into different levels. The only standard for distinguishing their levels was the degree of threat they posed to humanity. The level standards were divided into 5 grades, with the naming method being quite straightforward. Level 1 threat, Level 2 threat, Level 3 threat, Level 4 threat, and Level 5 threat, decreasing in order. Among them, Level 5 threat is the weakest. The wolf-like creature that appeared in the video just now is one of the Level 5 threats. Even a Level 5 threat creature could directly annihilate the military stationed at the edges of the deep pit, let alone those higher-level alien beings. Since his parents had not experienced these events, their ability to accept such matters was understandably weak, and sitting on the sofa, their anxious hearts could not calm down for a long time. It was estimated that within just a few minutes the station troops would be completely scattered if the time were to extend even a little. Wouldn't the whole world be cleansed by such monsters? There were far more deep pits near the city than just this one, and no one knew how many monsters would crawl out from these pits. They were currently unable to observe the state of the outside city through any channels. Perhaps the city had already turned into a wasteland. Fortunately, there was a shelter like this that could temporarily protect their safety, preventing them from being hunted by those monsters. Xiaocheng, the outside world is so terrifying now. How will we return to the surface later? Facing his parents' concerns, Lin Sheng comforted them. For the time being, we shouldn't go to the surface. The supplies I have stored in the shelter are enough for our family of 3 to last for a while. These monsters may be dangerous, but they are not invincible. Oh, any living creature will have weaknesses. Let's closely monitor various information over the next few days to see if the military can resolve this crisis. The last sentence was purely Lin Sheng comforting his parents. He had already experienced a great reckoning once. He understood very well that it wouldn't take long before the entire world would descend into a lawless land. That night, Lin Sheng and his parents did not return to their respective rooms to rest, but instead lay on the sofa in the living room to sleep for the night. Lin Sheng was fine, but his parents had some insomnia. Although this place was safer than the outside, the turmoil in their hearts made it impossible for them to sleep peacefully. The next morning, Lin Sheng opened his laptop and connected to the internet, wanting to log onto various forums to gather information. Fortunately, the internet had not yet been completely cut off, and he could still connect to gather external information. My current address is room 602, Unit 3, Building 11, Beta Garden. Is there any kind-hearted person willing to come here and save me? There is only water left at home, and we have completely run out of food. I am in room 304, Unit 5, Oi Building 6, Qingxin Community. There is ample food here, but the community has no water supply. Is anyone willing to exchange supplies? Honglu Villa area, A room 502, help me. In Weibo and various forums, the once entertaining gossip news and various scandals had completely disappeared. Instead, almost all that remained were pleas for help. In addition, many people had captured photos of those harmful monsters, which Lin Sheng collected one by one. Although he had already experienced a great reckoning once, he did not have a detailed understanding of these monsters. By compiling all these photos and organizing them according to information gathered later, he could at least know what abilities his enemies possessed. Moreover, the official news had not been updated for an entire day, and now the city was in an unmanaged state of. Lin Cheng's parents also connected with several relatives through the internet, but the vast majority of their relatives had already lost contact. Only a small number of relatives were still alive and able to maintain communication, even sending out distress signals. This shelter was ultimately built by Lin Cheng, and Lin's parents' education was fundamentally about giving their child enough respect. They first sought Lin Cheng's opinion. Xiao Cheng, your cousin from your uncle's side, just asked us if their family could come and take refuge with us. Facing his parents' inquiring gazes, Lin Cheng decisively shook his head. Relatives like these who had no ties to them would only waste resources even if saved. The resources here were already somewhat scarce for their family of 3, let alone the addition of more burdens. Those people would not only be a nuisance, but could also potentially cause trouble. Moreover, in this apocalypse, the consequences of excessive compassion could be dire. Dad, Mom, it's not that I am cold-blooded, but you can see that the supplies in the shelter are indeed limited. Lin Cheng's parents did not insist on bringing their relatives over, as they knew that what Lin Cheng said was indeed the truth. Their family had no close relatives left, as Lin Cheng's grandparents had long since passed away. Apart from the faint bonds of blood among them, their family of 3 had nearly no relatives. Thus, in this apocalypse, they had little to worry about. It is indeed an extremely irrational act to deprive oneself of essential resources for the sake of relatives with faint blood ties, some of whom are even several generations removed. The second day passed just like that. On the third day, when Lin Cheng attempted to learn about the outside world through the internet, he found that the network signal had been completely cut off. The last safe avenue to understand the outside world was entirely severed. Lin Cheng helplessly closed his laptop. He had considered installing cameras above the shelter. However, a camera suddenly appearing in the woods would be too conspicuous. If some people happened to seek refuge here and discovered these cameras, they would surely associate them with a nearby shelter. What a person on the brink of death can do is anyone's guess. To ensure the safety and confidentiality of the shelter, he could not expose it no matter what. Although the internet was down, it did not mean that he could not watch the videos he had downloaded. The previous night, before going to bed, Lin Cheng had already set up an automatic recording software. He had downloaded many TV shows and movies, filling up a 2TB hard drive. This would be the last visual entertainment. After the Great Purging, humanity had almost lost all forms of entertainment, with the singular and simple goal of survival. Having these TV shows and movies to relieve boredom could at least ease his parents' tense emotions. Everything seemed normal until the afternoon, when Lin Cheng suddenly heard unusual sounds from above. Moreover, the sounds grew closer, even nearing the iron door of the shelter. The iron door of the shelter opens outward. Unless one knows the method to open it, it would require significant strength to force it open. This defensive measure is only meant to guard against humans, and it is clearly insufficient against alien creatures. Lin Cheng held his breath, trying to glean some clues from the noises outside. Boss, do you really think there's a shelter nearby? Isn't that obvious? I was commissioned by a boy to help him dig a basement. The basement was quite large, and at the time I wondered why it needed to be so big and built in such a remote location. Now it seems that it is definitely meant to be used as a shelter. If we can find that shelter, there might still be a glimmer of hope. But wouldn't it be inappropriate for us to just go there? After all, it's someone else's shelter. Are you stupid? What does it matter at this point? It's a miracle that you and I are still alive. Hearing the discussions from outside, Lin Cheng suddenly realized that these were the workers who had come earlier to dig the basement. These people had evidently survived yesterday's disaster. For some unknown reason, they managed to slip in here, which was quite fortunate for them. Although this was the suburbs, there were still many alien creatures wandering nearby. Late last night, he had heard several strange bird calls, which were likely from avian alien creatures. Lin Cheng's parents could naturally hear the sounds outside. Lin Fu lowered his voice to communicate with Lin Cheng. Xiao Cheng, fate brought us together. Should we let them in? Lin Cheng resolutely shook his head, his tone firm. Dad, I told you before that our supplies are already scarce. If we rescue others, I fear. Lin Fu sighed. He understood this, but felt a pang of sympathy. Before Lin Fu could express his sentiments, a sudden mournful cry for help echoed outside. Help! Help! Is anyone nearby? Help! Roar! Crack! The cries for help dwindled with the monster's roar until they finally faded. Although Lin Cheng did not know what exactly happened during that time, he could roughly guess. Lin Mu immediately covered her ears and shut her eyes tightly, while Lin Fu was somewhat anxious, but not as frantic as Lin Mu. After about half an hour, there was not a single sound from outside, as if it had fallen into complete silence. Lin Cheng was eager to go out and take a look, as he was in dire need of refined iron and had to find some metal products to bolster his combat power. Even if he could just find some abandoned vehicles left by the roadside, he could salvage a good amount of refined iron. Once he had enough refined iron, he planned to produce dozens of unmanned reconnaissance drones and also lay some sensing mines around the shelter. Miniature self-destructing trucks would of course be indispensable. After all, unmanned reconnaissance drones and self-destructing trucks are an excellent combination, using drones to observe the number and location of nearby monsters, then sending out the self-destructing trucks to eliminate them. As long as these tools are used while clearing the monsters around the shelter, shouldn't be particularly difficult. But the root of the problem now lies in the fact that he has no idea when he can go out. The outside world was entirely unknown to him. Perhaps there were already a few alien creatures lying in ambush. As soon as he steps outside, they would immediately pounce and launch a fierce attack. A Glock 18 alone is insufficient to fend off a larger number of alien creatures. If there were only one, Lin Chung might still manage to kill it. For safety, Lin Chung decided to stay in the shelter for a few more days until everything calmed down before venturing out. 3 days later. 5 days had passed since the Great Purging began, and the Lin family had also been in the shelter for 5 days. Today, Lin Chung planned to go out and try his luck. Of course, his parents were extremely worried and kept persuading Lin Chung not to do anything foolish and to stay away from the outside world. Xiaocheng, the outside world is too dangerous right now. There's still plenty of food in the shelter, enough for the 3 of us. Yes, listen to your mother this time. I usually don't stop you from doing things, but leaving the shelter is simply too dangerous. Faced with his parents' heartfelt concerns, Lin Chung could only smile bitterly. If he didn't go out, he would truly be sitting idle and eating away the resources. The issue of refined iron must be resolved, otherwise he wouldn't be able to continue developing the shelter. As long as luck wasn't too bad, getting back safely to the shelter should not be a problem. Dad, Mom, after I leave, no matter who knocks on the shelter door, do not open it. Lin Chung held the key to the shelter. There was only one key, and it could not be duplicated. There are only 2 ways to open the iron door of the shelter. The first method is to use a key from the outside. The second method is to open it from inside the shelter. Whichever method it is, only those from the shelter can enter. Xiaocheng, how about letting your dad accompany you? It's better to have 2 people go out together for mutual support. Yes, although Dad doesn't have many skills, he is quite good at hunting and can help you find your way. No way. Lin Cheng's attitude became more resolute. Mom is alone in the shelter, and if anything happens, she will definitely be on high alert. We must leave someone in the shelter. I chose the location of the shelter, and I am familiar with the surrounding environment. Let me go out to scout the situation, or it's the best method. Lin Cheng's words were very persuasive if the fact that he was the one who chose the shelter's location was enough. After many reminders and reassurances from Lin Chung, his parents promised that they would not open the door of the shelter. Lin Chung stood at the exit of the shelter, listening carefully for a while. After confirming that there was no sound, he pushed open the exit and climbed up the stairs. Fortunately, everything on the ground appeared to be normal. If it weren't for the 2 mangled bodies in the distance, Lin Chung might not have realized that this was after the Great Cleansing. Facts prove that the place he chose was indeed good. However, there were certain drawbacks. The location of the shelter was a bit far from the city, making quick back-and-forth travel extremely difficult. If he chose to walk, he might not return until nightfall. Although there weren't many mutated creatures near the shelter, there were plenty of them in the city. Left with no choice, Lin Chung had to opt for driving. He drove exceptionally cautiously, or whenever there was any movement nearby, he would immediately draw his pistol. When he was still some distance from the city, Lin Chung parked the car in a relatively hidden corner. Compared to driving and boldly sneaking in, was much more reliable. The vehicles parked on the street had already filled the intersection, with some even crashing into buildings. The probability of car accidents was alarmingly high, and it was rare to see an intact vehicle on the street. There were countless corpses lying on the ground, and crows seemed to have taken over the entire city. The stench of blood and rotting flesh filled the air. Even a slight inhalation was enough to make one vomit the previous night's meal. Lin Chung frowned upon smelling these odors. It seemed that this city had almost turned into a dead zone. The remaining survivors were probably hiding in the shadows, quietly observing the outside world, and this was the perfect time for him to gather supplies. After confirming that there was no one around, Lin Chung gently placed his hand on one of the vehicles. Ding. Detecting host's touch on metal. Would you like to reclaim it? Reclaim. Ding. Reclamation successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 50 kilograms of refined iron. Lin Chung was quite shocked. It turned out that reclaiming such a large vehicle only yielded 50 kilograms of refined iron. However, recalling that it only took 5 kilograms of refined iron to make an unmanned reconnaissance drone, Lin Chung felt relieved. After all, these vehicles were now abandoned and would just take up space here. It was better for them to become his support for survival in the Great Cleansing. Looking at the vast expanse of abandoned vehicles ahead, Lin Chung revealed a bright smile. Ding. Reclamation successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 50 kilograms of refined iron. Ding. Reclamation successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 50 kilograms of refined iron. Ding. Reclamation successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 50 kilograms of refined iron. Huh. Finally finished reclaiming everything. Seeing that he had stacked up to 5,000 kilograms of refined iron, Lin Chung couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This refined iron would last him for a while. Even though there was a department store right next to him, Lin Chung had no intention of going inside. His purpose for coming out this time was to collect enough refined iron. Now that he had enough refined iron, lingering outside would only put him in danger. Just as he was about to leave, a rustling sound suddenly came from a nearby trash can. Lin Cheng's nerves immediately tensed up. He crouched down and pressed himself against the wall, using his peripheral vision to observe. Bang! The trash can tipped over due to uneven pressure, and besides the garbage that rolled out, there was also a blood-red creature. Lin Sheng focused his gaze and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. This thing was a mutated creature. It was about the size of a 7 or 8-year-old child, and its sharp teeth could almost tear through steel. At this moment, the bloodied mutated creature was tearing at a corpse that was mangled beyond recognition. From the throat of the mutated creature came intermittent growls, clearly quite satisfied with its catch. While feeling tense, Lin Sheng also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, though fortunately this was just a smaller mutated creature. The larger the mutated creature, the more troublesome it would be. For smaller mutated creatures like this one, as long as he could shoot and hit a vital point, he could achieve the goal of killing it. However, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Sheng decided to wait a little longer to see if this mutated creature would leave on its own. The current city was very quiet. If he fired recklessly, it would definitely trigger a series of sounds. If it attracted more mutated creatures, that would be disastrous. Just as Lin Sheng was holding his breath, a reckless survivor walked out from the nearby department store, holding a large pile of puffed snacks. Snacks like chips inevitably made noise when touched, especially since the plastic packaging was filled with air. The friction between two bags of chips produced very sharp sounds. The mutated creature that was eating was quickly attracted by this sound. Clearly it preferred hunting fresh prey over the scraps it had just consumed. However, the unfortunate survivor had not yet realized the danger that was stealthily approaching and was still trying to sneak across the road. Having successfully crossed the road before the survivor could breathe a sigh of relief, the mutated creature's sharp claws directly severed him in two. The bloody scene made Lin Sheng shudder, and he turned his head away, unable to bear watching. A loud explosion was heard from the other side of the city, though such a sound must have been from something blowing up. The mutated creature was immediately attracted by the noise and rushed past the corner where Lin Sheng was hiding. Lin Sheng could even smell the unmistakable scent of blood mingling in the air. Taking advantage of this excellent opportunity, Lin Sheng swiftly exited the city and, relying on his memory, found the vehicle he had hidden, rushing back to the shelter at full speed. It was not until he entered the shelter that the anxiety weighing on Lin Sheng's heart began to ease. His parents were naturally overjoyed to see him return safe and sound, eagerly asking him questions and expressing their concern for the outside environment. "Xiaocheng, how is the situation outside?" Looking at his parents' hopeful expressions, Lin Sheng did not conceal the truth. Instead, he spoke honestly. "I took a glance in the city, and the current state can only be described as desolate. It is likely that the area has already been overrun by monsters, and there are no safe places for us to go for the time being." Although he had anticipated this, hearing his thoughts confirmed was still difficult to accept. Lin's father and mother felt somewhat disappointed. Having never experienced a major purge, they were unaware of how brutal it could be, and still held on to faint remnants of their previous peaceful life. Lin Sheng returned with 5,000 kilograms of refined iron, and of course, he couldn't let it just sit unused in the system data. He immediately headed to the weapon research base. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the accomplishment. Small reserve. The refined iron reserve has reached 100 kilograms. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the accomplishment abundant reserve. The refined iron reserve has reached 1,000 kilograms. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the accomplishment refined iron tycoon. The refined iron reserve has reached 5,000 kilograms. The series of achievement notifications and rewards made Lin Sheng feel a significant boost in his sense of security. Previously, he had planned to wait until his development was mature before starting to construct buildings on the surface. Now the achievement rewards had directly granted him surface buildings at a 1:1 ratio with the underground shelter. The nuclear explosion level durable walls and doors were not something ordinary aberrant creatures could break through. As long as they did not encounter disaster level aberrant creatures, the shelter's defenses were absolutely impenetrable. Lin Sheng did not get carried away with joy. He still had important matters to attend to, namely converting the refined iron he had collected into practical tools. 5 kilograms of refined iron could produce unmanned reconnaissance drones. He directly manufactured 10 units, consuming 50 kilograms of refined iron. 5 kilograms of refined iron could produce sensor mines. He directly produced 100 units, consuming 50 kilograms of refined iron. 10 kilograms of refined iron could produce self-destructing trucks, and he directly manufactured 50 units, consuming 500 kilograms of refined iron. 5 kilograms could produce RPK machine guns. Lin Sheng created 3, as currently only the 3 of them could use firearms. Making more would be wasteful. There were many more places where refined iron could be utilized. The risks of going out would only increase as the purge progressed, and unless absolutely necessary, he would not venture out casually. In addition to manufacturing 3 RPK machine guns, Lin Sheng also produced a considerable amount of ammunition sufficient for a period of firepower suppression. As for handguns, Lin Sheng also made some. This time, he chose the powerful Desert Eagle, and the ammunition was plentiful. He made 3 Desert Eagles, perfectly matching with the RPK machine guns, 1 set for each person. The total consumption of all firearms and ammunition was 100 kilograms of refined iron. After this round of consumption from a total of 5,000 kilograms of refined iron, only 700 kilograms had been spent. The shelter's refined iron reserve still had 4,300 kilograms left. Achieving accomplishments not only provided various rewards, but also significantly increased the shelter's experience points. Currently, the shelter's experience bar is 600,1000, just 400 experience points away from leveling up. Learning to use firearms is not something that can be mastered instantly. Therefore, Lin Cheng spent 100 experience points to create a shooting training room. The damaged targets in the shooting training room can be recreated by consuming refined iron. As long as there is enough refined iron, the targets can be recreated indefinitely, in a sense. Lin Cheng walked out of the weapon research facility with 3 machine guns and 3 Desert Eagles, handing 2 of the guns to his father and mother. In this purge, not being able to use firearms equated to lacking any self-defense capability. If any unexpected incident occurred, it would mean waiting for death. Xiaocheng, where did you get these guns? Lin's father and mother had always been honest people, having never seen a gun, let alone used one. Lin Cheng certainly could not tell his parents that these firearms were developed through the system, so he casually played dumb. I found these guns while searching outside today. Monsters might appear near the shelter, and having these will be just right for this. Lin's father and mother looked at the RPG machine guns on the ground, feeling somewhat at a loss. Not only were these heavy iron objects cumbersome, but they also had no idea how to use them. This shelter has a shooting training room. You too should learn to use these handguns, as well as you will need them in the future. Encouraged by Lin Cheng, his parents hesitantly entered the shooting training room, which was equipped with goggles and noise-canceling earplugs. Noise-canceling earplugs are essential. Wearing them during shooting training can effectively prevent hearing damage caused by the high frequency of gunfire. Initially, the training results were average, but as time passed, his parents gradually mastered the use of firearms. Lin Cheng also trained alongside them. Although Lin Cheng had some knowledge of firearm usage, practicing more could only be beneficial. After the training, the 3 of them sat at the dining table, enjoying the simple dinner they had just prepared. When Lin Cheng casually mentioned that there was a layer of surface building above the shelter, his parents exchanged glances. What surface building? We didn't make anything. Lin Cheng simply acted confused, saying, I noticed it when I drove back today, and it has strong defenses. How about after dinner the 3 of us go take a look together? Lin Cheng's proposal quickly received a response. Living on the surface would be much better than staying underground indefinitely. Although the nearby metal walls were sturdy enough, they could not withstand the damp chill of the basement. The stifling feeling of never seeing the sun is something that not everyone can endure for long. Not only Lin Cheng's parents, but even Lin Cheng himself felt a sense of anticipation, as this was his first time seeing the surface buildings of the shelter. The surrounding walls were airtight, and the enormous iron door was indestructible. Even the layout of the surface buildings was designed according to a 1:1 ratio of the underground shelter's room distribution. It could almost be understood as directly moving the underground shelter to the surface. Lin Cheng looked at the grand structure, nodding in satisfaction, knowing that he could later reorganize the underground shelter. All supplies were stored underground, while the surface was designated for other reserves or could simply be transformed into arable farmland. Lin Cheng first moved the survival supplies needed in the coming days from the underground shelter with his parents. Most of the supplies remained underground, as transporting so much at once would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. After completing these tasks, Lin Cheng began to attempt using a drone to observe the situation outside. This time, the duration of his return to the city was too short, and the main purpose was to collect refined iron, leaving Lin Cheng with no opportunity to closely observe the current external conditions. Although he could roughly guess the situation based on his own intuition, without seeing it with his own eyes, it was ultimately somewhat unreliable. The footage transmitted by the drone could be received through a laptop. Lin Cheng sat in his room controlling the drone as it flew towards the urban area, closely observing the footage being relayed back. This time he deployed 4 drones, mainly because it was his first attempt at using drones to probe the external situation, and he was bound to be somewhat unfamiliar with the operation. If operated improperly, it would inevitably attract attention, and since the drones required a considerable amount of refined iron to manufacture, Lin Cheng would not casually abandon them unless absolutely necessary. To facilitate recording the images transmitted by the drones, Lin Cheng assigned numbers to the 4 drones from Drone No. 1 was dispatched towards the western part of the city, which was the area with the most severe devastation. Almost all the buildings had collapsed. Even if 1 or 2 still stood, they were in a dilapidated state. After searching for half a day in the western area, Drone No. 1 detected no signs of life. Lin Cheng's heart sank. The situation outside was more serious than he had imagined. If he remembered correctly, the western area was the closest to the shelter. If even the outskirts were in such ruins, one could only imagine the dire conditions of the shelter, where a large number of people were gathered. Drone No. 2 was sent to the eastern part of the city, and compared to the devastation in the west, the destruction in the east was relatively lighter. Through the drone's high-definition camera, Lin Cheng could vaguely see signs of activity, but he chose not to observe from a close distance, instead watching from afar. The only surprising thing for Lin Cheng was that on top of a tall building, it seemed someone had noticed Drone No. 2. It was a middle-aged man who appeared to be slightly overweight, who picked up a pure white t-shirt and wrote a large SOS on it with ink. Lin Cheng could only helplessly control Drone No. 2 to fly away. All he could do now was to ensure his own safety. Protecting himself and his family already left him with insufficient energy, and to think about protecting others was simply beyond his capability. The current shelter was indeed large enough, but the scarcity of resources remained the greatest challenge. In the northern area, where Drone No. 3 was sent, a bloody reckoning was taking place, as it seemed a makeshift shelter had been discovered by alien creatures. Dozens of people were frantically running about, but without exception they were all surrounded by a few wolf-like creatures. The scene was bloodied and hard to watch. The only good news came from Drone No. 4, which was sent to the southern area of the city. It appeared unusually calm, seemingly unaffected by the Great Reckoning. There were no visible bloodstains on the ground, indicating that all the residents living here had likely gone to the shelter in the western area. With no humans active in this area, it naturally wouldn't attract too many alien creatures. Lin Cheng instructed the other 3 drones to return to the shelter for the time being, while he focused on controlling Drone No. 4 to lower its flight altitude, getting closer to the ground to search for supplies. Some smaller supermarkets had basically been looted clean, with all the shelves empty. Even the spice section had nothing. Such small-scale supermarkets and convenience stores were probably emptied before the Great Reckoning began, so Lin Cheng turned his attention to several larger shopping malls. These malls housed many dining establishments, and perhaps he could find some ingredients among them. Since the Great Reckoning had only recently begun, even with power and water shut off, and no preservation measures, the ingredients stored in the stores should not have spoiled too much. In addition to these dining establishments, there were also supermarkets in the mall. The warehouses of large supermarkets wouldn't be so easily emptied, so it was worth taking a chance inside. No matter how much he could find to bring back, even the smallest catch was still a gain. The mall's main entrance was tightly locked, and trying to open it through regular means was obviously a pipe dream. Fortunately, the drone had a certain degree of destructive capability, and its quality was tough enough, though being a product of the system, it was undoubtedly a premium item. After circling around the area to confirm that no other alien creatures were lurking nearby, Lin Cheng directly controlled Drone No. 4 to crash through the glass doors of the mall. Bang! After a loud crash, the sound of shattering glass reached his ears, and the shattered glass shards fell around like rain. The mall's power had long been cut off, but the drone with night vision capabilities moved through effortlessly. The first floor had various jewelry and mobile phone stores which held no search value, so he skipped them. After searching the second floor, it was mostly shops selling clothes and shoes, although there were 1 or 2 restaurants. After searching the third floor, he found some thawed meat in the storage room of a hot pot restaurant. From the appearance alone, it is difficult to discern whether the raw meat has already spoiled. Initially, Lin Cheng thought this was just a small portion of food, but further exploration revealed that there was a considerable amount of ingredients still in the cold storage of this hot pot restaurant, yet to be transported away. Lin Cheng quickly pinpointed the location of this hot pot restaurant on the map, and the unmanned reconnaissance drone could bring back some ingredients. However, due to the relatively small size of the drone, the amount it could transport at one time was quite limited, so it could only bring back as much as possible. At least 10 more trips would be needed to fully transport the contents of this cold storage. Lin Cheng selected some pieces of raw meat that appeared to be in decent condition, bringing back a batch of ingredients to assess the situation. If the food had spoiled, there would be no need to continue transporting it. However, the No. 4 reconnaissance drone unexpectedly lost signal without warning. When the screen from the drone suddenly turned pitch black, Lin Cheng, who had been filled with anticipation, was taken aback. Just a moment ago, he seemed to have seen a shadow dart past the side of the drone. By slowing down the last footage from the drone to 10 times its normal speed, Lin Cheng could vaguely see a bizarre bird-like creature rushing towards the drone. In an instant, the reconnaissance drone had already lost the ability to transmit images. The speed of that creature was astonishing. Lin Cheng sighed. Quietly, it seemed that his hopes of improving the meal today would have to be dashed. He began to jot down notes in his notebook, recording the type of bizarre creature he had just encountered. Based on his past memories and the observations made by the drone, Lin Cheng compiled a summary. To win 100 battles, one must know oneself and know the enemy. To defeat these bizarre creatures with a mortal body, one must understand their characteristics and weaknesses. Wolf-like monsters lurk during the day and are active at night. Their sense of smell is keen, and they possess great destructive power. Their only drawback is poor eyesight. Bird-like monsters have a completely opposite routine to wolf-like monsters. They are active during the day and hide at night, with varying sizes and extremely fast movement speeds. Their drawback is that their attack methods are singular, and their destructive power is nowhere near as exaggerated as that of the wolf-like creatures. In addition, there are various other monsters of different sizes, but these creatures do not resemble any specific animal, making it impossible to accurately describe them. Some bizarre creatures are completely irregular in shape, with various twisted limbs combined together, hardly qualifying as living beings. The only good news is that so far all the bizarre creatures encountered are classified as level 5 threats. Lin Cheng had also identified the positions of the bizarre creatures near the shelter using the reconnaissance drone. These creatures seem to be concentrated in 3 locations. 3 mini self-destructing trucks were dispatched to these 3 locations. The power generated by these mini trucks was sufficient to completely annihilate the bizarre creatures in those areas. With 3 thunderous explosions and clouds of smoke, all the bizarre creatures within the explosion range were obliterated. Ding! Successfully killed a bizarre creature. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward shelter experience 5. Ding! Successfully killed a bizarre creature. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward shelter experience 5. Ding! Successfully killed a bizarre creature. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward shelter experience 5. The system notification for successfully killing bizarre creatures rang in Lin Cheng's ears a total of 80 times. Just from killing bizarre creatures, he earned 400 points of experience. If he hadn't previously spent 100 points of experience to build a shooting training room, the shelter's level would have already increased. After clearing the nearby threats to the shelter, Lin Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least he no longer had to worry about being woken up in the middle of the night by these bizarre creatures knocking on the door. Moreover, he could now prioritize the plan for planting farmland, as there was an adequate water source for irrigation, and some fertilizer had been previously stored, albeit in limited quantity. As for why he didn't store more fertilizer, the reason was simple: vegetables grown with organic fertilizer tend to be healthier, and the source of organic fertilizer need not be elaborated. In summary, this is about recycling waste, transforming resources they cannot use into usable resources through another method. The first wave of the grand cleansing monster tide has basically stabilized. In the coming period, they can take advantage of the vacuum period to go out and search for supplies. Even if there are a few stragglers, the attacking power and lethality of firearms are sufficient to kill them. Level 5 threat bizarre creatures are not to be feared as long as their numbers are not large. Aside from these unimplemented plans, there is one thing that has been weighing on Lin Cheng's mind. Previously, 2 individuals had stumbled close to the shelter, nearly exposing its location. Now that the shelter has constructed above-ground buildings, if no protective measures are taken nearby, it could be troublesome if some lucky individuals happen to wander close. Even if they can't enter the shelter, lingering outside will eventually draw the attention of bizarre creatures. If luck runs out, and they attract some level 4 threats, or even level 3 threats, or higher, Lin Cheng dared not think about the consequences. Level 4 threat bizarre creatures already exhibit some intelligence, let alone level 3 bizarre creatures, which could exhibit behaviors like waiting for their prey. He cannot guarantee that he will never leave the shelter for the rest of his life. Concerned for his own life, Lin Cheng had to start planning again, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. Today, while observing the outside world with the reconnaissance drone, he saw many disassembled electric fences built by the authorities around the shelter. These fences may not be effective against monsters, but they are certainly sufficient to deter humans from approaching. Lin Cheng slapped his thigh and immediately decided on the next plan. Tomorrow morning, he would drive to the shelter in the western part of the city, taking advantage of the vacuum period of the first wave of monster cleansing to collect some electric fences and supplies. Of course, in addition to searching for electric fences and supplies, he must also find some generators. These generators would serve as backup power sources. If the solar panels encountered any issues, the generators could serve as substitutes. Moreover, the weak electricity generated by the solar panels is insufficient to support the large area of the. He couldn't just surround the main entrance. At the very least, he needed to encircle the entrance with an electric fence. As for the farming, that could be left to his parents. When it came to planting techniques and knowledge, Lin's father and mother had far more experience than Lin Cheng. Everything was already sorted out. There was no conversation throughout the night. The next morning, Lin Cheng discussed his plans with his parents. However, he didn't mention that he intended to head to the western part of the city, only saying that he would wander around the vicinity of the shelter. He briefly explained the farming matters. Lin Cheng repeatedly reminded them not to stray too far from the shelter, and that the 2 of them shouldn't be busy at the same time. One person needed to keep watch. Otherwise, when danger truly approached, the feeble human capacity would be insufficient to resist it. Seeing that they had tasks to do made Lin's father and mother very happy. As long as they weren't suddenly ambushed by alien creatures, given their training results in the shooting range, dealing with typical level 5 threats posed by alien creatures should be no problem for the couple. Thanks to the reconnaissance drone that scouted the route yesterday, Lin Cheng was well aware of the road conditions in the west. He skillfully avoided various traffic-jammed roads and drove straight to the shelter set up by the authorities without any hindrance. The private car Lin Cheng drove could only carry a limited number of electric fences. If he made multiple trips, it would only increase the time cost unnecessarily. Moreover, the cargo capacity of such a private sedan was not substantial, and luckily there were many vehicles nearby that appeared to be in good condition. Lin Cheng planned to take a chance and see if he could find a truck that was still operational. After wandering around, he didn't find a truck, but did come across a black pickup. The pickup's cab was completely empty, and even the car keys were still untouched on the dashboard. The cargo bed contained some unimportant items consisting of useless plastic cups and tea sets, which Lin Sheng directly tossed out. While it is good to have the habit of stockpiling supplies, carrying too many unnecessary items would only become a burden. The pickup's cargo bed was much larger than the trunk of his sedan. After picking through the area for a while, he rolled up some electric fences that weren't severely damaged and placed them in the cargo bed. Lin Sheng then shifted his gaze to a distant supermarket. The front door of this supermarket had already been pried open, and it was likely that everything of value had been cleared out. But since he was already there, he thought it was worth a shot, hoping for any unexpected gains. However, this time Lady Luck did not smile upon Lin Sheng. After about 10 minutes, Lin Sheng walked out of the supermarket empty-handed. In this supermarket's warehouse, there were no survival resources, not even a spider web. It was likely that even a rat would leave in tears. But when one door closes, another opens. Shortly after leaving the supermarket, Lin Sheng surprisingly discovered a convenience store with a tightly locked door. This convenience store was in a very remote location and was clearly a privately owned tobacco shop, as chain convenience stores would not open in such obscure corners. Moreover, the entrance was pitifully small. Unless one looked closely, they wouldn't even know it was a store. It was precisely because of this that it had avoided a wave of looting. He picked up a larger piece of rubble nearby and struck the door lock with force, but the lock didn't budge. Instead, the recoil between the lock and the stone left Lin Sheng's wrist feeling a bit numb. Hiss! This lock is of really good quality, Lin Sheng muttered to himself, then took out his Glock 18 and fired a shot at the door lock. The bullet easily shattered the lock. After pushing open the convenience store's door, Lin Sheng sighed, in relief, a smile of satisfaction appearing on his face. This convenience store had not been looted. Some cigarettes were neatly arranged on the counter, and in the corner there were piles of common food and snacks. This convenience store wasn't large, but though it was small, it had everything one could need. From cigarettes and alcohol to snacks and drinks, almost everything was there except for staple grains. Due to its small size, the storage room for reserve goods was located in the bedroom, used by the owner for living. While rummaging through, he also found a cabinet containing loose change. As for this money, Lin Sheng didn't have the slightest desire for it. When the Great Reckoning began, the value system of currency had already collapsed. Now taking this money out was less useful than a roll of paper. Money could be left aside, but he couldn't afford to miss out on it. Fortunately, there was still some space left in the pickup's cargo bed, just enough to bring back these cigarettes, alcohol, snacks, and drinks. After returning to the shelter, Lin Sheng's parents were still outside busy planting the farmland. When they saw Lin Sheng driving a pickup approaching from afar, the couple was quite startled, thinking he was a bad guy. It wasn't until Lin Sheng got out of the vehicle that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. "You child, why did you run so far all by yourself again? You know what the outside world is like. You're more aware than we are. If you run that far alone again, I won't let you off lightly." Lin's father and mother were both unusually stern while scolding Lin Sheng. This was one of the few reprimands they had given him throughout his life. Although their words carried a sense of reproach, ultimately it was because they were worried about Lin Sheng encountering any danger outside. What appeared to be reprimand was in fact concern. Lin Sheng chuckled and said, "Don't be in such a hurry to scold me. Take a look at what I've brought back from outside." When Lin Sheng unloaded all the electric fences from the pickup's cargo bed, the cigarettes, alcohol, snacks, and drinks in the corners of the cargo bed were all revealed to his parents. Lin's father's eyes lit up. As a longtime smoker for 2 to 3 decades, seeing such a large quantity of cigarettes after the Great Reckoning naturally thrilled him immensely. At the discovery of these cigarettes, Lin Sheng was also quite excited, as he understood very well that these items, which were often seen in daily life, had become luxury goods after the Great Reckoning. Moreover, cigarettes and alcohol have a long shelf life, making them hard currency among hard currencies. During times of cigarette scarcity, even half a cigarette could be exchanged for plenty of food and water. Lin Sheng had successfully brought back 2 boxes of cigarettes today. If those old smokers who couldn't survive without cigarettes saw this, they would likely go crazy and storm into the shelter. However, Lin's mother didn't seem as happy because she never truly wished for Lin's father to smoke. The only flaw was the inability to find a suitable generator. Although these power grids could be set up, the current electricity supply in the shelter was evidently insufficient. "Dad, do you know where I can find a generator?" Lin's father was hurriedly tearing open a pack of cigarettes, taking one out to smoke the long-lost scent of tobacco, easing his tense mood. "Generators. Our unit might still have a few, but why do you need those generators?" Lin Sheng pointed to the power grid on the ground. "Dad, don't you remember that 2 people almost found our shelter some time ago? Now that there is a surface building in the shelter, if we don't take some protective measures for the main entrance, I'm worried that some people might have their eyes on our shelter." Upon mentioning this issue, Lin's father also began to take it seriously. "You are right, this problem indeed needs, but our unit isn't close and it's in the city. With monsters rampant outside, going there now might not be wise, right?" Lin Sheng chuckled in disbelief. "When I went out today to look for these things, I found that those monsters had disappeared. Moreover, I encountered an expert who told me that these monsters shouldn't emerge in large numbers for a while. Even if we do encounter 1 or 2 with our shooting skills, can we not handle them?" In reality, there was no expert. This was just a fabrication by Lin Sheng, meant to make his future knowledge seem more reasonable. Lin's father laughed heartily, a confident smile on his face. Your dad's shooting skills can hit the mark from 100 paces. Lin's mother, unable to resist, interjected. Yes, your 100 paces accuracy turned my target into. Although you shot accurately right in the bullseye, that wasn't your target. Upon hearing this, Lin's father immediately flushed. If I can't hit my target, it's still a target. As long as I hit the bullseye, it means my shooting is accurate. That's just nonsense. With your kind of aim, if we need to use a gun outside, I wouldn't dare let you shoot at will. Watching the bickering of the old couple, Lin Cheng didn't find it noisy at all, though instead he felt a warmth. This scene was one he wished he could see for a lifetime. Xiao Cheng, when do you plan to go to the unit to find the generator? Lin Cheng pondered for a moment, then looked up at the increasingly darkening sky. Tomorrow. We'll set out early in the morning. It's getting late now. By nightfall, visibility will be poor. If we encounter those monsters, it might not be easy to handle. Lin's father nodded in agreement. Going out late at night, indeed, wasn't a good idea, so it was better to stay in the shelter. Although these power grids couldn't be electrified, they at least needed to be set up first. Lin's mother stood nearby, looking out into the distance, keeping watch for any potential dangers. After the father and son worked hard for half a day looking at the assembled power grid, Lin Cheng felt that the shelter seemed much safer now. After moving the cigarettes, liquor, and snacks into the shelter, he triggered the system notification sound once again. Ding! Survival supplies in the shelter increased. Jiang Dubai liquor 2 boxes awarded 20 experience. Ding! Survival supplies in the shelter increased. Huazi cigarettes 3 boxes awarded 30 experience. Ding! Survival supplies in the shelter increased. Cola 3 boxes awarded 30 experience points. Ding! Survival supplies in the shelter increased. Unknown snacks 2 awarded 20 experience points. The total experience points awarded from all the supplies added up to exactly 100, and at that moment the shelter reached level 4. Ding! Shelter level upgraded. Current shelter level 4. Ding! A medium-sized weapon research base has unlocked 5 new weapons. Ding! The shelter has unlocked 2 types of buildable facilities. Current shelter level 4. Shelter area 1600 square meters. Shelter facilities 4 centimeters, thick nuclear explosion grade walls, small mineral extraction research institute, medium-sized weapon research base. Experience needed for the next level 02000. Ding! Detecting that the lateral scale of the shelter has reached 800 square meters, would the host like to continue lateral expansion of the shelter? Lin Cheng decisively chose no. The current width of the lateral shelter was already sufficiently large. If he continued to expand, it would feel empty inside without enough items to fill it. It would be better to temporarily dig downwards, developing both laterally and vertically to ensure the shelter's structure remains stable. The 2 newly unlocked buildable facilities were the life perception device and the vehicle factory. Unfortunately, he currently lacked the experience points to unlock them. As for the 5 new weapons unlocked in the medium-sized weapon research base, Lin Cheng was quite interested. The unmanned reconnaissance drone had 2 new branches. One was the unmanned fighter, and the other was the unmanned self-destructing machine. As the name implies, the unmanned fighter possesses certain combat capabilities and can be remotely operated to fire. The unmanned self-destructing machine and the mini self-destructing truck share similarities, both inflicting damage through self-detonation. The greatest advantage of the unmanned self-destructing machine is that it can bomb the target from any angle, making it much more flexible than the mini self-destructing truck. Additionally, 3 new pieces of equipment were added: a Gatling machine gun, sticky remote-controlled C4, and an infrared detection helmet. Each piece of equipment represents a significant upgrade for the current stage of the shelter. Lin Cheng lay contentedly on the large bed in his room. Having once been aimless, he now had a clear plan for the task. Xiao Cheng, turn right at the intersection ahead, and when you see a red signboard, turn left again. It's right there. Following Lin father's directions, Lin Cheng quickly found his father's workplace. The gate of the unit was tightly locked, and Lin father didn't have a key, leaving him hesitant in front of the door. After all, this was a place where he used to work. Now having to break in himself made Lin father feel a pang of reluctance. However, he didn't hesitate for too long. Now was the end of the world, and if he remained too weak, he would become a burden to survive. Just as Lin father was about to forcibly smash open the lock, a voice came from behind him, stopping him. Old Lin, you're okay. That's great. Lin Cheng turned toward the voice and saw it was his father's former colleague. If he remembered correctly, this person was named Li. However, Li Kai now looked quite disheveled, his hair greasy and his clothes stained with numerous smudges. Lin father was also quite shocked. How did his once friend end up in such a state? What happened to you? Li Kai sighed, a hint of despair appearing on his face. 3 days ago, a few monsters suddenly burst into my house's basement and my wife and child. Had I not gone out to search for supplies at that time, I surely would have met the same fate. Lin father fell silent for a long while. The world had no true empathy. Without experiencing another's suffering, one should not advise kindness toward others. For a moment, he didn't know how to comfort this friend. Having thought of a multitude of comforting words, they turned into just 2. Take care. Once a person dies, they cannot come back. You must strive to live on, carrying your wife and child's wishes with you. Li Kai nodded. What are you doing here? Upon mentioning this, Lin father suddenly grew tense. Lin Cheng had repeatedly instructed him before they set off. No matter who asked about the shelter, they must not say a word. Not even for the closest friends. I came with my child to check the unit hoping to find something useful. We don't have much food. What about you? What are you here for? Li Kai shook his head. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do. I just heard some commotion outside, and seeing everyone come out I wanted to get some fresh air. Li Kai pointed at the stone Lin father intended to use to pry the door lock. Do you need my help? No need, you go do your thing. Li Kai nodded, but lingered, his gaze drifting toward the unit. Lin father, having lived for half a lifetime, could tell that Li Kai also wanted to enter the unit to search for something. Well, after all, this unit wasn't just his, whoever found something could take it. Lin Sheng did not enter, but stayed outside to guard the vehicle. In the apocalypse, a good vehicle was indispensable. His pickup truck had already attracted the attention of many. From the moment he parked it by the roadside, numerous shady-looking individuals had been covertly glancing towards it. Lin Sheng had no doubt that as soon as he left, some individuals with ill intentions would attempt to steal the pickup truck. Even if they couldn't steal it, they probably wouldn't leave it unscathed. In the apocalypse, the evil nature of humanity would reveal itself without restraint. As for Lin father's safety, Lin Sheng didn't need to worry at all. His father was very alert now, especially with a gun in hand. Li Kai's behavior was certainly suspicious, but he had to trust his father. After all, there wouldn't be any conflict of interest between his father and his former colleague. They didn't need food. All they wanted was a functioning generator. Time passed second by second. However, Lin father still hadn't come out. Just as Lin Sheng was anxiously considering removing the car key to go check, Lin father walked out from the unit's gate. Moreover, he was pushing out a generator that looked to be in good condition. Lin Sheng let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing had gone wrong. He hurriedly got out of the car to assist Lin father in loading the generator onto the vehicle. The generator was quite heavy. The father and son struggled greatly before successfully getting the generator into the pickup truck's cargo bed. Most of the generators inside are malfunctioning. This one looks a bit newer. There are a couple of others that can be used, but to be honest, they are completely worthless. I estimate it won't last long before breaking down. Now that maintenance tools are scarce and there are no repair materials, if it really breaks, it will be tough to handle. Lin father shook his head helplessly. Otherwise he wouldn't have spent so long inside just to find this one. Lin Sheng had unconditionally trusted his father. After all, this was his blood relative. If he didn't trust him, who else could he trust? Moreover, his father had been an electrician for so many years, and he certainly understood electrical knowledge better than Lin. Xiaocheng, don't we have a few bottles of mineral water in the car? Lin father suddenly said with some seriousness. I've never asked you for anything, but this time I hope you can consider it. Your Uncle Li was my best friend in the past. Although we are in chaotic times and shouldn't have such emotions of pity, seeing your Uncle Li's current state, I truly cannot bear it. Before this disaster struck, your Uncle Li had a very happy family. His virtuous wife and lovely daughter were all, but now, only your Uncle Li remains of the three of them. I saw his lips were pale inside. He must not have had water. Lin Sheng would certainly not refuse this request. After all, human hearts are not made of iron. Years of friendship couldn't just be severed. Moreover, the water carried in the car couldn't be considered pure mineral water. To be precise, it was well water. Before setting off, Lin Sheng worried that they might be delayed on the road or encounter other situations, so he filled some empty mineral water bottles with well water. So even if he gave all this well water in the car to Li Kai, it wouldn't matter. Now we have a total of 6 bottles of water in the car. Let's do this. We'll each keep 1 bottle, and the remaining 4 bottles will be given to Uncle Li. Lin Sheng took out 4 bottles of water from the storage compartment under the seat and handed them to Lin father. Lin Sheng felt a great sense of joy towards Lin Fu's behavior. Although he would soften his heart, he would never be overly compassionate. He would offer help to others only if his own safety was guaranteed. Having reached this point, Lin Fu had already qualified to survive in the apocalypse. However, their action of taking out bottled water was also seen by those lurking in the shadows, harboring ill intentions towards the black pickup. Several shadowy figures darted back and forth not far away, quickly gathering together and heading towards the pickup. Just as the father and son were ready to return to the shelter, 5 middle-aged men appearing to be in their 40s or 50s emerged from somewhere. These individuals looked to be of similar age to Lin Fu, but judging by the malicious expressions on their faces, they seemed to come with bad intentions. This vehicle, I have taken a liking to it. If you want to live, then quickly step aside and hand over all the supplies you have on you. The leader of the group had a scar across his face, which looked like it hadn't completely scabbed over yet, indicating it was a supplies. Stop playing dumb. I saw you take out a few bottles of water from under your seat just now. Since you have so many supplies, why not share some with us? After the scarred man finished speaking, he lifted the steel pipe in his hand, which still bore traces of blood, indicating that this group had likely robbed supplies before. Robbing supplies was a common occurrence during the Great Reckoning. After all, resources were limited, and some people, having set out late, missed out on the supplies they wanted. Now there were no rules to restrain these individuals. Everyone had but one goal: to survive amidst this Great Reckoning. Thus it was inevitable that some would resort to violent means to obtain what they desired. Compared to this group, Lin Sheng had even encountered more ruthless individuals who, upon meeting, would skip the pleasantries and directly resort to robbery. Anyone who dared resist would be beaten as a warning. There was a possibility of encountering some hard fighters who would resist. Even those robbing could be counterattacked, but aside from the onlookers who would merely applaud, no one would intervene. These vicious criminals would receive no pity. There must be something despicable about them. Lin Fu was so enraged that he trembled. Having lived an honest life, it was the first time he had been robbed. Did you hear that? Stop dawdling. If you don't want to move, then we will take matters into our own hands. The scarred man waved his hand, and several of his subordinates rushed forward, intending to force open the pickup's door. Lin Cheng expressionlessly pulled a gun from his pocket and fired a shot into the sky. Bang! The deafening gunshots startled the middle-aged men who were about to act, causing them to kneel on the ground, dropping the gunshot not only intimidated those attempting to rob the pickup, but also completely extinguished the restless intentions of those hiding in the shadows. Those lurking in the shadows who had not yet acted secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thankful they hadn't emerged. Otherwise, encountering such a steel wall would have been difficult to handle. The scarred man was also somewhat dazed. He did not expect these two seemingly honest individuals to be armed. Lin Cheng then aimed the gun at the scarred man. I don't care if you rob others, but do not set your sights on me. Gulp. The scarred man swallowed hard. Having robbed so many people, it was his first encounter with someone armed. Please, don't shoot. Hand over the things you've stolen. The scarred man was slightly taken aback. They had come out to rob, but unexpectedly they were being robbed in return. Brother, we don't have much supplies among us. If we give you everything, how will we survive? How you survive is none of my concern. Did you ever consider others' needs when you robbed them? Lin Cheng was too lazy to waste words with these people and had no intention of pitying this group. If he hadn't had a gun, all the supplies on him, including the pickup, would have surely been taken by the scarred man. I will count to 3. If no one moves by the end of the countdown, you can forget about your life. The scarred man gritted his teeth and signaled for the few subordinates intending to rob the pickup to leave. Stop. Where do you think you're going? You wanted supplies, right? We'll go back and get them for you. The scarred man said through gritted teeth, as the situation had exceeded his expectations. You stay and the others go get the supplies. A playful expression appeared on Lin Cheng's face. Now is the time to test the bond between you and your brothers. If they don't return in 5 minutes, they'll give you a bullet as a parting gift and end this catastrophic nightmare for you. A fleeting panic appeared in the scarred man's eyes. He understood all too well what these so-called good brothers could do. If abandoning him could secure supplies and prevent these two from robbing them, those good brothers would undoubtedly leave him behind without hesitation. You can't do this. What can I do? Lin Cheng scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Those who rob others will always be robbed in return. You allow yourselves to rob others, but don't permit others to rob you. Boss, just wait for us here. Once we get the supplies, we'll come back to rescue you. The scarred man's face showed signs of losing composure, but he couldn't defend Lin Cheng, and his unreliable brothers put him in a dilemma. The scene fell into silence where even the sound of a needle dropping could be clearly heard. The scarred man's hesitation left Lin Cheng pondering how to punish this group of lawbreakers. Erase the deal. Besides handing over your supplies, you have another choice. Throw your weapons into the cargo box at the back, and I can spare your lives. Lin Cheng pointed at the steel pipes lying on the ground, which were their preferred weapons. To save the supplies, the scarred man gritted his teeth and decided to hand over all the weapons. As the steel pipes were placed into the cargo box of the black pickup, a cruel smile appeared on Lin Cheng's face. These few individuals had often used their numerical advantage to oppress nearby survivors. Now that they were unarmed, those survivors they had previously robbed would surely not let them off easily. As for whether they would live or die in the future, it had nothing to do with Lin Cheng. The steel pipes stored in the cargo box were of no use to Lin Cheng. He merely wished to prevent these people from touching these weapons again. The reason he didn't demand supplies anymore was that this group had no intention of genuinely handing over the supplies to him. Moreover, the time wasted here could be used to find more supplies. Why waste so much time over trivial gains? As long as these people learned their lesson, that was enough. Shortly after Lin Cheng drove away, the scar-faced man and his few lackeys were surrounded by a group of survivors. The survivors immediately attacked, punching and kicking, even trying to extract the location of the supplies from the scar-faced man's mouth. Those survivors without survival supplies were not like Lin Cheng, who had no worries about survival supplies. They were not interested in the supplies robbed by the scar-faced man. Almost every strike was lethal. The scar-faced man was beaten until he was bleeding, and the few lackeys around him looked equally miserable, bearing serious injuries. Some unfortunate souls even had their arms broken. In such a resource-scarce environment, being injured was certainly not a good thing. Dad, next time if someone robs you again, just impose some punishment according to the situation. If you find them unsatisfactory, show off your training results. It's all because of survival. As long as he doesn't actively seek trouble with us, we don't need to stop other behaviors. Lin Cheng nodded in agreement. One of the survival rules he had concluded from his previous life was to avoid meddling in matters that did not concern him. What do you plan to do with those steel pipes? Dad glanced at the cargo box of the pickup through the rearview mirror where a few steel pipes lay. Of course I'm going to throw them away. Such primitive weapons are simply inadequate to combat alien creatures. They can only be used against humans. Lin Cheng had no interest in these steel pipes. They were as useless as a chicken rib. He did not need them for fighting humans, and they were completely ineffective against alien creatures. Don't be so hasty to throw them away. Give them to me, they can help alleviate boredom when we are at the shelter. Although unsure of what Dad wanted to do with the pipes, Lin Cheng would not refuse such a small request. Since Dad wanted them, he would give them to him. After returning to the shelter, it was time for Dad's performance. With his tinkering, the generators began to operate normally. Naturally, the nearby power grid was also restored. The problem he was most worried about had been resolved. However, he hadn't celebrated for too long. The system issued a new warning. Ding! Today marks the 7th day of the Great Disaster. Starting today, the temperature difference between day and night will begin to increase. Ding! Cold wave warning starting from the 10th, the entire world will face a severe cold wave lasting for 30 days. Upon hearing this cold wave warning, Lin Cheng felt a surge of tension. The timing was exactly the same as in his previous life. This cold wave would last until the 40th day of the Great Reckoning. The so-called increase in temperature difference between day and night was trivial compared to this powerful cold wave. This cold wave would eliminate more than half of the survivors. When the cold wave arrives, the minimum temperature could drop to minus 100 degrees Celsius or even lower. At its most extreme, standing in the cold wave for just a few minutes could freeze someone into an ice sculpture. To survive this cold wave, relying solely on clothing for warmth would not be enough. Coal or charcoal that could burn would also be necessary. For those survivors outside, the most deadly threat was not just the cold wave, but also the alien creatures that frequent. It should be noted that these alien creatures would stage an uprising every 15 days, and those who survived the second wave might not survive the third. It seemed that tomorrow he would have to go out again. The shelter was spacious, and it was clearly unrealistic to warm. He could only choose one room specifically for temporary heating. It was impossible to burn directly on the ground, as he had to consider air circulation and carbon monoxide levels. If carbon monoxide poisoning occurred inside, it would be troublesome. When Lin Cheng's father learned that Lin Cheng would go out again tomorrow, he expressed his desire to join him. After all, staying in the shelter for too long was too boring. Lin Cheng's mother, however, was reluctant to go and thought it was best for someone to stay back at the shelter. Worried about his mother's boredom, Lin Cheng decided to teach her how to operate the drone so that she could observe the outside world while staying at home. Being able to safely see the outside world made Lin Cheng's mother very willing to learn how to use it. Mom, I need to remind you of one thing. While using the drone, if you see monsters or other people nearby and they notice the drone, do not let the drone return to the shelter to prevent others from discovering its existence. Lin Cheng's mother nodded with a smile, saying, "Don't worry, Mom may not be particularly smart, but I can understand such a simple matter. You and Dad can feel free to go out. I will use this drone to keep an eye on the situation around you." Lin Cheng's father quietly approached behind the mother and son, holding a bottle of liquor. "Honey, tomorrow when you use this thing, see if there's anything you want and let us know. I'll bring it back from outside." Lin Cheng's mother glanced at the bottle in his father's hand and immediately saw through his thoughts. "I know your little tricks. Are you thinking of drinking again?" Lin Cheng's father's little scheme was exposed, but he wasn't embarrassed. Instead, he nodded honestly. "I won't drink too much, after all we have to go out tomorrow." "Then drink less and save some. Once this is gone, there won't be any next time. Don't worry, I will definitely control." Lin Cheng's father, having received his wife's permission, was as happy as a child who had just received candy. Watching the warm interaction between his parents, Lin Cheng quietly clenched his fists, determined to protect them in this apocalyptic world and also to protect himself. That night, the family of three could distinctly feel the temperature dropping, and it was not a slight drop. Looking up at the indoor thermometer hanging on the wall, it had surprisingly plummeted to over minus 20 degrees. Fortunately, before entering the shelter, Lin Cheng had prepared some warm clothing and thick blankets, or otherwise they would surely catch a cold from the freezing night. Having endured a difficult night, the 8th day of the Great Reckoning had arrived. To ensure they secured first-hand supplies, Lin Cheng and his father set out early in the morning, bundled up in thick cotton coats that made them look like a pair of plump penguins from a distance. As they stepped out of the house, the cold wind felt piercing, but by the time they reached the city, they were already sweating profusely. The drastic temperature difference between day and night had fully manifested. The father and son had no choice but to remove their thick coats and stash them under the seats of the pickup. They chose not to put them in the truck bed for fear that while they were off gathering supplies, someone might take advantage of the opportunity. The main targets for today's collection were the heater and the coal and charcoal for burning. Besides these essentials, if they could find any survival supplies, they would take those as well. However, after the previous 2 days of scavenging, it was highly likely that the survivors in the city had already cleaned out all the supplies. Thus, Lin Cheng did not hold out much hope. His mother was in the shelter controlling the drone to follow the father and son. Seeing the devastated scenes along the way, Lin Cheng's mother felt somewhat uncomfortable. As a true local, it was strange for her not to feel distressed upon witnessing her longtime home city in such ruin. In a sense, this was the first outing together for the family of three after the Great Reckoning. Compared to the previous days, the number of survivors wandering the streets had significantly decreased. Perhaps it was due to yesterday's sudden drop in temperature. This conjecture was quickly validated, as many people could be seen tightly wrapped in tattered blankets in the alleyways. Some were even fighting over the ownership of a single blanket, and cold medicine had become a scarce resource. The majority of survivors were not found near the usual gathering shops, but were instead searching nearby pharmacies. Unfortunately, those survivalists with a strong sense of preservation had already emptied the pharmacies of their medicines, leaving nothing behind for them. Lin Cheng felt no pity for these people. The natural law of survival dictated that only the fittest would survive. The environment was constantly changing, and only those who could adapt would survive. Even if he intervened in their lives, he could only provide temporary relief, not a lasting solution. The sudden drop in temperature last night had prompted many survivors to start stockpiling charcoal and coal, so at the nearby coal yard numerous survivors were busy hauling coal out. Seeing this, Lin Cheng and his father immediately got out of the car, locked the windows and doors, and entered the coal yard to start transporting coal. Finding a heater was easy. If necessary, they could even make one themselves. But if they ran out of coal, even if they found a heater, there would be no fuel to keep warm. Lin Cheng hadn't done physical labor in a long time, but fortunately he had kept fit before the Great Reckoning, and after several trips, he was still able to keep up. The entire bed of the pickup was filled to the brim. Looking at their bountiful haul, the father and son exchanged proud smiles. But this was merely the beginning of their stockpiling. Relying on just one truckload of coal was clearly insufficient to safely weather the severe cold wave expected to last a month. They needed to make several more trips. For the entire morning, the father and son busied themselves transporting coal, trying to grab as much as they could. The coal in the yard was dwindling due to the frantic scavenging by nearby survivors. By the time Lin Cheng and his father made their last trip to the coal yard, the amount of coal left was insufficient to fill even half of their truck bed. Moreover, several individuals had even begun to eye the coal in their truck. The previous restraint in stealing was due to the ample amount of coal available. Now that there was no coal left in the yard and Lin Cheng's pickup was loaded with so much coal, they naturally became. Lin Cheng let out a cold sneer, drew the gun from his waist, and casually rested his hand holding the gun on the. Upon seeing the gun in his hand, the surrounding people quietly moved aside, beginning to consider other ways to gather combustible fuel. But a minor accident occurred this time. Lin Cheng keenly noticed that in some corners there were still a few people eyeing him with ill intent. These individuals looked very fierce and were clearly not to be trifled with. Even after noticing his gun, they still showed no signs of retreat, indicating that they likely had their own countermeasures or weapons of equal force. Could it be they also have guns? As Lin Cheng pondered this thought, he instantly grew anxious. Although ordinary citizens had no access to firearms, the shelters previously guarded by the military might have leftover weapons, and now that the army had been wiped out, those guns could very well have been picked up by nearby survivors for self-defense. Most people would likely not know how to use weapons, but there could be a few survivors with exceptional talent for firearms, or those who had undergone shooting training. Dad, be careful of those hiding behind the boxes. They might have guns in their hands. Lin Cheng's father immediately became tense. Although he knew how to use a gun, he had never confronted anyone directly. Bullets do not discriminate. If one misses and hits a vital spot, it could threaten their lives. Don't rush. Their hesitation to act means they still have concerns. Let's try to leave and see if they follow us. Lin Cheng and his father switched places. His father took the wheel, while he kept an eye on the situation behind them. As the black pickup roared to life, those people indeed began to move, and their actions were surprisingly coordinated and orderly, clearly indicating they had undergone professional training. This could be troublesome. Lin Cheng's heart sank. He had left in a rush and did not bring along any powerful weapons. Although he had a Glock 18 and a Desert Eagle on him, what if the other side had long guns? The terrain in front of the coal yard was open, and as soon as Lin's father stepped out of the door, he slammed the accelerator to the floor, causing the black pickup truck to accelerate sharply. If Lin Cheng hadn't buckled his seatbelt, he would have likely been thrown out of the window. Seeing the vehicle speed up, the pursuers behind them could no longer afford to maintain their disguise and rushed out from various intersections. However, this was a wide road, and it was evidently impossible to intercept a vehicle that had already increased its speed just by walking. Lin's father didn't slow down until they had driven quite a distance, and his forehead was already covered in fine beads of cold sweat. Xiao Cheng, those people outside just now. I don't know, but they definitely don't come with good intentions. Lin Cheng frowned tightly. He didn't want to provoke trouble unnecessarily, or why would an organization be targeting him? The group that had moved earlier was clearly lying in ambush there. If he hadn't reacted quickly at that moment, it could have been. We need to investigate this properly tonight. Since we have the drone, as long as we're careful, the other side shouldn't notice us. Lin's father's seemingly casual remark instantly reminded Lin Cheng. Right, we have the drone. Today his mother had been monitoring them with the drone. Perhaps it could capture some footage with clues. Lin Cheng had never been one to back down. If trouble sought him out, he would surely resolve it. Otherwise, what was the point? Given the situation, the father and son could no longer continue searching for supplies and had to temporarily return to the shelter. If they encountered the other party again in the city, Lin Cheng was not carrying any heavy weaponry. He understood the principle that 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. After returning to the shelter, Lin's mother approached him with a worried expression and scrutinized Lin Cheng. Xiao Cheng, are you okay? I saw several people with guns chasing you from behind. Are you hurt? Don't worry, Mom, I'm fine. What could happen to me and Dad in the car? Lin Chung patted his chest to assure her he was unharmed. Lin's father joked from the side, after having a son you've forgotten about your husband. You didn't even ask if I was hurt. That's not right. It should be that with me around our son won't get hurt. How could a father need his son to protect him? Once the couple finished their playful banter, Lin Chung quickly asked, Mom, did you see where those people came from? Where did they come from? Lin's mother furrowed her brows in thought, and soon had an answer. I saw them. It seems they came from that abandoned factory not far from the coal yard. But I'm not too sure. I only vaguely saw a few figures chasing you in that direction. Lin Chung nodded. Only as long as he knew a general location, he could use the drone for reconnaissance tonight. Lin Chung skipped dinner and rushed back to his room, taking control of the drone and flying it towards the coal yard. The drone had infrared night vision capabilities, allowing it to see clearly in the night. Although there were some differences from daytime visibility, it could minimize those differences to a very low degree. Surveying the surroundings along the direction of the coal yard, he indeed found the abandoned factory his mother mentioned. It was surrounded by barbed wire, which was naturally much sturdier than the shelter. However, through the drone's night vision function, he could clearly see several armed men patrolling near the barbed wire. This further confirmed Lin Cheng's suspicions. These people were indeed premeditated. The sound of the drone's blades was somewhat loud, but fortunately, it was still relatively discreet enough to allow him to overhear the conversations of these people, even from a distance. Hey, did you hear? Today, while the boss was at the coal yard transporting coal, he found that the coal inside had already been. Is that true? I thought we were the first to notice the temperature was dropping sharply. I didn't expect those scattered survivors to know about coal storage too. It's quite surprising. Let's not worry about that now. If we run out of coal, we definitely won't survive this winter. Didn't I hear that the boss took people to surround a pickup truck? That truck seemed to have a lot of coal in it. Not just a lot, your brother saw that truck make 4 or 5 trips back and forth in the coal yard. If we can get our hands on that guy's coal, we should be good for months. Doesn't that settle it? If we rob that guy, the brothers won't have to worry about freezing. It would be great if it works, but the driver is quite alert. The boss team was spotted before they even began their operation. The boss is really furious right now. It is said he will spare no effort to find that guy. Tisk tisk, you know the boss temperament. If he finds him. Don't say it, the one in front seems to be the boss. Yes, it really is him. Lin Chung adjusted the drone's direction, spotting a young man in a black trench coat walking. To ensure his presence remained concealed, Lin Chung flew the drone further away, trying his best to avoid detection. Boss, have there been any abnormalities during the night patrol? Not at the moment, but we will definitely strengthen the patrols. Good. We must pay extra attention to the patrols during this time. By the way, if you spot a black pickup, just detain the. No matter who it is, anyone driving a black pickup must not be let go. Understood. Lin Chung furrowed his brows even tighter. They had clearly identified their characteristics. Although he didn't remember the exact appearance of himself and his father, he knew that the black pickup could not easily be driven into the city again. At least he couldn't take that risk until he dealt with these people. As Lin Chung pondered how to deal with this trouble, a notification sound from the system rang in his ears. Ding. Detected an increase in shelter's winter supplies. Excellent coal, 20 tons. Ding. Reward obtained 500 points of shelter experience. Lin Cheng's eyes immediately lit up. With experience points, couldn't those unlocked weapons be used? The newly unlocked types of weapons can finally be crafted after activating them using experience points. As for the amount of refined iron needed, this is not a concern for Lin Chung. The refined iron he collected in the city is sufficient to sustain his extravagance for a while. Moreover, this cannot be considered wasteful, as it is merely to enhance the armed capabilities of the shelter. He first manufactured 10 unmanned combat drones, followed by 10 unmanned self-destructing drones. The advantage of unmanned combat drones is that they possess combat capability without requiring his direct involvement. While their attack attributes may be somewhat low against mutant creatures, they are certainly effective against humans. Furthermore, unmanned reconnaissance drones are not fixed weaponry. Their weapon attributes can be upgraded using experience points. For now, to conserve experience points, he has temporarily refrained from making upgrades, but when the time comes, Lin Chung will undoubtedly upgrade the unmanned combat drones without hesitation. The unmanned reconnaissance drones will continue to maintain their original position to keep track of the movements of these organization personnel. As for what their leader looks like, Lin Chung could only vaguely see his silhouette, although he could still recognize their voice. The urgent task is to quickly deploy these unmanned combat drones. Unlike unmanned reconnaissance drones, unmanned combat drones do not require single-handed control. As long as a target is set, the unmanned reconnaissance drones can clear the designated creatures in the vicinity. The types of creatures that can be designated are numerous, including, but not limited to, humans, animals, and mutant creatures. Even some larger plants can be targets for attack. This way he can save considerable energy and time, invisibly achieving his goals more efficiently. By the time the unmanned combat drones arrived at the abandoned factory, the patrols inside had already changed. After weighing his options, Lin Chung decided to eliminate these people first, as he would not be able to return to the city to search for supplies if they were not dealt with. There are still many supplies worth searching for in the city. After a while, everything inside will be taken away by the survivor. By that time, if he tries to return to the city, he will come back empty-handed. In this apocalypse, every bit of supply is extremely precious. He does not want to abandon so many supplies that could make his survival more comfortable because of the malicious intentions. If anyone is to be blamed, it can only be these greedy individuals who dared to plot against him. The 10 unmanned combat drones activated their automatic firing mode above the abandoned factory. As soon as they detected a nearby target, they would open fire indiscriminately. Waves of suppressive fire inflicted heavy casualties on the patrolling personnel, and cries for help echoed throughout the abandoned factory. Help! Enemy attack! There's an enemy attack! Lin Sheng had set these 10 unmanned combat drones around the perimeter of the abandoned factory, completely blocking all escape routes. Anyone attempting to leave the perimeter of the abandoned factory would be indiscriminately killed by the unmanned reconnaissance drones. Of course, the attack range set for the unmanned combat drones is for those entering the abandoned factory from the outside. They will not be considered attack targets. This also avoids the possibility of indiscriminate killings. He only targets those who harbor malicious intentions against him. As for the other survivors who have nothing to do with him, whatever they do is of no concern. The suppressive fire continued for 10 minutes, and currently there were no living targets moving within his line of sight. However, there should still be many hiding inside the abandoned factory. Considering the complex terrain inside the abandoned factory and the occasional gunfire echoing from within, it is clear that this group possesses some degree of armed strength. The unmanned combat drones entering the factory will be limited in distance and altitude, making it likely that they will be discovered or even destroyed by the enemy. Refined iron is also quite an important resource for him. He is not willing to waste it unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, the refined iron consumed by unmanned self-destructing drones is significantly less than that of unmanned combat drones. If the people inside the abandoned factory do not plan to come out, he can send in an unmanned self-destructing drone. With the explosive power generated at the moment of the unmanned self-destructing drone's explosion, it should easily destroy this small factory. Even if there are a few that barely escape the blast, they cannot evade the search of the unmanned combat drones in the sky. The detailed plan has been finalized, and the unmanned self-destructing drone has departed from the shelter, heading towards the abandoned factory. Just as it was flying towards the shelter, someone inside actually began to shout through a loudspeaker. "Friends outside, we don't know if there's a misunderstanding between us. Why are you intent on killing us? If you are willing, we can sit down and discuss it. You can propose any price that we can manage." Lin Sheng scoffed. Some people just don't shed tears until they see the coffin, waiting until others come to kill them before thinking of apologizing. If apologies were effective, what would be the need for the police? Moreover, their actions during the day were indeed shameful, not only trying to seize the coal on their pickup truck, but even attempting to take the black pickup as well. Still, the saying goes, those who rob will themselves be robbed. Although unmanned reconnaissance drones can relay some sounds, their volume is insufficient to transmit over such a distance to the interior of the abandoned factory. Lin Sheng had no intention of wasting time talking to these people. He needed to quickly eliminate them, and still had to go to the city tomorrow to gather some winter supplies. As long as these people are not dealt with, his black pickup will remain stuck outside the city. The cold wave lasts for a month. It's not that the weather will turn warm after that. It is still the depths of winter. Even if it weren't for the cold wave, he would still need to prepare for the winter ahead. The Great Reckoning period certainly isn't limited to just 1 month. It is always beneficial to stock up on more supplies, especially since the shelter has ample space. Leaving them there would only let them gather dust. Just the high-quality coal brought back from the coal yard today has already filled a small warehouse, but in this Great Reckoning, who would complain about having too many supplies at hand? The unmanned explosive drone slowly made its entrance, its delicate body camouflaged in the night, making it difficult to detect. Lin Sheng did not deploy too many drones. He sent only one. Although the sounds of shouting from within the abandoned factory still echoed, the expected outcome had to come. With a thunderous explosion, flames erupted from the factory, illuminating half the sky. Countless survivors hiding in the shadows turned their gazes toward the abandoned factory. This night was destined to be sleepless for some. The explosion had a vast impact. Even nearby trees were uprooted, and the iron fences constructed were flattened to the ground. The explosive power of the unmanned drone was unexpectedly immense, something Lin Sheng had not anticipated, but the greater the explosion, the better. After all, this was the weapon with the greatest destructive power he could currently control. Besides this, there was only the Gatling gun, but its heavy size made it unsuitable for mobility, only usable for defense. Having resolved his great worry, Lin Sheng felt a considerable sense of relief, but this incident also instilled a sense of crisis within him. This was already the second time he had been targeted. It seemed he would need to be more discreet when venturing out for supplies in the future. This black pickup truck could carry a lot of supplies, but it was also too conspicuous. Who wouldn't want a suitable vehicle in the apocalypse? In the following 3 days, Lin Sheng not only continued to stockpile various winter supplies, but also transported back a considerable amount of gasoline. Aside from coal, gasoline was the most important, as a car cannot provide power without fuel. A car that cannot move is as good as a metal box. It was better than a tin can. Since large oil drums would be inconvenient for transportation, Lin Sheng found some moderately sized barrels to bring back a few. After a rough estimate, it seemed he had several hundred liters of gasoline, enough for the black pickup to run for a long time. When needed in the future, he would have to continue searching for similar supplies in nearby cities. On the last day before the extreme cold wave hit, Lin Sheng and Lin's father encountered a little girl while searching for supplies. The little girl was holding a box of compressed biscuits, which appeared to be a full box, but contained only a few. Nearby, several strong men were trying every means to snatch the compressed biscuits from the little girl, but she seemed to possess boundless strength. Even two burly men working together could not pry her hand open. Others, growing impatient, were about to take action when Lin's father could not help but chuckle. Shouting, "Look at the girl, she is about your age, all alone, and if we don't help her, she might die from hunger." Dad knows that in the apocalypse one should not help others easily, but this girl. Lin Sheng turned to look. The little girl was indeed quite pretty, not extraordinarily beautiful, but her chubby egg-shaped face made her exceptionally cute. Her skin was fair and tender, and her facial features combined to make her a true beauty. The deciding factor for Lin Sheng to save her was the medical attire she wore. From the words and symbols on it, it seemed to be from a central hospital. In the apocalypse, having a doctor around would significantly reduce the risks of illness and death. After all, such specialized talents were still quite rare. "All right, Dad, wait for me here." When Lin's father parked the black pickup by the roadside, Lin Sheng jumped out of the passenger seat. "Stop. Oh, what a world we live in, trying to play the hero and save the beauty. Don't you fear putting yourself in danger? Everyone, look, there's a fool here trying to play the hero. Should we lend him a hand? Help him. What should we do? Strip them both and throw them in a room." Ha. The vulgar jokes were unbearable to hear, and the little girl turned red but was powerless to resist. "Either get lost or die here." Without changing his expression, Lin Sheng pulled out a handgun from his waist. Seeing the gun, the expressions of those men instantly changed. If Lin Sheng had only wielded knives or sticks, it would have been one thing, but this was a real gun. To stand against bullets as a mere mortal was to seek one's own death, who enjoys being shot. However, they also saw that Lin Sheng was not very old, and the box of compressed biscuits the little girl held was extremely important to them. Thus, "Don't wave a toy gun around and mess with us, little brat, who hasn't even grown a hair. Who do you think you're scaring with that toy?" Lin Sheng chuckled. "Don't you know not to judge a person by their appearance? Since you don't believe it, then let me treat you to a—" Lin Sheng slowly raised his Glock 18, the dark muzzle aimed at the forehead of the speaker. But just before pulling the trigger, he suddenly shifted his aim to the root of the thigh. Boom. After a loud bang, the smell of gunpowder filled the air, and the stench of blood followed suit. The bullet pierced through the thigh, and bright red blood flowed everywhere, leaving the onlookers stunned. They never dreamed that this seemingly young boy would actually dare to shoot at them. You've got guts. You wait. The next time we see you, we won't let you go. You think there will be a next time?" Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow, originally considering the little girl was present and the scene should not be too bloody. But now it seemed this group was truly tired of living. "Next time, don't count on it. Be more careful in your next life." Boom. Another bullet. Unlike the last time, this shot took the man's life. The accomplices who were trying to snatch the biscuits scattered like birds when faced with a real threat of death. Some friendships and interests were not stable enough. "Are you okay?" Lin Sheng walked slowly toward the little girl, but she clearly resisted him. For every step he took forward, she took one back. "I came to save you. If you want to live, come with me. If you don't want to, I won't force you. How you choose is entirely up to you." The little girl bit her lip, her expression somewhat conflicted. She first glanced at the compressed biscuit in her arms, then looked up at Lin Sheng's indifferent gaze. "You won't steal my biscuit, right?" Lin Sheng couldn't help but chuckle, finding the little girl's innocence quite adorable. Even now she was worried about whether he would take her compressed biscuit. Lin Sheng's sudden laughter left the little girl even more flustered. What do you want? If I wanted something, do you think you could still stand here in one piece?" Lin Sheng raised the handgun in his hand. "I just saved you. You don't even need to thank me, and now you doubt me." "Thank you. No need for that. The choice is yours. I'm leaving now." Lin Sheng cast a glance at the little girl, then turned and walked away. If she didn't want to follow him, he couldn't just drag her back to the shelter. After all, a reluctant doctor would be of no use. If an emergency arose and she caused trouble, even several lives wouldn't be enough to compensate for her antics. After Lin Sheng took a few steps forward, the little girl finally called out to him. "If I follow you, will there be a place to stay and food to eat?" Lin Sheng halted, turned to look at her, and said, "I can't guarantee that. It depends on your performance." This was indeed the case. While there were many resources in the shelter, they weren't meant for waste. If he couldn't create value for her, she wasn't worth consuming those survival resources. To survive in the shelter, one must have their own value. In short, the shelter does not support useless individuals. "All right, then I will follow you." The little girl seemed to have made a decision, tightly clutching her compressed biscuit as she walked behind Lin Sheng. Watching the little girl draw closer, Lin Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. The upcoming period would be he needed to assess whether she was genuinely this innocent or merely putting on a facade. Moreover, whether she had ulterior motives was also a standard to be evaluated. Those who had not earned complete trust could only have a room and some basic food in the shelter. Lin's father watched from a distance as Lin Cheng was followed by a girl, and a smile instantly bloomed on his face. This kid is quite impressive. He went out to save people, and even brought one back. The space in the pickup truck's cab was large enough. Even though there weren't quite enough seats, accommodating 3 people was no problem. Lin's father scrutinized the girl, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Girl, what's your name? How old are you? I'm Lan, 21 this year. You don't look 21, you seem more like a girl of 16 or 17. You're a bit older than Lin Cheng, but as they say, a girl 3 years older brings wealth. Being slightly older means you understand warmth and cold better. Lin Cheng's face flushed red. Although he had lived 2 lives, he had never experienced romantic issues. Dad, there's no need for such jokes. Just drive well, we have a lot to do today. Yes. Relationships must be nurtured step by step. There's no rush. What are we going to do now? Didn't Mom want some new clothes? Conveniently, we have some time to check out the nearby mall. Lan followed behind the father and son, occasionally helping to carry things. While choosing clothes in the mall, Lin Cheng also let her browse around. Today marked the last day for Lin Cheng to gather supplies in the city. Once they left the city, it was uncertain when, before leaving, Lin Cheng specifically confirmed with Lan. He'll ask you one more time, are you sure you want to leave here with me? Lan appeared somewhat hesitant, but compared to their first meeting, she was considerably more decisive and nodded firmly. Alright, do you have any family nearby? A shadow of gloom crossed Lan's eyes. I don't. They all. From her demeanor, Lin Cheng could roughly guess that her family likely perished during the great upheaval. On the bright side, they might have become separated. However, given that it was a sensitive topic, he refrained from asking further. Do you have any important luggage to pack? If not, we should leave now. Lan shook her head. All I have is that box of compressed biscuits from earlier. Mentioning the box of compressed biscuits made Lin Cheng somewhat amused yet exasperated. Although it looked like a box, he had opened it to find only a few packets inside. Strictly speaking, it wasn't even half a box. It was merely packaged in a box meant for compressed biscuits. He couldn't understand why this girl was so attached to a box of biscuits that didn't even constitute a full box. When Lin's mother saw the girl following her father and son, her first reaction was one of surprise. After all, this was the first stranger to arrive at the shelter since its establishment aside from their family of 3. Moreover, this was the first live person Lin's mother had seen up close since the great upheaval, apart from Lin Cheng and Lin's father. She chatted warmly with Lan for a while, but being outside the shelter, it was still somewhat dangerous. As the shelter's grand doors slowly opened, Lan was awestruck by the sight of such a magnificent shelter. The thick defensive walls and complete facilities made this shelter appear as a perfect living space. It was hard to imagine that such a vast shelter was under the control of a mere youth. Moreover, the shelter was well equipped. Not only was there an ample supply of food and necessities, but even weapons, especially the electric fence outside the main gate, which exuded an impressive deterrent force. With such protective measures in place, it was unlikely anyone would dare to break in. Dinner that night was more lavish than usual as guests were treated well. Even though Lan was a stranger in Lin's father and mother's eyes, she was still a guest. After dinner, Lin Cheng glanced at Lan. He realized he knew very little about this girl, and he needed a clear understanding of what had happened outside before. Lan, come with me. There are some things I need to discuss with you. Lan nodded, her expression calm, clearly having anticipated this, as she followed Lin Cheng into a room. Lan sat on a chair in the room, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Cheng, waiting for him to initiate the conversation. You don't need to be too nervous. It's just a simple inquiry about some routine matters. Lan nodded obediently, as Lin Cheng's words were quite reasonable. After all, in this apocalyptic world, anyone could potentially become a betrayer. Unless one has complete trust, how could they allow a stranger they barely know to live beside them? Please introduce yourself and briefly outline your current situation and identity. My name is Lan. I am 21 years old and an intern doctor at the Central Hospital. As for my background, I have no parents. They passed away in a car accident 7 years ago, and my grandmother, who raised me alone, also died of illness 5 years ago. Lin Cheng quietly listened from the side, feeling sorry for Lan's plight. Even her tuition fees were earned through hard work. Her living expenses were also earned through part-time jobs. One could say this young girl had been supporting herself since she was a minor. You have done very well. Since you are in the medical field, I won't beat around the bush. This is my refuge, and I need a doctor. If you are willing to stay here and diligently fulfill your responsibilities, I can provide you with a stable place to live and relatively stable living conditions. You have seen everything here. You should understand that I am not joking with you. Lan looked firmly into Lin Cheng's eyes. Of course, I can do anything as long as it allows me to stay. The outside world is terrifying. Many people fight each other fiercely over just a bit of food. This box of compressed biscuits was something I managed to buy from the supermarket with great difficulty. I hid in my rental room, only daring to eat 2 pieces a day. Rental room. Lin Cheng was slightly taken aback. He found it hard to believe in Lan's statement. What kind of rental room could withstand the attack of alien creatures? The rental room is a basement. And Lan's face turned slightly red as she said bashfully, "Although I have started working now, the internship salary is very low, so I can only rent a basement to save on expenses." Linqing understood at once this made sense. Although alien creatures are highly sensitive to human scents, basements do a good job of concealing odors. Moreover, the entrances to basements are usually quite complex, making it difficult for those alien creatures that just charge. For now, it's best not to go outside. A cold wave is coming. If you venture out now, within just a few minutes, no, within just a few seconds, you'll be frozen into an ice sculpture. For the time being, let's hold off on giving you your own room for the next month. We'll temporarily stay together in the room now. This is the most energy-efficient way Lin Cheng could manage at the moment. By gathering everyone in one room and using a heater, many unnecessary coal expenses could be saved. Otherwise, if 4 people were to split into 3 rooms, it would consume 3 times the coal. Time passed. At the stroke of midnight, an incredibly terrifying cold wave arrived without warning, sweeping across the entire world at an astonishing. The trees outside were almost instantly covered in frost, and some unfortunate survivors lingering outside were frozen into ice sculptures. All bodies of water touched by this cold wave froze into thick blocks of ice. Even the fish in the lakes were frozen, unable to move. Even indoors, even beside the heater, one could still feel that piercing coldness. Lin Cheng's parents, In and Lan, couldn't help but shiver instinctively, pulling their blankets tighter. Only Lin Cheng showed no signs of surprise, as he knew that the arrival of this cold wave was almost inevitable. The well water in the refuge would definitely be temporarily unusable. For now, they could only rely on the stored mineral water to survive. During this month-long cold wave, all survival supplies would become more precious than gold. Lin Cheng controlled the unmanned reconnaissance drone to fly in the snowstorm, but the storm outside was too strong, and the visibility was almost completely obscured by the white snowflakes. Large flakes of snow fell from the sky, quickly covering the ground with a thick layer. In just a matter of minutes, the accumulated snow was already up to the calves. Fortunately, the unmanned reconnaissance drone was of good quality, otherwise it would have been destroyed by the storm. Under Lin Cheng's control, it wobbled its way to the urban area. The sight that came into view made Lin Cheng's heart sink, and Lin Cheng's parents leaned in to watch the footage return. But when they saw the footage clearly, they were all taken aback. Lin Cheng's mother covered her mouth, her eyes reflecting fear. "Xiao Cheng, are those sculptures on the street really people?" Lin Cheng nodded heavily. "To be precise, they are ice sculptures. The temperature outside is too low. Standing in this cold wave for even a moment can freeze one's blood. My goodness, this is the coldest I've ever experienced in my life. I can't imagine how those people outside are faring now. With the temperature dropping so low, we feel this cold, even by the heater, let alone those survivors who have no means to warm themselves." And Lan looked at Lin Cheng with mixed feelings. If it weren't for this boy 3 years younger than her extending an olive branch to her just in time, she might have perished in the storm or barely survived in the damp basement, only to later starve to death due to lack of. In other words, this boy gave her a second chance at life. "So do we have enough food and water?" Lin Cheng's father asked with some concern. If there wasn't enough food, it would be impossible to go out and look for resources in such a ravaging cold wave. For now, we can hold out for a while. Food is still quite sufficient, but we need to pay more attention to the water supply, as the well water will definitely freeze. The resources in the refuge are absolutely enough for us to get through this cold wave period. Lin Cheng's words eased the minds of Lin's father and mother slightly, as their greatest concern was the scarcity of resources. With the issue of resources resolved, all that remained was to endure the harsh cold wave. On the second day of the cold wave, Lin's mother began to feel weak and had a rising temperature. And Lan conducted a simple assessment and ultimately determined that Lin's mother had caught a slight cold due to the sudden drop in temperature. Fortunately, before the Great Reckoning, Lin Cheng had stocked up on enough medicine, including cold remedies. The well water had frozen into blocks of ice, and the only way to heat water was to use bottled mineral water, making each bottle exceptionally important at this moment. It wasn't that Lin Cheng didn't want to use the well water, but all the well water he had previously stored had frozen into ice. If he hadn't moved all the mineral water to the room with a heater before the cold wave arrived, he probably wouldn't have been able to save even this mineral water. During the cold wave, the biggest challenges were food and water, along with keeping warm. If these 3 issues could be resolved, surviving the cold wave didn't seem insurmountable. However, these 3 seemingly simple issues had already made survival impossible for nearly half the city's survivors. Upon seeing the supplies stored in the shelter, and Lan was taken aback. While she knew the shelter wouldn't lack resources, she didn't expect it to be stocked to such an extent. Especially when she saw so many medicines, she completely lost her composure, for during this Great Reckoning, medicines were exceedingly precious. During the brief period after the alien creatures had receded and Lan had exhausted every means to gather medicines from nearby pharmacies, but the pharmacies had long been emptied. Even the most commonly found cold and fever medicines had become targets for fierce competition. As a medical student, how could she not understand the importance of these medicines in times of disaster? These medicines are not to be used on anyone outside the shelter, and until I completely trust you, I will not allow you to have independent access to the shelter's supplies. Lin Cheng had no intention of hiding anything. He spoke frankly, believing it better to clarify certain matters. And Lan was not the type to be petty. Lin Cheng's willingness to shelter her in the refuge was already a great help. Unable to go outside during the cold wave, Lin Cheng didn't want to waste time sitting in the room, so he went to the research lab to study the data and functions of the shelter system. One discovery made Lin Cheng extremely excited. When the shelter reached level 5, it would unlock an intelligent technology laboratory, which could be used to create sentient mechanical entities. Lin Cheng thought for a moment, isn't this the legendary Transformers? According to the system's description, these mechanical beings would possess human-like intelligence and absolute loyalty. Given the current technological level of the world, it was not yet possible to create such independent artificial intelligence. If it were truly possible to create these autonomous mechanical entities, then patrol duties and various basic tasks around the shelter would no longer require them to carry them out personally, saving a considerable amount of time and effort. Most importantly, Lin Cheng would not need to undertake some dangerous tasks himself. However, there was currently no way to gain experience points, so he could only quietly wait for the cold wave to pass. Just as Lin Cheng was feeling a bit disappointed, he suddenly discovered an option in the system daily tasks. It turned out that after the shelter reached level 4, daily tasks would become available, but the module for daily tasks needed to be activated manually. The system would not activate it automatically. Calculating carefully, it had already been several days since he reached level 4. How much experience had he wasted during this time? Just thinking about it made Lin Cheng's heart ache. Fortunately, he had a sudden idea today to study the system, otherwise he would have missed out on even more experience points. After activating the daily system module, the daily tasks presented were quite simple and would only take a bit more time. Daily task 1, use a drone to search the surrounding areas. 100 experience points upon completion. Daily task 2, explore nearby unknown areas and log the shapes into the system map. 100 experience points upon completion. Daily task 3, eliminate alien creatures near the territory. 1 experience point per creature killed with a daily limit of 100. The reward for kills increases with the shelter's level. PS, the experience points rewarded for the above 3 daily tasks will also increase as the shelter grows. Lin Cheng briefly reviewed the 3 tasks. Completing them wasn't difficult. Most importantly, with the addition of the daily task module, a system map function had also been added. He could log the situations detected by the drone into a map through the system. Although it wasn't a real-time map, it at least provided a clear understanding of the terrain and topography around the shelter. It wouldn't be the case that after surviving here for a long time, when it truly became necessary to understand the terrain, he would find himself completely ignorant. Currently, the system map only displayed the terrain near the shelter, while other areas remained pitch black. To ensure maximum benefit, Lin Cheng controlled the drone to complete the first 2 tasks, then returned directly to the shelter without continuing to scout further. The conditions for completing the daily tasks required searching the vicinity of the shelter and exploring 1,000 meters into the unknown. Any excess would not yield rewards, but the areas already explored would be automatically logged into the system map, and they would no longer be considered unknown regions. When completing the daily task the next day, he would need to continue moving forward, undoubtedly wasting that distance. Although this wouldn't save much experience, every little bit counts. Even a mosquito is meat, and drop by drop water wears away stone. Experience points accumulate little by little. On the 10th day of the cold wave, Lin Cheng discovered a wandering alien creature near the shelter, which had a relatively thick skin. Moreover, its body structure was vastly different from that of humans, able to withstand the onslaught of the cold wave, which was not surprising. Lin Cheng easily eliminated this alien creature using the combat drone. However, the emergence of these alien creatures has made Lin Cheng somewhat alert. Initially, he thought he had cleared all the alien creatures near the shelter, but now it seemed there were likely still a number of fish that escaped the net nearby. These stragglers were manageable during normal times, but if they happened to encounter him when he went out. Although he had weapons and was not particularly afraid of such low-level threats considering the safety of others and the electric fence around the shelter, it was best to clear them out. In the following days, aside from completing his daily tasks, Lin Cheng also cleared out the alien creatures he encountered. It was quite shocking to see how much there was to clear. In just a few days, he managed to eliminate nearly 20 alien creatures. Due to his persistence in completing daily tasks, the shelter successfully upgraded from 1,600 square meters to 3,200 square meters. Ding. Shelter level upgrade successful. Current shelter level 5. Ding. The facilities that can be constructed in the current shelter have been updated. Number of facilities unlocked 1. Ding. The Intelligent Technology Laboratory is now in a buildable state. Current shelter level 5. Shelter area 3,200 square meters. Shelter facilities 5 centimeters thick iron walls. Small mineral extraction research institute. Medium-sized weapon research base. Shooting training room. Experience required for next level 04000. Ding. With the shelter area reaching 3,200 square meters, the host is requested to plan the extension direction of the shelter considering the comprehensive structure of the shelter. As before, Lin Cheng chose to develop vertically. The shelter extended further underground, with the major benefit being that the underground could serve as a storage room. Such a vast underground storage facility ensures that there will be a place to store supplies in the future. If he upgrades next, he can develop horizontally, and Lin Cheng finally unlocked it. The current ground structure of the shelter has 2 floors, while the underground structure consists of 6 floors, with the 2 ground floors serving as living areas. The first underground level serves as an emergency area. In case of any urgent situation in the ground buildings, one can temporarily take refuge in the first underground level. The second and third underground levels are designated as storage areas for various survival supplies. The bottom 3 levels are used for various laboratories and storage for some core and important weapons. Access to the bottom 3 levels requires an iris scan of Lin Cheng. No one else can enter the lowest 3 levels of the shelter. After completing 2 days of tasks, Lin Cheng used the 400 experience points gained to unlock the Intelligent Technology Laboratory. Intelligent Technology Laboratory consume 100 kilograms of refined iron to create a life-form machine. Consume 200 kilograms of refined iron to create a reconnaissance-type mechanical life form. Consume 500 kilograms of refined iron to create a combat-type mechanical life form. Hiss. Upon seeing the amount of refined iron required by the Intelligent Technology Laboratory, Lin Cheng inhaled sharply. A combat-type mechanical life form surprisingly requires 500 kilograms of refined iron. He had only harvested 5,000 kilograms of refined iron after taking such risks. At most, he could create 10 combat-type mechanical life forms. Moreover, the consumption of refined iron during this period was not small. The total amount of refined iron he had left was barely enough to create 8 combat-type mechanical life forms. Although it was a bit painful, Lin Cheng still decided to create 1 reconnaissance-type mechanical life form and 1 combat-type mechanical life form. As for why he didn't create a life-type mechanical life form, the reason was simple. Even with Enlon, the shelter they could be self-sufficient for now, and there was no need to waste unnecessary refined iron. There are still many places where refined iron can be used in the future. Although his current supply of refined iron is relatively abundant, these resources must be used wisely. If there were a shortage of refined iron later, and he happened to have exhausted all his stock, he would truly be in a dire. It should be noted that the vast majority of abandoned vehicles in the urban area have been converted into refined iron, and he won't find such a large supply of refined iron resources anytime soon. Although he hadn't explored the northern part of the city much, it was currently a cold wave period, making it unsuitable to go out. Ding. Consumed 200 kilograms of refined iron, successfully created a reconnaissance-type mechanical life form. Please name this mechanical life form. Ding. Consumed 500 kilograms of refined iron, successfully created a combat-type mechanical life form. Please name this mechanical life form. Ding. Current refined iron remaining 3,300 kilograms. Naming. Lin Cheng found himself in a bit of a dilemma. He was truly hopeless at naming things, and some of the quirky names he thought of felt very awkward to pronounce. Since he was naming machine life forms, he decided to give them names that had some biological connotations, adding a bit of spirit to them. The reconnaissance-type mechanical life form will be named Eagle Eye No. 1. The combat-type mechanical life form will be named Raptor No. 1. Ding. Naming successful. Data entry complete. Mechanical life forms activated. The 2 robots appeared before Lin Cheng, one large and one small, easily distinguishable as the reconnaissance type and the combat type. One was only about the height of an average person, while the other stood over 3 meters tall. If the height of this level weren't sufficient, it might have even broken through the ceiling. The mechanical life form of normal height was equipped mostly with cameras and similar devices, as well as some jet-like flying apparatus. On the other hand, the 3-meter mechanical life form was loaded with various weapons. Eagle Eye No. 1 pays respects to the master. Raptor No. 1 pays respects to the master. The 2 mechanical life forms knelt on one knee simultaneously before Lin Cheng to show their respect. Looking at these 2 imposing mechanical life forms, Lin Cheng was very satisfied. These 2 looked quite reminiscent of Transformers. However, while Transformers can transform, he wondered if these 2 mechanical life forms could do the same. Raptor No. 1 Eagle Eye No. 1 Can you transform? In response to the master, we can transform, but it requires scanning a physical object. After scanning, we can change into the shape of the scanned object. After listening to the explanations of these mechanical life forms, Lin Cheng quickly reached a conclusion. What these mechanical beings needed to scan was merely an external shape, which had no relation to the size of the entity. Even taking out a small toy car for these 2 mechanical life forms to scan would be entirely feasible. Looking around, he found there was nothing nearby worth scanning. He certainly couldn't turn these 2 mechanical life forms into the iron door of the shelter. He preferred to have Eagle Eye No. 1 take the form of an airplane, and Raptor No. 1 take the form of a tank, but that required scanning a physical entity. There were no toys that children liked to play with in this shelter, so it seemed he needed to pay more attention to such small items the next time he went out. Currently, there were only these 2 mechanical life forms in the shelter, But if more mechanical beings were to appear in the future, there would inevitably be a need for various types of appearances to distinguish the roles of each mechanical life form. Lin Sheng also keenly noticed that each of these mechanical life forms had an attribute panel on top of their heads that only he could see. Name Eagle Eye No. 1 LV. 1. Type Reconnaissance Mechanical Life Form Experience required for Upgrade 0-100 Special Abilities None. Name Raptor No. 1 LV. 1 Type Combat Mechanical Life Form Experience required for Upgrade 0-100 Special Abilities None. It turned out these mechanical life forms could also level up. Just these two mechanical life forms could temporarily sustain the current needs of the shelter, and what excited Lin Sheng the most was that these mechanical life forms did not require any energy supply. However, mechanical life forms were not without weaknesses. There was a mechanical heart in their chest that supplied energy to the entire body. If this mechanical heart were destroyed, then no matter what price he paid, it would be impossible to save this mechanical life. The combat-type mechanical life form had not yet been utilized, but the reconnaissance-type mechanical life form had. At least now he no longer had to manually control drones for exploration. He could completely let Eagle Eye No. 1 scout the nearby areas on his behalf. Once any alien creatures threatening the safety of the shelter were detected, he could directly dispatch Raptor No. 1 to eliminate them. And he only needed to sit in the shelter and wait for news. As for the status of these two mechanical life forms, he could monitor them in real time through the system. He could even receive images sent back by Eagle Eye No. 1, making it incredibly convenient. Having solved the major problem, Lin Sheng was naturally in high spirits. When he returned to the room where everyone was gathered, he found Lin Fu, Lin Mu, and An Lan surrounding the radio. From the radio, he could hear a fragmented audio message. Although it was very unclear, he could vaguely discern what was. Attention to all who can receive this message. We are a coalition formed by survivors having established a survivor base in Haichuan City. All survivors are welcome to seek refuge here. Please note, due to limited resources, we ask all survivors to bring food they can spare. Repeating once more. This audio broadcast had looped back and forth on the radio 3 or 4 times and clearly mentioned a geographical location. Haichuan City. Haichuan City was not close to this place. Even driving on the highway to Haichuan City would take at least 3 to 4 hours. Moreover, given the current external situation, they were not very clear about the road conditions, to say nothing of that. Lin Sheng certainly would not go. There was no place safer than his shelter. Furthermore, this audio broadcast clearly stated that survivors were required to bring their own food and survival supplies to the so-called survivor base. Who could guarantee that this was not a new trap? There had previously been many similar cases where some armed survivors spread false information about shelters and bases through various channels. They would then rob the survivors who came flocking in search of safety to acquire supplies, and as for what happened to those robbed survivors afterwards, it would depend on their luck. If they were fortunate, they might find some food and supplies to survive. If not, they could very likely end up buried in the wilderness. There were even some unfortunate individuals who never reached the survivor base. They yearned for, perishing halfway in the jaws of alien creatures. Xiao Cheng, do you think this message is true? It could be true, but it could also be false. Right now it's the cold wave season outside. If one were to head to that so-called survivor base at this time, the first thing to consider is not whether the message is true or false. One should first consider whether they can survive to get there. Haichuan City is not close to us. Who knows what they will encounter on the road? And is there really such a kind-hearted person in this world willing to open their hard-built base to everyone? Lin Sheng revealed a faint sneer. In the apocalypse, if one was not selfish, it would be hard to survive for long. Establishing a base is no easy task. The choice of location must also be particularly scrutinized. It cannot be in an overly open area, nor can it be in an overly congested place. It is best to have an environment suitable for searching for supplies nearby, and most importantly, there must be ample survival supplies to sustain those living in the base. If this message were broadcast widely, the number of people receiving it would be considerable, and so would the number of those. The supplies Lin Sheng had prepared many days in advance before the Great Reckoning were barely enough for his family of 3 to survive until the end of the Great Reckoning, let alone those tens of thousands of survivors. Roughly estimating the number of survivors he encountered in the urban area added up to several tens of thousands. The number of survivors surviving in other areas should be similar. Even if only 1% went, there would be a few hundred people. He did not believe that the so-called survivor base could be as solid and safe as his shelter. However, on the other hand, Lin Sheng suddenly felt a curiosity about this survivor base. If it were real, it would give him a chance to see what kind of people could build such a base. If it were fake, then the supplies gained through robbery could be taken back directly. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Through the footage relayed by the unmanned reconnaissance drone, many survivors appeared deeply moved by this news. Some anxious survivors, disregarding the raging blizzard outside, rashly ventured out only to become frozen statues without exception. Lin Sheng could only shake his head helplessly at such a scene, whose such blind hope would only hasten his demise. Originally, Lin Sheng intended to directly control the unmanned reconnaissance drone to investigate whether the survivor base in Haichuan City was real. However, as he passed a deep pit caused by a collapse, Lin Cheng suddenly had a bold idea. These alien creatures emerged from the depths, and he had never seen what lay beneath. Taking advantage of the drone, he decided to send it down to explore the situation below. Perhaps there would be even if there were no significant findings, it would at least satisfy his insatiable curiosity. The moment this thought appeared in his mind, he felt an irresistible urge to try. The unmanned reconnaissance drone dove directly into the deep pit, which was pitch black, forcing Lin Cheng to activate the drone's night vision mode to vaguely discern the structure within. The deep pit was extremely profound, with walls presenting irregular shapes. The drone flew for over 10 minutes before gradually picking up some sounds. At first it seemed nothing was amiss, but after a moment of contemplation, Lin Cheng realized those sounds appeared to be breathing. As the drone approached the wall, he discovered that many alien creatures were sleeping at the edges of these walls. One shadow after another could be seen faintly vibrating with the rhythm of their breaths. Due to Lin Cheng's failure to maintain a proper distance, the drone crashed directly into one of the sleeping aliens. This enraged the alien creature, which let out a roar, opened its crimson eyes, and swatted the drone to smithereens. The footage clearly showed a massive claw effortlessly smashing the drone into a pile of debris. The feedback footage turned pitch black. The unmanned reconnaissance drone, made from a large amount of refined iron, was surprisingly fragile in the hands of the alien creature. Lin Cheng patted his chest, feeling a lingering fear. Fortunately, he was controlling the drone. Had he entered himself, he would have surely met his end. The poor drone was destroyed, but despite the loss, he gained an excellent piece of information. He had discovered these sleeping alien creatures. Although the reconnaissance time of the drone in the deep pit was short, wherever he looked there was a chorus of breathing sounds. This meant that all the alien creatures that had wreaked havoc on the surface were now sleeping underground. If he remembered correctly, there was a deep pit not far from the shelter, and if the monsters inside were not dealt with quickly, when the next wave of reckoning comes, the perimeter of the shelter would surely be encircled tightly. Although these alien creatures couldn't breach it, nearby facilities would undoubtedly be thrown into chaos. Entering the fray himself was out of the question, and sending a self-destruct drone into the deep pit was also an irrational choice. The deep pit was enormous. As for how it came to be, it could only be attributed to the abilities of these alien creatures. The space within the deep pit was vast, and if the self-destruct drone entered it, the explosion could potentially cause even greater collapses on the surrounding ground due to its power. The distance from the deep pit to the shelter was neither far nor close. Should the explosion affect the shelter's stability, it would be a grave loss. As for the power of the unmanned combat aircraft, it had yet to be tested, but it should be capable of handling the situation. The Raptor 1 in the deepest layer of the shelter could also be deployed. Lin Cheng entered the final layer of the shelter, where Raptor 1 was on standby, awakening automatically as Lin Cheng approached. "Respected Master, how may I assist you?" "Raptor 1, I now command you to engage in battle at the nearest deep pit to the shelter and clear the alien creatures within. But you must act within your limits. If you detect any possibility of damage, retreat at the fastest speed." Raptor 1 acknowledged. "Eagle Eye 1, your reconnaissance capabilities are strong. I command you to follow Raptor 1 to the deep pit and assist in surveying the terrain and enemy numbers. Upon detecting any uncontrollable threats nearby, immediately alert Raptor 1 and evacuate together." Eagle Eye 1 acknowledged. After receiving the orders, the two mechanical life forms departed the shelter at their fastest speed. These two mechanical beings possessed some ability to fly. They swiftly reached a deep pit nearest to the shelter. This deep pit was much smaller in scale than the one in the urban area, yet the number of alien creatures within was undoubtedly astonishing. Lin Cheng was not idle either. He of course wanted to contribute on site, but not by going himself. He would control the unmanned combat aircraft instead. All the non-human controlled armed forces available in the shelter were dispatched by Lin Cheng to the vicinity of the deep pit. Lin Cheng had a strong premonition that this would be a tough battle. Eagle Eye 1 hovered at the edge of the deep pit, using its keen observational skills and precise reconnaissance functions to scan the interior. "Respected Master, Eagle Eye 1 has detected 3,000 life fluctuations within the deep pit. Please instruct." 3,000 life fluctuations. Lin Cheng was startled by this colossal number. Within such a small deep pit, there were 3,000 alien creatures. How many must be lurking and sleeping in the deep pit in the urban area? Attempt to clear these life forms, but remember to act within your limits. Eagle Eye 1 acknowledged. Raptor 1 acknowledged. After receiving the precise orders, the two mechanical life forms leaped directly into the deep pit to engage. Raptor 1's firepower was extremely fierce, rendering these lower-level alien threats utterly powerless. Lin Cheng was not idle either, choosing to operate the unmanned combat drone himself to alleviate the pressure on Falcon 1 as much as possible. Successfully killed the alien creature. Gained 1 experience point. Each alien creature killed would increase the experience points of the shelter by 1. If all the alien creatures in this deep pit were completely eliminated, Lin Cheng would gain at least 3,000 experience points. Just as Lin Cheng thought he had found the fastest way to level up, the system suddenly delivered a blow to him. Detected mechanical life forms assisting the host in combat. The experience points gained will be reduced by 50 for upgrading the mechanical life forms. Current experience points gained 1500. It was only then that Lin Sheng realized that the ammunition consumed by Falcon 1 was his energy, and these mechanical life forms could slowly recover energy by entering a dormant state. However, to level up, he could only acquire experience points through various means. For instance, Falcon 1 being a combat-type mechanical life form gained experience through combat. On the other hand, Eagle Eye 1 being a reconnaissance-type mechanical life form gained experience by detecting enemy movements. For each newly discovered entity nearby, it would earn 1 experience point. As for the role of living-type mechanical life forms, Lin Sheng was not yet aware. Although relying on Falcon 1 for combat to gain experience points was quite appealing, he could only obtain half of the experience points. However, it seemed that Falcon 1 had undergone significant upgrades, and even the weaponry and armor on it had seen major modifications. Previously, Falcon 1 was equipped with merely low firepower weapons, but now it could even use heavy weapons. On Falcon 1's left shoulder, it could even launch a small Gatling gun. Despite its small size, this Gatling gun had formidable firepower. Lin Sheng had just witnessed how many alien creatures it had taken down. 3,000 alien creatures were eliminated in less than an hour, making it a fruitful endeavor. Name Eagle Eye 1 LV. For type reconnaissance type mechanical life form. Experience points needed for upgrade 04000. Special ability ground listening technique, 20s cooldown. Name Falcon 1 LV. For type combat type mechanical life form. Experience points needed for upgrade 04000. Special ability tracking explosive, 60s cooldown. Both mechanical life forms attribute panels had improved to varying degrees, and it was a pleasant surprise that Eagle Eye 1 and Falcon 1 had both reached level 4 and gained their first special ability. Special ability ground listening technique can locate the target's position based on the vibrations produced on the ground during its movement, with a maximum range of up to 5 kilometers. Moreover, this skill does not require active use. It triggers every 20 seconds. Special ability tracking explosive launches 6 small missiles with tracking capabilities. The small missiles will automatically track the locked target and cause area explosions upon impact. Upon seeing these 2 special abilities, Lin Sheng couldn't help but smile widely. The ground listening technique was precisely the ability he needed most. Where do the alien creatures come from? Of course, they emerge from underground. As long as these alien creatures appear, there will invariably be ground vibrations, and at that moment Eagle Eye 1 could detect the approaching enemies. A reconnaissance range of 5 kilometers is extremely vast. As long as any person or alien creature approaches the shelter, Eagle Eye 1 can immediately sense the danger and issue a warning. In simple terms, it is like installing an automatic alarm system that triggers every 20 seconds for the shelter. Moreover, this is an intelligent mechanical life form capable of identifying targets. As for the new ability gained by Falcon 1, while it greatly enhances combat capabilities, the automatic tracking ability is not an immediate necessity for him right now. Nevertheless, in any case, gaining a new ability is better than having none at all. Moreover, the tracking explosive is extremely effective against those alien creatures that can fly. But before Lin Sheng could leave the deep pit, Eagle Eye 1 quickly relayed a new message. Esteemed Master, Eagle Eye 1 detected that many life forms were still active deep underground. More? Lin Sheng was slightly taken aback. Hadn't he just eliminated 3,000 alien creatures? How could there still be more? Furthermore, Lin Sheng keenly noticed an important point. Are you saying the life forms detected earlier were not active in the deep pit, but beneath it? Yes, Master, and the number is extremely large. An unknown force interfered with the detection, making it impossible to obtain an accurate count. Lin Sheng hesitated slightly. He had originally thought that beneath the deep pit was the most hidden place, but he hadn't expected there to be something even deeper. So what kind of existence lies beneath the deep pit? Could it be some high-threat level alien creatures? If such high-level alien creatures were to be released, given his current combat capabilities and firepower, he might not be able to deal with them at all. Moreover, his mechanical life forms currently consisted only of Eagle Eye 1 and Falcon 1. To be safe, it would be better to wait until he has more combat-type mechanical life forms before exploring further. Today he gained 1,500 experience points and leveled up both Eagle Eye 1 and Falcon 1 to level 4. The pace of development was already quite rapid. Lin Sheng understood, well, that no matter what he did, he had to take it step by step, though attempting to achieve everything at once would likely lead to failure. Furthermore, his current stock of fine iron was relatively ample. Even if he returned to the shelter now to create several combat-type mechanical life forms, it would not be a problem. Especially after witnessing the combat capabilities of the combat-type mechanical life forms today, Lin Sheng was even more determined to manufacture as many mechanical life forms as possible. Having these intelligent mechanical life forms assist him in combat not only saves a lot of time and energy, but also significantly reduces risks. After returning to the shelter, Lin Sheng went directly to the deepest level of the refuge. He had made a new discovery. In the attribute panels of Eagle Eye No. 1 and Falcon No. 1, a new attribute item had unexpectedly appeared. Eagle Eye No. 1 first generation can derive 02. Falcon no. 1 first generation can derive 02. System. What does first generation mean? Ding. Responding to the host. When a mechanical life form acquires its first special ability, it can derive subsequent mechanical life forms, and these mechanical life forms do not require the consumption of spirit iron. However, each first-generation mechanical life form can derive a maximum of 2 second-generation mechanical. Once the second-generation mechanical life forms are destroyed, they cannot be regenerated, and the first-generation life form cannot create new second-generation mechanical life forms. Conditions for derivation must be in an energy-abundant state and must have a corresponding container. The derived mechanical life forms will only have half the values of the first-generation mechanical life forms. Please note second-generation mechanical life forms cannot be upgraded and cannot acquire special abilities. Lin Cheng was instantly overjoyed. This meant that the mechanical life forms created using spirit iron were considered first generation. Once these mechanical life forms acquire their first special ability, they can differentiate their own offspring. This means that creating 1 mechanical life form is equivalent to creating 3 mechanical life forms. Although the second generation mechanical life forms only had half the values of the first generation and could not acquire special abilities, these 2 mechanical life forms were essentially free. 3 heads are better than 1. The issue with the containers was even simpler. Lin Cheng directly brought over his unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. Compared to mechanical life forms, the amount of spirit iron used for unmanned reconnaissance aircraft was trivial. Eagle Eye No. 1 used these 2 unmanned reconnaissance aircraft as containers to derive 2 mechanical life forms. Eagle Eye No. 1 obeying orders. Eagle Eye No. 1 was extremely loyal, and almost instantly upon receiving Lin Cheng's command, it derived 2 second-generation mechanical life forms from the 2 unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. With a burst of dazzling light, the previously ordinary unmanned reconnaissance aircraft transformed into 2 independent mechanical life forms. The number of second-generation life forms that Eagle Eye No. 1 could create had already been exhausted. Looking at the 2 second-generation mechanical life forms before him, Lin Cheng decided on simple names. One was called Red Hair No. 1 and the other Red Hair No. 2. For the derivation container of Falcon No. 1, Lin Cheng had also considered it thoroughly. It would be an unmanned comp. As for the 2 first-generation life forms derived from Falcon No. 1, Lin Cheng named them Falcon No. 1 and Falcon No. 2. The difference between first-generation and second-generation mechanical life forms was obvious at a glance. The most significant difference should be in the individual characteristics. Second-generation mechanical life forms not only had values that were half of the first generation, but their size was also only half. Falcon No. 1 and Falcon No. 2 combined were only as large as Falcon No. 1. The strength of their combat abilities could not be determined at this point. It would only be possible to gauge their capabilities when actual combat occurred. With 2 mechanical life forms instantly becoming 6, the armed forces within the shelter experienced a significant. Lin Cheng, who had previously worried about excessive consumption of spirit iron and the inability to conduct further research, became generous at this moment. He waved his hand and created 2 domestic mechanical life forms. One was named Butler No. 1 and the other Butler No. 2. The so-called domestic mechanical life forms were designed to replace manual labor, handling all kinds of tasks within the shelter. Cleaning and organizing rooms, as well as inventorying all survival supplies in the shelter, were merely basic tasks for them. These mechanical life forms could also perform simple medical measures such as bandaging and stopping bleeding. However, they could not handle more complex procedures. If professional medical mechanical life forms were desired, the Intelligent Technology Laboratory would need to be upgraded to level 2. Upgrading the Intelligent Technology Laboratory required at least 1,000 experience points, which was the highest cost among all facilities in the shelter. But undoubtedly, it was also the most impactful one. The armed capabilities brought by these future technologies were far more useful than the firearms he had manufactured. If he encountered a situation like last time where he needed to control unmanned combat aircraft for a cleanup operation, he could completely send out Falcon No. 1 along with Falcon No. 1 and Falcon No. 2. With just these 3 mechanical life forms, he should be able to manage everything. In addition to the essential domestic capabilities, Lin Cheng also keenly noticed another benefit brought by the domestic mechanical life forms. Domestic mechanical life forms could also transform into insulated sleeping pods. During sleep, they could maintain a temperature that was most suitable for the human body. However, the duration of the sleeping pods was not infinite. Once the energy of the domestic mechanical life forms was depleted, their ability to maintain temperature balance would disappear. Does this mean he could now use the constant temperature function of the domestic mechanical life forms to venture outside the shelter and observe the icy world? Now was indeed the best opportunity to scavenge for supplies. Outside, the temperature was nearing -100 degrees Celsius, making it impossible for the human body to endure for long. Lin Cheng did not expect much from food warehouses or various convenience stores. His primary goal was to stock up on medicines. Any medicine would do as long as he could bring it back. Now there was already a professional with medical knowledge in the shelter. The reason he had not stocked up before was simply because he did not understand the uses of those medicines. If he took the wrong medicine, it would be more dangerous than not treating the condition at all. Lin Cheng was well aware of the saying that all medicines have some toxicity. Seeking medical treatment blindly would only hasten his demise. At that time he could just bring Eagle Eye No. 1 along with Falcon No. 1 and Falcon No. 2. As for Red Hair No. 1 and Red Hair No. 2, as well as Falcon No. 1, they would stay inside the shelter responsible for patrolling while he was away. The plan that had been shelved due to the recent cold wave could now be set in motion again. Going out to search for supplies during a time when everyone was unable to act would surely bring significant gain. Dad, could you come here for a moment? There's something I need to tell you. Lin Cheng specifically sought out his father before departure to explain his whereabouts, as he needed someone at the shelter to be aware of his current situation. Otherwise, if he were to be delayed on the road for any reason and unable to return to the shelter in a short period, there would definitely be a state of panic within the shelter. Lin's father was somewhat curious, but Lin Cheng would not seek him out without reason. Since he was calling him now, it must be important. Xiaoqing, what's the matter? Why so mysterious? Dad, I need to go out to resolve a few matters. I will be temporarily leaving the shelter for a short time, no more than 3 days. During my absence, I'll leave the care of Mom and the shelter to you. Lin's father was somewhat taken aback and asked in confusion, what could you possibly need to do at a time like this? Aren't the supplies in the shelter quite sufficient? Indeed, the supplies are ample, but the medical supplies may be somewhat lacking. They are just some routine medications that can handle common fevers and colds, but for other illnesses, it would be difficult. It's better to prepare in advance than to scramble at the last minute. Moreover, sometimes scrambling at the last minute may not even be effective. If it comes down to a dire need for medication, going out to search hastily would certainly entail greater risks. Rest assured, you don't need to worry about me too much. I have already made preparations in advance and calculated all possible scenarios in my mind. Lin Cheng's confident tone did not reassure Lin's father. Instead, it heightened his concern. No matter what Lin Cheng accomplished during this time in Lin's father's eyes, Lin Cheng would always be a child. As a parent, considering the safety of one's child is always the first reaction. I'll go with you. Listen to me. Lin Cheng gazed firmly at his father. Someone must remain at the shelter to maintain order. Mom lacks the authority, and leaving her here alone is too dangerous. Moreover, Lan has not yet fully earned our trust. Can you really feel at ease leaving Mom alone with her here? Besides, I'm just going out to gather supplies. It's not like I'm going out to seek death. I will definitely return. You needn't worry about safety. When I return is merely a matter of time. Since Lin Cheng had expressed himself so clearly, Lin's father naturally could not continue to refuse. Apart from these matters, Lin Cheng also specifically reminded him to keep his movements strictly confidential. If Mom asked what he is doing, just say he went deep into the shelter to study new things. After explaining this, Lin Cheng set off without any further worries. He brought Butler 1 with him, followed by Eagle Eye 1 as well as Falcon 1 and Falcon 2. Before leaving the shelter, Lin Cheng directly entered the sleep chamber created by Butler 1. Eagle Eye 1 scouted ahead to clear the path, while Falcon 1 was responsible for carrying the sleep chamber forward. Falcon 2 was in charge of nearby security. If any suspicious targets were detected, they could open fire to eliminate them. The nearby small hospitals were not within Lin Cheng's search range, as the medicines there had surely been looted. However, some larger urban hospitals were still worth trying one's luck, as they had very comprehensive reserve measures, making it difficult for ordinary survivors to break through the warehouse defenses. It turned out that Lin Cheng's conjecture was indeed very accurate. In the largest central hospital in the city, he noticed a locked medical warehouse through the glass visor of the sleep chamber. The lock on this warehouse was an advanced fingerprint lock, and the door was made of very sturdy metal. Ordinary means would undoubtedly be ineffective in opening it. However, these so-called defensive measures seemed utterly feeble in the presence of Falcon 1 and Falcon 2. Falcon 2 raised the gun in his hand, and a burst of bullets rendered the fingerprint lock's defense system completely incapacitated. Yet the tightly shut door remained closed. At Lin Cheng's instruction, Falcon 2 used a micro-light blade to violently breach the entrance of the medical warehouse. The micro-light blade was a unique weapon of Falcon 1 and Falcon 2. Although it was only 10 centimeters long, its power was not to be underestimated. Even thick steel plates could be easily cut through with a micro-light blade. Given that the wind and snow outside the warehouse were too fierce, if the breach were too large, Lin Cheng would not be able to move freely inside the warehouse, as he certainly did not want to become a frozen statue. Falcon 2 only cut a hole just large enough for them to pass through, and the forcibly breached doorway was soon blocked with other materials. Even so, the temperature inside the warehouse remained very low. Upon leaving the sleep chamber, Lin Cheng could clearly sense a bone-chilling cold wind constantly assailing him from all directions. This place is not suitable for long stays. Eagle Eye 1 continue to keep watch in the vicinity. Falcon 1 and Falcon 2 search the area. If you find any medicines, take them immediately. Understood. The 3 mechanical life forms immediately got to work upon receiving the order. With Eagle Eye 1 patrolling nearby, Lin Cheng felt completely at ease. If even Eagle Eye 1 were to make a mistake, then there would truly be nothing he could trust during this great reckoning. The three mechanical life forms were bustling about, and Lin Cheng was certainly not idle either. He searched the nearby area for boxes to store the medicines. As he had expected, the quantity of remaining medicines in this medical warehouse was quite substantial, and the two large wooden boxes he found were just right for holding the medicines. The types and names of the medicines were varied and numerous, and without relevant medical knowledge, Lin Cheng naturally could not classify them accurately. He simply stuffed all of them directly into the wooden boxes. He would take them back first, and with a professional doctor there, it wouldn't be a problem to classify these medicines. The medicines Lin Cheng brought back were only a portion. There were still many more remaining in the medical warehouse. His visit this time was merely a reconnaissance. Eagle Eye One had followed him the entire time, naturally becoming very familiar with the route they traveled. Next time, when he comes to transport them again, he can simply have Eagle Eye One bring the other mechanical life forms along. There is no need for him to personally take action. The medicine has been successfully collected, but for now they cannot leave the warehouse storing the drugs because the energy reserves of Butler One are running low. It must be allowed to recover for a while, otherwise there is a significant risk of a malfunction occurring in the hibernation pod during transit. In this icy and snowy environment, once they leave the protection of the hibernation pod, even if Eagle 1 and Eagle 2 bring him back to the shelter at their fastest speed, there is a high possibility of sustaining serious injuries. Just as he was resting, a sudden loud noise came from outside the drug warehouse. Listening closely, it seemed to be a low growl from some kind of creature, very faint yet detectable. Lin Cheng hesitated not at all, and immediately ordered Eagle 1 and Eagle 2 to assume a defensive formation. At the same time, Eagle Eye 1 also issued a warning. Unidentified life signs detected approaching at high speed. Target expected to reach the warehouse in 5 seconds. As soon as the warning was issued, the heavy door was suddenly ripped open, and an enormous claw reached through the gap. Along with the claw came a howling blizzard, causing the temperature inside the warehouse to plummet, making it feel as if one had fallen into an ice cave in an instant. Eagle 1 and Eagle 2 immediately opened fire, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the claw, yet they posed no threat or harm to the creature. Lin Cheng's heart raced wildly as if he had been struck by something shocking. The creature before him seemed to be no ordinary low-level alien creature. Ordinary bullets could not harm it. Given its strength, this unidentified alien creature was at least a level. If it possessed intelligence, it might even be a level 3 threat. This was Lin Cheng's first direct encounter with a level 4 threat alien creature. Roar. Bullets may not pose a threat, but they could certainly inflict severe pain on this alien creature. The massive claw pulled with all its might, completely tearing down the door, allowing Lin Cheng to see the full appearance of the alien creature. It was a gigantic, monstrous bird with a pair of enormous wings, its sharp claws still gripping the heavy door. This seemingly sturdy door was easily breached by this monster. The sharpness of those claws was unimaginable. If one were to be caught by them, even a slight scratch would be enough to rend flesh. Upon seeing this monstrous bird rampaging aimlessly and attacking in a fit of rage, Lin Cheng let out a sigh of relief. It did not appear to possess intelligence. It seems it is merely a level 4 threat alien creature. Maintain fire suppression, prioritize safety, and output as much firepower as possible from a secure location. After issuing the command, Lin Cheng immediately found a relatively concealed spot to hide. He knew this approach would not last long. To defeat this level 4 threat alien creature, they would need to possess more powerful weaponry. While Eagle 1 and Eagle 2 appeared to have strong firepower, the damage they could inflict was minimal. These two mechanical life forms were only second generation. Compared to the first generation mechanical life forms, their armament level was naturally much lower. If Falcon 1 were here, perhaps there would be a chance. Eagle Eye 1, I command you to return to the shelter and bring Falcon 1 here. Make it quick. Eagle Eye 1 hesitated. Although it must obey its master's orders as a mechanical life form, it also possessed its own intelligence. It understood that the current situation was extremely dire for Lin Cheng, and any misstep could cost him his life. This behemoth seemed more formidable than any alien creature it had ever encountered. For every second you delay here, I face greater danger. Return quickly, and I can escape sooner. Eagle Eye 1 conducted a rational analysis, and ultimately decided that returning to fetch reinforcements was the most practical course of action. After leaving the densely built area near the warehouse, Eagle Eye 1 flew into the sky at its fastest speed. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng continued to hide in the shadows, carefully observing the monster bird's weak points, hoping to glean some clues from its attack patterns. As long as it is a living creature, there must be weaknesses. If he could find this creature's weak point, perhaps he could eliminate this level 4 threat alien creature without relying on Falcon 1's firepower. However, the monster bird's range of attack was enormous, causing a tremendous commotion near the warehouse with clouds of dust severely obstructing visibility. Even when Lin Cheng was fully concentrated, he could only vaguely see the silhouette of the monster bird, unable to discern any details. The temperature in the warehouse continued to drop. Lin Cheng felt his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. The air temperature was too low, and taking a single breath felt like inhaling icy shards. Moreover, the howling wind carried blizzard conditions, making his breathing even more difficult. If he did not find an effective solution in a short time, even if the alien creature did not discover his hiding place, he could very well freeze to death. At a critical moment, Butler No. 1's energy was fully restored, and the created hibernation pod brought new hope to Lin Chung. Meanwhile, the voice of Falcon 1 echoed from the sky. Master, Falcon 1 is here to rescue you. I will clear the obstacles for you. Along with it came several power boom, boom, boom. It was Falcon 1's special skill, the tracking explosive. The continuous deafening explosions shattered the monstrous bird's body into pieces. Thick green and viscous blood splattered everywhere. If it weren't for Butler No. 1's hibernation pod securely wrapping Lin Chung, these blood splatters might have hit him. This place is not safe, we must leave here for now. Lin Chung immediately commanded Eagle Eye 1 and Falcon 1 to quickly evacuate with the other 3 mechanical life forms. The level 4 threat alien creature was beginning to appear, gradually indicating that a new round of reckoning was in. As the number of reckonings increased, the monsters appearing would become increasingly powerful. It seems. The time he thought he had was once again compressed to a very short span. He must quickly enhance the defenses and armed forces of the shelter. In the following days after returning to the base, Lin Chung did not step out of the shelter even once. However, he was not idle, continuously planning the forthcoming actions, as only a few days remained until the cold wave passed. The next disaster following the cold wave is a meteor shower. Millions of small meteors will rain down from the sky, sweeping across the entire world, and the scale is truly unprecedented. These meteors are not particularly large, so they won't damage the crust, but they pose a significant threat to terrestrial creatures. Any creature struck by these meteors will undoubtedly be crushed into a puddle of flesh, and even the hardest structures will be easily penetrated. The walls of the shelter are sturdy enough, but whether they can withstand the impact of the meteors remains uncertain. Moreover, before the meteors strike, they must also face the second Great Reckoning. The 3 mechanical life forms Eagle Eye 1, Falcon 1, and Falcon 2 were extremely busy. They made several trips to the previously visited medicine warehouse to empty it out. Thanks to the large quantities of medicine transported to the shelter, the time for Enlon became more ample, as categorizing these supplies took a significant amount of time. However, having tasks to do is better than being idle. Outside the shelter, the wind and snow grew increasingly fierce. The signals that were once faint had now completely collapsed. Time passed day after day. The level of the shelter gradually increased. Although the pace was slow, it was none. During this time, Lin Chung also directed Raptor 1, Red Hair 1, and Red Hair 2 to clear out the alien creatures in the deep pits nearby the shelter. Naturally, the experience of the shelter rose correspondingly, and the speed exceeded Lin Cheng's expectations. On the eve of the cold wave's end, the shelter upgraded once more. Ding! The shelter's experience points have reached the requirement for upgrade. The shelter's level has increased to level 6. Current shelter level 6, shelter area 6,400 square meters, shelter facilities 4 centimeters, thick iron walls, small mineral extraction research institute, medium-sized weapon research base, shooting training room, intelligent technology research institute, experience required for next level 1000-8000. The 6,400 square meter shelter is already large enough, but inside this vast space, it is quite empty, lacking many items to fill the void. After much consideration, Lin Chung ultimately decided to manufacture more mechanical life forms as their size would increase with level advancement. For example, Raptor 1 is now over twice the size it was when it was first created. Given that the shelter needed more reserve power, Lin Chung did not hesitate using all of the remaining 1,000 experience points after the upgrade to enhance the shelter's facilities. The Intelligent Technology Research Institute unlocked 3 new types of mechanical life forms: medical mechanical life forms, vehicle type mechanical life forms, and creative mechanical life forms. These 3 types of mechanical life forms could effectively address pressing needs. For instance, medical mechanical life forms could help monitor health conditions and perform some simple procedures. Unfortunately, some larger surgeries still cannot be independently completed by low-level medical mechanical life. The role of vehicle-type mechanical life forms is even more perfect, as they can transform into various vehicles, such as helicopters and cars. What kind of vehicle they transform into is determined when creating the vehicle-type mechanical life form, and this cannot be changed. This means that once the type of vehicle to be created is decided, it cannot be altered unless a large amount of refined iron is spent to manufacture a new vehicle-type mechanical life form. The refined iron consumed by these 3 newly added machines is significantly more than that of the previous 3. Lin Chung looked at his dwindling supply of refined iron and couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Currently in the shelter, apart from various firearms, there are 5 first-generation combat mechanical life forms and 10 second-generation combat mechanical life forms. There are 5 first-generation reconnaissance mechanical life forms and 10 second-generation reconnaissance mechanical life forms. 2 first-generation medical mechanical life forms, and 4 second-generation medical mechanical life forms. 2 first-generation creative mechanical life forms, and 4 second-generation creative mechanical life forms. As for the vehicle-type mechanical life forms, due to the excessive consumption of refined iron, Lin Cheng only managed to create 1 first-generation vehicle-type mechanical life form and derived 2 second-generation vehicle-type mechanical life forms from it. The second-generation vehicle-type mechanical life forms can only transform into smaller vehicles, such as the first-generation mechanical life forms are much more advanced, even capable of transforming into a tank. However, Lin Cheng chose a helicopter. With the existence of these mechanical life forms, the shelter no longer seems so empty. The value of the creative mechanical life forms is even higher than anticipated, as they can autonomously research practical weapons and various devices. However, the research process requires a significant amount of time, and Lin Cheng's first thought was to enhance the thickness and sturdiness of the shelter's walls and the external defenses. To his delight, creative mechanical life forms can indeed reinforce the thickness and sturdiness of the walls and even upgrade the rudimentary electric nets outside the defense towers. Due to the excessive number of mechanical life forms within the shelter, naming them can easily lead to confusion. Therefore, Lin Cheng selected 1 first-generation mechanical life form from each category to act as a team leader, assisting him in conveying various commands. Among the combat mechanical life forms, he naturally chose Raptor 1. For the reconnaissance mechanical life forms, he selected Eagle Eye 1, and for the life-type mechanical life forms, he picked Butler 1. As for the subsequent 3 unnamed mechanical life forms, Lin Cheng only chose 1 first-generation mechanical life form to assign a name to. It must be said that Lin Cheng has always adhered to a straightforward and understandable approach when naming, with each name being exceptionally clear. The leader of the medical mechanical life forms is called Healing. The leader of the vehicle-type mechanical life forms is called Transport. The leader of the creative mechanical life forms is called Brainstorm. On the 15th day of the Cold Wave period, which is also the 30th day of the Great Reckoning, the second wave of the alien creature frenzy struck. Even though the walls of the shelter were sufficiently sturdy, one could still faintly sense the tremors caused by the impact of the alien creatures against the walls. Lin's father and mother embraced each other, while Lin hid beneath the covers, too frightened to show her face. Only Lin Cheng was observing the outside scene through a drone as countless shadows swept past the area near the Some oddly shaped alien creatures even signaled an attack on the shelter, which, if not for its sturdy walls, would have been completely torn apart. Frustrated by the walls, the alien creatures soon vented their fury on the nearby power grid, reducing the outer electric fence of the shelter to mere scraps. The monster frenzy lasted for several hours, with the trees near the shelter suffering greatly. Meanwhile, the animals that previously roamed the area were devoured by the hunting alien creatures. The drone followed from the sky, trailing the monster frenzy as it entered the urban area. The cries for help and screams were incessant, while the icy world outside and the extreme cold storm seemed to have no effect on the alien creatures emerging from the ground. Instead, humanity found itself at a natural disadvantage. Unable to leave the warmth of their indoor refuge, they were forced to find a suitable hiding place. Otherwise, if these alien creatures discovered them, it would mean one thing: death. The drone flying above was not spared either. Just as Lin Cheng intended to bring the drone back to the shelter, it suddenly lost signal and slipped from his control. When the footage from the drone turned completely dark, Lin Cheng already knew his drone was utterly ruined. These suddenly frenzied alien creatures hunted for over a day, and by the next evening the strange noises from outside gradually faded away. Lin Cheng would certainly not be foolish enough to go outside himself to check the situation. Instead, he dispatched the second-generation reconnaissance mechanical life forms and second-generation combat mechanical life forms from the shelter. The first-generation mechanical life forms had stronger combat capabilities, so they naturally remained to guard the shelter. This was his stronghold, and it must not be threatened in any way. Hawk 1 and Hawk 2 led several second-generation mechanical life forms into battle, and under the leadership of these two, the efficiency of clearing the alien creatures was quite high. Although the attributes of the second-generation mechanical life forms were rather average, they were more than capable of dealing with level 5 threat alien creatures. This time, the number of level 4 alien creatures clearly increased significantly. When encountering these level 4 threats, Lin Cheng could only send the first-generation mechanical life forms to eliminate them. Not only were these first-generation mechanical life forms involved, but the experience points for upgrading the shelter were also continuously increasing. On the 32nd day of the Great Reckoning, the second wave of the monster frenzy had been successfully weathered, and the remaining alien creatures near the shelter had been thoroughly cleared. What excited Lin Cheng the most was the newfound surprise brought to him by the creative mechanical life forms. Several creative mechanical life forms were developing a new type of spatial equipment capable of storing larger items, even allowing the entire shelter to be packed and moved. It would just take a bit longer to research, requiring at least a month to see results. For Lin Cheng, as long as they could produce such an item, he would be willing to wait even 2 months. After all, there were no significant crises expected in the shelter for the time being. As long as it was completed before all resources ran out, it would be sufficient. On the 37th day of the Great Reckoning, the cold wave period was nearing its end, and the snowstorm outside had begun to lessen, yet it remained deadly for the human body. From the footage sent back by several newly created drones, some survivors, having exhausted their supplies, ventured out into the fierce wind and snow in search of food and water. Some fortunate survivors successfully found supplies to sustain their survival, but others less lucky did not make it. On the 41st day of the Great Reckoning, the month-long cold wave had finally come to an end. Lin Sheng could clearly see the sunlight breaking through the clouds through the footage transmitted by the drone. However, the ice and snow covering the land outside had yet to melt. With such thick layers, it would likely take nearly half a month to fully dissolve. After being cooped up in the shelter for a whole month, Lin's parents finally had the chance to get some fresh air outside. To ensure their safety, Lin Sheng even dispatched Hawk 1 and Hawk 2 to discreetly follow and protect them. Even though his parents' activities were confined to the vicinity of the shelter, it was still wise to be cautious. One should not wait until something happens to regret it. It is always better to prevent problems before they arise than to remedy them afterward. Leaving Lan alone in the shelter made Lin Sheng uneasy. Although a month of interaction had given him a clear understanding of her temperament, it wouldn't hurt to observe her a bit longer. He planned to take a helicopter to the urban area, and in addition, he dispatched Eagle Eye-1 to patrol the vicinity of the shelter to prevent any stragglers from the second wave of the monster frenzy from threatening them. The black pickup truck could be used for transporting goods, but for mere transportation, it was naturally less efficient than a helicopter. Moreover, the vehicle-type mechanical life forms could transform into combat-capable forms when necessary, providing protection for both him and Lan. Where did you get this helicopter? Lan looked at the massive machine before her feeling a surge of shock. The boy in front of her seemed to be an all-powerful creator, and everything in the shelter exceeded her imagination, even including a helicopter rarely seen in everyday life. Naturally, I found it. I've never flown a helicopter before. Once we're in the air, our fates will be in the hands of fate. Wealth and honors are determined by heaven. Huh. Lan was startled by Lin Sheng's words, her face paling as her delicate hands clenched tightly, revealing her anxiety. You really have never flown a helicopter before? Seeing Lan's tense expression, Lin Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. This silly girl really thinks she piloted the helicopter herself. The transport is a genuine, intelligent mechanical life form capable of flying to designated locations even without human control. There's no need for him to take control personally. Don't worry, I won't let you die in a crash. By the way, take this. Lin Sheng took out the Glock 18 he had used before and tossed it toward Lan. Flustered, Lan caught the cold firearm, looking somewhat at a loss. What do you give this to me for? Of course it's for self-defense. After all, I can't always be by your side, so it's a good thing to have something to protect yourself. Lin Sheng carefully observed Lan's facial expressions, noting every minute change in her facial muscles. The Glock 18 was unloaded, serving merely as a final test for Lan. If she could pass this test, then Lan would be worthy of Lin Sheng's trust. Otherwise, this isn't due to his inherent suspicion or paranoia, but in this grand reckoning, it's quite challenging to fully trust someone without understanding their temperament and motives. Although Lan was somewhat afraid of the weapon in her hand, she said little, merely nodding and tucking the still-warm Glock 18 into her waistband. Be careful not to disengage the safety. Otherwise, if it goes off while you're holding it, it won't be fun at all. Having just stabilized her emotions, Lan was startled again by Lin Sheng's joking words, almost dropping the Glock 18 from the transport. How do you disengage the safety on this thing? I've never used one before. Seeing Lan's pale face, Lin Sheng suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. Ha ha ha. There's no need to be so nervous. Just press down on that thing at the end of the handgun and it'll disengage the safety. When I handed you the handgun, the safety was still engaged, and as long as you didn't move it around, it should be quite safe. Only then did Lan relax, pouting and glaring at Lin Sheng. You bad person, always trying to scare me. Lin Sheng was somewhat bewildered by Lan's childlike demeanor. Why was she suddenly acting so spoiled towards him? Lan suddenly realized her behavior was a bit inappropriate. After all, the boy before her was 3 years younger than. Even if Lin Sheng didn't acknowledge it, she should still take on the responsibility of an older sister, especially since Lin's parents had treated Lan as their own daughter for quite some time. The care from Lin's parents made Lan, who had long been devoid of a sense of security, feel as though she had another home. The transport's flying speed was quick, and within minutes they arrived in the city area. The thick ice and snow left no available landing space. After some searching, Lin Sheng ultimately decided to land on top of a building. This building had once been the largest mall in the area, but after the Grand Reckoning it had become a deserted ruin. Even the shops inside were stripped clean by survivors. The once neat and tidy stores were now in utter disarray, making it hard to look at. Transport, stay alert to the nearby surroundings. If any ill-intentioned individuals approach, you can leave temporarily. Lin Sheng's arrangement stemmed from his concern that some people might have ulterior motives toward the transport. In the Grand Reckoning, vehicles were crucial, especially ones capable of flying. Even in the sky, one might not be safer than on the ground, as some would go to great lengths to acquire a flying vehicle. The transport is a mechanical life form with highly sensitive perception abilities, and Lin Cheng carried a positioning. Even if the transport left first, it could easily locate Lin Cheng's position. Understood. Respectful. Lan was seeing a talking helicopter for the first time, instinctively hiding behind Lin Cheng. Feeling his waist being hugged by Lin Cheng suddenly stiffened, feeling quite uncomfortable. This was the first time he was embraced by a girl with whom he had no blood relation. Don't be afraid, this guy is called Transport, it's one of us, and it won't hurt you. Lan still felt a bit fearful. The shock of a talking helicopter was too great for her to accept all at once. Although many shops inside the commercial building had been thoroughly ransacked, several clothing stores remained relatively intact. Girls always love beautiful clothes, and the stores in this commercial building were all chain brands. And Lan's life had been quite frugal, so she had never had the opportunity to touch these items, which for her were practically luxury goods. Now standing outside a clothing store, she gazed intently at the clothes, which were covered in a layer of dust. Lin Cheng naturally noticed in Lan's actions. He wasn't blind. If he couldn't see such an obvious gesture, he really should. And Lan didn't hide her fondness, nodding vigorously, but worried that her actions might delay Lin Cheng's plans. She stood there at a loss. Seeing in Lan's conflicted look, Lin Cheng couldn't help but smile wryly. After all, she was just a 20-year-old. If you like, go pick a couple of pieces and help me pick a few too. But these are women's clothes. Do you want to wear women's clothes? And Lan was overjoyed at being given permission, speaking with newfound boldness. Then forget it. Lin Cheng decisively rejected the invitation for women's clothing, pointing towards the front area. I'll take a look in front. Once you've finished picking your clothes, just come find me there. Who knew that the usually understanding Lan would unexpectedly call out to him this time? Lin Cheng, can you stay here? Lan bit her lip, feeling a bit embarrassed. The lighting here is a bit dim. If I go in alone, I might be scared. The power system of this commercial building had long been down, and even in the daytime the building structure made the interior quite dark. Standing outside the clothing store, one could still see the first few rows of clothes, but if one ventured deeper, it would be pitch black, completely devoid of light. Lin Cheng shrugged and did not refuse. When Lan saw Lin Cheng stop outside the clothing store, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If he really let her go in alone, she would rather give up this rare opportunity than take the risk. Who knows what terrifying dangers lurked in the darkness where one could hardly see their hand. It turned out that girls did indeed shop at a painfully slow pace, especially after Lan had carefully selected clothes for half a day. Lin Cheng glanced at the time, and surprisingly an hour had already passed. Just for one store, spending an hour was quite a unique talent. Just when Lin Cheng was about to remind Lan to be mindful of the time, Lan finally walked out of the clothing store. This time Lan's outfit was completely transformed, distinctly different from her previous casual attire. Although the temperature had gradually returned to normal, it was still winter, and the outside temperature remained around 0. The clothes Lan wore seemed to be autumn attire, or rather autumn-winter clothing. Wearing them at this time would inevitably lead to a cold. The off-white coat paired with a knee-length skirt, and topped with a clean white hat, made her look like a little girl next door ready to go out for fun. For a moment Lin Cheng felt a rush of bewilderment. The saying that clothes make the man was indeed true. The previous Lan appeared to be a delicate young girl, but now she had transformed into a natural beauty without, "How do I look? This outfit is quite nice, right?" Lan, oblivious to Lin Cheng's unusual reaction, even took the initiative to ask for his opinion. "It's pretty good, but the outfit you're wearing now makes it easy to catch a cold. You're the only doctor in our shelter, and if you get sick we won't be able to help you." Lin Cheng strode into the clothing store and picked out a slightly thicker piece of clothing. "Put this on." Lan playfully stuck out her tongue, realizing that Lin Cheng was not as oblivious as she had imagined. He was just considering the bigger picture. "Besides picking out clothes for myself, I also selected a set for my aunt. I just wasn't sure what size she wears, so I chose one of each size." Lin Cheng suddenly understood, as she had been in there for so long to pick clothes for her mother. "We can temporarily leave these at the transport area. There's still a lot to do." "A lot to do?" Lan showed a puzzled expression. "Didn't you just bring back a lot of medicine a while ago? The food and water supply in the shelter are relatively sufficient, so there shouldn't be any urgent matters." Lin Cheng shook his head and seriously talked to Lan about the future plans. "The geographical location of the shelter is not ideal. I am currently planning to move from the shelter. This time should be our last search for supplies in this city. We need to bring back as many useful items as possible. There will definitely be more than just cold waves. The hardships of survival to come will far exceed your imagination. Having ample supplies is good, but it's only just barely enough. Now is a time of many troubles. It's never a bad thing to stock up more supplies. Who can predict what the future holds?" Lin Cheng's grand plan left Lan astonished. Moving the shelter seemed simple, but implementing it was far from easy. The choice of a new location must be better than the old one, and the distance cannot be too far, otherwise it would be inconvenient to transport supplies. The key is that during the transportation of supplies one is bound to encounter some dangerous situations. If they were to run into some survivor groups that organized robberies or those wandering mutated creatures, it would be if she had originally thought that in the seemingly indestructible shelter, she could hide away for a lifetime without work. However, it now seemed that all the comforts of this environment were merely the burdens carried by the young man for her. All the weight rested on his shoulders. A sense of guilt suddenly welled up in Lan's heart. During such a tense time, she had wasted a precious hour. Hey, Era, do you see two people over there? Let me take a look. It really does seem to be two people. How strange this building hasn't been visited for a long time. Could these two be here to rob us of supplies? Damn it, there aren't enough supplies here for our brothers. How can there be people coming to rob us? Don't even think about it. A few pairs of eyes were secretly observing Lin Sheng and Lan from a corner not far from the clothing store. A survivor with keen eyesight caught a glimpse of the two heading upstairs. Hey, stop chatting. Why are they heading toward the roof? Could these two have come by helicopter? It's possible. Oh, after all, we've been guarding here and haven't seen anyone come. Mentioning helicopters has ignited a shared excitement in their eyes. I've heard that there's a survivor base in Haichuan City, which is not far from here. If we can get our hands on that helicopter, we'll have a place to hide. So what do you say? Are we doing this? Let's do it. A person took the lead, and naturally others responded, exactly 6 figures quietly following behind Lin Sheng. Look, it really is a helicopter. Our plan to go to the survivor base has hope. The 6 of them looked at the transport not far away, their emotions instantly stirring, as if they could already envision a happy life at the survivor base. Lin Sheng lowered his voice and whispered in Lan's ear, "There are people tracking us from behind. No matter what happens later, try not to leave my line of sight." And Lan's grip on her clothes tightened involuntarily. She knew all too well how terrifying the thoughts of these survivors could be during a great reckoning. Previously, they had nearly taken her life over a half box of compressed biscuits. This time, however, it was a helicopter that could save lives, and the other side would surely fight desperately for it. In this apocalyptic world, whoever possessed transportation and resources could live more comfortably. I will count to 3 and you run to the other side of the transport as fast as you can. Lin Sheng silently placed his hand on a machine gun inside the transport helicopter's cabin, which was the RPK light machine gun he had brought along. A regular handgun lacked enough intimidation and firepower. What he needed now was to deter the enemy as much as possible. If they remained obstinate, he would not hesitate to act ruthlessly. The sturdiness of the transport far exceeded that of an ordinary helicopter, and as an intelligent mechanical life form, it also possessed a certain degree of self-healing capability. Even if it suffered some damage, as long as it did not endanger the mechanical core, it could still gradually recover. Lan nodded obediently. The more perilous the situation, the more she needed to follow Lin Sheng's arrangements. If she deviated, she could easily become a burden to him. 3, 2, 1. Before his voice fell, Lin Sheng swiftly picked up the RPK machine gun and turned back, while Lan hid behind the transport as fast as she could. The flames of bullets spewed forth from the gun's muzzle. Some fragile objects on the roof were instantly pierced and shattered, including solar panels that were also destroyed by the gunfire. The survivors behind, who usually only engaged in petty squabbles and minor robberies, had never encountered such terrifying firepower. They were immediately suppressed to the point of not daring to lift their heads. "Spare us, good sir. We mean no harm. We just wanted to take a look. Please stop." Lin Sheng did not approach too closely, but maintained a relatively safe distance from them. He was still unsure if the other side possessed any lethal weapons. Until his second gene awakening, he was merely, even a regular handgun bullet could end his life, so it was prudent to be cautious. He was indeed very protective of his life. "Now do not hide, come out one by one. If I find anyone lurking in the shadows or making any threatening moves towards my safety, do not blame me for being merciless. After all, blades have no eyes and bullets are indiscriminate." 5 people gradually came out, but no more followed. Yet Lin Sheng could sense a hint of danger in the eyes of these 5. It seems some people are truly unyielding until they face calamity. Even at this moment, they still think of hiding something from me. "Do you really believe you can seize this helicopter from me?" Hunting Falcon 1, it's your turn to act. "Understood, master." From the base of the high building, a peculiar-looking mechanical life form slowly flew over, its weapon locking onto the survivor, hiding in the shadows as if it had a mind of its own. Bang! The heavily armed machine gun fired a single bullet, precisely striking the leg of the hidden survivor. Off! The scream echoed across the rooftop like a haunting melody, sending shivers down the spines of the 5 survivors. The leader's pupils constricted suddenly. How did he find out? Our plan was so thorough. And what exactly is that flying thing? Who is this kid? Why can't they just live peacefully? Lin Sheng pointed at the 5 individuals ahead, saying, "Deal with all of them." His cold voice shook even Lan, who was hiding behind the transport. She never imagined that this seemingly gentle young man could issue such a ruthless command. These 5 people were living beings. Hunting Falcon 1 had no emotions, it only obeyed Lin Sheng's order. Even if Lin Sheng ordered it to self-destruct at this moment, Hunting Falcon 1 would likely not hesitate. Mechanical life forms adhered to absolute commands, and their only value lay in complete obedience. Lin Sheng turned around listening to the gunfire erupting behind him with no signs of emotion on his face. This group had already seen mechanical life forms, and they likely lived regularly within this building. It was difficult to ensure that no allies of theirs were in this building, and since he was unfamiliar with the environment, it could be troublesome if the enemy found advantageous terrain. That would be a problem. Showing mercy to enemies is cruelty to oneself. This was the only principle Lin Sheng adhered to. Rather than letting others grasp his weakness, it was better to take the initiative and eliminate the threat. To eliminate future troubles. Lan looked at Lin Sheng with a more complex emotion, struggling for a while, before finally asking Lin Sheng, "Why must we kill them? Not killing them poses a hidden danger for us. Even if there's a millionth of a chance, I cannot let it happen. This isn't just about my safety, it's about both of our safety. Even if I don't kill them now, do you think they can survive? And that so-called survivor base is probably just a facade. Don't forget they were the ones who broke the rules first. If they had obediently emerged, I might have spared them. But they have other intentions now, so I cannot allow them to continue being arrogant here." And Lan remained silent. As always, her ability to accept external matters was somewhat weak, yet she understood the principles that Lin Sheng spoke of. Now if they do not act decisively, it would be the pitiful ones who suffer. Do not waste your sympathy on those unworthy of it. Such actions will only drain your mental energy. If you are afraid, let the transport take you back first. And Lan shook her head vigorously. "I must train. I cannot always be a burden to you." Hearing this, Lin Sheng was momentarily taken aback. He did not expect Lan to have such thoughts. Even if she contributed nothing to the resource gathering at the shelter, he would not say much. After all, Lan's role at the shelter was merely that of a doctor capable of treating injuries. Before Lin Sheng could assign the next task, a sudden barrage of artillery fire erupted from the other end of the city. Lin Sheng and Lan simultaneously turned their gazes towards the source of the sound, where thick smoke was billowing into the sky. Even from a distance, they could clearly see the flickering flames. "It seems something has happened over there. Should we go take a look?" Lan asked softly. Initially, Lin Sheng had no intention of going, but upon reflection, such a massive explosion could not have been caused by ordinary survivors. Could it be reinforcements from another city? This possibility was not out of the question. Some highly armed forces still possessed a certain level of survivability. Their trained consciousness and physicality also allowed them to survive well during the Great Purge. And from the army, they might learn some information about the outside world, which would be vital for Lin Sheng, who had never... "Let's go check it out. Transport, take us to the rooftop of that tall building ahead." A few minutes later, Lin Sheng and Lan arrived at the site of the explosion, where a massive object was burning fiercely on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the wreckage of a destroyed tank. Lin Sheng clearly remembered that the last time he was here, there had been no tank wreckage. This means the explosion indeed originated from here, and judging by the level of damage to the wreckage, it must have been recently destroyed. However, there were no other people nearby, not even a shadow could be seen. What exactly had happened here? A multitude of questions swirled in Lin Sheng's mind, and just as he was puzzled, Lan suddenly pointed towards a nearby corner. "Lin Sheng, look over there. Is there a dark figure?" Following her voice, Lin Sheng indeed spotted a moving shadow. Though the movement was slight, it was clear that it was something capable of moving. "Stay behind me. Do not wander off." In such a situation, Lin Sheng would naturally not approach it himself. If it were a highly threatening alien creature, it would spell disaster for him. Hawk 1, go check what is happening ahead, and be cautious to conceal your form. Do not expose yourself. Though Hawk 1 was a second-generation combat-type mechanical entity, it was not particularly adept in reconnaissance, but it could still check the situation. As for whether it would be discovered, that would depend on luck. Report to the master. There is a powerful life wave ahead. Preliminary analysis suggests it is a level 4 threat. Another level 4 threat. Lin Sheng took a deep breath. Since the second wave of monster frenzy erupted, the appearance rate of level 4 threats has been increasing. Those previous level 5 threatening alien creatures seem to have undergone some evolution. What kind of scene will the third wave of monster frenzy bring? For now, let's retreat. Be careful not to be discovered. Lin Sheng did not plan to tackle this level 4 threat. Just with the weapons he currently carried, he had a solid chance of dealing with this level 4 threatening alien creature. But as the saying goes, it is possible, but unnecessary. God knows if there are other level 4 threatening creatures nearby. If he were to successfully deal with this one only to have several more spring up from nearby, that would truly be the end. The main purpose of coming out this time was for reconnaissance, so he did not bring Predator 1 along. With just a second-generation combat-type mechanical entity's armament level, it was insufficient to tackle a level 4 threatening alien creature. "Come. Quickly come here." A weak voice came from the side rear, and Lin Sheng instinctively went on high alert, swiftly drawing the Desert Eagle from his waist. This quick motion startled Lan, who was already on edge. She fumbled to imitate Lin Sheng and pulled out her Glock 18 from her waist. Unfortunately, due to her intense nervousness, she had not even disengaged the gun's safety. "Do not be nervous. I will not harm you. There is a monster over there. If you do not want to die, hurry over here." From behind a discarded vehicle, a woman in a white coat was waving at them. With that attire, she resembled a doctor. Lin Cheng glanced at the dark figure moving not far away and ultimately decided to approach and take a look. Behind the abandoned vehicle stood only this woman with brown curly hair and glasses perched on her nose looking. Moreover, her clothes were very clean, unlike those of a survivor, fleeing in all directions. Who are you? Lin Cheng remained highly vigilant. He could not easily relax his guard until he understood the other party's identity. I am a researcher from the Gamma Laboratory. My name is Lu Shanshan, but you can call me Dr. Lu. We have made a significant research discovery that I must take to Haichuan City to deliver the experimental data to the research institute there. This discovery might help humanity create a means to combat these monsters. The military escorting me is currently under attack from a monster suffering heavy casualties. A sad expression appeared on Lu Shanshan's face when we set out. The escort team had a total of 12 people, and now only 4 remain after facing various dangers along the way. With just a few of us, it will be difficult to reach the research institute in Haichuan City. Upon hearing the words Gamma Research Institute, Lin Cheng's nerves instinctively tensed. If he remembered correctly, the Gamma Research Institute was a place dedicated to the study of genetic organisms. In his past life, the Gamma Research Institute focused on researching genetic organisms capable of contending with alien beings. The intention behind this idea was noble, aimed at increasing humanity's survival rate during the Great Purge. However, some things are ultimately untouchable. Coupled with the severe shortages of resources and data during the Great Purge, the experimental errors were significant. During a major experiment, a combination of various factors led to a very serious accident. As a result, a catastrophic incident erupted, awakening all the genetic organisms that had not yet completed their experiments from their dormant chambers. These genetic organisms created by humans not only failed to contribute to humanity, but instead turned against them, exacerbating the already difficult survival situation of humans. These genetically engineered organisms were comparable in strength to third-level threat alien beings, making them. They also possessed a certain level of combat awareness with intelligence comparable to that of a 7 or 80-year-old. Fortunately, the number of these genetic organisms was not particularly large, and during the subsequent monster frenzy, they clashed over territory with some higher threat-level beings. If not for the strong territorial and hunting instincts of the alien beings, these genetic organisms would likely have continued their rampage. Otherwise, based on humanity's current armed forces, it would not be sufficient to wipe out these traitorous creatures. I feel that your experiments seem rather pointless, otherwise you might as well return the way you came. Moreover, you have already sacrificed so many people. If you continue to persist, your escort team will likely be completely wiped out. Lu Shanshan shook her head firmly, saying, no matter how perilous this path may be, I must persist and continue forward. Otherwise, the sacrifices of those previous team members would have been in vain. Even if it means walking down a dead end, I am willing to do so. Lin Cheng shook his head helplessly. You may be willing, but you must also consider the remaining surviving team members. Their protection of you is merely a task. Furthermore, do you really think that these genetic organisms once created will help humanity repel the alien beings emerging from the underground? Lu Shanshan's face showed a fleeting moment of confusion, but this doubt was quickly masked. Although we have not yet succeeded in our research, I believe that through our unwavering efforts, the genetic organisms will undoubtedly become our partners. Lin Cheng did not continue to persuade her, but instead left behind a meaningful smile. Doctor, are you alright? Finally found you. Where are the others? As he spoke, 2 soldiers in green camouflage uniforms, breathing heavily and marching in orderly fashion, approached from a distance. The others have already met with misfortune. As of now, only the 2 of you remain in the escort team. As Lu Shanshan uttered these words, the sadness on her face was genuine, and the only 2 surviving members of the escort team seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Regardless, we will ensure your safety. This is our mission, and it is also the last hope for humanity. The last hope for humanity has never been anything else, but rather that we entrust our hope to other entities. The more you rely on others, the more disappointment you will face. Lin Cheng scanned the 2 soldiers, their travel-worn appearance and bulging packs, suggesting they had been out searching. You must be Dr. Lu, right? I must remind you, we are currently in a period of Great Purge. Even while conducting research, you must ensure nearby defensive measures. Additionally, the dormant chambers used to store the genetic organisms should be reinforced, and the dormant conditions of the genetic organisms should be checked periodically. Otherwise, with the current armed forces, how can we first address those genetic organisms that have gone berserk due to unsuccessful dormancy? I believe you understand this better than I do. That is all I have to say. If you wish to return the way you came, I will offer some assistance. After all, Lin Cheng glanced at the 2 military personnel. No matter how one looked at it, these soldiers had provided them with exceptional protection during peacetime. Now that these people needed help, Lin Cheng would assist as much as possible without harming his own interests, as a sign of respect for his own conscience. Of course, if you insist on continuing to Haichuan City, I will also offer some assistance. Lu Shanshan looked at Lin Cheng with some confusion, wondering why this seemingly young boy always spoke with an attitude beyond his years. Moreover, this boy seemed to know quite a lot about the things in the research institute. It should be noted that all research matters within the Gamma Research Institute were classified as level secrets, and besides the directly affiliated researchers, no one else was privy to this information. Could it be that someone leaked information? I know you are curious about how I know all this, but now is not the time to consider that. If you are determined to study those so-called genetic organisms, our human partners, you must remember the points I raised. The scene fell into a somewhat dead silence. Evidently Lin Shang's candid response had instilled a small spark of motivation in Lu Shanshan's heart. If she insisted on participating in the research project at the Gamma Research Institute, it was indeed highly likely to implicate the two escort team members behind her. After all, that so-called research had already claimed many lives. Doctor, there is no need to worry about our safety. This is our mission, and it is also our responsibility. Right now we do not know how many others are suffering. If sacrificing a few of us can ensure the safety of everyone, then I believe that sacrifice is worth it. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, we should not easily abandon that hope. A passionate speech stirred a small tremor in Lin Shang's heart. Even in such a dire environment, they could resolutely sacrifice themselves for the greater good. Aside from the soldiers of Huaxiao, there likely was not a single place in the world where people could exhibit such passion. Lu Shanshan's initially wavering thoughts were resolutely reaffirmed by this impassioned speech. All right, then, it's settled. However, now, if we want to go to Haichuan City, we need a vehicle with sufficient fuel. Lu Shanshan glanced awkwardly at the burning remains of a tank not far away. Previously, our escort team consisted of 2 military jeeps and a heavy tank. Just now, the last military jeep and tank were also destroyed by monsters. As for the vehicles, it's quite simple. There should still be quite a few operational vehicles in the southern district of the city. Lin Shang remembered very clearly that the southern district was the least explored area, as it was inherently sparsely. Moreover, during the Great Cleansing, many people had already moved to the official shelters, turning the southern district into a deserted ghost town. Last time he explored the southern district using a drone, and now he had the chance to go there again. Not only could he help the 3 of them find a usable vehicle, but he could also collect some refined iron for himself. The consumption of refined iron in the shelter was quite significant. Since his last trip to the urban area where he collected a large amount of refined iron, Lin Shang had not had the chance to gather more. Southern District, could you help us with directions? When Lu Shanshan spoke these words, she did not hold out much hope. The arrival of this disaster had revealed too much of human nature. Merely surviving was already quite difficult, let alone wasting precious search resources to guide them. However, Lin Shang agreed. Of course I can. Lin Shang readily replied. I have a helicopter which can get us there fast, but I must make it clear that I will only take you to the southern district. Whether or not you find a vehicle will depend on your luck. Great. Lu Shanshan's spirits began to rise. Reaching the southern district meant they had a new glimmer of. Besides that, she had no other thoughts. Enlon looked at Lin Shang in astonishment. This guy had previously been a ruthless killer, yet now he seemed so benevolent. It was as if he was a completely different person. Lu Shanshan and these 2 military personnel were clearly from the official side, and in front of the officials Lin Shang would definitely hide the existence of the mechanical life forms. At this moment, the officials were seeking anything that could protect humanity, and mechanical life forms would undoubtedly be the optimal choice, without exception. However, given the current technological level, researching mechanical life forms would likely take a long time. Moreover, these mechanical life forms were created using a significant amount of refined iron. If they were casually taken as test subjects by others, it would be a tremendous loss for him. This was not selfishness on his part, but rather the notion that giving hope while ensuring others could not replicate, it was the greatest despair. When she saw the helicopter, Lu Shanshan actually had a fleeting thought of persuading Lin Shang to join them. Would you like to join us? Become a member of the Gamma Research Institute, at least you won't have to worry about survival. There is ample food, water, and a comfortable resting environment. It would definitely be much more stable than being lost here, and there are military troops stationed for protection, ensuring safety is absolutely reliable. Upon hearing these words, Lin Shang nearly laughed. Compared to the so-called armed forces of the Gamma Research Institute, the combat capabilities of the mechanical life forms in the shelter far outclassed them. Even a single Raptor 1 could match a whole army, let alone the other mechanical life forms supporting it. As for the term survival resources, Lin Shang was already quite familiar with it, or just the survival resources Lin Shang had collected, if conserved a little, would be more than enough to endure the Great Cleansing. But the prerequisite was to be sufficiently frugal. Merely surviving was absolutely feasible, but if he wanted to live a bit more comfortably, it would require considerable effort. Otherwise, after struggling through the Great Cleansing, he would end up driving himself crazy, which would not be worth it. No need, helping you is merely a small effort. As for the idea of pulling me into your group, please set that aside. Lin Shang was not worried that Lu Shanshan and the 3 would pose any threat to his safety. The cargo area was equipped with some micro-weapons. Although their firepower was not particularly strong, they were still lethal to humans. As long as these people made any move that posed a threat to his safety, these micro-weapons would not hesitate to fire. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Shang dared to invite them into the transport. It was not that he did not trust them at all, but rather to prevent any potential issues. only by taking precautions in advance could tragedies be avoided. It's better to be proactive than to regret later. The transport flew very quickly, taking only a few minutes to reach the Southern District. As expected, the streets of the Southern District still had many vehicles parked on the side, and these vehicles were covered with a thick layer of snow. The cold wave had a significant impact on the vehicles, and whether or not they could find a drivable one would depend entirely on the luck of these three. Lin Chung parked the transport in a larger open area and issued a command to be vigilant of their surroundings. If anyone had ill intentions, they could deal with them first and report later. Then he took Lan and headed in the opposite direction from Lu Shanshan and the others. His goal was completely different. He needed refined iron, while the escort team needed vehicles. The Southern District was a newly developed area, and the facilities were not very complete. Even the businesses that had settled here were mostly new industries. There were more educational institutions, so finding survival resources here would truly depend on luck. Lin Chung found a street filled with abandoned vehicles, and at the far left of the street was a convenience store with its doors tightly closed. From a distance, it seemed that the lock on the convenience store was still intact, indicating that no one had entered to search yet. Hearing the intermittent footsteps behind him, Lin Chung decided to temporarily send Lan away. If he did not send her away, he would not be able to freely convert these abandoned vehicles into refined iron. After all, having a massive object disappear before her eyes would seem quite unreasonable, no matter how he explained. He certainly couldn't just say that he was a person with a system, could he? Lan, it seems there is a convenience store ahead. Why don't you go in and take a look? They'll search around this area for other shops. Are you saying you want me to go in alone? Lan pointed at herself in disbelief. Lin Chung nodded. There isn't much danger nearby, and with so few people around, no one will come out to threaten your safety. They'll be right here. If anything happens, just shout for help. It was only after Lin Cheng's persistent urging that Lan mustered the courage to take a few steps forward, but she turned back to glance at him after just a few paces. Lin Chung felt like a thief while collecting the refined iron, constantly checking to see if Lan was watching him. Fortunately, there were places that obscured his view, allowing him to quickly gather the refined iron. Just from the abandoned vehicles on this street, Lin Chung amassed an unimaginable quantity of refined iron. He became so engrossed in collecting it that he ran quite far before remembering Lan was still waiting for him at the convenience store. Looking at the data panel displaying his abundant stock of refined iron, Lin Chung smiled with satisfaction and began making his way back. Lan was also searching diligently, and she had piled a large amount of supplies at the entrance of the convenience store. Although some items were utterly useless, given the current scarcity of resources, it was wise to carry as much as possible. One never knows when it might come in handy. However, when Lin Chung took a closer look, he found that most of the items on the ground were snacks. Oh no! The corners of Lin Cheng's mouth twitched involuntarily. While snacks could satisfy momentary cravings, they seemed to offer no real help in terms of filling up or nutrition. Among this pile of things, the only truly useful items appeared to be the mineral water set aside. If he had to add one more thing, it would be the 2 boxes of instant noodles stacked in the corner. At this moment, Lan was struggling to carry another box of mineral water, wobbling as she walked out of the convenience store. You finally returned. After searching for a long time, it seems these are the only useful items. How should we carry them back? Lan sat down to rest for a moment, wiping the sweat from her brow with her sleeve. Are you sure these things can help you survive the Great Purge? Lan paused slightly. Aren't these all food and water? Indeed, they are food, but their shelf life is too short. Although these items taste much better, they are not suitable as staple foods. Lin Chung shook his head. Let's put the things down first. They'll take you inside to have a look. Lan nodded and placed the mineral water she was holding on the ground, following Lin Chung into the convenience store. The store had 4 rows of shelves, each displaying different products. The first row of shelves was mostly filled with daily necessities. Since these items were not immediately needed, Lin Chung skipped over them and looked at the second row. In contrast to the first row, the products on the second row were clearly more valuable, consisting of convenient instant foods like various flavors of compressed biscuits. However, for some unknown reason, some of the items here had their packaging ripped open and many bore traces of blood. This immediately caught Lin Cheng's attention. When they entered the convenience store, the door had been tightly locked, so logically it was impossible for anyone to have advanced further than them. If there were other survivors who had come here, the convenience store door could not have remained intact. As for the environment surrounding the convenience store, Lin Chung had conducted a simple reconnaissance and found no other entrances, thus ruling out the possibility of survivors entering from another entry point. Lan, did anything unusual happen in this convenience store just now, eh? No, nothing unusual happened. Lan shook her head in confusion, not understanding what Lin Chung was talking about. It was normal from the time I entered until you came back. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Cheng's peripheral vision suddenly caught a flash of light from the ventilation duct overhead. Although the flash was quick, Lin Cheng's keen instincts captured it. Lin Chung instinctively dodged. Just as he moved from his original position, a glinting flying knife struck the shelf less than 2 seconds later. The quality of the iron shelf was decent, yet it was directly pierced by the sharp flying knife. Who was up there? Lin Chung was immediately furious. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, the knife would have struck him instead of the ship. He swiftly drew the Desert Eagle from his waist and fired 2 shots towards the ventilation duct. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed in the confined space, causing discomfort in the eardrums, while a series of screams came from within the ventilation duct. Moments later, a bloodied figure crawled out from the ventilation duct, leaving a trail of blood on the floor. This was a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s with a buzz cut and wearing a heavy down jacket. In his hands, he surprisingly held 2 identical flying knives. "Impressive, you actually found me," the middle-aged man said disdainfully. "I never expected that after ambushing so many people here I would fall to a mere kid." His face was filled with scorn, but the wound on his left shoulder caused him severe pain, making him involuntary. The bullet had precisely penetrated the middle-aged man's right shoulder. The continuous bleeding was enough to take his life. "You have ambushed many people here." "Of course. I discovered this convenience store first, so it naturally belongs to me. If you want to touch anything inside, you must pay the price." From the ferocity in the middle-aged man's eyes, Lin Chung surmised that those he had ambushed were likely doomed. But Lan had been wandering around here for quite a while. Why hadn't this middle-aged man taken action? Could it be due to a sudden attack of conscience? Impossible. A person who had killed so many strangers could not suddenly show mercy to someone. Lan was already pale with fright, never realizing that her apparent searching for a few minutes had been closely monitored by a pair of eyes in the ventilation duct. If Lin Chung hadn't returned, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Chung could deduce the general situation, and Lan had consistently headed for the 2 innermost snack shelves, never approaching this aisle. The convenience store was modest in size. Its ventilation system comprised only a single duct. This man had clearly been lying in wait, anticipating Lan's arrival. Yet Lan had no intention of coming near, and thus narrowly escaped calamity. "How do you think we should deal with it?" Lin Chung leveled his gun at the bleeding man sprawled on the floor. Lan trembled violently. This was the closest she had ever stood to death. She recognized instantly that the middle-aged man before her was a remorseless, bloodthirsty killer. She hadn't felt such visceral dread when her compressed biscuits were stolen, but now icy terror gripped her entire being. When Lin Chung asked how the man should be dealt with, her first instinct was clear: kill him. Yet the moment that thought surfaced, she froze. When exactly had she become so cold-blooded? Follow the truth within your heart. This is no longer the world we once knew. Lin Chung stood before Lan, towering and resolute. "You need harbor no ill will towards strangers who mean you no harm, but those who bear malice against you. To spare them is to invite future catastrophe." Lan's pupils convulsed, dilating and contracting wildly, a testament to the profound shock reverberating through her. "Whether to kill or spare him rests entirely upon your own will." Lin Chung stepped back, yielding the space before her, yet his gun remained unwaveringly trained on the man. After agonizing hesitation, Lan slowly drew her Glock 18 from her waistband, the weapon Lin Chung had given her. She had never imagined using it. Until now, an exception became inevitable. Yet this was her first time handling a handgun. Every step, from disengaging the safety to aiming, felt alien. She had even forgotten to release the safety catch. Her hand trembled uncontrollably as she raised the pistol, a moment of profound psychological reckoning. From naivety to maturity, from indecision to decisive action. Crossing this threshold would ease her survival, freeing her from crushing psychological burdens. "Go ahead, shoot. Look at you, barely able to hold the gun steady. How pitifully frail." "Ha ha ha. Just a green girl and a callow boy." The man continued, hurling barbs, seeking to dominate her psychologically, making the act of pulling the trigger all the more arduous. "I'm not a girl. I only want to survive here. You wish to harm me, so I. Her breath quickened. Pulling the trigger was no longer merely a physical, it was a verdict upon a life. As a physician, she had sworn an oath to devote her knowledge solely to saving lives. Yet now she stood poised to become an executioner. Some lives are worth saving, others are not. First decide, beyond your role as a doctor, you are above all human. In this world, self-preservation is neither wrong nor shame. This man, warped by twisted impulses, has callously harmed countless innocents. Do you truly believe he deserves? No. Then does he deserve to die? Yes. So why hesitate?" Lin Cheng's voice remained calm, but to Lan it struck like thunderclaps. I can't pull the trigger." Her hands shook so violently she was forced to grip the pistol with both hands just to keep it level. "Ha ha ha. I knew this girl wouldn't dare. If you lack the skill, don't pretend to handle the burden. Leave now, and I'll forget this ever happened. You seem utterly unaware of your predicament." Lin Cheng sneered. Clearly the man mistook them for sheltered children, unversed in the world's cruelties. His miscalculation was absolute. Lan lacked the resolve to fire, but he did not. He had withheld killing the man earlier precisely to catalyze her transformation. In this brutal world, excessive gentleness is a fatal flaw. Only when he glimpsed the flash of lethal intent in Lin Cheng's eyes did the man panic. Having killed many, he recognized that look instantly. He had no doubt this seemingly young boy would pull the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Another shot rang out, this one piercing the man's other shoulder. F! He screamed, both arms collapsing limply onto the floor, paralyzed. Excruciating pain beaded sweat across his brow, threatening to shatter his sanity. Yet Lan's resolve hardened. Her grip on the pistol steadied, trembling no more. At the moment she clenched her teeth and squeezed the trigger, no gunshot followed. Seeing Lan's stunned expression, Lin Cheng smiled. This was a test of your composure. Congratulations, you've passed. Bang. A bullet pierced the man's heart with surgical precision. The braying middle-aged man lying on the floor fell silent. Forever. You didn't disengage the safety, did you? Lan gazed at Lin Cheng with wide, innocent eyes, tears welling unmistakably in her lashes. The instant their eyes met, those tears spilled down her cheeks. Lin Cheng faltered. Just moments ago she'd been composed, now she wept without warning. Don't cry. It's nothing to fear. You'll witness scenes like this often enough and the shock will fade. You'll grow Her lingering sorrow dissolved into laughter, sobbing one moment, then bursting into giggles the next. Are you genuinely incapable of comforting someone, or merely pretending to be? Who comforts like this? Lin Cheng coughed, awkwardly unaccustomed to interacting with girls. He preferred directness. Why obscure meaning with pretense? Truth, after all, needed no embellishment. What happened here? Lu Shanshan hurriedly rushed into the convenience store with 2 escort team members and immediately saw the body lying on the floor. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Lu Shanshan didn't dare to say much, for they did not understand the circumstances and naturally could not draw any conclusions. Justifiable defense. This person had malicious intent. Fortunately, I discovered it in time. Lin Cheng casually described what had just happened. Upon hearing this, Lu Shanshan nodded, showing no sympathy for the corpse on the ground. We heard gunshots coming from this direction, and our first reaction was that you were in trouble. Now seeing that you are all right is truly a relief. Lin Cheng put away the Desert Eagle in his hand and casually asked, how did it go on your side? Did you find any vehicles that could be driven? Lu Shanshan nodded. Most of the vehicles here were rendered unusable due to the previous snowstorm, but fortunately some in the underground garage remain intact. However, the gasoline might be a bit insufficient. Do you know where to get gasoline? Lin Cheng shook his head. I really don't know about that. Even the fuel in my helicopter is running low. I was about to find a place to look for some gasoline suitable for my helicopter. If I remember correctly, there might be some gas stations in the northern district of the city. There are quite a few gas stations there. Alternatively, you could continue searching in the southern district. If you're lucky, you might also find a gas station. But the gasoline in the northern district has likely been cleaned out by other survivors. I personally suggest that you continue searching in the southern district. That's about all I can help you with. I have other arrangements to make, so let's part ways here. I wish you good luck. Lu Shanshan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. Thank you for your help. Without you, we wouldn't have found these vehicles. If you need anything in the future, you can find me at the Gamma Research Institute in Haichuan City. If I can help you, I will definitely do so. Great. Farewell. The 2 escort team members beside Lu Shanshan even saluted Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng also gave all 5 bottles of mineral water from his helicopter to Lu Shanshan and her team. After they left, Lan curiously asked Lin Cheng, I remember there were many barrels of gasoline in the shelter, right? The reserve of that gasoline should last a long time. Even if I give them some, it's not a big deal. We have already helped them enough. Moreover, the matter of the shelter absolutely cannot be exposed. Even if they have confirmed their destination, it is uncertain that they will not change it halfway. Being able to help them find vehicles is already doing enough. Not helping them is merely following the principle, while helping them is a matter of sentiment. Lin Cheng's expression was calm, as if discussing something trivial. He could offer help, but would not overextend it. This is his true nature. Lan's eyes flickered. From Lin Cheng, she saw an absolute calmness. This indifference was hardly something an 18-year-old boy should possess. Lin Cheng possessed a composure not typical for his age. Is there anywhere else you want to go? Lin Cheng asked Lan, while sitting in the transport vehicle flying into the sky, inquiring about where she wanted to go next. After a moment of hesitation, Lan finally said, I want to go to a milk tea shop. Lin Cheng initially thought he misheard, but upon reflection, he realized she indeed said milk tea shop. I mean, your thought process is truly unique. Even at a time like this, you are still thinking about drinking milk tea. Lan's face slightly flushed. As for food, it has definitely been scavenged by other survivors. I believe the milk tea powder in the shop should not have been sought after. Moreover, the temperature during the recent cold wave was extremely low, and the ingredients stored in the shop should have been well preserved, at least not spoiled. Lin Cheng lightly responded, and quickly locked onto a milk tea shop using the GPS map on the transport. Lan's reasoning was not without merit. The milk tea shop was not solely stocked with milk tea powder, but also with some fruit-based snacks. The temperature during the cold wave was extremely low, and such items generally do not spoil. Occasionally looking for some snacks to lighten life is not bad. In fact, it has been proven that consuming more sweets significantly aids dopamine secretion, which can regulate mood and create a sense of exhilaration. Otherwise, Lin Cheng wouldn't waste precious time specifically searching for supplies that are of little help for survival. Since the Great Reckoning, the atmosphere in the shelter has indeed been too oppressive, although he has prepared many items to alleviate this oppressive feeling. However, everything happening around them constantly reminds them that they are in a brutally harsh period. The most crucial aspect is the stark contrast to their previous lives. People's movements are no longer free. Each time they go out, they are filled with fear, dreading encounters with those alien creatures. According to Lin Cheng's current plan, the position of the shelter will undergo some changes. In other words, they are about to leave here. Rather than leaving behind these items that can no longer be produced, it would be better to take everything with them in one go, at least putting them to good use. Moreover, the shelf life of milk tea powder is typically about 1 to 2 years, so it can be used at least until the end. Watching movies and drinking milk tea during boring times seems to restore a bit of the feeling of their previous peaceful life. This time Lin Cheng not only cleared out several nearby milk tea shops, he even went to some DVD stores, taking all the DVDs that could be carried away. Now that technology has developed enough, there are extremely few stores selling DVDs. After searching for a long time, he found only 2. Before leaving, Lin Cheng glanced at the supplies piled up in the transport cabin, and they turned out to be items unrelated: clothes, milk, tea powder, snacks, various fruits, and some unopened DVDs. The only items that might offer some help for survival are probably just those few bottles of mineral water. This time out searching for supplies, it felt like he took everything, yet in reality, he took nothing. Lin's father and mother were taken aback when they discovered that Lin Cheng had returned with a large haul of snacks and milk tea powder. This was unlike Lin Cheng's usual way of handling things. In the past, Lin Cheng had never brought back any snacks after spending so long outside the shelter searching for supplies. Yet this time, he surprisingly made a change. Seeing the expressions on his parents' faces, Lin Cheng scratched his nose and said these. Before he could finish, Lan interjected, "Uncle Andy, these are all for me. Also, I picked out a few outfits, let's see if they suit Andy." Within Lan's interruption, Lin's father and mother shifted their attention away. After Lin Cheng brought back the supplies from outside and had the butler categorize and organize them, he continued to tinker with his shelter. The cleanup work at the nearby deep pit was going smoothly. The surface-level aberrant creatures in the closest deep pit to the shelter had basically been cleared out. What concerned Lin Cheng were the unknown life fluctuations deep within. According to the feedback from the Eagle Eye, there were still many undetectable unknown life forms active at the bottom of the deep pit. Based on Lin Cheng's judgment, these life forms were very likely advanced threat aberrant creatures in a dormant state. This further solidified Lin Cheng's determination to relocate. The creative mechanical life forms were still conducting their research day and night, but the progress was just as expected, with no significant ups and downs. The only thing that brought Lin Cheng comfort was that everything in the shelter had now entered a steady state. With the help of these mechanical life forms, he no longer needed to handle most tasks personally. Sometimes he only needed to give an order, and everything could be taken care of. With ample supplies secured, Lin Cheng began to wholeheartedly develop the weapon reserves of the shelter. This time out, aside from these seemingly useless milk, tea powder, and fruits, he also acquired a large amount of fine iron. Weapons like the Gatling and RPK light machine guns could be mass-produced. Additionally, a significant amount of ammunition also needed to be stockpiled. Every wall of the shelter could be modified by the creators and their little subordinates, turning them into automatic firearms that could lock onto targets via a central controller. This way, when the next major reckoning came, these mechanical life forms, which had little combat capability, could still control these heavy weaponry to fend off enemies rather than being completely useless. On the 45th day of the major reckoning, the third wave of the monster tide attacked. Dark clouds roiled in the sky, and the thunder echoed like cannon fire. Even through the thick and sturdy walls of the shelter, the sounds of the aberrant creatures trampling the ground and the walls could still be faintly heard. To ensure that the shelter would not be damaged by the excessive assault of the aberrant creatures, all mechanical life forms stood ready. Combat-type and reconnaissance-type mechanical life forms were deployed simultaneously, continuously firing and clearing the skies above the shelter. As for the other types of mechanical life forms, they were not idle either. After a brief familiarization, they quickly mastered the use of firearms. In terms of learning new skills, these highly intelligent mechanical life forms displayed exceptional talent. Lin's mother and in-law were resting in the room, feeling anxious as they listened to the commotion outside. Lin Cheng stood at the window of the shelter with his father, watching everything that was happening outside. As the mechanical life forms like Falcon 1 fought valiantly, countless bodies of aberrant creatures were shot down instantly, covering the outside of the shelter in dark green blood. This disgusting sight was humanity's greatest enemy. Lin's father was quite resilient. He was no longer afraid of these monsters outside. Suddenly, a bird-like aberrant creature charged towards the window where the father and son stood. Its speed was astonishing, almost unparalleled. Lin's father's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively, wanting to pull Lin Cheng away. But just a second before the gigantic steel fist collided with the window, it slammed directly into the bird creature's head. Thud! The bird creature's head burst like a ripe watermelon, shattered into a pile of fragments under the impact of the steel fist. It was Falcon 1. Lin's father finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiao Cheng, where did these big guys come from?" Lin Cheng smiled and replied, "Dad, these are the most loyal guardians of the shelter. As for where they came from, I'm not sure. As long as they pose no threat to our safety, it doesn't matter where they come from, right? Lin's father nodded. Indeed, in this current environment, it was already good enough to survive. Moreover, with so many reliable big guys protecting them, as long as their lives weren't endangered, it didn't matter where they... Looking at the window covered in the dark green blood of the bird creature, Lin Chung felt a sense of heaviness in his heart. The windows of the shelter were military grade, made even of nanomaterials, incredibly tough. Even if Falcon 1 hadn't intercepted that bird creature just now, it wouldn't have been a big problem, because ordinary aberrant creatures had no chance of breaking through the shelter's walls and windows. Recently, the creators had reinforced the shelter's walls. Unless multiple second-tier threat aberrant creatures attacked simultaneously, the walls could withstand a prolonged assault. The third wave of the monster tide lasted significantly longer than the first two and expanded in scale several times. In fact, it was even more exaggerated than the combined duration of the first two monster tides. Moreover, there were many large aberrant creatures among them. However, these massive aberrant creatures did not focus their attention on the shelter. They merely swept by overhead, leaving behind sharp sounds of slicing air and piercing screeches. As for where they were headed, Lin Chung couldn't guess for the time being. He had thought about using drones to follow them and investigate, but the dispatch drones were all torn apart by the swarm of aberrant creatures. Falcon 1 and Eagle, I had been fighting for quite a while with warnings of low energies starting to appear. This monster tide still had not ended. With no other choice, he could only temporarily recall them back to the shelter to recharge. Otherwise, once their energy ran out outside the shelter, even the lowest tier aberrant creatures would be enough to tear Falcon 1 apart. A 1,000-mile dam could collapse because of an ant hole. Even the weakest things can be terrifying in large numbers. Lin Chung couldn't help but worry about what kind of scene would unfold during the fourth monster tide. After the monster tide receded, the outskirts of the shelter were already covered with the dark green blood of these creatures. This blood was unusually thick and difficult to clean, and it emitted an unbearable stench. As soon as Lin Chung stepped out of the shelter, he was overwhelmed by the intolerable odor, causing him to frown. He had never encountered such a large quantity of aberrant creatures before. Naturally, he had not experienced such a heavy stench from corpses. It was clear that he couldn't clean it all by himself, not only because of the sheer amount of work, but also due to the mental and physical challenges. If he were to clean up these disgusting things bit by bit, he would definitely refuse, and this was where the function of the creative mechanical life forms came into play. Lin Chung directly requested the creative entity to develop a robot capable of cleaning dirt, as ordinary vacuuming robots would not suffice. The cleaning robots developed could transport nearby water sources and clean the shelter. To maximize the benefits of water resources and avoid wasting the currently usable flowing water, these cleaning robots could even defrost ice blocks. The ice blocks that had frozen in rivers and lakes due to the cold wave had now become an essential factor in cleaning the shelter. With these cleaning robots helping to clear the shelter, Lin Chung could also enjoy some leisure time instead of being constantly. The milk, tea powder, and fruits he brought back from the city were also fully utilized. As Lin Chung and his parents became more familiar with Lan, her quirky side was completely revealed. Usually, whenever Lin Cheng's parents had minor tasks that needed assistance, Lan would be the first to offer her help. Lin Cheng's parents genuinely liked this girl who had no blood relation to them, and had even begun treating her as a daughter-in-law. After one dinner, Lin Cheng's mother mysteriously took Lan's delicate hand, a benevolent smile on her face. Lan, what do you think of our little Chung? Lan did not think much, and answered honestly, he is quite good. Not only is he responsible, but he is also very capable, definitely among the best of his peers. Upon hearing Lan's high praise for Lin Cheng's mother's smile brightened even more. Then do you think he can be a good head of the family? Although Lan found Lin Cheng's mother's question a bit strange, she still replied, based on his current performance, he is fully capable of fulfilling the responsibilities of a head of the family. So would you be willing to stay with little Chung in the future? And he won't hide anything from you, and will speak directly. Lin Cheng's mother stated plainly, your uncle and I both like you very much, and you and little Chung have spent some time together, so there is a certain emotional foundation. The world is too chaotic now, and the outside is not peaceful, and you have no other family. If you don't mind, with such words spoken, if Lan still couldn't understand, then all those years of study would have been in vain. Her cheeks instantly flushed like a ripe apple. Auntie, Lin Cheng's mother gently patted Lan's hand. Little Chung has grown up under the watchful eyes of your uncle, and me, his character is beyond reproach, and as for his abilities, you have seen for yourself. To establish this shelter, your uncle and I did not help at all. It was all accomplished by little Chung alone. Lan nervously rubbed her hands together. She had been striving to survive for many years. To be precise, she had been continually working hard to study, to take exams, and to earn money. When it came to matters of the opposite sex, she had never considered them. Auntie does not mean to force you, just follow your feeling. Lin Cheng's mother continued to be understanding. Auntie just thinks that rather than being unencumbered, it is better to have an extra reliance. Even if you are unwilling, we will still be your family. Lan bit her lip, feeling an internal struggle. It was as if two different voices were echoing in her ears. One voice urged her to agree, while the other urged her to refuse. In a daze, Lan suddenly nodded and Lin Cheng's mother beamed with joy, taking off a jade bracelet from her wrist. This bracelet is a family heirloom of the Lin family. It was passed down to me by little Cheng's grandmother, and from now on it belongs to you. As Lan looked at the bracelet being handed to her by Lin Cheng's mother, her already shy face turned beet red up to her neck. Lin Cheng, who was completely unaware of what had happened, had no clue. When he returned from the deepest research facility of the shelter, he noticed that the bracelet was missing from his mother's wrist and was now on Lan's hand. He knew very well that this bracelet was his mother's favorite item, always carried with her wherever she went, almost never leaving her side. How could it now be given as a gift to Lan? Seeing Lin Cheng approach, Lan immediately closed her eyes, too embarrassed to look at him. Lin Cheng was puzzled. What was wrong with Lan? Only Lin Cheng's mother smiled brightly. Little Cheng, you should treat Lan well from now on. Huh? Lin Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Didn't I treat her well before? Lin Cheng's mother shot him a glare. When I say treat, I don't mean in that sense, I mean in that sense. Lin Cheng was completely confused now. Indeed, Chinese culture is profound, and a short sentence, seemingly repetitive, actually contains a vast amount of information. It was so much that he almost couldn't digest it. If a foreigner were to come and take a Chinese listening test, they would surely faint on the spot. Lan is now your fiancé. Oh, Lin Cheng replied, suddenly realizing that something was a bit off with it. What does it mean that she is now his fiancé? When did he agree to that? What the hell? Wait, when did this happen? You don't need to know, and Lan is a good girl, and I can see that you two will definitely be able to get along harmoniously in the Lin Cheng opened his mouth to say more, but Lin Cheng's mother wildly gestured at him with her eyes. She looked in Lan's direction, signaling him not to say those things in front of her. Whatever you need to say, you can discuss it later. For now, you two go rest aside, and leave the cleanup after the meal to your dad. Lin Cheng was truly dumbfounded this time. He no longer thought about the idea of falling pies from the sky, or money from above. What was the operation of receiving a fiancé from the heavens? Stop joking, Mom. Lin Cheng felt quite helpless, as he was only 18 years old in this world. Getting engaged at 18 seemed a bit too early. Xiao Cheng, things are different now. Since we have decent living conditions, we naturally should have a happy family. Cherishing what we have in front of us is what we should do. I won't advise you too much, but Lan is the daughter-in-law that your father and I have chosen for you. After saying this, Lin's mother went over with a smile to clean up the mess on the table. Lin's father also hurried over to help with the cleaning, leaving only Lin Cheng and Lan standing in the spaceship. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, and Lan, being a girl, naturally wouldn't speak up first. Lin Cheng, still in shock, was momentarily at a loss for words, and the two stood there for several minutes. In the end, it was Lin Cheng who broke the silence. Did Mom say anything to you? Lan nodded, but then felt it was inappropriate, so she quickly shook her head. She didn't say much, just some casual Lin Cheng gave a meaningful glance at the jade bracelet on Lan's wrist. Since his mother liked it so much, he decided to set this matter aside for now. He had more important things to attend to. Just recently, the shelter system had issued a new warning: the most dangerous. The meteor crisis is about to arrive. The time is just 5 days from now, on the 51st day of the Grand Reckoning. Millions of meteors will continuously strike the Earth in just a few days. Though these meteors are not large, they are still objects falling from space. Under the influence of gravity, the impact can be imagined. If one were to land on a hapless soul, it would likely crush them on the spot. While the shelter walls are indeed very sturdy, they are not invincible. Therefore, in the coming days, he must find ways to reinforce the defenses around the shelter. He had not yet informed Lin's father, mother, or Lan about this news, as such matters are inherently unpredictable. Once he reveals this information, it will be hard to find excuses to brush it off, especially since all contact with the outside world has been severed. Passing the blame onto research institutes that have long since vanished is clearly unrealistic. Consequently, the plan to create tools for transporting the shelter must be temporarily postponed. In the next 5 days, the defenses of the tower must be reinforced by at least double to safely withstand the meteor. If Lin Cheng remembered correctly, several regions would encounter large meteors, but he couldn't recall exactly which ones. Yet he felt they weren't far from here. The terrifying impact could easily bury anything on the ground. What lies beneath the surface now? Alien creatures. To be precise, sleeping alien creatures. Even the faint sounds of unmanned drones can awaken them, and such a massive disturbance will certainly stir them. The consequences for any survivors caught in such an event could be imagined. Lin Cheng could not take that risk, and he dared not gamble. If he were truly unlucky and encountered a massive meteor, the consequences of the shelter being crushed underground would be severe. After receiving the order, the creator immediately stopped their work and led the entire team of mechanical life forms to begin reinforcing the shelter walls. The reinforcement process also required the consumption of refined iron. If not for the recent increase in the refined iron reserves, such a massive consumption would have been difficult to manage. In addition to upgrading the shelter's wall defenses, the creator also manufactured several automated attack devices that could autonomously identify targets. They were tentatively named Guardian turrets. There are a total of 4 Guardian turrets placed in the east, west, south, and north directions of the shelter. The missiles fired by the Guardian turrets require a certain amount of refined iron to produce, but fortunately, due to the creator's improvements, the amount consumed is minimal. At least with the current stock of refined iron, the consumption is nearly negligible, truly a drop in the bucket. However, each Guardian turret can only fire 2 missiles at a time with a 10-second interval between shots. Lin Sheng had tried to have the creator further upgrade the Guardian turrets, but the creator's current level was too low and did not have the construction permissions yet. As the creator produces more items, its level will rise accordingly, creating a positive feedback loop. Lin Sheng could only shake his head helplessly. It seems he must wait until the creator produces enough items before he can continue upgrading the Guardian turrets. Nonetheless, the shelter now possesses a certain level of self-defense capability. Even if the mechanical life forms are not outside, the Guardian turrets can still provide some armed force. Although the Guardian turrets can only fire 2 missiles, the power of these missiles is significant, capable of flattening an entire building. Moreover, the auto-detection range is quite impressive, extending 5 kilometers. If any life forms move rapidly towards the shelter within that range, the Guardian turrets will fire automatically. After all, this is a creation made by high-intelligence mechanical life forms far more advanced than current human technology. Enhancing the shelter's defenses and armament facilities took a full 2 days. With only 3 days left until the meteor impact, Lin Sheng did not slack off at all. Every day, he dispatched Red Rabbit No. 1 and Red Rabbit No. 2 to patrol the area around the shelter, leaving no potentially dangerous clues overlooked. Ever since Lin's mother confirmed Lan's identity, the bond between the 2 women has grown stronger. Lan, now no longer as reserved as before, began to reveal more of her charming personality. This only increased Lin's mother's fondness for Lan. The once polite Lan towards Lin Sheng has recently shown an intention to get along better with him. However, Lin Sheng's thoughts were entirely focused on the shelter. This is their foundation for survival. There is only 1 day left until the meteor impact. Lin Sheng conducted a final inspection of the shelter. After so many checks, no issues were found. Theoretically, there was no need for further inspections. However, Lin Sheng's greatest concern was the possibility of overlooking something. After all the efforts made, if a single oversight led to total failure, wouldn't that render all his previous work futile? This meteor impact is not merely about the disaster caused by the impact itself. The meteor will also bring with it many unknown cosmic spores. These spores will parasitize nearby living beings, thus resulting in the emergence of another form of life on Earth. A life that does not belong to Earth. What exactly they are, Lin Sheng is not very clear on. He only knows bits and pieces. These beings did not survive long on Earth, seemingly disappearing entirely within a few days, as if they had never existed. Although it is unclear whether these beings harbor hostility towards humans, any life form that does not belong to Earth is treated as a threat. Lan sat in the main hall of the shelter, watching Lin Sheng busily coming in and out. Her feelings were somewhat calm. She could certainly see that Lin Sheng had been extremely tense and busy in recent days, as if something significant was about to happen. Yet no matter how they asked, Lin Sheng merely acted as if nothing was amiss, and did not share much with them. However, based on her recent understanding of Lin Sheng, he would never act so unusually without reason. He must be hiding something from them. Yet without Lin Sheng's explanation, their guesses would lead them nowhere, leaving them only able to help relieve his stress as best as they could. After all, managing the entire shelter is no simple task. It requires not only counting supplies, but also ensuring everything is well organized. Just thinking through various strategies is enough to consume a lot of energy, let alone dealing with other matters. With Lan helping to inventory supplies, at least there was one assistant. When Lan was in the hospital, she often counted medical supplies, so she was more professional than Lin Sheng in this regard. Not only did she document the names and quantities of the supplies in great detail, but she also recorded the production dates and shelf lives of some food items and noted the expiration dates at the end. Lin Sheng was quite shocked when he saw this list. To organize it so thoroughly must have taken a significant amount of time. One could only say that Lan was diligent. After this inspection was completed, there were only 12 hours left until the meteor impact. Lin Sheng dispatched Red Hair No. 1 and Red Hair No. 2 to conduct another thorough search within a 5-kilometer radius of the shelter. Only after eliminating all potential hazards did he return to the shelter with peace of mind. Seeing Lin Sheng finally breathe a sigh of relief, Lan could not suppress her curiosity any longer and asked Lin Sheng, "Is something going to happen?" Lin Sheng glanced at his busy father and mother, then at Lan's eager face, and ultimately chose not to conceal the truth. "The information I received indicates that there will be a meteor impact in 11 hours, and it will be a large-scale impact. As for where this information comes from, I cannot disclose that for now, but remember to keep this matter from them." The them Lin Sheng referred to as naturally his father and mother. He had already eliminated all potential dangers to prevent them from worrying excessively. Lan nodded and assured him, "Don't worry, I will keep it strictly confidential. Is there anything I can help with right now?" "Not for now. You organized those lists beautifully. You've already helped me a lot." "That's only right. After all, I also need to consume supplies while living here. If they can't be used effectively, you might just throw." Lan said this with a smile, clearly just joking. Lin Sheng could tell she was joking, but he still replied, seriously, throwing you out is out of the question. Having you stay in the shelter as a laborer is also not bad. And Lan playfully wrinkled her nose, then you might as well throw me out, I have my dignity. Lin Sheng's father and mother, glancing back, inadvertently found Lin Sheng chatting and laughing with Lan. The old couple's faces showed expressions of relief. This silly son had finally come to his senses. There was less than 1 hour left until the meteor impact. Although Lin Sheng did not inform his father and mother about the meteor impact for safety sake, he still gathered everyone in the main hall. Xiaocheng, why did you call us all here for no reason? Lin Sheng's father, knowing his son well, understood that Lin Sheng would not summon them without cause. I have a bad feeling. Let's temporarily go to the underground of the shelter where there are some emergency supplies. If there are no special circumstances tomorrow, we can move back. Lin Sheng's father and mother did not question him further and quickly packed their things to head to the underground area of the shelter. They absolutely trusted Lin Sheng's words. This is the meaning of family. Absolute trust and absolute tolerance. Although the packing was quick, it still took. Before entering the shelter, Lin Sheng placed several unmanned drones in a few safer locations outside the shelter. During the meteor impact, to prevent those cosmic spores from entering the shelter, he decided not to open the main door of the shelter. During this time, he could only rely on these drones to observe what was happening outside. As for why he didn't dispatch mechanical life forms, the reason is simple. Although mechanical life forms have mechanical exteriors, they essentially belong to life forms. Even though they lack flesh and blood and cannot provide nutrients for cosmic spores, they can still provide the necessary energy. Cosmic spores can parasitize any life form and gradually assimilate them. If these mechanical life forms were to be parasitized by cosmic spores while performing tasks outside and then brought back into the shelter, that would be disastrous. Moreover, during the meteor impact, even if there were some wandering alien creatures outside, even if he did not dispatch several combat-type mechanical life forms, those alien creatures would likely be crushed by the meteors falling from the sky. Lin Sheng sat in the basement of the shelter, taking a deep breath. He hoped that this meteor impact would not bring too much. Moreover, he did not want to cause significant damage to the nearby terrain. He had already utilized the reconnaissance capabilities of Chita No. 1 and Chita No. 2 to find several suitable terrains for the next shelter site. If these suitable locations were destroyed by the meteor, he would need to search again, which would inevitably take consideration. Finding a location for the shelter was not just a matter of random selection. There were many considerations involved. Not only must various resource factors be thought through, but subsequent development issues must also be taken into account. The abundance of water resources near the shelter would be a very important factor. It didn't matter whether the water met drinking standards as long as there was water. After all, with the creation of advanced technology, manufacturing a high-tech water purification machine was to purify those sources of water that were not directly drinkable into standards suitable for human consumption would not only save a lot of freshwater resources, but also ensure their survival. Just as Lin Sheng was deep in thought, worrying that his chosen location would be destroyed by the meteor, the system's prompt sound arrived as expected. Ding. System reminder: there are only 10 seconds left until the meteor strike. Countdown to the meteor impact has begun. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Meteor impact imminent. Lin Sheng saw through the footage returned from the unmanned reconnaissance drone several fireballs hurtling down from the sky, landing not far from the shelter. The tremendous impact force completely crushed the terrain near the point of impact. The ground cracked like a spider web, with cracks appearing everywhere. The shockwave generated from this impact sent the unmanned reconnaissance drone swaying in the air. As the drone's camera shook, the displayed view naturally fluctuated greatly. Just as the drone finally stabilized a bit, a second meteor struck down. Boom. Even though they were in the basement of the shelter, they could still clearly feel the tremor produced by the meteor striking the ground. Lin's father and mother were both shocked, their mouths agape, as they looked at Lin Sheng. To them, it seemed as if Lin Sheng possessed some kind of prophetic ability. Before each danger arrived, he always seemed to sense it in advance and take appropriate countermeasures. The same applied when he brought them to the shelter. If it weren't for Lin Sheng's foresight, they might still be struggling. Lin's father felt quite anxious but couldn't help but ask, Xiaocheng, how did you know that a meteor was going to fall? Lin Sheng trembled slightly but quickly thought of how to respond. I just made a random guess, and it turns out I was right. Moreover, when I went to the city last time, I met some researchers who told me there might be weather changes in the near future. Though they didn't specifically mention meteors, my sixth sense told me it was best to take shelter. Lin's parents were still a bit puzzled, but did not press the matter further. They chose to believe Lin Sheng's words, because there was no other way to explain why Lin Sheng always managed to arrange everything so reasonably. And Lan, who had been with Lin Sheng, was also unsure about what that woman named Lu Shanshan had said to him. Despite not having much interaction with Lin Sheng, her current identity was still that of Lin Sheng's fiancé. When this thought suddenly crossed her mind, her face turned crimson. What was she thinking? Why did she always care about what that woman had said to Lin Sheng? Was she feeling jealous? And Lan's emotions were quite complex, and she didn't know what kind of feelings she had for Lin. This was the first time in her life that she felt such a strange emotion, like a budding feeling stirring within her akin to that of a teenage girl. Of course, Lin Chung was completely unaware of all this. He was merely observing the external situation through the unmanned reconnaissance drone. After the first wave of meteor strikes calmed down for a moment when the drone soared up and captured the scene near the shelter, Lin Chung was taken aback. He had initially thought that the meteor showers would not be too dense, but it seemed that his assumptions were far too naive. The area around the shelter had originally been a forest, but now apart from the raging flames, almost nothing remained. With hundreds of meteor impact craters creating a bumpy terrain, even an off-road vehicle would probably have difficulty passing through. It seemed necessary for him to hurry and relocate the shelter, otherwise he might fall into a pit if he stepped out. Through the footage captured by the drone, Lin Chung keenly noticed that there were faint blue lights flickering at the contact points of these meteors with the ground. With just a glance, Lin Chung recognized what these things were. They were the rumored cosmic spores that appeared harmless. These faint blue lights were gradually rising and seemed to be spreading out. Fortunately, he had instructed the creation to partially modify the shelter's ventilation system in time, which should work well for filtering these cosmic spores. The shelter's doors and windows were tightly closed with almost no connection to the outside world except for some necessary ventilation systems. The shelter was struck by a meteor, but fortunately only the walls had some dents that were barely noticeable unless one looked closely. In contrast, the meteor that struck the shelter shattered into pieces due to the violent impact. The quality of the shelter's walls was still very solid. Seeing this, Lin Chung secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the shelter's walls could withstand the impact, the danger posed by this meteor strike could be considered negligible. Before the second wave of meteor impacts arrived, Lin Chung dispatched the creation to repair the wall that had been slightly dented by the meteor from within the shelter. With the creation's maintenance, the wall that had appeared slightly damaged to the naked eye quickly restored to its original condition. Only half an hour had passed since the last meteor impact, when the second wave of meteors began descending toward Earth. The sky was filled with fragments of meteors crashing down, as if a crimson meteor shower had begun. Compared to the previous meteor impact, the intensity of the second wave was evidently greater, as even sitting in the shelter's underground level 1 could still feel a distinct tremor. It felt as though these meteors were crashing down directly above their heads. Previously, there were 4 unmanned reconnaissance drones stationed outside, but now 2 of them had been destroyed, leaving only 2 operational drones capable of transmitting images. This was his only means of understanding the outside world before the meteor impact completely ended, so he had to protect it well. Now, every inch of land outside the shelter was at risk of being violently struck by meteors. Therefore, placing the unmanned drones in a corner was not a wise choice. Lin Cheng's only task now was to keep moving the unmanned reconnaissance drones to ensure they wouldn't be destroyed by a meteor falling into the same spot. After stabilizing the drone's camera, he finally got a clear view of the first scene of the meteors falling. The moment the meteors hit the ground, not only did they create massive cracks in the nearby Earth, but they also accompanied a towering flame. These flames appeared for just a moment before disappearing, but the devastation they caused was truly terrifying. It was impossible for him to control so many drones alone. Moreover, concentrating all the unmanned drones under one person's control increased the likelihood of them being struck by meteors. And Lan volunteered to help, and Lin's father and mother also expressed their willingness to try. However, the good times did not last long. The drone operated by Lin's father and mother was quickly reduced to fragments. And Lan's drone was also swiftly engulfed by the flames shooting up. Originally, there were 4 unmanned drones, but in the end, only the one controlled by Lin Chung remained. He knew very well that no matter how agile he was in dodging, there would eventually be a time when he would fail. Instead of playing a game of avoidance here, it would be better to control the unmanned drone to dash outward for a distance. Fly as far as possible, transmitting back as many images as it could. In short, as long as he captured something, it would be worth it. The scenes of the urban area left Lin Chung, his parents, and Lan in shock. The once thriving streets had now turned into ruins, with the battered roads making it hard to bear. Factories, buildings, houses, neighborhoods, hospitals, schools. Various structures ultimately could not escape the impact of the meteors. Who could have imagined that just over a month ago this was a bustling city? And now it had transformed into a desolate wasteland devoid of human life. The heat waves produced by the roaring flames distorted the images transmitted back by the reconnaissance drones. If it was this bad here, then other cities must be experiencing similar scenes. For those survivors whose shelters were built above ground, this meteor strike could very well cost them their lives. Faced with the indiscriminate attacks of meteors, no amount of additional legs could outrun such widespread impacts. Just the force generated by the meteors crashing into the Earth's edge was enough to crush a person's internal organs, let alone those unfortunate souls who faced a direct hit from the meteors. They would likely be turned into meat paste on the spot. Lin's father and mother closed their eyes and turned away after watching for a while. They had lived here far longer than Lin Chung and held many indescribable feelings for this city. It wasn't just about feelings, there were also many precious memories. Every detail of their past life was vivid in their minds. Though they felt a bit reluctant as the disaster approached, at least the city remained. But now they had no chance to reminisce anymore. Seeing the city destroyed in this manner was naturally unbearable to continue watching. And Lan was equally shocked, her mouth half open. Had she not followed Lin Sheng to the shelter, she would probably have found it hard to escape this meteor strike. Just as Lin Sheng furrowed his brows observing the images transmitted back from the last remaining drone, he suddenly noticed a fluffy object jumping onto his hand. Lin Sheng instinctively shook the object off his hand, but then he heard a series of chirping sounds. Lan was startled by Lin Sheng's sudden movement and immediately stood up. However, when Lan focused her gaze on the culprit on the ground, her alert expression instantly vanished. Huh, how did a chick end up here? Lin Sheng was also quite surprised as the fluffy object he had just tossed to the ground turned out to be a living chick. With its yellow fluff and distinctly colored beak, this fluffy little creature looked incredibly adorable. Even Lan couldn't help but squat down to hold the chick in her hands, examining it closely. Lin's father and mother were equally surprised as no one had been handling such things here from the beginning. Moreover, there was not just one chick appearing. Unbeknownst to them, there were over a dozen chicks nestled on the sofa behind them. Xiao Cheng, did you bring these chicks back? Lin Sheng pondered for a moment, furrowing his brows. He had no recollection of these chicks at all. Could they have appeared? Even if they were creatures that came with the shelter, they should at least be aware of everything happening inside the shelter, and not just suddenly appear, without any forewarning. The only explanation could only be that they were created by a mechanical life form. I'll go down to take a look and Lin Sheng headed directly to the last level of the shelter, where the creator was researching various new devices. Creator, those chicks were made by you, right? The busy creator immediately paused his work and respectfully replied to Lin Sheng. Honored master, life is especially important after a disaster. Lin Sheng's expression shifted to one of realization. Indeed, there were eggs in the stockpile of the shelter, and it was a good thing that the machines created were capable of hatching chicks. After all, eggs are consumables and will eventually run out, but hatching chicks directly would be a different matter. The chicken lays the egg, and the egg gives birth to the chicken. As long as the cyclical chain in between is properly controlled, it can continue indefinitely. However, how many chicks has this creator hatched? It wouldn't have hatched all the eggs in the warehouse, would it? Moreover, the environment in the shelter is not particularly suitable for these chicks to survive. Just the issue of producing feed will require quite a bit of ingredients. Creator, you've hatched these chicks, but what about their living conditions? We can't let them wander aimlessly in the shelter. The creator clearly considered this issue as well and replied, Respected master, we are also building a greenhouse base that can accommodate both plants and animals. Given the current abundance of space in the shelter, the area of the greenhouse base may be somewhat large, but the corresponding benefits will undoubtedly be several times greater than normal. After hearing this, Lin Sheng expressed his strong agreement. No problem, feel free to proceed. If the area needed is large enough, I can clear out one of the layers of the shelter to serve as the greenhouse base. The existence of the greenhouse base would allow the shelter to have a continuous supply of vegetables, fruits, and eggs. Although currently the only animals that can be raised are chicks, this is still a good start. Every beginning is difficult, and as long as the initial preparations are well done, the introduction of various species will follow. By that time, even if the shelter is completely isolated from the outside world, as long as there is a water source and air, it can achieve self-sufficiency. In the current survival conditions, achieving self-sufficiency would be the best outcome. From the current trend of development, the scattered food outside will not last long. At most, in another month, the food that can be collected will surely be consumed completely. Without new food production and other supplies, the previously stored food will undoubtedly deplete rapidly. Moreover, it's not just direct consumption. There's also indirect storage. Survivors with some resources will certainly stockpile a certain amount of food. And since it is easy to store, it is unlikely to be just a day or two's worth. Some lucky survivors might have stockpiled food for several months. Where there are people who acquire food, there will inevitably be those who do not. The conflicts that arise during this period will vary, ranging from minor injuries to losing one's life. Especially after the meteorite impact, many survivors who did not enter underground shelters have a high probability of perishing in this meteorite event. And those survivors who have lost their lives will have their stored resources and food divided among other survivors. To be honest, Lin Sheng certainly has the capital to compete for these resources that have become ownerless, but he is not very keen on doing so. The scattered resources are basically of little help to him. Moreover, the amount transported each time is too small. Searching around would waste time that he could spend on more valuable tasks. Given the same amount of time, it is natural to choose the option with greater returns. After all, in any situation, excluding emotional factors, the cost-effectiveness must be considered. Lin Sheng followed the creator to take a look at the so-called greenhouse base. He had to admit that the creator's idea was quite brilliant. He had considered a series of issues thoroughly, whether in terms of lighting, moisture in the air, or humidity. Everything was done exceptionally well. To ensure sufficient humidity in the greenhouse base, the creator even made an air humidifier. However, the lighting issue in the greenhouse base still needs to be resolved. Using electricity for lighting would undoubtedly consume a lot of energy. Currently, the functional level of the shelter is not particularly high. If lighting equipment is forcibly connected, it would greatly deplete the shelter's power supply. Creator, can you resolve the shelter's electricity issue? Currently, the power generation cannot keep up with consumption. Continuing like this will significantly reduce the lifespan of the generator. The creator pondered for a moment before quickly providing the best solution. Respected master, the only way to resolve the shelter's power issue is to modify the generator. If possible, give me 3 days, and I can transform the previous generator into a smart generator. During the day, it will absorb solar and wind energy, while at night, it can generate power through thermal energy. If possible, give me 5 days, and I can even transform the thermal generator into a geothermal generator. Geothermal generator. Lin Sheng heard about this type of generator for the first time. After the creator's explanation, he understood that the geothermal generator actually generates power using magma. Places that can produce magma are not just under volcanoes. For instance, they are also found near the mantle. The mantle is the concentration point of the Earth's radiative material, with both extremely high pressure and temperature. To collect magma from here, the difficulty is not trivial. Whether there will be an opportunity to collect it in the future, Lin Sheng does not know. In any case, it definitely seems impossible at the moment. In the early morning, he contemplated whether to spend 5 days transforming the generator for geothermal power or to continue with thermal power. Suddenly, the walls of the shelter were struck by unusual impacts. From the intermittent sounds of the impacts, it could almost be ruled out as a meteorite collision. After all, meteorites would not strike the same spot repeatedly. The only explanation is that something outside is currently attacking the shelter. Lin Sheng, without a moment's hesitation, determined the target. Aside from alien creatures, there shouldn't be any other reckless beings daring to roam outside. Lin Sheng immediately returned to the underground level, and the only remaining drone reconnaissance aircraft powered on. As it ascended, it gradually revealed the overall situation around the shelter. The circling drone indeed discovered a gigantic alien creature wandering near the shelter, occasionally striking the walls with its massive claws. However, the moment the unmanned reconnaissance drone appeared, it was immediately detected by the opponent, and in an instant, a sharp claw mark pierced through the drone. All 4 unmanned reconnaissance drones outside the shelter fell. At this moment, the shelter had completely lost contact with the outside world and could no longer know what was happening out there. Lin Sheng's pupils suddenly constricted. This alien creature did not appear to be an ordinary invisible being. It posed at least a level 3 threat. It might even be higher. This creature seemed to possess some intelligence, specifically targeting the weak points of the shelter. With a loud bang, the military-grade reinforced glass used for lighting was shattered, and a howling gale rushed into the shelter. Lin Sheng instantly stood up, his face filled with a serious expression. The air outside might very well be mixed with cosmic spores. Although the meteorite impact had just begun and the area of spread was small, there was even the slightest possibility that Lin Sheng had to eliminate this potential threat in its infancy. Mobilize all armed forces inside the shelter. Predator 1 rushed out of the shelter with its crew in the shortest time possible. All firepower was unleashed in an instant upon this alien creature's body. However, when the bullets collided with its skin, it did not produce the expected carnage and bloodshed. Instead, sparks flew everywhere. This left Lin Sheng deeply alarmed. Such a level of defense was beyond what simple bullets could penetrate. Given this alien creature's destructive speed, it wouldn't take a few minutes for all the weak points of the shelter to be. Upon hearing the noise, Lin's father and mother trembled instinctively, turning their gaze towards Lin Sheng. Lan stood in place at a loss, neither sitting nor standing, her eyes filled with panic. At this moment, everyone unconsciously relied on Lin Sheng, as if he were their only savior. Don't panic, you'll go check what's happening. Xiao Cheng, it's too dangerous outside. Oh, we are still safe underground, so we shouldn't go out for now. Lin's father remained calm, though slightly anxious. At least he was not losing his composure. No, if the top level of the shelter is breached, this creature will surely find a way down. Lin Sheng understood very well that the creature outside was intelligent and would not behave aimlessly like those erratic alien creatures searching for prey. In such an open area, the sudden appearance of a gigantic building would not escape this creature's notice. It would certainly anticipate that some survivors might be inside. And such a high threat level alien creature was extraordinarily strong in both destructive power and combat. With Lin's father and mother and Lan looking on with worry and reluctance, Lin Sheng resolutely left the underground area of the shelter and headed to the surface. Predator 1. Attack this creature's head with tracking explosives. Hawk 1. Try to find the creature's weakness. Everyone else unleash firepower as much as possible. Lin Sheng still did not know where this high threat level alien creature's weak points were, so he could only attack some areas that might harbor weaknesses. The alien creature had a very peculiar appearance, with a massive horn on its forehead, blood-red eyes, and a pair of enormous wings on its back, though the wings seemed somewhat stiff, as if they could not be used normally. This alien creature was not only doing everything it could to destroy the shelter's ground structures, but also occasionally opened its gaping mouth to bite at the hard walls of the shelter. While it couldn't directly bite through the walls, each bite would deepen the marks left behind. As the saying goes, dripping water wears through stone. If allowed to persist for a while longer, even the hardest walls would eventually be breached. Respected Master, the target's outer layer is hard, and no weaknesses have been detected yet. The voice from Hawk 1 only made Lin Shang's already heavy heart grow even heavier. Such high threat level alien creatures were quite rare, and their weaknesses were certainly not easy to find. Hawk 1's reconnaissance yielded no results which fell within his expectations. The tracking explosives released by Predator 1 circled in the air for a few rounds, successfully evading the alien creature's interception, and exploded at the creature's horn. The sound of consecutive explosions could be clearly heard across a vast area nearby. The tracking explosives were more destructive than ordinary bullets, and caused the horned alien creature to slow its movement, but it was just a mere slowing down. The pain from its horn made the alien creature extremely angry, and its efforts to destroy the shelter intensified. Since the horn was not a weakness, let's try the wings. Lin Shang felt that the wings of this alien creature were somewhat strange. Logically, an alien creature with wings should not have particularly developed limbs. Yet this creature's limbs looked very powerful, easily creating deep pits in the ground, completely unlike what a flying alien creature should possess. However, the facts proved his sixth sense to be very accurate. When Predator 1 led other second-generation combat-type mechanical beings to attack the alien creature's wings, something miraculous indeed occurred. Such fragile wings and impervious skin formed a stark contrast. Even without using tracking explosives, ordinary bullets caused significant damage to the alien creature's wings. The alien creature let out a pained roar, blood splattering from its wings, but something even stranger happened. The originally massive wings began to shrink gradually. Lin Shang could not miss this opportunity. If this wing were completely shrunk, he would find it very difficult to target such a troublesome alien creature. Just that layer of iron-hard skin would trouble him for a long time. Concentrate all firepower and attack the wings with all our might. At the moment Lin Shang issued the command, all the mechanical beings put forth their utmost effort, and the alien creature was gradually shrinking. Time passed, and the wings continued to shrink. But the damage inflicted by the bullets was undeniably landed. Even though this aberrant creature suffered great injuries, it still possessed formidable destructive power. Some mechanical life forms that were closer to the anomalous creature were directly smashed to pieces with a single slap. Lin Shang was horrified. If that slap were to land on a normal person, it would likely turn them into a meat pancake. The mechanical life forms that had been destroyed could no longer be reassembled. This meant that each attack from the aberrant creature would cost him a significant amount of refined iron. The amount of refined iron lost could vary, but in any case, there would be some depletion. The damage continued to rain down upon the wings of the aberrant creature. Just watching it was painful, yet this creature showed no signs of collapsing. Could it be that this was not its vital spot? Upon considering this possibility, Lin Shang felt his previously tense heart relax considerably. If this was not the creature's vital spot, it meant that it was merely an aberrant creature that had just advanced to a level 2 threat. Creatures that have just been promoted like this are not particularly powerful. They cannot fully utilize the special abilities typical of level 2 creatures. It was akin to a weak individual suddenly acquiring a set of special abilities, yet they themselves are unaware of how strong they truly are. At least they would need some time to explore and fully unleash the potential of those abilities. Before that, this aberrant creature that had just been promoted to a level 2 threat was merely a slightly stronger version of its original self. Respected Master, a massive wound has been discovered on the back of the aberrant creature. The voice transmitted by Eagle Eye 1 naturally invigorated Lin Shang. Perhaps this newly found wound could very well be their breakthrough. Under the concentrated firepower, the wound on the back of this level 2 threat aberrant creature gradually widened. At the moment it reached its limit, the massive aberrant creature collapsed with a thunderous crash. Moreover, the remnants of its body were rapidly melting into a pool of black liquid. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 2 threat aberrant creature. Reward 500 experience points. All mechanical life forms upgraded by 1 level. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking the milestone, slaying a formidable enemy. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking a new module, Monster Hunter. A series of mechanical notification sounds echoed in his ears, and Lin Shang thus experienced a tremendous boost. The air was permeated with a foul stench. Lin Shang dared not linger and immediately ordered all mechanical life forms to return to the shelter. He also instructed the creative mechanical life forms under the guidance of their creator to repair the damaged areas. Fortunately, the mechanical life forms received a level enhancement from the system, significantly speeding up the repair. In less than a few minutes, the damaged areas of the shelter were completely repaired, and the walls were reinforced all around. Only after seeing that all the external damages to the shelter had been repaired did Lin Shang breathe a sigh of relief and begin to tally the gains from this kill. Not looking was one thing, but upon inspection, he was truly taken aback. The newly unlocked Monster Hunter template rewards various benefits based on the number of aberrant creatures slain. Monster Hunter Beginner slay 1000 level 5 threat aberrant creatures. Reward random gene. Monster Hunter Intermediate slay 1000 level 4 threat aberrant creatures. Reward special gene enhancement 1. Monster Hunter Advanced slay 1000 level 3 threat aberrant creatures. Reward epic gene enhancement 1. Monster Hunter Godly slay 1000 level 2 threat aberrant creatures. Reward legendary gene enhancement 1. Goodness. It even directly rewards gene enhancements. Lin Cheng's eyes widened in surprise, and even his breathing quickened. The rewards for completing tasks made Lin Cheng's blood boil. Only those who survived the Great Reckoning could obtain gene enhancements, and they were random. Some survivors ended up with gene enhancement traits that were extremely lackluster, offering little to no significant benefit. They might even become a burden. However, he could now not only obtain gene enhancements in advance, but also acquire stronger gene enhancements by continuously completing tasks. What the system brought him was clear to Lin Cheng. Based on the current development of the system, it certainly would not grant him any random worthless gene enhancements. It would undoubtedly be those with more robust abilities. However, to gain access to these abilities early, he had to complete the corresponding tasks. For instance, the task that rewards legendary gene enhancements was something he definitely could not complete right now. Just dealing with an aberrant creature that had just advanced to a level 2 threat was already overwhelming for Lin Cheng, let alone those that had been upgraded to level 1 threats. Given the current defensive capabilities of the shelter, it likely wouldn't be able to withstand a level 1 threat. It was a pity that the Monster Hunter skill was only counted from the moment the template was activated. The aberrant creatures he had previously dealt with in the underground pit were completely outside the scope of the skill. This left Lin Cheng feeling a bit frustrated, as he was unclear about the situation within the depths of the pit. With Monster Hunter to assist him in counting, he could gain a clearer understanding of how many aberrant creatures existed in the underground pit and their respective threat levels. It seemed necessary to send Eagle Eye 1 along with combat-type mechanical life forms to continue deeper into the pit for a sweep. Previously, the sweeps were simply for experience, but now he aimed to secure stronger gene enhancements to ensure his own strength was formidable enough. Take today's events for example. If Lin Cheng had been sufficiently powerful, he could have gone out alone to battle this level 2 threat aberrant creature without necessarily being at a disadvantage. But it was precisely because of his insufficient strength that he needed to rely on external forces to temporarily help him through this crisis. All of this was merely to make himself stronger. Respected Master, a powerful energy fluctuation has been detected near the shelter. Would you like to investigate? The voice of Eagle Eye 1 rang in his ears, and Lin Cheng was momentarily taken aback before quickly responding. He almost forgot about this important matter. High-level mutated creatures upon being slain generate a massive energy core. The cores dropped by these creatures contain immense energy within. As long as this energy can be utilized properly, it can effectively solve issues like insufficient electricity. And this is a level 2 threat mutated creature. The energy core that was dropped is no small item. A rough estimate suggests it could power the shelter for several months. Lin Cheng was currently worried that the shelter might run out of electricity, and the arrival of this level 2 threat mutated creature was a timely solution to his pressing problem. Thus, Lin Cheng excitedly dispatched a reconnaissance-type mechanical life form to retrieve the core outside the shelter. It wasn't that he was concerned about the cosmic spores outside, but rather the overwhelming stench of the corrupted slime from the level 2 threat mutated creature, which made it hard for him to approach and pick it up. In any case, mechanical life forms do not concern themselves with such trivial details, and their sensitivity to smell is almost non-existent. Moreover, their level of sensitivity to energy far exceeds that of humans, making it perfectly suitable to send them. The energy core was quickly retrieved. Although Lin Cheng had seen energy cores before, this was the first time he had seen one dropped by a level 2 threat mutated creature. It was a rhombus-shaped crystal, pitch black all over with a faint glow visible within. Even though this crystal emitted a somewhat comical odor, Lin Cheng still suppressed his nausea and brought the energy crystal deep into the shelter. Naturally, the energy crystal cannot be utilized directly, given the current technological level of the shelter. Attempting to use the energy within the core directly would be quite unrealistic. This means the creators would have to modify it, creating a new type of generator capable of utilizing the core. Upon seeing the energy core, the creator displayed no emotional change, but calmly took the crystal, which contained boundless energy, from Lin Cheng's hands. After some modifications, the energy core was finally applied to the shelter's daily power supply. The moment the core successfully provided power, Lin Cheng quickly shut down the previously found generator. Compared to the energy produced by the core, this ordinary generator seemed utterly insignificant. As long as they can find the next energy core before the energy within this one is exhausted, they can perfectly resolve the shelter's electricity shortage. With sufficient electricity, the research progress of the creators and others was accelerated. After all, some research still required electricity. The reason the creators had not worked on more practical automatic attack weapons was simply due to the shelter's low power level. Even if they made them, they would be unusable. Rather than wasting time creating something that is temporarily unnecessary, it is better to spend more time developing devices that are currently usable. Watching the continuous flow of electricity from the core into the shelter's power lines, Lin Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Given the current research progress, within a week the creators should be able to successfully develop the device for transporting the shelter. By then they could relocate to a relatively safer place. While not necessarily easy to defend, at least they must ensure the shelter's concealment and safety. If possible, it would be best for the future site of the shelter to have some special minerals nearby for self-sufficiency. Level 2 threat mutated creatures are not commonly seen, and even if they encounter one, it is not guaranteed that they can successfully slay it. This time resolving the level 2 threat mutated creature so smoothly was entirely because the opponent was merely a newly promoted novice. If he had familiarized himself with it for a couple more days, today's incident would not have ended so quickly. Temporarily setting these matters aside, he needed to hurry back to the lower level to discuss the situation outside with Lin's father, Lin's mother, and in-law. When he returned to the lower level before Lin Cheng could speak, Lin's father, Lin's mother, and in-law immediately surrounded. Xiaoqing, are you okay? Did you get hurt? The noise from outside was quite intense. Looking at the worried expressions of these three, Lin Cheng shook his head lightly and smiled. Don't worry, I'm fine. Not only am I unharmed, but I also have good news to share with you. The monster dropped an energy core. After studying it briefly, I found that the core can help provide electricity to the shelter. Moreover, the amount provided is substantial, so at least for the next few months we won't have to worry about excessive electricity consumption. Lin's father's face was filled with disbelief. In his understanding, nothing in the world could be more reliable than a generator for power generation. Xiaoqing, will using the thing dropped by the monster have any effects? No, Dad, you can rest assured. Lin Cheng knew exactly what Lin's father was worried about. During the period we use the energy core for power, we can let the generator take a good rest. After all, every machine has its own lifespan, and once it exceeds its lifespan, spending a lot of time to repair it later may not yield good results. Lin's father was an experienced electrician. How could he not understand such a simple principle? Alright, enough of that. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. The noise from outside earlier nearly scared me to death. I thought we were done for this time. Recalling the earlier scene, Lin's mother still wore an expression of lingering fear. Fortunately, Lan was with me, otherwise I would have been even more worried. Lan's face turned slightly red, but she quickly regained her composure. I didn't do anything, I just comforted. What is the situation outside now? Lin Cheng honestly replied, the meteorite impacts are still ongoing, but the most intense period of meteorite strikes has passed. Although there will still be meteorites falling in the future, they will be far less severe than today. We have basically safely weathered this meteorite storm. There is one more thing I must tell you in advance. In about a week's time, we will be relocating from here to a new place. After learning the ins and outs of the situation, Lin's parents naturally expressed their agreement. After all, the site selection here was initially made merely for the convenience of construction workers, without much thought for long-term plans. Now that conditions have improved, it is only natural to develop toward a better direction. Staying here would not only continue to limit nearby development resources, but also make transportation very inconvenient. Since the meteorite impact, the nearby roads have been nearly cratered by the falling debris. Under such road conditions, unless transportation is provided every time, driving oneself would inevitably lead to bumps and scrapes, and there could even be a risk of flipping over. Once a vehicle flips over in a deep pit, it would be extremely difficult for a mere mortal to survive unless a second genetic awakening has occurred. Of course, this is just one part of the reason. More importantly, Lin Cheng felt that the surrounding area was very unfavorable for future development. As for Lan, she naturally had no other objections after learning the opinions of the other three members of the shelter. Lin Cheng also began to prepare vigorously for the subsequent relocation work, not only needing to move the shelter, but also all the supplies within it. This requires deepening the original plan. According to the proposal given by the creator, a device needs to be created that can compress the shelter into a microcontainer. However, whether it can be restored one after compression will be a critical issue. If there are any errors during the compression process that lead to damage to the shelter, it will be problematic. Although with the creator's mechanical life forms, repairs won't be too difficult, it still requires some time for repairs. If some troublesome aberrant creatures appear during the construction process, it would still be dangerous, especially those high-threat invisible beings. The creator also understood Lin Cheng's concerns and provided the best solution that very evening. They would gather all the mechanical life forms to collaboratively manufacture an ultra-large compression warehouse that can accommodate all supplies from the shelter. In this way, supplies could be transported separately from the shelter, effectively avoiding unnecessary losses due to technical defects in the shelter. After hearing these plans, Lin Cheng naturally agreed wholeheartedly. Even a slight reduction in food waste would mean greater assurance and safety for their future survival. The research on various transport devices would still require some time, and during this time Lin Cheng had another matter, that is the issue of cosmic spores outside the shelter. There is currently no clear answer regarding how long these cosmic spores can survive. Therefore, Lin Cheng must find a way to exterminate the nearby cosmic spores or determine their duration within Once the shelter enters the transport phase, they will be completely exposed to the air, and those cosmic spores will naturally become their greatest threat. Lin Cheng took a deep breath. The most troublesome part wasn't how to study the cosmic spores. Rather, he currently does not know how he can safely obtain a part of the cosmic spores for research. After all, without experimental samples, no matter how many ideas he has, they remain mere speculation and cannot. As for research-related issues, he need not worry. The creator can address a series of research questions. Lin Cheng's first thought was to send out a drone to extract samples of the cosmic spores, but he quickly dismissed this idea since drones are ultimately less convenient than mechanical life forms. However, what if he sends out mechanical life forms? What if those cosmic spores infect them? While casually glancing at a poster, a bold idea suddenly sprang to his mind. What if the creator could produce protective suits that can isolate cosmic spores? Wouldn't that perfectly avoid the concerns mentioned above? The more Lin Cheng thought about this method, the more reliable it seemed. After all, protective suits can indeed isolate external elements to some degree. The effectiveness of the isolation would depend on the specific quality of the suits. However, the protective suits made by the creator would undoubtedly not be of poor quality. After coming up with this idea, Lin Cheng immediately rushed to share his plan with the creator. The creator naturally complied with Lin Cheng's proposed plan, especially since the method he suggested was indeed. Creating protective suits was not difficult for the creator. It could even be said to be a piece of cake. From the proposal to the completion of the protective suits, it took less than an hour. The collection task was naturally assigned to the reconnaissance-type mechanical life form with the greatest observational power. Eagle Eye No. 1, accompanied by a second-generation combat mechanical life form, left the shelter and headed to the area outside. All these actions were completed under Lin Cheng's close observation. The sample extraction process went very smoothly, at least much more smoothly than he had imagined, as he watched the cosmic spores being brought back. Lin Cheng nodded in satisfaction, but still dared not let down his guard. He set the research area for the cosmic spores at the very bottom layer of the shelter. Moreover, he dispatched 2 second-generation combat mechanical life forms to guard the research area. This was not out of concern that Lan and his parents would harbor ill intentions and damage the research on cosmic spores. Rather, he was worried that their proximity might lead the cosmic spores to find a host, thereby posing a threat to theirs. Lin Cheng has always been someone who considers all factors. Without complete assurance, he would not undertake risky, especially the risky act of bringing cosmic spores into the shelter. Research takes time, and time is currently the most precious commodity for him. If the relocation is to occur, it would be best to complete it before the 4th monster tide. With each successive wave, the threat level of the aberrant creatures will escalate. Already secondary and even tertiary threat level aberrant creatures have started to appear sporadically. After the 4th monster tide, even the appearance of primary threat level aberrant creatures would not surprise him. The research progress on cosmic spores has been faster than anticipated, taking nearly 14 hours in total. The conclusions drawn have brought great joy to Lin Cheng. These cosmic spores can be easily exterminated with high-temperature incineration, and prolonged exposure to ultraviolet light can also effectively eliminate them. Compared to the former method, the latter approach is relatively milder. After all, if cosmic spores were to appear extremely close to humans in the air, one cannot simply resort to high temperatures for extermination. Otherwise, it would pose a significant threat to human health. However, the threat posed by ultraviolet light is much less. At least one does not have to worry about being turned into roasted meat. Nevertheless, the findings were not entirely positive. It was quickly discovered that these cosmic spores possess a formidable parasitic ability. As long as they come into contact with any living organism, they can complete the parasitic process within just a few breaths. Moreover, the host post-parasitism has almost no self-awareness, becoming a mere shell of its former self. After seeing the reports from the tests, Lin Cheng could basically conclude that this was similar to the zombie viruses he had encountered in certain films. The functions are quite similar as well. Fortunately, these cosmic spores can be eliminated by ultraviolet rays. Once a sunny day arrives, it is likely that these cosmic spores will be eradicated by ultraviolet light by at least 70 to 80%. The remaining cosmic spores on some parasitic life forms are unlikely to survive for long. The combat capability of these cosmic spores entirely depends on the host condition. A spore parasitizing a chick will have a completely different combat ability compared to one parasitizing a tiger. As for what life forms they parasitize, that is a random event. Overall, the threat of cosmic spores is far less significant than the previous impact caused by the meteorite. The disaster caused by the meteorite impact seems to have come to a complete end. Following the resolution of this crisis, there should not be any particularly concerning disasters ahead. However, there is one issue that Lin Cheng needs to pay special attention to, which is the template problem of the monster hunt. Lin Cheng dispatched Eagle Eye No. 1 to patrol the perimeter of the shelter, and only after confirming that there were no other alien life forms nearby did he cease the operation. Looking at the absolutely safe shelter, Lin Cheng smiled slightly and dispatched Falcon No. 1 along with several second-generation combat mechanical life forms accompanied by Eagle Eye No. one and a few reconnaissance mechanical life forms to head towards the nearest deep pit to the shelter. As the reconnaissance mechanical life forms relayed feedback to the combat mechanical life forms, they quickly initiated combat. The gains from the battle were transmitted into Lin Sheng's mind as the alien creatures were eliminated. Countless mechanical life forms were wiped out in this purging, and Lin Sheng felt no sympathy for these casualties. If it weren't for these monsters, their world wouldn't have turned into this. The purging continued until Eagle Eye No. 1 reported that no other life forms were detected in the target area. Lin Sheng, satisfied, opened the Monster Hunter panel, and he was quite startled by what he saw. In this deep pit, a majority of the alien life forms were of level 5 threat, but there were also quite a few of level. There were even a few level 3 threat alien life forms mixed in. However, he had yet to encounter any level 2 threat alien life forms, and thankfully he hadn't. After the purging, a total of 200 level 5 threat alien life forms, 100 level 4 threat alien life forms, and 50 level 3 threat alien life forms were eliminated. Overall, the haul was quite substantial, and among the numerous eliminated alien life forms, a few energy crystal cores also emerged. All of these crystal cores were brought back by the mechanical life forms. However, these energy crystal cores brought back were significantly smaller compared to the one obtained from the level 2 threat alien life form. But regardless, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. For now, these energy crystal cores will be kept, as they might come in handy later. At least until the energy crystal core from the level 2 threat alien life form is used up, all these cores can be stored as backup energy. Lin Sheng's attention was not solely focused on the area around the shelter. He had been observing the situation in the city with unmanned reconnaissance drones, and an increasing number of survivors were heading towards the so-called survivor base mentioned in the previous broadcasts. Watching these crowds set out confidently, Lin Sheng could only show a hint of helplessness. He understood all too well that the destination of these people was merely a beautiful lie. However, after a long silence, the broadcasts began to air some new announcements. The gist of the content was that the Gamma Research Institute had developed some new weapons, namely the so-called mutant creatures. These creatures can assist humans in clearing alien life forms, and can replenish energy by consuming any objects without depleting the survival resources needed by the survivors. This announcement naturally thrilled a large number of survivors. As long as there are creatures that can limit the activities of alien life forms, the survival rate of humans during the Great Reckoning will naturally increase significantly. However, shortly after this announcement, it was only a matter of 2 days before the broadcast once again echoed with the voice of the Gamma Research Institute. Dear survivors, we are researchers from the Gamma Research Institute, and we have an urgent announcement to make. The mutant creatures developed by the Gamma Research Institute have been completed as expected, but there were some errors that occurred before this. Currently, approximately 100 mutant creatures have escaped from the basement of the Gamma Research Institute. At present, the locations of these mutant creatures are unknown. Please ensure your personal safety, and if you spot any mutant creatures bearing the Gamma Research Institute's insignia, please contact us immediately. The radio wave channel of the Gamma Research Institute is. If the previous broadcast had provided immense hope to the survivors, then this subsequent announcement without a doubt extinguished the flame of hope that had just been ignited. In the hearts of most homeless survivors, the fire of hope has turned into nothingness, replaced by endless despair. Lin Sheng was not surprised by the appearance of this announcement, for he alone knew that its emergence was almost inevitable. The warnings he had previously issued were completely in vain. Thus far, the facilities of the Gamma Research Institute were entirely inadequate to support such a colossal plan. The plans finalized by the Gamma Research Institute were tantamount to ensnaring themselves in danger. Originally, these matters had little to do with Lin Sheng, yet coincidentally, several mutated species had wandered near the shelter. Lin Sheng certainly would not go to great lengths to contact the people at the Gamma Research Institute via radio, as that would prematurely expose the coordinates of the shelter. In any case, with these mechanical life forms present, he could easily eliminate these threats. As for the corpses of those mutated creatures, Lin Sheng did not waste them directly transporting them into the shelter. He had previously stated that regarding such research-oriented matters, given the current level of technology in the world, no one could surpass creation in suitability. The research tasks that Gamma Research Institute could not complete could be directly improved upon by creation, which had already identified several shortcomings of the mutated creatures based on various analysis reports provided. Respected Master, the vital signs of this life form have been fully analyzed. The reason for its loss of control primarily lies in its inability to effectively control its own brain. However, these life forms also possess a reserve of intelligence and can distinguish threats. Given that producing a large number of neural control units requires considerable time and resources, here are the following proposals. Proposal 1. Directly destroy the brain of the mutated creature and implant a control chip to turn it into a fully obedient mechanical entity. Proposal 2. Implant a remote detonation device in the creature's neural unit, allowing control over its life and death via the remote. Lin Sheng also carefully considered these two proposals. Personally, he felt that the second method was comparatively after all, if it were direct control, an individual devoid of intelligence would be incapable of performing many actions that require adaptability. It would merely carry out tasks, rendering its existence rather meaningless. He might as well find some mechanical life forms to accomplish those tasks. Creation. Can you modify a self-detonating device capable of detecting the thoughts of these creatures? As long as they harbor any ill intent towards the 4 designated individuals, I set the device will detonate on its own. Moreover, the power of the self-detonating device needs to be controlled to only destroy the brain without causing significant harm to the surroundings. Creation pondered for a moment, then quickly nodded. Respected master, this method is entirely feasible. I will implant the self-detonating device into this life form's brain shortly. Lin Cheng looked at the mutated creature lying motionless beside him. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Currently, he only had 3 mutated creatures, which, while a significant enhancement for the shelter, was ultimately too few. He had a grand and ambitious idea. Since these mutated creatures had already broken free from the Gamma Research Institute's control, why not seize a suitable opportunity to capture all these mutated creatures and have Creation implant self-detonating devices in them? Then, using their safety as leverage, he could forcibly control these mutated creatures. Wouldn't that mean he had an additional mutated creature army at his disposal? He was well aware of the combat capabilities of these creatures. Without mentioning anything else, easily smashing a few level 4 threat alien creatures was completely within reach. These mutated creatures shared a very similar trait with alien beings, that being their inherent growth potential. Although their growth ceiling was somewhat lower than that of alien beings, they still possessed certain growth capabilities. As long as they were nurtured properly, these mutated creatures would become incredibly powerful and would serve as a significant asset to him. The moment this thought solidified in his mind, Lin Cheng dispatched Eagle Eye-1 accompanied by several second-generation reconnaissance-type mechanical life forms to begin searching for traces of mutated creatures around the shelter. As soon as they found any, they would report back immediately, after which he would send Falcon 1 to capture these mutated. This formed a very tight task loop, with Eagle Eye-1 locating targets, Falcon 1 capturing targets, and Creation modifying targets. Within just 3 days, Lin Cheng had captured more than 10 mutated creatures in the vicinity of the shelter. This number was evidently far from satisfying Lin Cheng's plans, as the voice announcement indicated that nearly 100 mutated creatures had escaped from the Gamma Research Institute. That meant he had only captured 1/10 of them. Therefore, he ordered Falcon 1 to expand the search radius once more. Thus, the capturing plan continued for a full week before it was successfully concluded. In the end, the shelter accommodated a total of 60 mutated creatures. This number was still somewhat less than Lin Cheng's expectations, but some mutated creatures had become completely untraceable or had lost vital signs, making it pointless to bring them back. Lin's father and Lin's mother, inadvertently witnessing Lin Cheng's terrifying plan, were also taken aback. However, after Lin Cheng explained the reasons and consequences, they somewhat relaxed. Yet they still felt a bit uneasy. In their eyes, monsters were still monsters. If they were to suddenly go berserk, their safety. Lin Cheng then informed them that he had implanted a self-detonating device in the brains of these mutated creatures. As long as these mutated creatures harbored any dangerous thoughts towards the 4 individuals in the shelter, the devices would detonate without hesitation, causing no impact on the surroundings. This was equivalent to providing them with an absolute safety firewall, allowing Lin's father and Lin's mother to finally relax. At the moment these mutated creatures awoke, their gazes held no hostility, but rather endless fear. To them, Lin Cheng was the source of their terror. With a single thought, he could determine their fate. Even with their limited intelligence, they could still sense that unusual existence in their minds. These mutated creatures could not speak, but their eyes conveyed everything. Lin Cheng looked at them, his gaze unafraid. In fact, these mutated creatures possessed diverse physiques, each having its own distinct size. Yet ultimately, they were all amalgamations of various biological entities. When acquiring something new, it is only natural to test its powers. That night, Lin Cheng dispatched the mutated creatures to engage in combat within some deep pits. However, these mutated creatures were developed by the Gamma Research Institute and did not belong to the products manufactured. Therefore, the alien creatures they killed would not bring any benefits to the shelter, not even a bit of experience points. Nevertheless, aside from hunting alien creatures, there was still some enhancement for the mutated creatures themselves. Some of them gained improvements by consuming the remains of the alien beings. Some grew larger and significantly increased their strength, while others acquired special abilities such as developing wings and possessing night vision. Alternatively, under conditions of substantial energy expenditure, they could move quickly, sacrificing stamina for an extraordinary jumping ability. The changes in the mutated creatures were naturally beneficial for Lin Cheng. The stronger these creatures became, Moreover, the greatest advantage of the mutated creatures was their ability to consume various substances to enhance their satiety and sustain their life signs. Compared to mechanical life forms, the only flaw of mutated creatures was their issue with injury recovery, as they had not yet transcended the realm of flesh and blood. Once they sustained serious damage, they could not be repaired like mechanical life forms. They could only recover slowly by consuming vast amounts of food, which would take considerable time. Their peaceful lives were finally disrupted when the announcement was made. The completion of the research on the migration device signified that they would soon be busy traversing the outside world. Lin Cheng's parents were understandably anxious as they had not left the shelter since the Great Reckoning, and now they were to venture outside to seek distance. The next monster frenzy was not far off, and encountering it by chance would undoubtedly be a great disaster for them. However, regarding Lin Cheng's parents' concerns, he simply smiled gently and explained to them, "Dad, Mom, your worries are completely unnecessary. We are not going to be wandering outside all the time. To find a suitable location, we only need to control the unmanned reconnaissance drones from within the shelter to start searching. The only time spent outside will be the journey to our destination. Don't forget, we also have a helicopter. Flying there directly won't take long at all. Moreover, there are many things that can ensure our safety. There's no need to worry about those monsters outside. The only thing we need to pay attention to is to prepare enough food. Once the shelter's migration device is activated, there will only be one opportunity to release it. It means that before reaching our destination, we won't be able to obtain any resources from the shelter." Clearly, relying solely on Lin Cheng to manage all these tasks was unrealistic given that human energy is limited. If he had to handle everything alone, it would consume a lot of time. Naturally, Lin Cheng's parents could not remain idle. They were part of the shelter as well. They might not comprehend some of the more complex matters, but they were more than capable of handling simple and convenient tasks like organizing supplies. Thus, the responsibility for preparing the supplies was entirely entrusted to Lin Cheng's parents, while Lan would assist Lin Cheng in finding a suitable location to establish the new shelter. To be precise, it was the latest location for their relocation. 2 unmanned reconnaissance drones took off, simultaneously flying towards 2 different directions. According to Lin Cheng's expectations, the shelter they were searching for must have a sufficient supply of fresh water. If this condition was not met, there should at least be a relatively hidden large environment. The monster frenzy varies depending on the remoteness of the area. The more densely populated a place is, the larger the monster frenzy tends to be. Conversely, the threat of the monster frenzy would significantly decrease. Even though the current shelter's defense level was sufficient to withstand the vast majority of monster frenzies. Nonetheless, regardless of the situation, even the slightest risk must be reasonably avoided. A 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant hole. And Lan had no experience in this regard, making it quite challenging to find a suitable relocation site, and she was mostly just accompanying Lin Cheng throughout the process. Fortunately, after an hour, Lin Cheng finally found a relatively suitable relocation site. Near the relocation site, there happened to be a sizable freshwater lake, which could fully meet the requirement for self-sufficient water resources. Even if the water source here had been somewhat affected by the previous cold wave, with a purification device in place, it should be convertible into usable freshwater. As long as there is water, all other matters can be easily resolved. The terrain near the target location is relatively elevated in the central area, with steps leading downwards all around. As long as they could occupy a favorable position on high ground, they could easily dominate from above, completely conforming to the principle of easy defense and hard offense. Not only that, but the open space near the freshwater lake was just right for accommodating the size of the shelter without any adverse effects. To put it bluntly, this place was tailor-made for the shelter. Based on the distance flown by the unmanned reconnaissance drones, and considering their flight speed and duration, Lin Cheng roughly estimated the distance between the 2 locations. It was approximately 100 kilometers. At the speed of transport, it wouldn't take long, and there were only a few days left until the 4th wave of the monster frenzy. Naturally, the faster the relocation work proceeded, the better. After confirming the relocation site, Lin Cheng invited his parents and Lan to come and take a look. In the end, everyone unanimously agreed that this was a suitable place for relocation. Since no one opposes, we shall begin the relocation today. Our time waits for no one. Let's set off right now. Because the preparation work had already begun ahead of time, the sudden relocation action did not cause significant disruption. The interior space of the transport was quite large enough to accommodate 4 people simultaneously, while the mechanical life forms could only follow behind at a distance. The ones unable to fly were moving swiftly across the ground, with 4 reconnaissance-type mechanical life forms patrolling in all directions around the transport. Once there was any danger approaching, these patrolling reconnaissance mechanical life forms would immediately issue a warning. The transport is equipped with infrared radar scanning devices, and its positioning system is also remarkable. Coupled with the map function of the shelter system, one can accurately understand their current location and how far they are from their destination. At the current speed, they will safely arrive at their destination in about 40 minutes. Lin Cheng sat in the transport with his eyes closed, while Lan curiously gazed at the rapidly passing scenery outside. The last time he took the transport was when he was searching for supplies in the city. Quite some time has passed since then. Moreover, the last trip was rather rushed, and coupled with the nervousness of riding the transport for the first time, he had no chance to appreciate the swiftly passing landscapes outside the window. This time, having a rare opportunity, how could Lan let it slip by? Although Lin's father and Lin's mother had flown in an airplane, it was their first time on a helicopter, and their expressions revealed that they were quite nervous. Xiaocheng. Does this helicopter not require human control? Is it really safe? In Lin's father's and mother's understanding, there was no such thing as an autopilot helicopter. Moreover, they were in the sky. This was different from self-driving cars. If something went wrong and they crashed, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. It won't crash. These vehicles have a certain level of intelligence. As long as the starting and destination points are set, you just need to wait. Lin's father opened his mouth as if he had something to say. After hesitating for a long time, he finally spoke. Xiaocheng, where did you get all these things? Lin Cheng had already thought of an answer to this question. When he created these mechanical life forms, he had prepared a set of explanations. These things don't seem to belong to Earth, they come from somewhere else. As for where that is, I'm not quite sure. However, one thing I can confirm is that these creatures will only recognize one person to follow commands, and that person is the first one they see. With this, Lin's father could probably understand. Although it was somewhat hard to believe such creatures indeed existed in some sci-fi movies. Some survivors wandering nearby looked up and saw a huge helicopter flying in the sky, their eyes revealing a... They immediately set aside what they were doing and frantically waved at the transport flying high in the sky. However, Lin Cheng was not their savior. He had no intention of saving them. The purpose of this trip was to visit the new shelter site, and the survivors they encountered along the way were merely a fleeting encounter. For these survivors, the greatest shock came from the mechanical life forms rushing across the ground. These sudden mechanical life forms provided a significant visual impact for the survivors. Such colossal beings zoomed past them without even a glance. Some of the more timid survivors were so frightened that they collapsed on the ground. When they realized that these huge beings were not alien creatures, their inner terror began to diminish. 40 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. After the transport landed, slowly Lin's father, Lin's mother, and Lan, followed by Lin Cheng, exited the transport one by one. This place is indeed quite nice. It's more comfortable than what I saw on the monitor. This place is definitely more suitable for survival than the previous one. There are actually no meteorite impacts nearby, and such a large lake here makes for a great option for boating in the future. Seeing Lin's father, Lin's mother, and Lan so excited, Lin Cheng also felt a bit relaxed. However, it was not yet time to relax. He took over the container device for transporting the shelter from the creator. After a series of operations, the massive shelter materialized on the ground, and the underground portion had already been accurately restored to a 1:1 scale. Lin Cheng even entered the shelter for an inspection, and after confirming that everything was in order, he finally set his mind at ease. Meanwhile, the creator had already released various survival supplies from another resource container according to the original. The entire relocation process took 1 hour and 49 minutes, during which no errors occurred. Looking at the pleasant weather outside, Lin Cheng rarely wanted to relax, so he simply instructed the creator to manufacture a small boat that could accommodate 4 people. After some risk assessment, the creator quickly produced the small boat Lin Cheng requested, consuming some refined iron in the process. As it could not produce an engine, the creator developed a type of battery capable of extracting energy from energy crystal cores. This special battery can draw energy from energy crystal cores through charging, then store it for use later as an... Essentially, it is a detachable, rechargeable engine, and it occupies a very small volume, making it easy to... The boat is neither too big nor too small, but absolutely sufficient for 4 people to enjoy leisure time, and there are 4 separate rooms inside the cabin. However, given the boat's small size, the rooms can only accommodate 1 person for regular living. A wash basin, a bathroom, and a small bed are all that is available. Everything is kept simple, making rational use of every bit of space to achieve maximum space utilization. This is the creator's philosophy. When they saw the boat, and Lan and Lin's father and mother were all in shock. How did this boat, which was clearly not there, just now appear out of nowhere? Xiaocheng, where did this boat come from? We didn't see it when we came over. Lin Cheng attributed it all to the creator and used a relatively reasonable lie to explain, saying, when we came over, there was a wreck of an old boat. The creator can modify objects based on certain foundations. Rather than letting the wreckage go to waste, it was better to gather some energy and turn it into something useful for our outings. This explanation was quite logical. After all, as such an intelligent robot, repairing a dilapidated boat should be no... Moreover, having such a recreational option could add a touch of vitality to their monotonous survival. The operation of the cruise ship was flawless. Lin Cheng stood on the deck, catching glimpses of splashing water in his peripheral vision. Lin's father, mother, and Lan stood on the deck, gazing at this rare tranquility. Occasionally, a few birds flew overhead, chirping away. In that moment, they nearly forgot they were in a dark apocalyptic environment. Yet certain details constantly reminded them that the world had changed irreversibly. The fresh water in the lake was lifeless, with large chunks of ice floating on the surface in some areas. Due to the previous cold wave, not a single fish could be seen leaping out of the water. Only a few lifeless fish occasionally caught their eye. Lin Cheng let out a silent sigh, and a fleeting expression of disappointment crossed the faces of the other 3. The cruise journey was entirely different from what they had imagined. After taking in some fresh air, Lin Cheng decided to steer the cruise back to the shelter. Just after returning to the shelter, the creator brought Lin Cheng who was feeling somewhat down a rare piece of good news. Master, according to the detection, there is a rare metal approximately 500 meters beneath our current location, and its concentration is quite significant. Upon hearing this news, Lin Sheng couldn't help but shudder, for anything referred to as rare metal by a mechanical life form was certainly extraordinary. Since it has been detected, we should not delay. Let's set off immediately to collect this rare metal. As you command. After receiving the affirmative order, the creator immediately began a new round of research. The mechanical life forms had clearer vision than humans, and the reconnaissance types even possessed night vision. Thus, they only needed to devise some devices capable of breaking through hard rock layers. Besides, the location was just beneath the shelter, around 500 meters deep, which wasn't too far. Eagle Eye 1 led the way, followed closely by the creator and other mechanical life forms. When Lin Sheng saw this group of mechanical beings return empty-handed, he instinctively thought the mission had failed. But when the creator pulled out a portable device from the storage compartment behind him, Lin Sheng realized that they no longer needed to carry everything in bulk. The convenience provided by the portable device was far greater than he had imagined. The creator did not pile all the rare minerals in the shelter, but chose to keep them in the portable device. Master, although these rare ores are not as hard as regular refined iron, their protective capabilities for items are quite exceptional. When this metal is subjected to gravitational impact, its surface takes on a near-liquid form, exhibiting a very subtle state that dissipates some of the force. If these minerals are used to create armor, they can provide excellent protection for the human body. The creator's words served as a reminder to Lin Sheng that so far apart from this shelter, they had no other means of defense to protect themselves from external dangers. It could be said that these rare minerals had arrived just in time. Creator, if we regularly wear this armor, will it impose a heavy burden on the body? Lin Sheng's primary concern was still the weight of the armor. After all, the armor worn by knights in the Middle Ages, if an ordinary person were to forcefully put on the armor, not only would they struggle to withstand damage, but they might even find it difficult to take a few steps. These metals are quite special. Their texture is not heavy. On the contrary, they are very lightweight, and wearing them only adds a bit more weight than regular clothing. The creator's explanation reassured Lin Sheng completely. Moreover, the quantity of these minerals was ample. Even crafting a suit of armor for everyone would still be more than enough. In addition, this metal could be used to reinforce the outer walls of the shelter. Strengthening the shelter's walls with this rare mineral would naturally enhance its ability to withstand impacts. A shelter reinforced with special minerals could safely protect them even against second-level threat alien creatures. Most importantly, they had acquired these special minerals. Xiaoqing, come here quickly. It seems someone is broadcasting a message again. Lin Sheng's father's call caught his attention. As dawn approached, the radio broadcast happened to repeat once more. Survivors, I am the leader of the Tiandu Alliance. Currently, we are in a small city at the southernmost point of Tiandu City. To ensure that every survivor can find something useful here, we are initiating a barter system. Starting tomorrow, within the next week, the Tiandu Alliance will provide free protection to all survivors entering and leaving this area. The Tiandu Alliance guarantees that survivors who come to participate in the barter system will be safe from any life-threatening dangers. Did the broadcast just mention a barter system? Lin Sheng's father asked anxiously, fearing he misunderstood, and quickly clarified with Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng nodded without hesitation. Yes, they are indeed preparing a barter system. This is a rare opportunity. Lin Sheng had heard a bit about the Tiandu Alliance. It was one of the larger organizations among survivors, and also one of the most securely defended. At the onset of the Great Purge, the leader of the Tiandu Alliance quickly gathered a large number of survivors and swiftly occupied a city through well-coordinated division of labor. One must admit this was a remarkable skill, as not everyone could establish a large alliance with a clear mind under such dire circumstances. This barter location was worth a shot. Perhaps they could exchange for some of the things they currently needed. At the beginning of the Great Purge, each person prioritized different items for storage. Some had more luxury goods and less food, while others were just the opposite. This was the fundamental reason and starting point for the barter system. The Tiandu Alliance was not the kind of unreasonable organization that sought to kill and plunder. Under their management, barter transactions were relatively fair and safe. I will go tomorrow. Lin Sheng immediately made up his mind. The quantity of seeds stored in the shelter was ultimately too small, and they needed additional seeds for fruits and saplings. Although the greenhouse in the shelter has been cultivating various vegetables, the demand for fruits remains enormous. The fruits and snacks scavenged from the milk tea shop have already been consumed. The human body has an essential need for various vitamins. A prolonged deficiency in fruits will cause significant changes in bodily functions. Therefore, the shelter's most pressing need is a continuous supply of fruits. While there is space for planting, gathering various saplings has proven to be a significant issue. Finding these saplings in the wild is extremely challenging. After all, such things cannot appear out of thin air and must be cultivated by humans to be produced. There are no places to grow fruits in the city. Even if there were, they have likely been destroyed by meteorites. The upcoming exchange festival hosted by the Tianwu Alliance might be a good opportunity for him to find these necessities. As for the items to exchange, they are merely sources of water and various leisure consumables. When Lin Cheng saw his father staring at him, he could already guess what this guy was scheming. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Cheng, at least leave a little bit of cigarettes and alcohol for your dad, don't trade it all away. Lin's mother shot a glare at Lin's father upon hearing this. You only know how to drink and smoke every day. Instead of wasting time, you might as well find ways to help Xiao Cheng more. Just trade all these cigarettes and alcohol for something useful, no need to keep any. Seeing his parents' playful antics, Lin Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, I definitely won't take everything ill, at least keep half. These cigarettes and alcohol are scarce items outside. Given how long the Great Cleansing has lasted, most of these things have likely been destroyed or stored away. I estimate that their value now is probably higher than gold. This was not a joke from Lin Cheng. Judging by the current situation outside, civilization is on the brink of collapse. Although gold is a universally accepted hard currency, the monetary system has collapsed, and having more money may not necessarily exchange for food. Thus, in the eyes of most survivors, wealth and gold are merely outdated measures. They recognize only survival supplies and the items they need, which is the fundamental reason for the rise of barter. And Lan appeared somewhat shy, seemingly wanting to say something, but hesitating for some reason, delaying her response. Lin Cheng, curious, asked, and Lan, just say what you need, no need to be polite with me. After a moment's hesitation, and Lan finally spoke up. Can I go with you to the Tianwu Alliance trade tomorrow? Of course you can. What do you want to exchange? Upon hearing Lin Cheng's agreement, and Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement. To be honest, she was somewhat surprised that Lin Cheng would agree to take her along. After all, bartering requires items for exchange. It's not possible to trade air for something. Everything in this shelter belongs to Lin Cheng, not her. The next day marked the 53rd day of the Great Cleansing. Lin Cheng took several small weapons with him and brought Hawkeye No. 1 and Falcon No. 1 along to the city where the Tianwu Alliance was located. Hawkeye No. 1 and Falcon No. 1 had hunted enough mutated creatures, and their levels had significantly. Hawkeye No. 1 currently has an incredibly vast detection range. Even standing outside the Tianwu Alliance, it can closely monitor all personnel movements within the city. However, there is a limitation: the living beings must be in continuous motion to be captured by Hawkeye No. 1's sensing radar. If a target remains still for over 10 seconds, Hawkeye No. 1 can no longer capture the specific location of the target through thermal sensing radar. As for Falcon No. 1, its combat capabilities have improved remarkably, with missiles fired not only having tracking effects, but also capable of splitting. At the moment of impact, a single missile can split into 4 smaller missiles, effectively quadrupling the explosive power. It can evenly bombard every inch of the target area. With these 2 powerful shooters guarding him, Lin Cheng had no worries at all. With just a command, Falcon No. 1 can provide artillery support from an extremely distant location. As for warning of danger, that relies entirely on Hawkeye No. 1's thermal sensing radar. Moreover, the Tianwu Alliance is considered a reliable alliance, ensuring that visitors participating in exchanges are not subjected to undue threats. However, this is not absolute. There are always exceptions, and it's better to be cautious. Before leaving, Lin Cheng took 10 bottles of liquor and 10 packs of cigarettes. These items are compact and easy to carry. Their value during the Great Cleansing is also quite significant. Taking these items to the Tianwu Alliance for exchange not only saves time and effort, but also spares him a lot of trouble. Once everything was prepared, Lin Cheng took Lan aboard the transport. Before they set off, Lin's father and mother repeatedly reminded them, fearing something dangerous might happen on the way. Seeing his parents so anxious, Lin Cheng could only chuckle and reassure them. No matter how strong he became in their eyes, he would always be their child. The Tianwu Alliance is not close to the newly selected location of the shelter. The system's map does not yet depict the terrain of the Tianwu Alliance. Thus, they could not set a destination for the transport directly. Lin Cheng had to control the direction during the journey. His memory of the Tianwu Alliance's location was only a vague recollection. When he attempted to connect the transport to a satellite, he received the disheartening news of no satellite signal. It seems the previous meteorite impact had destroyed all the satellites in space. Without satellites, most maps have lost their effectiveness. He could only rely on memory to navigate. Just when Lin Cheng felt a bit overwhelmed, and Lan brought some good news. I've been to Tianwu City. Due to work, I often went there with friends, and over time, I've become quite familiar with the. However, you need to take the helicopter to the highway for me to find the way. Lin Cheng's lips twitched. His words were as good as meaningless. If he could find the highway, he wouldn't need someone to. The signs on the highway should be sufficient to help him find his way to Tian City. Due to the meteorite impacts, most of the ground was riddled with craters, and even some important signs had vanished because of the strikes. Or they could have fallen aside, becoming inconspicuous scrap metal. He couldn't just assume that a metal ball resembling a sign was worth stopping for. So having a guide familiar with the highway routes was somewhat useful. As he approached Tian City, he could already see other survivors heading in the same direction. Some were driving various vehicles, while others walked on foot. These people all looked up in unison at the helicopter flying overhead. A glimmer of greed flashed in their eyes, but this greed was quickly overshadowed by helplessness. Tian City was almost upon them. What first came into view were the barriers surrounding the edge zone with iron fences around them and numerous armed personnel guarding the area. These guards felt a twinge of confusion as they saw the helicopter approaching Tian City. Recently, the Tian Alliance's helicopters had not been active. Where did this one come from? The only explanation was that it was an outsider survivor, but outsiders had to undergo checks. How would they inspect this helicopter in the air? Just as they contemplated how to intercept the helicopter, Lin Cheng drove straight into the urban area of Tian City. This maneuver left Lin dumbfounded. They were clearly there to trade, yet he had just barged through their checkpoint. Lin Cheng, won't this cause any trouble? Of course not, Lin Cheng replied confidently. Anyone who can pilot a helicopter during the Great Reckoning is no ordinary person. The higher-ups of the Tian Alliance are smart. They know whom they can offend and whom they cannot. Besides, guests are to be treated well. I'm here to trade, not to rob. Lin nodded in realization, it made sense. Anyone capable of flying a helicopter must have substantial resources to trade. After Lin Cheng's helicopter entered the urban area, the higher-ups of the Tian Alliance received the news shortly. To their surprise, they did not take any action and even allowed Lin Cheng's helicopter to land on their heliport. Lin Cheng specifically instructed the transport not to start unless absolutely necessary, otherwise an autonomously flying helicopter would surely cause a stir. It could provoke some jealous individuals, putting not only the transport, but also him in danger. The guards on the heliport welcomed Lin Cheng with smiles as he disembarked from the helicopter. They had been instructed to treat guests with substantial resources with extra care. Hello, we are here for the barter. Could you direct us to the specific exchange location? Lin Cheng approached with a smile to ask for directions. Seeing that Lin Cheng was just a young man, the guards were momentarily taken aback. They had envisioned many scenarios, but they never expected that the one coming for the barter would be a seemingly young boy. However, a command is a command. They could not change their response based on the other party's situation. Walk about 500 meters ahead, and a guide will take you there. All right, thank you. Following the guard's instructions, Lin Cheng walked for a few minutes and saw two individuals approach. The two individuals wore identical outfits, but they had different insignias from the guards on their shoulders, resembling an irregular circle. Lin Cheng took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, drew out two, and handed one to each of the guides. The moment the guides saw the cigarettes, shock appeared on their faces. Since the Great Reckoning began, they had not come across cigarettes for a long time. Seeing something once common felt like encountering gold and silver. Oh, how could we accept this? These are too precious. We can't accept such a gift without merit. As members of the Tian Alliance, the two guides understood just how valuable luxury items like cigarettes had become, and take them. We still need your help leading the way and looking after us. With a smile, Lin Cheng insisted on giving the two. Though it was just one for each, for those who hadn't touched cigarettes in a long time, it was an irresistible temptation. Since you were so generous, it would be inappropriate for us to refuse. One of the slightly plump middle-aged men laughed and accepted one, seeing that his companion had taken one as well. With this bond over a cigarette, the two looked at Lin Cheng with less vigilance. What are your names? The slightly thinner middle-aged man spoke. I am Li Changxing, and he is Good Dali. What should we call you? Just call me Lin Cheng. What's the situation here? Good Dali sighed. Despite how prosperous it seems, we're actually running low on supplies. Li Changxing subtly nudged Good Dali with his elbow, signaling him not to reveal too many secrets. However, Good Dali displayed a simple smile. It's no big deal with Brother Lin's generosity. I believe you won't mind our little place. The Tian Alliance's stored survival supplies are running low. After all, the reserve food in this city is limited, and this disaster has persisted for so long that it's nearly exhausted. The primary reason for this barter is that the leader wants to exchange some temporarily unnecessary items for survival. Once the survival supplies planted by the Tian Alliance are ready, self-sufficiency can be achieved. Lin Cheng felt a sense of clarity within himself. He was not surprised by the emergence of such a situation. After all, during the Great Reckoning, the consumption of survival resources like food would inevitably be immense. Maintaining the balance of an alliance undoubtedly requires an enormous amount of survival resources, and some items are simply unnecessary. However, existence itself justifies reason. Just because they find something unnecessary does not mean that other survivors do not need it. For instance, items like gasoline are plentiful, and survivors who frequently travel between locations absolutely require it. Moreover, as they journey back and forth, the probability of encountering areas rich in survival resources naturally increases. However, for those who travel short distances, gasoline is certainly the least needed resource. As long as the two parties can exchange, they can achieve the goal of mutual benefit. Survival resources are indeed quite scarce. I came here primarily to see the situation and to bring back some cigarettes and alcohol to see if I can exchange for something. Good Dali immediately patted his chest and assured, what are you looking for, brother? Just name it, and as long as we have it here, I can find it for you. Li Changxing also agreed, saying, Gu Fatty is not exaggerating. He is indeed quite the expert in our line. Lin Cheng's eyes brightened. He had not expected that the person he casually bribed would actually be an expert. As for the authenticity of this expert's title, a simple test would reveal the truth. I mainly want to exchange for planting-related items, as well as various fruit seedlings. That's simple. Oh, I saw someone bring a large batch of seedlings early this morning. Good Dolly pondered for a moment before quickly concluding and led Lin Cheng in a specific direction. In a certain area of the urban district of Tiandushi, all the buildings on both sides of the street had been sealed off, and the open spaces along the road were filled with stalls set up by survivors. At a glance it was bustling with people, and the goods displayed were a dazzling array, or at first glance it resembled shopping in the past. To be precise, this setup was even more vibrant than the previous shopping scenes. I can't remember the exact location, but I can be certain it's around here. Good, Lin Cheng nodded, and took a few steps indeed, discovering a survivor selling fruit seedlings. Brother, are you looking to exchange for seedlings? I have various kinds of fruit trees, with apple trees being the most common, but the prices. Hee. The one exchanging seedlings was an elderly man with dark skin, a slim physique, and a slightly hunched back, yet his eyes sparkled with shrewdness. As for what I want to exchange, anything is fine as long as it's not fruit seedlings you want to trade for. How about this for an exchange? Lin Cheng pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. It had already been opened with several taken out. The elderly man's face showed a hint of surprise. This disaster has been ongoing for so long, and you still have a pack of cigarettes. How many do you want for this? Hee, the more the better. My bottom line is 10 cigarettes for one seedling, and you can choose whatever variety you like. Lin Cheng decisively shook his head. 10 is too high. From my perspective, I can give you at most 2. Anlan, standing beside him, gasped softly. While others might negotiate by having the price, this guy directly slashed it to 1/5. The elderly man frowned upon hearing such a price. Brother, although cigarettes are now a sought-after item and considered a luxury, it shouldn't be priced so high. Indeed, it's not considered a scarce item, but even if you get some, it doesn't guarantee successful planting. Furthermore, in this barter system, not many people would prefer to carry such large items back. Lin Cheng glanced at the seedlings, which were as tall as a person, with a hint of a teasing smile at the corner of his mouth. The elderly man's expression indeed turned somewhat unpredictable. Most of the survivors who came to Tiandushi to barter were primarily looking for survival resources. Even those who drove there would not choose to come in a truck. At most, they would use a private car. The storage space in the trunk is too small to carry a fruit tree back without taking up too much space. Moreover, the most sought-after items are still survival resources. The positioning of fruit seedlings in this exchange is indeed quite awkward. Those who truly need survival resources would not choose to exchange for them, while those wealthy in survival resources would not want to carry such a large item back. After all, planting fruit seedlings requires time, and one will not see results in the short term. Seeing that the other party was somewhat swayed, Lin Cheng seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. If you exchange with me, I can offer 2 cigarettes for one seedling, and you can then use these cigarettes to barter with those who have an abundance of survival resources. How much you can exchange for will depend on your negotiation skills, or whether to exchange or not is just a matter of words. Anyway, I just had a sudden idea to play around with 2 seedlings. If you don't want to exchange, then I'll just go elsewhere. After Lin Cheng finished speaking, he didn't give the other party any time to react and directly turned to leave. The moment he saw Lin Cheng walking away, the elderly man immediately became anxious. Since he had come here this morning, no one had actively sought him out to exchange. Lin Cheng was the only one. This clearly indicates that fruit seedlings are not very popular in this exchange market. One could even say they are quite. Moreover, with the current climate leaning towards winter and having just experienced a cold wave, these seedlings barely survived due to previous good preservation. If handed over to other survivors for planting, these fruit trees would likely die from climate and environmental reasons before yielding any results. Thus, not many people are willing to accept fruit seedlings at this time. Although the price of 2 cigarettes for one seedling is significantly lower than his psychological expectation, the exchange value and popularity of cigarettes are clearly higher than that of seedlings. It's better to exchange a few cigarettes than to gamble on whether the seedlings can be traded. The elderly man decisively chose the former. All right, then let's exchange. Lin Cheng smiled and pointed to several seedlings next to the elderly man. I'll take all of these. 16 cigarettes exchanged for 8 fruit trees, along with many fruit seeds acquired in the process. The transaction flowed smoothly, and the other party showed no reluctance whatsoever. Anlan expressed her astonishment. Lin Cheng, how did you manage that? Manage what? How you persuaded him to trade at a price that was significantly lower than before. Lin Cheng chuckled in disbelief. So that's what you meant. It's actually quite simple. Bargaining is merely a cycle. As long as you can identify the other party's psychological weaknesses and exploit them, they will lose all their defensive capabilities. Moreover, one must be keenly observant. The muddy ground beneath these seedlings is quite evident, leaving traces of soil where they are placed. If someone has traded seedlings from him, there would inevitably be an empty spot where the seedlings were taken, and that spot would show soil prints. However, next to that old man, just now, there were no visible soil prints on any empty ground, which means he had. Now time is not on our side. If we keep wasting it, we can ensure he will still be able to make trades. What do we need most during this grand reckoning? First, survival supplies, and second, time. No one can afford to waste an entire day in one place for no reason, especially with so many items to carry. This is not just a psychological game, it also tests the other party's perception of time costs. The more one values time, the more susceptible they are to time costs. When they factor in time costs during the trading process, the outcome becomes quite apparent. Lan nodded in realization. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that such reasonable words came from a boy younger than her. But isn't the price of 2 cigarettes for one seedling a bit too low? Lin Chung gently shook his head. Not at all. The value of the seedlings is far less than you imagine. Regardless of whether anyone understands the techniques and experience of planting seedlings, the most crucial factor is the current unstable climate. Planting seedlings requires not only effort, but also entails risks. If the seedlings acquired with great effort were to wither shortly after planting due to weather conditions, wouldn't that mean wasting the previous resources? And Lan raised a crucial question: since they need to worry about these things, won't we repeat the same mistake by bringing these seedlings back? Lin Chung merely smiled and shook his head, offering no further explanation about having an environment suitable for the seeds to thrive. This was something Lin Chung didn't need to worry about at all. His greenhouse base under transformation could accommodate the growth of any plant. When the time comes, he just needs to divide the greenhouse into several areas with different climates, allowing these plants to grow. Although the number of seedlings is small now, through subsequent technical means it might be possible to replicate some of them. 8 seedlings may not be many, but they are substantial in size, so as not to affect future trades. Lin Chung transported all 8 seedlings beside the transportation vehicle and tied them to the edge with a rope. This way, when the transportation starts, the seedlings can be suspended in midair without occupying space inside the helicopter. Bro, we need to go welcome other survivors now. If you need anything, come find us here. After about 10 minutes, Gadali suddenly requested to part ways. Lin Chung had anticipated this, as the two were to welcome far more survivors than just themselves. Alright, if you need anything, just let me know, and we'll part ways here. Okay. The two groups then went their separate ways, each attending to their own matters, while Li Chongxing and Gadali continued to welcome other survivors. Meanwhile, Lin Chung along with Lan continued to stroll through the trading area, where a wide variety of trades were indeed taking place. However, the majority were clearly aimed at exchanging survival supplies with little demand for other items. Of course, there were also a few who explicitly stated their desire to exchange for luxury goods. Long ago, no one would have thought that commonly found items like alcohol and cigarettes would become luxury goods in this grand reckoning. When Lin Chung displayed the cigarettes and alcohol he had brought, most of the survivors, dressed relatively cleanly, approached him to strike up a conversation. Judging by their attire alone, it was evident these survivors were certainly more affluent in survival supplies. Conversely, those with scarce resources could only watch with longing. Though they desperately wanted to trade, their instinct for survival restrained this irrational thought. Bro, what kind of survival supplies do you need? Right now I have bottled mineral water, unopened instant noodles, and some compressed biscuits. Just name your price. If it's reasonable, we can trade. Bro, I have some medicines, including amoxicillin and ibuprofen, all common medications. If you need some rarer ones, I can get those too. The price, though, might be a bit higher than elsewhere, as I have the most complete range of medicines here. Lin Chung, faced with buyers actively seeking him out, would certainly consider their offers, but only briefly. Unless a deal was particularly favorable, he wouldn't even glance at it. Most of those who sought him were opportunists, suggesting a box of mineral water in exchange for a pack of cigarettes. Such deals could only be made by fools. That said, every individual's perception of resource scarcity varies. Those particularly lacking in water might indeed consider such trades. However, he wouldn't, as he was backed by a freshwater lake and had already created a freshwater purification machine. With this equipment, he had a continuous supply of fresh water. Thus, trades for water resources were completely outside of his consideration, and the same applied, even more so. During the last trip to collect supplies from the medicine warehouse, he had nearly gathered all types of medicines. The common medications circulating in the market were all stored in the shelter, and there was quite a stock. At least in the short term, he certainly wouldn't find himself specifically searching for medicines again due to shortages. The time for the transaction stretched into the evening. During this period, Lin Chung found little that piqued his interest. However, one thing caught his eye. Before a young boy stood a cage containing 3 Tibetan Mastiff puppies. How could he not know about Tibetan Mastiffs? As one of the more ferocious dog breeds, Tibetan Mastiffs possess combat abilities that rival those of wolves. If he could successfully raise one, it would not only serve to defend against alien creatures, but could also deter some ill-intentioned humans. However, the boy's demands were quite straightforward. He did not want luxuries like cigarettes, but rather survival supply. This boy appeared to be much younger than Lin Chung, likely around 14 or 15 years old, at an age where he was probably yet now he had already taken on the responsibility of survival. Upon seeing someone approach, the boy looked up at Lin Chung and asked, "Big brother, do you want to trade for a Tibetan Mastiff?" "I do consider it, but it depends on what you want in exchange." After a moment's thought, the boy's eyes dimmed slightly. "These are my dear friends, but our survival supplies at home have become severely insufficient. For each Tibetan Mastiff, I want at least a box of instant noodles or other food supplies of equivalent value." Lin Chung frowned at this. "Little brother, your asking price seems a bit too high. A box of instant noodles is enough for a person to eat for half a month, while raising this little fellow not only requires time and effort, but also a certain amount of food. Unlike humans, these Tibetan Mastiff puppies eat meat. Even if you don't feed them meat, you certainly can't feed them instant noodles. Even if I don't trade with you, these puppies will surely starve to death following you. Moreover, not many people are likely to come to you for a trade. After all, raising a Tibetan Mastiff requires quite a bit of resources. Upon hearing Lin Cheng's words, the boy's expression indeed changed. Being so young, he was not well versed in negotiation, and Lin Cheng's points were all valid, without any room for rebuttal. How about this? I will take all 3 Tibetan Mastiffs. 3 Tibetan Mastiffs for 2 boxes of instant noodles. The boy hesitated slightly, as this was lower than his initial expectations. Yet the current situation did not allow him to hesitate for too long. Lin Cheng was right. These Tibetan Mastiff puppies hadn't eaten meat in a long time. If it continued like this, they would inevitably suffer from various health issues due to malnutrition, and finding a veterinarian during the Great Reckoning would be as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Even if he found a veterinarian, that person might not be willing to treat them, and even if they were willing, various shortages of medical facilities might prevent them from providing care. In short, following him, these puppies were indeed facing a slow death. Although it wasn't yet apparent, the cries of these puppies already carried a hint of weakness. They did not sound like normal puppies at all. After almost 2 full minutes, the boy reluctantly nodded. All right. Then let's trade for 2 boxes of instant noodles. All right, wait for me here. Lin Cheng pulled out 8 cigarettes from his pocket, having previously been approached for a trade. Moreover, the trading chip was instant noodles. That guy seemed to have been a supermarket owner before with a large stock of such convenient food. For cigarettes for a box of instant noodles was already a very favorable price, as the balance between luxury goods and survival supplies is difficult to quantify. As for how much exchange value the cigarettes had, it entirely depended on the other party's level of need. The greater the desire, the higher the value they would naturally provide. 2 boxes of instant noodles were quickly exchanged, and when Lin Cheng returned to the boy selling the Tibetan Mastiffs, he discovered that 2 burly men had appeared beside him. Lin Cheng didn't pay much attention to it. After all, there were many people interested in Tibetan Mastiffs. However, when he was about to make the trade, he realized that these 2 big men were actually hired by the boy. Kid, if you're sensible, hand over the survival supplies on you. Otherwise, you can't blame us for being ruthless. We finally found someone easy to bully. The 2 big men quickly surrounded Lin Cheng and enlarged their posture, suggesting they were ready to rob directly. Enlan instinctively stood behind Lin Cheng. The last time someone had robbed her of compressed biscuits was still fresh in her mind, and it had almost become a psychological shadow. A hint of mockery appeared at the corner of Lin Cheng's mouth. You really aren't afraid of death, daring to rob within the jurisdiction of the Tian-Du Alliance. And what if the Tian-Du Alliance finds out? We'll just take the stuff and leave. Can they really stop us? Whether they can or not, you'll know if you try. Lin Cheng discreetly placed his hand on the gun at his waist. Should the other party show any sign of rash movement, he would not hesitate to draw his gun and pull the trigger. Even if he killed someone in the Tian-Du Alliance, as long as the reason was justified, the people of the Tian-Du Alliance would not say much. After all, within the jurisdiction of the Tian-Du Alliance, robbing other survivors of their survival supplies was a clear violation of the rules set by the Tian-Du Alliance. Even if he didn't take action, there would be dedicated personnel to come and eliminate these troublemakers. The Tian-Du Alliance cares not only about whether the transaction process of supplies goes smoothly, but also places the highest importance on the well-being of its citizens among all alliances. Currently, as other alliances have not yet formed, the Tian-Du Alliance can be considered the only large-scale alliance in the early stages of the Great Reckoning. Stop wasting time. Hand over the goods. Perhaps the noise here attracted the attention of a patrolling officer who began walking this way. Seeing this, the 2 big men showed no signs of panic. Instead, their previously arrogant demeanor changed. Their expressions showed some helplessness and a hint of fear, and instead of turning to flee, they proactively approached the patrolling officer to speak. Brother, these 2 have robbed us of our supplies. No matter how we negotiate with them, they refuse to return the good. You're slandering me. Enlan instantly could not sit still. Clearly they were the ones who attempted to rob her supplies, yet now they were turning the tables and accusing her. It was simply unbelievable. Bloodmouth spouting. To his surprise, the burly man changed his expression in an instant, as if he had completely forgotten what he had said or done before. Ridiculous. Which of your eyes saw us spouting blood? Brother, you have to believe that what we said is true. This man and woman are shamelessly trying to forcibly take our survival supplies. Hey, you need to at least use some common sense when making such allegations. Lin Cheng maintained a disdainful smile. Simply from a physical standpoint, even if we wanted to rob someone, we wouldn't target 2 people who are clearly much stronger than us. Moreover, these 2 boxes of instant noodles are still in our hands. If they were really stolen, the people nearby would not. Words alone are not enough. If you accuse us of stealing your survival supplies, you at least need to provide compelling evidence. Otherwise, who would believe your claims without proof? Clearly, those observing were more inclined to believe Lin Cheng's words. The stark difference in physique between the 2 sides was indeed overwhelming. 2 strong men versus what appeared to be a young couple. The visual impact was simply disproportionate. As the patrolling personnel hesitated, Lin Cheng decisively brought out the 2 shields from before. If you have any doubts, you can ask Li Changsheng and Godali. I believe these two will provide you with the answers you seek. Upon hearing that Lin Sheng recognized their liaison, the patrolman's expression softened slightly, and the gaze towards the two burly men turned more hostile. Since they recognized their own people, they surely could not be bad guys. Rather, the behavior and words of these two burly men were very suspicious. However, before everything was verified, one could not jump to conclusions. They needed to call the two individuals mentioned by Lin Sheng to the scene to discern the truth. Fine, you all wait here for a moment. I will bring people over shortly. It won't take long, just a few minutes at most. Seeing the patrolman hurriedly leave, the faces of the two burly men also showed a hint of panic. They did not expect that this seemingly young boy would recognize members of the Tiandu Alliance. Although the Tiandu Alliance values reputation, it could not resist the possibility that some alliance members would prioritize justice over personal ties, especially since they were not in the right. If the Tiandu Alliance personnel were truly called to confront them, it would only be them who would suffer in the end. TCH, this is pointless. Oh, let's go. Isn't it a bit too late to think about leaving now? Lin Sheng stepped forward, placing a hand on the burly man's shoulder. Although Lin Sheng did not appear as burly as the man, his height allowed them to maintain eye contact. What are you doing? What am I doing? Isn't it obvious? Aren't you fond of spouting blood? Then stay here and spout all you want. Get away. The burly man was suddenly agitated. There was no way he could stay here at this moment, or it would be uncertain whether he could leave the Tiandu Alliance safely today. At this moment, there were no worldly rules that could guarantee his life. Just stop the pointless struggle. The burly man suddenly felt a cold object pressed against his waist, followed by Lin Sheng's ghostly voice. If you take another step forward, this bullet will pierce through your lumbar vertebrae. If you're lucky, you might save your life, but you'll be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of your life. If you're unlucky, today will be your death anniversary next year. If he still did not realize what the object pressed against his waist was, after having gone through such a long period of reckoning, it would all have been for nothing. A gun. This boy has a gun. Even if we were in the wrong, you've gotten enough. Don't make things irreversible. Leave some room for future encounters. Don't take things too far. Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow, a playful smile on his face. But you weren't doing this just now. You were clearly trying to force us into a corner. What? The situation is unfavorable, and now you think to reason with us. You two really have limited it. Even being criticized by Lin Sheng, the two burly men dared not say anything more, as no matter how fast they were, they could not outrun a bullet. They could only freeze their faces in an awkward expression, constantly thinking in their minds if there was any way to escape this predicament. Meanwhile, the boy who previously sold Tibetan Mastiffs was even more panicked, unable to speak. He was in cahoots with these two burly men. If anything were to happen to these two burly men, he would not escape blame, so he secretly attempted to withdraw. And Lan, who had been hiding behind Lin Sheng, stepped forward at this moment, skillfully drawing out the Glock 18 that Lin Sheng had given him before. Little brother, at such a young age, you're not learning good things from others. Strong-arming is not something you should be doing. The dark muzzle was aimed directly at him. It was impossible for the young boy to remain calm. Before long, Li Changxing and Gu Dali were summoned by the previous patrol personnel. Upon discovering that both sides were in confrontation, Li Changxing and Gu Dali decisively stood on Lin Sheng's side. After all, they had some acquaintance with Lin Sheng, and through brief interactions they knew he would not do what the other side claimed. The two unfortunate burly men were naturally subdued. Those who disturbed the barter market would be dealt with by the Tiandu Alliance. Even if they were fortunate enough to keep their lives, they would permanently be added to the Tiandu Alliance's blacklist. As for how to deal with them, that was beyond Lin Sheng's consideration. As for that boy, he would naturally not escape blame either. However, after a series of investigations, it was found that he was also coerced by the two burly men, so the responsibilities he bore would naturally be reduced accordingly. The 3 Tibetan Mastiff puppies he used for trade were naturally given to Lin Sheng by the Tiandu Alliance. Lin Sheng did not want to owe anyone a favor. Just because the intended transaction was terminated did not mean that future transactions could not proceed. He thus handed the exchange chips he had promised to the boy over to the Tiandu Alliance. Lin Sheng's actions were naturally respected by the Tiandu Alliance, for maintaining such a rational mindset during a major reckoning was rare. This mindset was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Thus, the higher-ups of the Tiandu Alliance placed great importance on this matter, and specifically issued an instruction to conduct a series of identity checks on survivors coming for trade. Although it may not be of much use, at least it was something done. The scale of barter exceeded expectations significantly, yet Lin Sheng found himself in need of nothing. He had exchanged for a total of 50 fruit trees. Various species of fruits had been thoroughly covered. Additionally, he acquired 3 Tibetan Mastiff puppies. As for the cigarettes he brought, they had nearly all been consumed, and he had no intention of bringing back the few that remained. He selectively gifted some to the members of the Tiandu Alliance. Some relationships needed to be maintained. His future connections with the Tiandu Alliance would extend far beyond mere transactions. Compared to the other alliances, the Tiandu Alliance was more deserving of being a partner. With just himself, he had developed the shelter into an underground city. One word: difficult. An underground city requires not only well-equipped facilities, but also a massive demand for various resources. The facilities could rely on the system and mechanical life forms for construction. However, resources could only be temporarily obtained through external means. Once his shelter gained the ability to produce living materials independently, he would have truly grown. The so-called cooperation did not mean allowing Tiandu Alliance members into the shelter. Even if the Tiandu Alliance had a great reputation for Lin Sheng, it would be akin to nurturing a tiger to invite disaster. In the Great Cleansing, apart from close relatives, no one could be fully trusted. According to Lin Sheng's plan, only those he selected could enter the underground city. With a loyal mechanical life form as his guard, he didn't need survivors to play the role of protectors. After all, as long as they were human, there would be vulnerabilities. Emotions and desires would become various points of vulnerability, but mechanical life forms would not. In the eyes of the Falcon One, there were only the orders given by Lin Sheng. If any survivor dared to harbor ill intentions, the monsters created by the Gamma Research Institute would have. Long before Lin Sheng set out for trade, he had the mutated creatures patrol near the shelter. Once any danger was detected, they would immediately take aggressive action, striving to resolve issues at the earliest opportunity. Just when Lin Sheng thought this journey to Tiandu City had come to an end, the higher-ups of the Tiandu Alliance suddenly sought him out. Godali hurriedly found Lin Sheng and relayed the message. "Brother Lin, your good days are coming." Lin Sheng was still in a daze, questioning, "Good days? What good days? The leader of our alliance wants to see you. I tell you, this is the first time the leader has actively requested to meet someone outside the alliance's higher-ups." The leader of the Tiandu Alliance. This completely exceeded Lin Sheng's expectations. Why would the leader come looking for him? Could it be that they have seen through the extraordinary nature of the transport? No, that can't be. The transport had never revealed itself as anything other than a helicopter. Even if someone tampered with it, as long as it didn't initiate, it looked just like an ordinary helicopter from the inside out. "Brother Lin, there's no need to decline. The leader is very nice. He must have good news to share, or else he wouldn't have sent me to invite you, but rather sent someone to capture you." "That's true, I was overthinking it." Lin Sheng smiled, realizing Godali made a valid point. Since he was invited, it indicated there was business to discuss or requests to make of Lin Sheng. "By the way, the leader specifically requested you alone to go. This young lady will likely have to wait here." Godali glanced at Lan behind Lin Sheng. Commands are commands, and he felt it inappropriate to violate orders by allowing the girl to accompany Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng nodded, indicating for Lan to head to the transport first. The transport was a highly intelligent mechanical life form. It knew best when to do what. Even as a transport-type mechanical being, it possessed decent combat capabilities. Without a doubt, it was quite easy to deal with some surviving humans. With the transport's protection, Lan would surely be safe. Lan understood that the transport could provide her absolute safety, so she smoothly made her way to the transport to wait for Lin Sheng. Upon entering, she promptly shut the transport's door, leaving no chance for any threats to arise. Lin Sheng followed Godali to the core building of the Tiandu Alliance. The center of the Tiandu Alliance was a well-preserved skyscraper with elevator facilities that were remarkably well-maintained. It hardly resembled a place after the Great Cleansing. Looking at this building, Godali proudly said, "This building was the first to be captured by the leader when the alliance was formed. At that time, numerous alien creatures rushed in, but thanks to the leader's command, we managed to clear them out. This building was thus preserved intact. Now it serves as the office for the alliance's higher-ups, with the top floor being the leader's office." Lin Sheng nodded. Seizing a building that could serve as a core location was undoubtedly a sound decision. This indicated that the so-called leader of the Tiandu Alliance had already decided to establish the alliance at the very beginning of the Great Cleansing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so sure about their primary target. The building had a total of 17 floors, and the elevator was not slow. With no interruptions during the ascent, they quickly reached the top floor. Godali remained in the elevator and did not exit, merely pointing to a room not far ahead. "Brother Lin, the leader wants to see you alone. I have other matters, so will take my leave first." "Thank you, Brother Go, for bringing me here." Lin Sheng approached the door and gently tapped on it with his index finger. Not long after, a voice came from inside. "Please enter." It was a deep male voice. Lin Sheng pushed the door open, and a stern man sat in the chair, staring at him intently with a hint of scrutiny in his gaze. "Hello." Lin Sheng faced the scrutinizing gaze without fear. Although the man was the leader, there was nothing for him to be afraid. In terms of armed strength, 10 Tiandu alliances would not match his single shelter in power. Observing Lin Sheng's fearless demeanor, the leader of the Tiandu Alliance was quite surprised. "Your bravery has caught my attention. Indeed, I did not misjudge. You possess a depth and steadiness beyond your peers. Young man, would you be interested in joining our Tiandu Alliance? If you are willing, I can train you to be the next leader of the Tiandu Alliance." Faced with the olive branch thrown by the other party, Lin Sheng felt somewhat surprised, as they had only met once, yet the other party openly expressed their willingness to cultivate him as a candidate for the next leader. This also meant that once he accepted, he could very well become the future master of the Tiandu Alliance. Such a temptation for a relatively young survivor was undoubtedly immense. However, the leader of the Tiandu Alliance was unaware that Lin Sheng possessed something far more substantial and promising than the alliance. "I don't know why you have such thoughts, but thank you for your kindness. I currently have no intention of joining any alliance. Lin Sheng refused decisively, which not only did not make the leader of the Tiandu alliance feel anything amiss, but rather piqued their interest. For a survivor, being able to join an alliance and have the opportunity to become a candidate for leadership was undoubtedly a very significant olive branch. And this seemingly young boy was able to resolutely refuse such a great temptation. There were only two possibilities. The first possibility was that this young man did not understand what the Tiandu alliance represented, nor did he know the resources possessed by the Tiandu alliance. This is known as ignorance is bliss. The second possibility was that this young man had a larger organization backing him than the Tiandu alliance, but this possibility was extremely slim, as there was currently no organization larger than the Tiandu alliance. Unfortunately, the leader of the Tiandu alliance did not know that a rising star was gradually developing into a colossal entity. Given time, the scale of the refuge would surpass all alliances, even the total of all alliances. Can you tell me why you rejected me directly? The leader of the Tiandu alliance placed his hands flat on the table, his gaze vaguely scanning Lin Sheng. There is no particularly special reason. I simply feel that joining an alliance means being bound by its rules. And I have always been a person who loves freedom. If I must be constrained by rules while obtaining safety, I would rather maintain my previous way of life. The leader of the Tiandu alliance nodded appreciatively. Very good. You are the clearest thinker and most rational among all the young people I have encountered. To be able to maintain one's nature in the face of temptation and to restore one's longing for freedom is a rare sincerity and original intention. I am now more interested in you. Moreover, once you become the leader, you will be the one to set the rules, not the one bound by them. Can you still refuse such a temptation? Lin Sheng simply smiled. I really intend to continue declining. The Tiandu alliance is vast, and I have already experienced its prosperity. Unfortunately, my sixth sense tells me that this place is not suitable for me. There is a more suitable place waiting for me, and it will not be within any alliance. What Lin Sheng said was not merely a refusal of the olive branch thrown by the leader of the Tiandu alliance, it was also a declaration that he would not join any alliance. Otherwise, the leader of the Tiandu alliance would think that Lin Sheng had a better choice than joining the Tiandu alliance, which could inevitably lead to a sense of wariness towards him. Although there is a good prospect now, it has not fully developed yet. At this point in time, encountering the other party heathen would be a very tricky situation. Even after a major reckoning, there is still a huge trouble that requires all of humanity to face. This is also why Lin Sheng, even with combat-type mechanical life forms at his disposal, still refrained from directly confronting the Tiandu alliance. Moreover, there was no need for a direct confrontation. They were the ones trying to win him over rather than openly threatening him. In fact, Lin Sheng's first impression of the Tiandu alliance was quite good. At the very least, the overall atmosphere of the Tiandu alliance felt very refreshing, and their approach to rulemaking was the best among all alliances. It completely aligned with the impression most survivors had of what an alliance organization should be. You don't need to explain so much to me. Even if you join another alliance in the future, we are all humans, and the ultimate goal is to survive. Even the friction arising from limited resources is merely a necessity for survival, and I can understand all of it. Everyone has their own aspirations. Since you are unwilling, we certainly won't force you. Moreover, if you ever change your mind, the doors of the Tiandu alliance will always be open for you. Lin Sheng nodded slowly. From the words of the leader of the Tiandu alliance, he also caught a very subtle piece of information. The Tiandu alliance referred to themselves as we, not I. This meant that inviting him to join the Tiandu alliance and training him as a potential successor was not solely the decision of the leader. It seemed to be an order issued by some higher-up organization. By the way, where did this helicopter come from? As far as I know, very few people have access to helicopters. It was obtained by chance. After all, the most common thing in this world is unexpected events. Sometimes with a bit of luck, one can gain many unexpected rewards. Lin Sheng smiled, slightly revealing little, as it is human nature to keep some secrets. The leader of the Tiandu alliance also showed no intention of pursuing the matter further. After several attempts at probing through conversation, Lin Sheng cleverly evaded all of them. After nearly half an hour of conversation, the leader of the Tiandu alliance had not managed to extract any information, yet he did not feel any abnormality, as if this was indeed the correct answer. When it came to the use of conversational tactics, Lin Sheng certainly surpassed his peers. The leader of the Tiandu alliance did not waste much time, and their conversation quickly came to an end. Godali was quite interested in the conversation between Lin Sheng and the leader of the Tiandu alliance, continuously asking questions as they walked, eager to hear every detail. I say, Brother Lin, I don't know if it's my illusion, but I always feel you are different from other survivors. It seems that I can't sense any survival pressure from you, and you are not malnourished or emaciated at all. Could it be that your family used to run a food factory? Lin Sheng's mouth twitched involuntarily after hearing this, leaving him at a loss for words. If he truly were to establish a physical factory, it's likely that within just half a year food shortages would not occur. Relying solely on the stored food would allow them to get through the most arduous parts of the Great Cleansing perfectly. You're overthinking it. A food factory wouldn't be the case. It's just that they've prepared enough food before the Great Cleansing. Although the amount of prepared food is considerable, it ultimately may not be enough. At most they can last another half a month before a food crisis arises. Even with careful budgeting, the food will likely only last a month at most. If it goes on longer, it will be troublesome. Good Ali looked at Lin Cheng with a strange expression. I say, big brother, with food running low, why are you exchanging for fruit trees instead of survival supplies? These supplies can be sought outside, but finding something like fruit trees is honestly a bit difficult. Moreover, I still have plenty of time. In half a month, it's impossible that I won't find any food. Buying fruit trees is just for long-term development. After all, fruits will be very scarce later. By the next time you open the trading market, perhaps I can return with those matured fruits. Good Ali looked at Lin Cheng with a slightly serious expression, surprised that Lin Cheng's ambitions were so grand. Fruits are indeed very scarce. So far, not a single survivor has appeared in the trading market to trade fruits. This means that by the time Lin Cheng returns to the trading market again, he will become a highly sought-after individual. All resource allocations will shift towards him, relinquishing short-term gains for long-term goals. As long as this assumption holds true, Lin Cheng will reap unimaginable rewards. The next trading market might take some time, or at least there won't be another held in the short term. Good Ali shared an internal message with Lin Cheng, but this information was somewhat known. This time the resources obtained from the trading were considerable, requiring some time for inventory. Even the massive Tiandu alliance needs time to consolidate other supplies for use in the next trading market. If trading markets were to open continuously in a short period, it would eliminate the urgency that attracts survivors. Scarcity increases value. If trading markets open too frequently, it will lose its allure for survivors who come from far away. Moreover, the majority of traders are those survivors who travel long distances. The areas around the Tiandu alliance have been nearly scavenged clean, and some resources are region-specific, so the specialties of different areas will naturally differ. In more industrialized areas, survivors mostly store goods related to industry. Conversely, in agriculturally prosperous regions, survivors will naturally have more food stored. If this trading time hadn't been set for nearly 2 months after the Great Cleansing, this time they would likely see some fruit products, but the previous cold wave and meteorite impacts have almost completely destroyed all agricultural products. At least for the short term, it is completely impossible to see similar trading items again. I'll drop you off here, I have some matters to attend to. Looking forward to seeing you next time. Alright, then we part ways here. Lin Cheng pretended to take the driver's seat in the transportation cabin, though in reality, he did nothing at all. The transport operated entirely on its own, slowly ascending into the sky, while Lan was already asleep in the back seat. Even with the loud noise of the transport starting, she didn't wake up. After confirming that they had left the Tiandu alliance's territory, Lin Cheng quietly moved to the back seat. The driver's area was simply too cramped compared to the spacious passenger section. And Lan's sleeping face was very peaceful, her long eyelashes occasionally fluttering, and her steady breathing brought an inexplicable sense of comfort. Sitting next to Lan, Lin Cheng unknowingly felt a bit drowsy. By the time he opened his eyes again, they had already arrived outside the shelter. The transport has the ability to memorize routes. After experiencing the journey to the Tiandu alliance, once it can use autopilot for future trips. Lin Cheng does not need to plant the fruit trees himself, though after all the modifications to the microvision base still require some fine-tuning. According to the current planting plan, at least 4 different modules need to be created, each with varying temperatures and hue. The most important factor is the diversity of the plants. Different climatic environments must be maintained to ensure the proper growth and survival rates of the plants. The fruit trees Lin Cheng brought back also provided Lin's father and mother with a beautiful hope. While they were at the shelter, they had things to do. Although they didn't have to handle much, at least there was a place to vent their excess energy. Most importantly, there were those 3 Tibetan Mastiff puppies. Initially, Lin's father and mother were somewhat fearful upon seeing the Mastiffs. However, these 3 little Mastiffs turned out to be surprisingly friendly, taking the initiative to get close to Lin's father and mother, which saved them the trouble of getting acquainted. This also led to a unique and challenging problem. After all, Tibetan Mastiffs are different from other dogs. Simply feeding them dog food might lead to malnutrition. Or if their sizes differ significantly from what they were originally, this means Lin Cheng will need to hunt frequently. And the nearby animals have mostly been wiped out. In the current environment, finding fresh meat is beyond their means, let alone for these 3 puppies. Just when Lin Cheng was at a loss, the creator provided an excellent solution. The creator can produce a special nutrient solution that can simply be mixed into drinking water for direct consumption, fulfilling the growth nutrients needed for the puppies. Although the taste is significantly inferior to eating meat directly, it can still perfectly provide the required nutrition, preventing malnutrition. The main components of the nutrient solution can be mixed using the concentrated essence of any biological or plant. The growth speed of fruit trees in the greenhouse base will experience a significant increase. Moreover, this enhancement is quite substantial. Originally, it would take several months for a fruit tree to mature in the outside world, but within the greenhouse base, it only takes a mere half-month to bear fruit. Lin Cheng was already quite surprised by this speed enhancement. He initially thought that shortening the growth time to half would be remarkable, but now it seems otherwise. Not only can it be shortened by half, but it can even be reduced to less than 30 of the original time. This occurrence of trading goods has also added a bit of vitality to this turbulent world. At the very least among the survivors, it is not just a game of deceit, but also a portion of cooperative relationships for coexistence. Survivors, after all, are social creatures. It is difficult for one to survive alone during the Great Reckoning. Perhaps the emergence of the Tian Alliance has brought about a subtle change in the world's dynamics. Perhaps inspired by this, more and more survivor alliances have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. The scales of these alliances vary, but once a particular faction emerges, large-scale conflicts are bound to occur. Some organizations formed by survivors have engaged in fierce battles over scarce resources, leading to several instances of heavy losses. However, these matters are not within Lin Cheng's consideration. As the date of the Great Reckoning approaches, some issues have begun to gradually reveal themselves. The problems he previously discussed with Gadali were not mere exaggerations, nor were they to deceive the other party. They were indeed true. The food reserves in the shelter are absolutely sufficient to barely sustain survival, but some changes in food combinations are also needed. One cannot expect a family to stay in the shelter all day eating instant noodles, so he needs to undertake another search for supplies. As for when this action will be implemented, there is currently no clear answer. Because the fourth wave of the monster frenzy is about to arrive. Compared to the first three instances, this fourth wave will undoubtedly include some higher-level aberrant creatures. If he miscalculates and chooses a node close to eruption, he may very well become one of the casualties of this. Regarding the mutated creatures that escaped from the Gamma Research Institute, Lin Cheng has also gained some new understanding. Although these mutated creatures possess low intelligence, they can fully understand and execute certain human decisions. The best feature of these creatures is that they have their own thinking process, allowing them to allocate tasks based on various situations to achieve their goals. Unlike mechanical life forms, which choose the optimal solution, not all solutions are suitable for the current situation. In simple terms, mechanical life forms do not possess any emotions. For mechanical life forms, completing tasks is the essence of everything. Beyond that, they do not consider any other trivial matters. The speed of upgrading the shelter has significantly weakened compared to before, as the experience required for upgrades has become excessively high. Additionally, every level increase now unlocks a large number of facilities. There are even various types of future technologies. For instance, the superconducting electromagnetic cannon, which Lin Cheng had never imagined before. According to the system's description, the superconducting electromagnetic cannon can directly annihilate aberrant creatures of threat level 3 and below. This means that as long as he can manufacture a superconducting electromagnetic cannon, even if many aberrant creatures appear near the shelter, as long as the cannon can recharge, it can easily solve the problem. Furthermore, as the level of the superconducting electromagnetic cannon increases, the level of aberrant creatures it can directly eliminate will also rise. Theoretically, as long as the level of the superconducting electromagnetic cannon is high enough, it could even instantaneously eliminate aberrant creatures of threat level 1. However, the required level for the electromagnetic cannon is undoubtedly a number that he currently cannot reach. Lin Cheng's greatest task now is to upgrade the shelter and increase the survival supplies within it. During this time, the aberrant creatures in the deep pit near the shelter have been eliminated by Teams Falcon 1. The shelter is only a little experience away from leveling up, but there seem to be some unusual fluctuations in the layers of the deep pit nearby. Once a mechanical life form enters, it can interrupt contact with the outside world, causing all photographic equipment in the deep pit to fail. From the language description of the mechanical life forms, it is easy to guess that there are some astonishing existences there. Unfortunately, Lin Cheng currently lacks the mood to investigate. Because there is only one day left until the outbreak of the fourth wave of the monster frenzy. The pattern of a monster frenzy erupting every 15 days has already been grasped by other survivors. Therefore, many survivors no longer boldly search for supplies outside as they did before, but instead they are systematically planning for the arrival of the monster frenzy. The number of unmanned reconnaissance drones in the shelter has also significantly increased because Lin Cheng wants to observe seriously this time. In the fourth wave of the monster frenzy, just how many high-level aberrant creatures will be mixed in? He has always felt that there are patterns to the appearances of these creatures, but due to insufficient preparation in the previous instances, they ended without any results. As the resources within the shelter become increasingly complete, Lin Cheng has developed a rather bold hypothesis. He even wants to capture a low-level aberrant creature for research to see if he can discover anything from it. However, before this bold idea could be realized, it was abruptly extinguished by the creator. Respected Master, after scanning these aberrant creatures, it can be roughly determined that they contain terrifying destructive energy within their bodies. If forcibly dismantled, it is highly likely to cause a widespread explosion. After hearing the creator's words, Lin Cheng paused for a moment. Are you saying that disassembling the bodies of the aberrant creatures will cause an explosion? The creator patiently explained. When those creatures were killed previously, their bodies were severely damaged, yet no explosion occurred. Dismantling does not merely refer to disassembly. The various indicators within these monsters have achieved a certain balance, and once this balance is disrupted, serious consequences will arise. Is there any way to resolve this? Unfortunately not at the moment. Lin Sheng could only nod as some matters cannot be resolved simply by one's fervent passion. The most important thing now is how to survive the fourth monster wave. The unmanned reconnaissance drones already set up outside are ready to go, just waiting for the moment the fourth wave of monsters appears. These unmanned reconnaissance drones will immediately record the footage they capture, but the subsequent organization and analysis will require Lin Sheng to process manually. There is only 1 hour and 40 minutes left until the 60th day of the Great Reckoning. Lin Sheng glanced at the clock on the wall. This short hour and a bit often proves to be the most difficult to endure. People always harbor a certain fear of the unknown, and once they are aware of the impending danger, it only heightens their restlessness. Lan and Lin's parents had already gone to bed early. The best way to face the Great Reckoning is to sleep sound. Lin Sheng understood their needs, so he specially equipped each room with soundproofing facilities. Although there will still be significant noises during intense collisions in the shelter, at least they will be much quieter than before. Only Lin Sheng found it difficult to sleep. Besides the tension from the fourth wave of monsters, there was another matter. This monster wave might very well allow the Long Station shelter to achieve a breakthrough in level. The current shelter level is 6, and it is just under 1,000 experience points away from rising to level 7. As long as a few aberrant creatures passing through the shelter are exterminated, he could easily achieve the goal. Reaching level 7 will greatly aid in unlocking certain defensive facilities, but it will also significantly increase the consumption of fine iron. This made Lin Sheng feel somewhat troubled as the quantity of fine iron in the world is limited, and it will eventually be. While it may be too early to consider these matters, he must think of a more balanced approach to manage the substantial consumption of fine iron. After opening the shelter's facility template, Lin Sheng glanced through the upcoming facilities to be unlocked. One facility caught his attention. Facility name: ore refining machine. It requires 500 kilograms of fine iron for construction. A machine with very powerful extraction capabilities. By placing any material must be obtained from underground into the ore refining machine. It can extract ore of varying content, or a mineral rich in energy. It needs to be refined before it can be used directly. Note this facility must be used together with the mineral extraction furnace, otherwise the ore cannot be used directly. According to the description of the facility, simply placing any object excavated from underground can extract ore of varying content. It is known that the most abundant substances underground are either soil or stone, and extracting ore from these nearly impossible materials. This facility is something Lin Sheng cannot even begin to imagine. In simple terms, this is clearly turning waste into treasure. With this facility, he would no longer need to worry about his shelter running out of minerals. At least for the short term, land and stone resources are inexhaustible. Perhaps in the future there might even be a facility that can extract various trace elements from water resources. The ore refining machine mentioned a mineral extraction furnace, so Lin Sheng continued scrolling down the facility section and indeed found a mineral extraction furnace. Facility named Mineral Extraction Furnace. It requires 1,000 kilograms of fine iron for construction. A machine that can convert ore into usable minerals. Simply place fine iron into the furnace. Note the consumed ore will randomly generate one of 6 types of minerals, which can include fine iron, iron or gold, or aluminum or copper ore or tin ore. The amount of fine iron required to build this mineral extraction furnace is actually double that of the ore refining machine. Just the construction of these two facilities requires 1,500 kilograms of fine iron, which is a significant burden for Lin Sheng, who is already not well off. Fortunately, this is only an initial investment. The fine iron he can obtain from the reasonable use of these two facilities will far exceed this 1,500 kilograms. The most important point is that with these two facilities he won't have to run around collecting fine iron, thus inherently avoiding a lot of risks. As for the other types of minerals besides fine iron, although they are not currently needed, it doesn't mean they won't be useful later. It's far better to have some things on hand in advance than to search for them when they are needed. The mere discovery of these two facilities is enough to keep Lin Sheng exhilarated for a long time, not to mention that with the level increase the scale of the shelter will undoubtedly expand. While Lin Sheng was studying these two facilities, time slipped away unnoticed. An hour quickly passed. At the moment the clock's hand pointed to 12 o'clock. The fourth monster wave officially erupted. Countless aberrant creatures surged toward the shelter from all directions. They were not specifically targeting the shelter. Instead, they were targeting the entire world. At this moment, countless survivors were hiding in their respective corners, afraid to make a sound. Some timid survivors even held their breath, fearing their breathing would attract unnecessary trouble. However, not all survivors can pass through unscathed. In fact, they had miraculously survived 3 monster waves, yet they still could not escape the fate of being killed. Lin Sheng was racing against time, controlling the unmanned reconnaissance drones to capture footage from various levels. The time these unmanned reconnaissance drones can film outside will not be too long, as a few level 3 threat aberrant creatures had already appeared before, and this time the number of level 3 threats will surely not be few. These flying aberrant creatures are extremely sensitive to anything in the air and will prioritize their attacks. Within just 5 minutes of the monster wave starting, the 30 unmanned reconnaissance drones Lin Cheng had sent out were reduced to less than 10, a drop of more than half. Moreover, the transmitted footage has become extremely blurry due to various reasons. Some were caused by impacts from alien creatures, resulting in a shaky image that cannot be used as evidence for analysis. Overall, the valid data is less than 20 of the transmitted information. If this trend continues, the current research is likely to be in vain. Lin Cheng realized the situation was dire and decided to deploy the ready-to-launch Eagle 1. Not only this mechanical life form, but even some second-generation combat-type mechanical life forms were dispatched alongside Eagle 1. With the assistance of these combat-type mechanical life forms to clear obstacles, the remaining few unmanned reconnaissance drones finally captured some analyzable footage. Based on Lin Cheng's rough estimation, the proportion of alien creatures has shifted from the original low-level aliens to a mix of intermediate and low-level aliens. The proportion of Tier 3 alien creatures accounts for about 15, and almost every shot captured reveals a few beings that are completely different in size from ordinary aliens. As more alien creatures were killed, the experience bar of the shelter gradually increased. When it reached a certain critical point, the long-awaited system prompt sounded in his ears once more. Ding! Congratulations, the host experience has reached the critical point, and the shelter level has increased. Current shelter level 7. Ding! New facilities in the shelter have been unlocked. Ding! The area of the shelter has doubled. The continuous system prompts filled his ears, and Lin Cheng couldn't help but smile widely, as so many prompts indicated a significant upgrade for the shelter. Lin Cheng even pushed aside the matter of analyzing the proportion of alien creatures. After all, with these mechanical life forms, clearing out the aliens outside the shelter should face no major issues. The 1,500 kilograms of fine iron was consumed almost instantly, but Lin Cheng couldn't afford to feel pain. He immediately began studying the two newly unlocked facilities. The ore refining machine and the mineral extraction furnace do not occupy much space, but their functions left Lin Cheng astonished. He tentatively threw in a few large stones he had prepared in advance, and within seconds several fist-sized pieces of refined ore appeared at the exit of the ore refining machine. With a mindset of trial and error, Lin Cheng then tossed this refined ore into the mineral extraction furnace. This time the machine operated significantly longer, taking about 10 minutes before several fist-sized pieces of refined ore were successfully extracted. Ding! Ore refining successful. Refining results: 10 kilograms of fine iron, 1 kilogram of iron, or 1 kilogram of gold ore. He was quite satisfied with the refining result, managing to extract 10 kilograms of fine iron. Based on the stones thrown in earlier, a rough proportional calculation shows that this ratio is indeed quite fit. It wouldn't be a case of painstakingly bringing back a lot of items only to end up with just a few dozen kg of. Lin Cheng certainly would not choose to mine the land near the shelter. Even rabbits do not eat the grass near their burrows, let alone he being a human. If overmining caused the ground nearby to collapse, he would ultimately be the one to suffer. However, Lin Cheng had not thoroughly surveyed whether there were suitable mining locations nearby. Since items dug up from underground can go into the ore refining machine, directly throwing the extracted ores and should yield a higher probability of refined ores. What he needed most was fine iron, as everything built within the shelter relies on fine iron. Once he runs out of fine iron, even if he successfully unlocks new facilities, he won't have enough materials to complete their construction. The recently produced 10 kilograms of fine iron seemed trivial to Lin Cheng's inventory, but nonetheless, it was still earned through his own efforts. Overall, it was quite meaningful. As evening approached on that day, the fourth wave of the monster frenzy showed signs of gradually calming down. As for the unmanned reconnaissance drones Lin Cheng had deployed earlier, as of now, only one remained still circling outside. The rest of the unmanned reconnaissance drones had been completely wiped out, turning into debris scattered across the ground, causing Lin Cheng great distress. It seemed that he could no longer afford to deploy such a large number of unmanned reconnaissance drones lightly. The losses were not just in drones, but also took a toll on his mental state. At this consumption rate, with a few more waves of significant reckonings, just manufacturing unmanned reconnaissance drones would cost him a substantial amount of fine iron. While Lin Cheng was organizing the video materials later, he suddenly made a surprising discovery. In a segment of the video nearing its end, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a fleeting figure. A patch of snow white which at first glance might not be very noticeable and could easily be overlooked. However, when Lin Cheng rewound the video and slowed it down, he could see it quite clearly. That fleeting figure turned out to be a snow white rabbit. After the previous cold wave and meteorite disaster, being able to see a living creature was undoubtedly a significant discovery. Especially since this rabbit was near the shelter. If luck were on his side, he might even catch a whole nest of rabbits. Given the rabbits' reproductive speed, it wouldn't be long before their numbers reached quite an astonishing figure. As long as he could keep the count within a reasonable range, the shelter would have a continuous supply of meat. Not only Tibetan mastiffs, but the demand for meat is also quite significant for human consumption. Counting carefully, aside from the canned food stored previously, he had hardly eaten fresh meat. But now, with the fourth wave of the monster frenzy not yet completely over, he couldn't afford to take risks for the time being. No one could guarantee that during this brief period after the monster frenzy ends there wouldn't be any alien creatures wandering nearby. In such times the remaining unmanned reconnaissance drone's function was fully realized. Utilizing the high-definition camera of the drone, Lin Chung roamed around the shelter, diligently searching for the rabbit's whereabouts. Heaven does not disappoint the diligent. After searching for over an hour, the rabbit hidden in the shadows finally reappeared. Looking at the bouncy figure before him, Lin Chung could only smile helplessly. This fellow was too good at hiding. Lin Chung followed closely behind the rabbit, showing no signs of slowing down. He feared that if he let his guard down for even a moment, this long-sought rabbit would make a swift escape. The smaller the creature, the faster it could run, and the harder it would be to find. He certainly did not want to waste another hour searching for such a small creature. In addition to worrying about the rabbit's escape, there was another issue that kept Lin Cheng's mind restless. If this were merely a single rabbit or two male rabbits, the purpose of allowing them to reproduce in the shelter would be. This could also be described as a game of luck. If fortune smiled upon him, he could proceed according to his planned strategy. But if luck turned sour, he might have to rethink his approach. During the wait, Lin Chung exhibited peak patience. To ensure a steady supply of meat for the shelter, he kept his eyes fixed on this little creature for over 3 hours. After repeatedly confirming that no other abnormal creatures were nearby, Lin Chung finally chose to leave the shelter. 10 second-generation battle-type mechanical life forms surrounded the rabbit's burrow, while Lin Chung personally went to catch the rabbit. With such a show of force, it might seem to an outsider that a fierce battle was imminent. The unfortunate rabbit, still unaware of the danger it faced, continued to munch on grass in its nest. Just as the rabbit was about to leave, Lin Chung hurled the prepared rabbit-catching net toward it with all his might. This appeared to be an ordinary net, but the four corners were tied to sizable stones, which increased the net's velocity. The inertia generated by the stones provided a very fast speed. 4 stones acted as 4 engines, and their weights were roughly the same, ensuring similar flight speeds. It was somewhat challenging for him to throw the net alone, given the weight of the stones, while also needing to ensure that the 4 corners maintained a similar speed. If even 3 stones were thrown, and one was left behind, a gap would remain, and with the rabbit's cunning it could easily escape from the net. Once scared, it would be significantly more difficult for the rabbit to approach again. Thus this labor could be entrusted to the mechanical life forms, while Lin Chung merely acted as the commander. As expected, the rabbit was easily captured, and the next step was to follow the trail to find other rabbits. Lin Chung installed a tracking device on the rabbit capable of detecting signals within a 2-kilometer range. As long as the rabbit did not stray beyond 2 kilometers from the shelter, he could pinpoint its exact location. To be safe, Lin Chung dispatched a second-generation reconnaissance mechanical life form and a second-generation battle mechanical life form to follow. He also issued strict orders to these 2 mechanical life forms to eliminate any abnormal creatures encountered nearby. He did not want the rabbit he had tracked for so long to end up as prey for an aberrant being. After completing these preliminary preparations, all that remained was to patiently wait. Within a few minutes, the dispatched reconnaissance mechanical life form brought back good news. Esteemed master, after tracking, we have discovered a cave with 12 rabbits. Lin Chung was filled with joy. The rewards of this operation exceeded his expectations. This was at least 12 rabbits. They couldn't all be males, could they? Lin Chung immediately issued capture orders, as every minute of delay increased the risk. Watching the 12 rabbits being captured by the mechanical life forms, Lin Chung felt an unprecedented joy. Excluding some seasonings needed for cooking, the shelter could now achieve self-sufficiency. The chicks that hatch would need some time to grow, but it wouldn't take too long. The rabbits he had just captured could provide an abundance of meat along with eggs and other protein-rich food, alleviating any concerns about dietary protein. Furthermore, the remaining rabbit fur could be used to make clothing or warm items, preventing health issues due to low. The rabbits were finally settled in the greenhouse base, but the issue of their food needed to be resolved quickly. Rabbits cannot directly eat water-rich vegetables. If they consume too much, it could lead to diarrhea and dehydration, endangering their lives. The preferred food was naturally hay. The nest for the rabbits did not require much attention. The temperature in the designated area of the greenhouse base was suitable, ensuring that even if the rabbits found a corner to sleep in, they would not risk freezing to death. The greenhouse base had been organized systematically, with various planting areas, fruit tree growth zones, and animal. If it weren't for the inconvenience of raising fish here, Lin Chung would have considered establishing a land, sea, and air farming base. Fishing here during his leisure time would also be a pleasant option. However, these were just dreams. The most important task now was to manage the present affairs. The breeding patterns of the rabbits did not require Lin Cheng's concern. These rabbits were almost like wild ones, and after a period of time, regardless of their population size, they would surely proliferate astonishingly. Moreover, young rabbits grow into adult rabbits in just 6 months, and adult rabbits reproduce monthly. On average, a rabbit can give birth to about 8 kits each time. With a current count of 12 rabbits, if we consider 6 males and 6 females, 2 months later the number of rabbits here could easily exceed 100. Just from the size of these 12 rabbits, they were nearly adult rabbits. If luck was on his side, the rabbit population here would double starting next month. In fact, it could increase by a factor of 10. The chicks that had previously hatched had grown somewhat, but they still needed time to mature into egg-laying hens. The fruit trees in the shelter were already growing rapidly, but they were not yet bearing fruit. Overall, the development of the shelter had entered a steady phase. Most importantly, the area of the shelter had doubled, making the already vast shelter appear even more enormous. Lynching looked at the two dark specks in the lower left quadrant. Could they be moving people? Anlan suddenly pointed toward a direction. Lin Chung followed her gaze, and indeed, two dark specks were advancing at a visible pace. Since the transport hovered at considerable altitude, humans appeared no larger than specks, like ants inching across the ground. It does seem to be the case. Stay sharp. We'll need to be cautious. They're acting furtively. Their intentions may well be suspect. Put on these battle armors, just in case. Lin Chung retrieved 2 sets of armor from beneath the pilot's seat, forged from a rare metal discovered earlier. Strictly speaking, this marked their first deployment. Anlan nodded firmly. Anyone who seeks aid yet hides themselves is almost certainly harboring ill intent. Lin Cheng's wariness was thoroughly justified. Human flesh and bone are pitifully fragile against modern weaponry. Though cumbersome, the armor conferred undeniable protection. Lin Chung first helped Anlan don her suit, then armored himself. Fully encased from head to toe, only their eyes remained exposed. The transport touched down in an open expanse, not for aesthetics, but for tactical retreat. Narrow landing zones would severely constrain mobility upon withdrawal. Such openness maximized the transport's maneuverability and responsiveness. Before disembarking, Lin Chung issued a standing order: any survivor approaching the site, other than themselves, was to be neutralized on sight. Better to err on the side of severity than to let even one threat slip through. Without the transport, returning to the shelter would be near impossible. In post-impact Haichuan City, locating even one intact functional vehicle was akin to searching for a needle in the ocean. Once all preparations were complete, Lin Chung exited the transport's cabin armed and ready, while Anlan followed close behind, never straying a step. Guided by memory, they soon reached their destination, a dilapidated tile-roofed house, so decrepit it seemed poised to collapse even without the meteor strike. Suddenly, crows shrieked and scattered into the air. The abrupt commotion startled Anlan. She clung tighter to Lin Chung, nearly pressing herself against his back. Lin Cheng's own pulse quickened. Encased in this armor of extraordinary composition, he faced no mortal danger, unless struck point-blank by a rocket-propelled grenade. Yet under current conditions, who could possibly wield such ordnance? And why resort to a radio plea if they possessed such firepower? Snap! Who's there? Lin Chung whirled around. The sound had come from behind him, dry twigs snapping underfoot. Another survivor was nearby. Simultaneously, Anlan drew her Glock 18, trembling as she leveled its barrel toward the source of the noise. Don't shoot. We're harmless. A child's voice, thin and unsteady, froze them both. A child. A small boy emerged from behind the wall, hair matted and wild face smudged black with grime, as if freshly crawled from a coal seam. He looked no older than 6 or 7. His long hair was brittle and tangled. His tattered clothes offered scant warmth, but at least some. Little one, are you alone here? Where are your parents? Seeing a child, and Lan's vigilance softened instantly. She even took a step forward. Wait. Lin Chung spotted movement, a shadow shifting near a distant corner, and seized Lan's arm. He shouted toward the wall behind the girl, come out, now? Refuse and I'll come to you. Lan blinked in surprise, but Lin Cheng's judgment had never failed. If he sensed someone was there. Within seconds, a middle-aged woman stepped from behind the wall, gaunt, sallow lips cracked and bleeding. Hiding behind a child, using her as a shield. Lin Cheng scoffed. Such manipulative theatrics, exploiting innocence for sympathy, were contemptible. No, it's not as you think. The woman shook her head frantically, voice hoarse. I know my time is short. I only wish my daughter might live. Her face fell into utter desolation as she continued. When the calamity struck, I aided over a dozen children. All were orphans, homeless, abandoned. Most have since been rescued. Only this little one remains. She's too young to work. Others feared she'd deplete scarce rations, so no one would take her. I had no choice but to send that distress call. My death means nothing, but hers must not be sealed. Lin Chung stood stunned. Amid universal self-preservation, someone still embodied compassion so fiercely, even for a child bearing no blood tie to her. Please, take her with you. The woman collapsed to her knees. Our basement stores, food and water, are utterly exhausted. If she stays, starvation is inevitable. Lin Chung. Lan tugged gently at his sleeve, uncertain whether to rescue or not, rested solely in his decision. Should Lin Chung refuse, Lan would not plead like a saint. Shelter resources were finite, and Lin Chung always acted with deliberate purpose. Lin Chung paused in silence, then stepped forward and raised the woman to her feet. His voice was low, resolute. I can offer you both a chance to live, but no buts. I accept any condition. She interrupted before he finished, utterly unafraid he might entrap. Survivors at this threshold no longer feared danger. Death already lingered at their shoulder. They would seize any sliver of hope to escape oblivion, as a drowning soul grasps its final fleeting. Very well, in that case, come with me. In the few breaths that had passed, Lin Cheng had already devised how to settle the two unfamiliar survivors, an adult and a child. Allowing them direct access into the shelter itself was out of the question. Instead, he could instruct Chuang Zhao to construct some dwellings on the periphery of the shelter. Those who had not intended to accept survivors into the refuge would now have their plans disrupted. I can offer you a relatively safe place to live and provide food, but in return you must contribute labor. I will have people prepare a small field. If you do not know how to farm, I can teach you the basics. However, let me be clear, the food supply will only be enough to fill your stomachs for 3 meals a day. Allow me to introduce myself. Lin Cheng spoke rapidly, laying out many terms. The two only nodded, offering no objections, simply accepting what was said. Benefactor, my name is Su Tsuehua, and this child is Bang Bang. Su Tsuehua clutched Bang Bang and trailed along. She was astonished to see the helicopter, but nevertheless boarded the cabin. Most of the shelter's space lay underground, so Lin Cheng could easily have several simple houses built near the ground-level entrance area of the refuge. Normally, Li Ying-1 and Ying-1 patrolled the shelter's exterior, so the risk would be minimal. Whenever a monster tide arrived, they could take temporary refuge inside the shelter. While the underground complex could not expand, the surface hamlet could begin to develop. Starting with these two people, the settlement could gradually grow. In this arrangement, the greenhouse base within the shelter would serve as the core grain reserve, an emergency stockpile, while crops planted outside could be used for regular consumption. This development plan was entirely sensible. After all, trying to personally oversee every task is often impractical. He was human and liable to make mistakes, and he would sometimes want to rest. Isn't stealing a moment of leisure human nature? The shelter's exterior was not vast, and before bringing them in, Lin Cheng had already established contact with Chuang Zhao via the transport communications array. Upon receiving Lin Cheng's orders, Chuang Zhao immediately erected a modest, finely crafted house on the shelter's perimeter. The materials differed somewhat from the shelter proper, yet the structures were still markedly sturdier than ordinary buildings. Even if attacked by a level 5 threat alien creature, they could withstand assault for a time. The houses were furnished with only the essentials. He intended to give them a chance to survive, not a place to indulge in comfort. In truth, there were few usable amenities. Apart from indispensable items like tables, chairs, and beds, perhaps only a single light for illumination would prove useful. Providing a private bathroom with bathing facilities for every household was unrealistic. Water heating equipment consumed vast amounts of electrical power. Once the population increased somewhat, Lin Cheng could build a communal bathhouse with a larger water heating system, thereby avoiding unnecessary power waste. Su Tsuehua and Bang Bang looked overwhelmed when they saw the finished house. Su Tsuehua in particular seemed at a loss for words, her speech faltering. Benefactor, is this house for us to live in? Yes, settle in for now. Lin Cheng inclined his head slightly and pointed to a small plot behind the house. This patch will be yours to manage from now on. That field had likewise been ordered by Lin Cheng and created by Chuang Zhao. It occupied a fair area, but was not overly large, primarily because one person, Su Tsuehua, could not tend an extensive farm alone. If the crops withered, it would be a waste of precious seeds. Lin Cheng knew well how scarce seeds had become. To guard against crop failure due to climate, he chose several hardy, cold-resistant staples. Plainly put, plants that were easy to cultivate. Bang Bang had not spoken to Lin Cheng once the entire time. The child's vigilance remained high. No matter how Su Tsuehua tried to coax him, Bang Bang remained silent. Su Tsuehua awkwardly explained to Lin Cheng, Benefactor, this child doesn't speak much ordinarily. No problem, rest well. If you need anything, you can use this to contact me. Lin Cheng left them a communicator. Having just arrived, the two would need time to adapt to their new surroundings. Lan crouched and interacted with Bang Bang for a short while, but the child did not warm to either of them. Though the hostility had vanished, the child's shyness remained inscrutable. What eased Lin Cheng was that as he turned back toward the shelter, Bang Bang waved and murmured, "Thank you, big brother." When Lin's father and mother learned that Lin Cheng had rescued a stranger and a child, they expressed their approval. And Xiaochen, why didn't you allow them to live inside the shelter? Mother, offering them help does not mean I trust them completely. One must not harbor malice, but one cannot be without caution. Xiao Cheng is right. In times like these, mercy alone is dangerous. Lin's father nodded. If that mother and child harbored ill intentions, would we not be inviting wolves into our home? Lin Cheng and his father were united in this stance. His mother could only shake her head helplessly and turn to check on Lan. Lan, are you hurt? Auntie, how could I be hurt? That boy Lin Cheng is careless. Oh, every time you go out I worry you'll get hurt. Lin Cheng rolled his eyes silently. His mother was clearly teasing him. Perhaps his mother had not chatted with peers in a long time. At dinner, she insisted on delivering food herself. Lin Cheng suspected she simply wanted company. To ensure his mother's safety, Lin Cheng assigned an unmanned combat drone to accompany her. Mechanical sentries were also on rotational patrol outside, ensuring her security was watertight. The old saying about two women putting on a show proved true. The short errand of delivering food consumed nearly 2 hours, a surprise even to Lin Cheng. Yet the two chatted happily. Close in age and with similar experiences, Lin's mother and Su Tsuehua quickly found topics of mutual interest and became fast friends. Still, Lin Sheng's vigilance was not entirely eased. At the very least, the trial period for Su Zuohua would only end after the next monster tide. Until then, despite her closeness with his mother, he would not lower the prudent guard he kept toward them. The next day, the tranquility of the shelter was once again shattered by a radio broadcast. Help! Our food supply is nearly exhausted. We need rescue. The address is the chemical plant in Haichuan City. The intermittent radio signals left Lin Sheng deep in thought. Wasn't the person requesting help yesterday Su Zuehua and Bang Bang? Anlin was equally perplexed by this. Is this really happening? The same address, two groups of survivors needing rescue. Lin Sheng pondered for a moment and decided to step out of the shelter to communicate with Su Zuehua. After all, Su Zuehua lived near the chemical plant and would be somewhat familiar with the surroundings, plus the area of the chemical plant wasn't very large. Perhaps the two groups have crossed paths. After learning of Lin Sheng's intentions, Su Zuehua replied in surprise, "No, I haven't seen any survivors near the chemical plant. I have never encountered any survivors around the chemical plant. The supplies there are scarce. At first I stored some food and water, worried that others would come to rob me, so I took refuge in a basement near the chemical plant. Generally speaking, there shouldn't be any other survivors aside from us." Lin Sheng believed Su Qihua's words wholeheartedly. Considering the environmental pollution, the location of the chemical plant was far from the city center, and various nearby facilities and shops were quite lacking. If the shelter's address were chosen there, while it would certainly be peaceful, the difficulty of going out to search for supplies would increase significantly. The journey from the chemical plant to the city center alone would take a considerable amount of time. Benefactor, if you need help, Su Zuohua voluntarily offered to accompany Lin Sheng to the chemical plant, and this time Lin Sheng did not refuse, as he indeed needed a guide. Although he was a native of Haichuan City, he wasn't familiar with every corner, and there were always some places he found. Bang Bang also wanted to follow along, but Lin Sheng did not agree, feeling uneasy about the unknown dangers of the outing, especially with a little one in tow. To avoid unnecessary troubles, it was better for Bang Bang to stay at the shelter under the care of Lin's parents. Though Su Zuehua was a bit worried about Bang Bang, she understood that this was the best protection for her. Staying here was far safer than running around outside. Moreover, children of this age are inherently curious about the outside world, and if their curiosity led them to get lost, it could be dangerous. Lin's parents were extremely fond of Bang Bang, and Bang Bang showed no signs of resistance, appearing as if she were their own granddaughter. Lin Sheng could only shake his head helplessly. His parents' actions were simply overwhelming. This time Lin Sheng chose to take transport to Haichuan City again, but he had a thought in mind, bringing along 2 unmanned reconnaissance drones, 2 unmanned combat drones, and a second-generation combat-type mechanical life form. The role of the reconnaissance drones was to observe the surroundings and locate targets. Yesterday, relying solely on himself and Anlin to find people had nearly strained his eyes. The purpose of the unmanned combat drones was clear: to ensure security in the vicinity, preventing any unscrupulous survivors from harboring ill intentions. Both Lin Sheng and Anlin were equipped with special armor for protection, but since Su Zuohua had just arrived yesterday, and considering the value of the special metal, Lin Sheng would not provide her with any protective gear until she passed the assessment. If Su Zuohua were to encounter an accident during this outing, Bang Bang would surely hate him for it, which was the last thing Lin Sheng wanted to face. From the moment Su Zuohua and Bang Bang settled near the shelter, they had already become a part of it. Yesterday, Su Zuohua had been so nervous that she hadn't noticed the transport was in autonomous driving mode, only realizing today that it required no human control. This piqued Su Qihua's curiosity, but she was also worried that asking Lin Sheng directly might upset him, leading to a rather conflicted state. Luckily, Anlin was perceptive and immediately noticed Su Qihua's unease, asking, "Sister Su, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Su Zuohua was startled by the sudden question and quickly waved her hand, saying, "No, it's just that I was surprised to see this helicopter could fly autonomously. Although I've never been on a helicopter, I know that autonomous flying shouldn't be this advanced." Anlin nodded in understanding. So it turned out Su Qihua's curiosity was about this. She did not interfere with the explanation, but instead left it to Lin Sheng. "Lin Sheng, why don't you explain it to Sister Su? I'm a bit confused myself, so I won't mislead you." Lin Sheng pondered briefly and ultimately decided to use a pretext to deflect the question. He couldn't directly tell her that this was a mechanical life form not produced by modern technology. There's really nothing to be curious about. Technology is developing so rapidly, it's normal for there to be things Autonomous driving technology is actually quite advanced. It's just that many things haven't been disclosed as they are still in the testing phase. As we approach the chemical plant, be sure to pay attention to personal safety. If you notice any unusual situations, report them immediately via the intercom. Also, maintain a distance of no more than 10 meters from each other and try to stick together as much as possible. Both Anlin and Su Zuohua nodded vigorously. Having experienced it, they knew just how terrifying some survivors. In this grand reckoning, it wasn't just the monsters emerging from the ground that were terrifying, but also the sinister hearts of men, posing a significant test to humanity. They wouldn't dare to gamble, nor would they, putting their lives on the line to trust a complete stranger was far too foolish. Unless it was like Su Tsohua and Bing Bing yesterday, truly in a desperate situation that would allow them to take a... The transport's landing spot was exactly the same as yesterday, except that an additional unmanned combat drone had been deployed nearby. This was to avert a scenario Lin Chung most wanted to avoid. Among the survivors calling for help on the radio, aside from those truly in need of assistance, there was another type of survivor that was quite contemptible. This is a desperate plea for help designed to elicit sympathy from numerous survivors, compelling them to arrive at the scene, and then coercing them to surrender their supplies through various means of force. To illustrate vividly, it is akin to a dog biting Lu Dongbin, and also the story of the snake and the farmer. This has always been the principle that Lin Qing adhered to during the Great Reckoning. One must harbor no malicious intent, yet remain vigilant against others. After all preparations were completed, the search operation officially commenced. Lin Qing walked at the forefront while Lan and Su Tsohua brought up the rear, forming a triangular formation as they progressed. Besides their actions, an unmanned reconnaissance drones circled above, also in motion. Areas that were deeper and severely lacking in light were left for the reconnaissance drone to probe. The infrared night vision capability allowed the drone to possess keen observational power even in the dark. With the addition of this intelligent technology, the progress of the search clearly accelerated significantly, though what originally required several hours to complete was entirely wrapped up in just 20 minutes. However, this was exactly as Lin Chung expected. There were no signs of other survivors' activities nearby. If survivors truly existed, there should at least be some evidence of human habitation. For instance, discarded food packaging or some fresh footprints. The outermost area of the chemical plant was the most open, unpaved by cement, consisting of the most common dirt road. Moreover, the footprints that appeared were nearly all dried up, indicating that there had been no other survivors active in the vicinity for a considerable time. Thus, the distress signal from the radio became highly suspect. Strange, how come we haven't seen a single soul after searching all around? I'm just as puzzled. Perhaps they simply don't need help at all. If they don't need help, then sending out a distress signal is just wasting our time, isn't it? Lan was somewhat irate, for survivors' time was the most precious commodity. In times like this, time equated to life, and this statement was no joke. Even if they weren't currently facing a crisis of food or water scarcity, this wasted time could have been utilized for many meaningful activities. Even lying down to rest would be better than aimlessly wandering around here. Meanwhile, a squad of 20 personnel, all dressed identically, was hastily making their way toward the chemical plant at a visible speed. Although these individuals were not in military uniforms, their running posture was nearly identical, clearly indicating, "Captain, is the distress signal from the radio credible?" The leader appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, slightly overweight, yet his face still bore an air of authority. Regardless of its credibility, as long as someone is calling for help, we must do our utmost to rescue them. But Captain, we are so far from Haichuan City, and our vehicle broke down on the way. If this is just someone playing a prank, then we've run for nothing. Do you think anyone would play such a vile joke at a time like this? Captain, it seems there are people ahead. A lean young man pointed at Lin Chung and his group. Could they be the ones calling for help? Let's go check out the situation. Just as Lin Chung planned to turn back, he spotted a large group of people rushing toward them, clearly about to enter the firing range of the unmanned combat drone. If Lin Chung did not cancel the attack command for the drone the moment this group stepped into the firing range would mark. However, as Lin Chung observed this group, they did not appear hostile, rather they seemed excited. Do they have flowers on their faces? Lin Chung, who are these people, and what do they want? Lan felt a bit panicked. A group of burly men charging toward them was certainly unsettling. I'm not sure, but they should mean no harm. Lin Chung temporarily switched off the attack mode of the drone, and as the group approached, their first words were not of robbery, but inquiry. Little brother, are you alright? Was the distress signal sent by you? No, Lin Chung decisively shook his head and said, we came here to check, because we received the distress signal as well. I see. Did you find anything? Nothing. I've searched the area thoroughly and found no signs of survival. The leader of the group pondered for a moment and said, it's possible they have already been rescued by another organization and we arrived too late. That's not possible. Lin Chung firmly shook his head and said, not just today. Oh, I was here yesterday as well and still found no trace of anyone in need of help. Then that's strange. The two groups stood in silence for a while, and later the leader of the other group noticed the awkward atmosphere and took the initiative to speak. Little brother, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Wang Xiong, and we're all retired soldiers. Now, apart from ensuring our own survival, we also strive to help any survivors in need as much as we can. That's commendable. I'm Lin Chung, a pleasure to meet you. Lin Chung and Wang Xiong shook hands, establishing a preliminary understanding between them. Through their mutual exchange, Lin Chung also learned about Wang Xiong's general situation. They banded together early in the Great Reckoning, and through good organizational discipline managed their limited food supplies effectively, while occasionally sending people out to search for resources. Although there were a few mishaps, they managed to find the necessary survival supplies without any major dangers. However, as time passed, their original living location became unsuitable, and the nearby resources had been largely depleted, even if some remained in blind spots. They were also nearly struck down by previous meteorite impacts, leaving them without any fresh resupply, which equated to their group being in a state of consuming their reserves. This time, while searching for survivors apart from helping them escape danger, another goal was to find a new suitable place to live along with the rescued survivors. Lan instinctively glanced at Lin Sheng, but Lin Sheng remained expressionless, continuing to listen without any intention of extending an olive branch to the other party. At this moment, it was nearing noon time for lunch. Originally, Lin Sheng planned to take Lan and the others back to the shelter for a meal, but given the current situation, it seemed unwise to leave directly. If Lin Sheng chose to leave at this moment, this group of people would undoubtedly demand to leave with him. After all, besides rescuing the survivors in need, the fundamental goal of this group was to find a new habitat for them. And since Lin Sheng was leaving in a helicopter, he surely had a relatively stable place to reside. If they made that request, Lin Sheng would find it difficult to refuse without a suitable reason. At that time, both sides would inevitably spark some conflict. Although Lin Sheng was not afraid of any confrontation, however, such unnecessary troubles could completely be avoided, and by searching a bit more there might be unexpected gains. Yet there were no unexpected gains. The group barely finished their lunch and continued searching, but they found nothing. As evening approached, if they did not return soon, the danger level at night would increase significantly compared to the day. Lin Sheng understood that this situation could no longer be delayed. He needed a certain amount of time to return to the shelter, and apart from the time spent on transport and landing, he had to ensure he had ample time. "It's getting late, we should head back now," Lin Sheng suddenly said, looking at the darkening sky in the distance. Wang Xiong stared at Lin Sheng for a moment, his eyes flickering, as if he was brewing something, but in the end, he said. Wang Xiong's facial expression was quite subtle as he gravely said, "Then I wish you a safe journey, we will meet again. The world is vast, but the earth is round. As long as we have fate, we will meet again." Lin Sheng simply smiled. He had considered taking this group to a temporary residence near the shelter, but unfortunately there were too many of them, and they were well trained. Currently the shelter was short on personnel, only totaling 6, including his parents, Anne and Lan. Meanwhile, the other side had 20 people, and letting them into the shelter would undoubtedly set a precedent. If they gained the upper hand, it would be troublesome. Although with mechanical life forms around, even if a conflict broke out, there shouldn't be any significant issues. However, Lin Sheng always preferred to minimize risks. If the risk exceeded 30%, he would rather not do it. But the moment Lin Sheng boarded the transport, the ground suddenly shook violently. Countless screams echoed in his ears, sending chills down his spine. What was most terrifying was that along with the screams came the very alien creatures he least wanted to encounter. Su Tsuehua immediately panicked. Although she had survived for a long time through the Great Reckoning, it was mostly in a state of hiding. Facing these alien creatures, Heedin left almost no chance of survival. Seeing this situation, Lin Sheng could not help but narrow his pupils. The number of these alien creatures seemed off. They appeared to rival the 4th wave of monsters during the Reckoning. According to past observations, these alien beings only appeared in deep pits and followed a certain cycle. It had never happened before that they would suddenly crawl out without warning. Could it be that his appearance had altered the original history? Without the time to ponder too much, Lin Sheng's immediate priority was to escape the current environment as quickly as possible. With not many mechanical life forms around for protection, if he forcibly tried to rescue Wang Xiong, they would only end up getting caught as well. As for whether the others could escape safely, Lin Sheng had already thought it through during his retreat. If he returned to the shelter, and there was no threat from the alien creatures nearby. As a gesture of gratitude to these kind-hearted people, he could let Falcon 1 lead a portion of combat-type mechanical life forms to help with the rescue. But he himself would not go. This way Wang Xiong and the others would think it was a military operation, minimizing their suspicion. An eagle-like alien creature charged at the transport without warning. Thankfully, a second-generation combat-type mechanical life form nearby fired a volley of bullets, instantly killing the attacking creature. If the reaction had been even a moment slower, the consequences could have been unimaginable. The transport did have some attack capabilities, but ultimately, it was just a transport-type mechanical life form, not one specifically designed for combat. The reconnaissance-type mechanical life form went ahead to scout the situation and unexpectedly found that within a radius of several miles, they were completely surrounded by alien creatures. What surprised Lin Sheng the most was that the encirclement was centered around the chemical factory. This made him harbor some ominous premonitions. Could it be that the distress signal from the radio is related to this sudden alien uprising? If that were the case, it would be truly chilling. The only explanation for this situation is that there are humans colluding with the alien creatures, or the alien beings have gained some level of intelligence able to mimic human voices to call for help, luring survivors nearby. Ultimately, they would directly overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Of course, all of this was merely Lin Sheng's hypothesis, but at present the likelihood of this hypothesis holding true was very high. It must be one of these two possibilities. Benefactor, why do I feel like the number of monsters ahead seems to be increasing? At this rate, we are very likely to be surrounded by these creatures. Su Qihua's worried voice made Lin Sheng feel a bit tense. He had naturally been observing the development of these events. He thought that moving toward the outskirts would reduce the intensity of the alien creatures' counterattacks. But in reality, it was not the case. The density of alien creatures not only did not decrease, but rather seemed to be increasing. Moreover, the attack capabilities displayed by the second-generation combat-type mechanical life forms were significantly different from those of the first-generation combat-type mechanical life forms. This made Lin Qing feel a bit regretful. Why hadn't he brought more combat-type mechanical life forms with him? The transport's flying altitude had already reached an unprecedented level. If it continued to ascend, it would greatly test the durability of the aircraft. Based on Lin Qing's rough guess, as long as the altitude was high enough, they should be able to evade the sight of some alien creatures and buy themselves some chances to escape. The threat level of these mutated creatures is not very high, mostly around level 5, with the highest being only. If higher level creatures were to appear, Lin Qing would probably be shot down the moment he took off. This thought made Lin Qing feel a bit of secret delight. However, perhaps due to the saying joy brings sorrow, just a second before they were about to leave the vicinity of the chemical factory, a gigantic mutated creature slowly approached them from a distance. The purpose of this mutated creature seemed very clear. It headed straight towards their direction without any deviation, making Lin Qing's nerves tense up. Without the aid of mechanical life forms, there was absolutely no way a mere mortal could stand up to high-level mutant. Judging by its current size, it was at least a level 3 threat. After roughly estimating the flight speed of the transportation and the time difference to the shelter, Lin Qing made a very risky decision. He decided to let the transport drive at full speed, directly passing over the head of the mutated creature. As long as their speed was fast enough, the mutated creature should not be able to hit them. Since they couldn't fight back, they certainly couldn't run away either. The disadvantage of being enormous was that it was not agile and very cumbersome, which gave Lin Qing and the others a chance to escape danger. With his mind made up, it was time to put the plan into action. Watching Lin Qing steer the helicopter towards the approaching behemoth, Su Sohua felt an indescribable fear in her heart. If something went wrong, it would mean total annihilation. But at this moment, the only person she could trust was Lin Qing. Su Sohua took a deep breath, but still couldn't relieve her tense emotions, so she tightly closed her eyes, afraid to look at the situation before her. The mutated creature was too close to them, only a few hundred meters away. When the mutated creature saw Lin Qing and the others approaching, a human-like smile appeared on its nearly distorted. This smile became increasingly unsettling, and the gigantic mutated creature even raised its hand, reaching towards the increasingly close transport. At the critical moment, the transport performed a beautiful arc in the air, successfully brushing past the back of the mutated creature's hand. If it had been just 1 meter closer, it would have been a catastrophic disaster. When the mutated creature realized that Lin Qing and the others had escaped, its eyes were filled with terrifying rage. A level 3 threat mutated creature had already begun to exhibit human emotions. Only after the transport had traveled a considerable distance did Su Sohua slowly open her eyes and uncertainly asked, "Benefactor, have we escaped danger now?" Lin Qing nodded. Indeed, they had temporarily escaped danger, but it was still unclear whether there were mutated creatures near the shelter. If the area around the shelter was also filled with mutated creatures, they could not enter the shelter for the time being. Entering the shelter meant opening its doors, and if mutated creatures rushed in during the chaos, it would pose a significant threat to the entire shelter. To be safe, Lin Qing made the most prudent decision, sending a reconnaissance-type mechanical life form to return to the shelter first. If it returned, it would mean there were mutated creatures nearby. If it didn't, it would indicate that there were no mutated creatures near the shelter. Although it was just a second-generation reconnaissance-type mechanical life form, it could scout a distance greater than the detection range of the mutated creatures. Thus, Lin Qing was not worried that the mechanical life form would be destroyed by the mutated creatures, though otherwise he wouldn't have made such a decision. Waiting is inevitably nerve-wracking. Lin Qing sat in the cabin of the transport, feeling even his breathing. Based on the flight speed of the second-generation reconnaissance-type mechanical life form, the round trip would take about 20 minutes, and there was now less than a minute left until the 20 minutes were up. If the second-generation reconnaissance-type mechanical life form did not return within a minute, the transport would directly start and head back to the shelter. At the very moment the 20 minutes ended, the engine of the transport, which had been silent for a moment, finally roared to life again, allowing Lin Qing's anxious heart to finally relax. As long as there were no mutated creatures near the shelter. On the way back, Lin Qing's back was soaked in a cold sweat, not from fear, but from tension. When a person is tense, adrenaline surges rapidly. At the moment, one might not feel anything unusual, but once the crisis is over, an overwhelming fatigue sets in. Just like Lin Qing now, even though he had established a massive shelter, he was still just a mortal. Without genetic evolution, his body was ultimately too fragile. After surviving a disaster, he did not forget his previous plan. If Wang Xiong and the others were lucky enough, they could still survive, but the probability was very low. The number of mutated creatures that appeared this time was not small, with at least 100 visible. Even without high-level mutated creatures, just the sheer number of low-level ones would be quite troublesome. Eagle Eye 1 lead the team to Haichuan City and eliminate the nearby mutated creatures. Falcon 1, you are responsible for assisting Eagle Eye 1 while ensuring your own safety, completing the task as perfectly as possible. Understood. After receiving the orders, Falcon 1 and Eagle Eye 1 each took half of the mechanical life forms and headed towards Haichuan City. Besides rescuing Wang Xiong, whom he had only met once, Lin Sheng had another goal. One of the tasks for the Monster Hunter was about to reach the critical point of completion. Monster Hunter Beginner Kill 1000 Level 5 Threat Mutated Creatures. Reward Random Gene Enhancement X1. Monster Hunter Intermediate Kill 100 Level 4 Threat Mutated Creatures. Reward Special Gene Enhancement X1. Monster Hunter Advanced Kill 100 Level 3 Threat Mutated Creatures. Reward Epic Gene Enhancement X1. Monster Hunter God Level Kill 100 Level 2 Threat Mutated Creatures. Reward Legendary Gene Enhancement X1. Current number of monsters killed 900 Level 5 Threat Mutated Creatures, 300 Level 4 Threat Mutated Creatures, 1 Level 3 Threat Mutated Creature. If Lin Sheng could successfully complete the beginner task of the Monster Hunter, he would be able to unlock a gene enhancement. Although the rewards in the early stages won't be too generous. However, for Lin Sheng at this moment, any small improvement would undoubtedly be significant. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. The system's rewards indicate a random gene enhancement, and there must be a few generous rewards in the pool of mediocre ones. If luck is on his side, this random reward could provide him with a tremendous boost in combat power. As Lin Sheng sat in the shelter waiting for various mechanical life forms to bring good news, the familiar, yet long-lost system notification sounded repeatedly in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have achieved the goal of defeating 1000 Level 5 Threat Alien Creatures. The beginner task of Monster Hunter has been completed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received the task Reward Random Gene Enhancement X1. Would the host like to use the Random Gene Enhancement voucher immediately? Attention! After use, the voucher will be consumed immediately, and the obtained reward will be random. Once used, it cannot be changed. Lin Sheng decisively chose to use it immediately, as what he needed most now was to enhance his combat capability. Relying excessively on external forces would only leave him exhausted in the later stages of the Great Reckoning. Only by truly strengthening himself could he better wield things that were much stronger than himself. If his abilities do not match the strength of what he controls, the process of manipulation would be extremely laborious. The Random Gene Enhancement voucher was successfully used. The remaining number of Random Gene Enhancement vouchers, a series of characters that Lin Sheng could not decipher, continuously shifted before his eyes, and after just a few seconds the flickering characters finally came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Space-type Gene Enhancement Blink. Space-type Gene Enhancement. Blink. According to the host, it can teleport to any location within a 50-meter radius. The interval between each teleport is 10 seconds. Moreover, after blinking, the host's strength will be temporarily doubled. The only drawback of Blink is that each use will consume a portion of stamina. If stamina is insufficient and Blink is forced to be used, the host will fall into a brief coma. Upon seeing this gene enhancement, Lin Sheng's pupils involuntarily constricted. The boost in combat power provided by this enhancement was indeed substantial. What does Blink mean? It means that at the moment an attack is directed at him, he can use Blink to evade. After all, this is akin to a spatial shifting ability. In the last Great Reckoning, the probability of encountering such a space-type gene enhancement was exceedingly low. If it appeared, it would undoubtedly cause a significant stir. Furthermore, this gene enhancement has a very short cooldown time, allowing it to be used every 10 seconds. As long as he masters the rhythm of combat, he could virtually become invincible. The only downside is that using Blink requires some stamina. If it required no consumption, then Lin Sheng would be striking gold. Nevertheless, Lin Sheng was still very pleased with the emergence of this gene enhancement. He was no longer the defenseless chick he once was. When facing ordinary alien creatures, he now had the initial capital to resist. The temporary power boost from Blink remained a somewhat vague concept. Lin Sheng decided to test how much strength he had gained. After using Blink in one direction, he threw a punch, and the originally solid wall was hammered into a large hole. Staring at the large dent in the wall, Lin Sheng was somewhat dumbfounded, struggling to imagine that such overwhelming power came from his fist. This enhancement in strength was not trivial. After all, ordinary level 5 threat alien creatures could leave marks on the walls of the shelter. After a rough calculation, he figured that his current strength level should be able to contend with level 4 threat alien creatures. He could even fight level 4 threat alien creatures alone, but the premise was that the number of these alien creatures wouldn't be too great. After all, 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. If the number of monsters is too high, even with Blink, it would be difficult to cope. Now his escape ability and combat capability have improved, but his basic defense is still somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, at least he now has preliminary combat capabilities, and the rescue missions of Hawk 1 and Eagle Eye 1 have already concluded successfully. However, Hawk 1 and Eagle Eye 1 did not bring back any good news. Although they successfully eliminated the vast majority of alien creatures in Haichuan City, no other survivors were seen. Wang Xiong and the others had no idea where they had run off to. Optimistically, they might have escaped successfully and found a hiding place where they could continue to survive. Or perhaps, they perished in the sudden outbreak of the monster frenzy. After experiencing the sweetness brought by the Monster Hunter template, Lin Sheng increasingly yearned to complete the ultimate task of Monster Hunter quickly. The abilities provided by the special grade gene enhancement will undoubtedly be stronger than those of ordinary gene enhancements. If he could draw another gene enhancement that boosts his defense, then Lin Sheng could definitely claim to be invincible at this stage. The ideal is perfect, but the reality is indeed harsh. He still needs to eliminate more than half of the level 4 threat alien creatures to complete the kill task. Based on past speeds, it would likely require at least 1 to 2 more monster frenzies to gather all the necessary kill numbers. A loud commotion outside the shelter indicated that Unit 01 and Eagle Eye-1 had returned victorious. They not only helped Lin Sheng complete the kill task, but also brought back some energy crystals. However, the size and quality of these energy crystals were significantly different from before, far inferior to the pureness of the energy crystals obtained previously. The energy contained within them was naturally not as potent as that of the previous batch of energy crystals. Adopting the principle of not using it now doesn't mean it won't be useful later. Lin Sheng stored all these energy crystals of varying quality in a designated place. The energy crystals he currently possessed were sufficient to power the shelter for a long time. As the appearance of high-level alien creatures became increasingly frequent, the issue of energy supply for the shelter could be resolved quite reasonably. As time passed, Su Tsuehua and Binbin had lost all sense of vigilance towards the shelter. After just a few days of interaction and living together, Binbin's liveliness brought great joy to Lin's parents. The little one was very understanding. Not only did he greet people, but he also took the initiative to help with tasks within his capabilities. Although Su Tsuehua wasn't particularly knowledgeable about farming, her ability to learn was commendable, and she had almost mastered all the necessary knowledge in a short amount of time. Now, as she engaged in farming, she did so quite competently. To ensure that Binbin and Su Tsuehua had better dietary habits and conditions, Lin Sheng allocated a small portion of food supplies. These supplies, sufficient for about a week, were stored in the small house where Binbin and Su Tsuehua lived. This way they could prepare whatever they wanted to eat themselves. The first thing Su Tsuehua did upon receiving the food wasn't to cook for herself, but rather to prepare a lavish dinner for everyone in the shelter. Lin Sheng was greatly astonished. Logically, those who had experienced a major food crisis would cherish food immensely. Yet Su Tsuehua was able to set aside a considerable portion of these supplies to cook dinner for them. This meant that Su Tsuehua had already considered them as her own. With others treating him well, Lin Sheng could not remain indifferent, and he began to vigilantly patrol the perimeter. Although mechanical life forms did not require rest, Lin Sheng was still human and could not lack compassion. Even if these mechanical beings did not feel fatigue, he still arranged rest periods for them. 3 shifts of mechanical life forms patrolled around the clock, with each shift comprising both combat and recovery. The proportions of various types of life forms were nearly perfect. Under such a patrol intensity, not even a strange fly could enter. During this time, the creator had not been idle. After conducting a series of analyses on the water quality of nearby freshwater lakes, they began to create and manufacture freshwater purification machines. The production of the freshwater purification machines would not only ensure that the water quality of the lakes reached standards suitable for direct human consumption, but also eliminate various harmful elements within. Of course, this did not mean transforming the entire lake into drinkable mineral water, as that would be too destructive to the already fragile ecosystem. Lin Sheng specifically instructed the creator to modify the freshwater purification machines to extract water resources from the lakes for purification when necessary. As long as the freshwater lakes were not damaged, it would be equivalent to having a continuous supply of mineral water stored. This would satisfy their daily water consumption while ensuring that the ecological environment of the lakes remained intact. In this way, during their leisure time, they could even swim and play in the vast lakes outside the shelter. Moreover, after the water quality improved, the ecosystem in the lakes would partially restore, unlike before when it was devoid of life. Cosmic spores from meteorite impacts also lurked in the lakes, but their threat had become negligible. As time passed, their activity would gradually diminish. However, the transformation of the lake would also take some time. After all, with such a large area, it was impossible to complete the purification of all the water in a short time. Based on the operational efficiency of the freshwater purification machines, it would take at least 8 to 9 days to complete the purification of all water sources. In the meantime, Lin Sheng planned to make a fishing rod, so that when the freshwater resources in the lake returned to normal, they could leisurely fish behind the shelter. Upon learning of Lin Sheng's plan, Lin's father was overjoyed, eager to rush out and join Lin Sheng in this endeavor. Lin's father had a deep love for fishing. He often gathered with friends on his days off to go fishing. Although the catch might not always be ideal, it was nonetheless a pleasant way to pass the time. To fish, merely having a fishing rod is insufficient. A fishing platform also needs to be reconstructed. One cannot simply fish from the muddy edges. Going out to fish would necessitate changing pants, which is an excessive cost. The construction of the platform requires certain considerations, primarily height and then location. Lin's father was an experienced angler well acquainted with these matters, and easily found a very suitable location. Building the fishing platform did not require their direct involvement. They called upon the creator and brought along several mechanical life forms to effortlessly complete the task that would have taken them a long time. The chosen location for the fishing platform was not just by the shore, but slightly towards the center of the lake. Although this placed it a bit farther from the shelter, the fishing experience would be much better. There was an ample supply of timber near the shelter, so the material choice was primarily wood. For the underwater part, more durable metal materials were selected with a waterproof coating applied externally. If the underwater section were also made of wood, it would easily absorb water, leading to a precarious state where the entire fishing platform could fall apart at any time. Rather than skimping on materials and risking safety for the fishing platform, it was better to invest a little more upfront to avoid trouble later. As for the access to the fishing platform, it was highly futuristic, not constructed like a traditional bridge, but rather through a concealed underwater passage. Once inside the passage, one would just need to take the monorail to quickly reach directly beneath the fishing platform. Then it would only take a few steps up a small staircase to reach the platform. Of course, the so-called monorail was not a true monorail, but just a small transportation device on tracks. Lin's father was incredibly excited upon seeing the fishing platform, eager to start fishing immediately. However, the current water quality of the lake was not yet up to standard. It was a blessing if the fish could survive, let alone be lively. Dad, don't rush. If you want to enhance your fishing experience, you need to wait at least half a month. After the next monster wave, you should be able to start fishing, but until then, I do not recommend you fish. Lin Sheng earnestly urged his father beside him, unwilling to watch the old man sit alone on the fishing platform for over 2 hours, only to catch nothing at all. Yet Lin's father was already restless. Life in the shelter offered few diversions he truly enjoyed. Now that a rare opportunity had finally presented itself, how could he possibly let it slip away? Xiao Cheng, I've never asked much of you. Just let me try this once. If no fish bite, it matters not, it'll still be time. Lin Sheng shook his head, helplessly watching his father's impatient eagerness. Exasperating yet undeniable. But we don't even have a fishing rod at home. We'll need to make one first. The one I crafted earlier is clearly unused. That's easily solved. Conditions may be harsh and fine rods are out of reach, but any sturdy, slender wooden pole will serve as a makeshift rod. Lin's father patted his chest confidently, then rummaged through the shelter until he unearthed a wooden pole over 2. He also retrieved resilient threads, brought from home, and several spare fishhooks originally packed just in case food ran scarce and they needed to fish in nearby rivers. Back then it had seemed like a mere precaution. Yet today fate had granted them unexpected utility. Lin Sheng watched, lips twitching. Proof yet again that no man's devotion to leisure should ever be underestimated. With the hook, line, and rod's main shaft assembled, only one crucial component remained: the float. Since casting required distance, a float was indispensable, not merely for visibility, but as the sole telltale sign that a fish had taken the bait. Scarcity demanded ingenuity. Foam, buoyant and readily available, made an ideal substitute. A small piece was cut, then secured to the line at the precise depth. Thus a rudimentary fishing rod was complete. But without bait, even the finest rod was futile. No sane fish would impale itself upon an empty hook. Earthworms were scarce near the shelter, and processed rations proved inefficient as bait. Lin's father had first considered using bread, but the shelter held barely enough to feed its occupants, let alone lure. To waste precious sustenance on angling would be sheer profligacy, especially in such a time of acute. Neither meat nor grain would suffice. With hook and rod ready, but no bait, the disappointment struck deep, a cruel blow to any devoted angler. Then inspiration struck Lin Sheng. If neither plant nor animal matter worked, why not turn to insects? Small insects counted as natural prey for carnivorous fish, and beyond the shelter stretched a vast teeming woodland, surely alive with crawling life. The search for insects soon unfolded into something unexpectedly delightful. Bung Bung, long deprived of safe open spaces to play, grew ecstatic at the prospect of joining Lin Sheng outside, and tugged insistently at his sleeve. Big brother, can I come with you? She pleaded, eyes wide and gleaming with childlike hope. Lin Sheng knelt, meeting her bright gaze with a gentle smile. Of course you may, but only if we agree to 3. First, you must stay directly behind me at all times. Second, under no circumstances may you stray from my side, no matter what occurs. And third, the most vital of all, you must obey every instruction I give without hesitation or delay. Bung Bung nodded vigorously, yet the moment they entered the woods, her youthful exuberance carried her away, utterly absorbed in play. Had Lin Sheng not swiftly scooped her up, she might well have vanished into some hidden thicket, lost in her own enchanted. Though her playtime ended too soon, she returned to the shelter radiant with satisfaction, heart full and spirit. She dashed straight to Su Cuifing's room, bursting with tales of the afternoon's adventures, truly living up to her. Lin's father wasted no time. He perched eagerly on the edge of the fishing platform and cast his first hook into the shimmering lake. 10 minutes passed, then half an hour, then a full hour. Yet the foam float drifted motionless, save for gentle tremors echoing the lake's subtle ripples. Still Lin's father showed no trace of impatience. His expression remained serene, wholly absorbed in the quiet ritual he cherished. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng reclined on a nearby lounge chair, savoring an uncommon afternoon of repose, until drowsiness crept in heavy, as lead eyelids fluttering helplessly. Unawares, he slipped into slumber, and awoke only at dusk. Golden sunset light bathed his skin, the lake glittered like scattered gold, though a soft breeze whispered across the water, evoking the hush of a secluded paradise. For a fleeting moment, Lin Cheng almost believed he dwelled in an age of profound peace, not amid the chaos of the Great Purge. Stretching lazily, he rose, only to find his father slumped against the railing, snoring deeply, utterly lost to the world. Lin Cheng stared in silence. The promise of fishing had dissolved into deep, unself-conscious sleep, leaving only a wry, affectionate smile. "Dad, wake up. Time to head back." Lin's father stirred, blinking groggily, still adrift in the haze between dreams and wake. 2 hours no bite, and I'm so exhausted I fell asleep." He yawned widely. "Perhaps I should have listened to you and postponed this, but oh, what a tranquil afternoon it's been." The anticipation made chafe, yet the act itself, this slow, deliberate communion with water and sky, has been pure joy. Xiao Cheng, when you commit to something, do not obsess over outcomes. Immerse yourself fully in the journey. For some truths reveal themselves only in the doing, not in the reckoning. Lin's father's earnest words made Lin Cheng nod repeatedly. He was not a naive child who understood nothing. After all, having lived 2 lives, he had seen, heard, and experienced quite a lot, and he felt a certain resonance with. There are many meaningful things in the world, and even more meaningful events. Focusing solely on the outcome indeed overlooks many things of commemorative value. Take fishing for instance. It is a probabilistic event, but for those who love fishing, the entire process is a joy in itself. As for catching a big fish, that simply elevates the enjoyment to its peak rather than being the beginning of enjoyment. If one could only feel happy by catching fish, then there wouldn't be so many people who love fishing. Anticipation is always something people long for. It's about time and we should head back. Let's come back for fishing when the water quality is purified. Lin's father quietly placed the fishing rod on the fishing platform, as it was only their family using it, and moreover this item was not worth much. Su Tsuehua had almost become the dedicated cook of the shelter. Every time it was mealtime before Lin Cheng even started cooking, Su Tsuehua had already prepared all the food. Not only that, but through the subtle observations made by drones and some mechanical life forms, Su Tsuehua showed no hostility towards the shelter, almost entirely ruling out any ill intentions. On the 56th day of the Great Cleansing, various survivor alliances began to emerge one after another. Now those scattered individuals in the shelters around the world had gradually started to band together based on nearby gathering spots. This also meant that the survival capabilities of the survivors would be significantly enhanced, but correspondingly conflicts between survivors would escalate. In just a few small cities near the shelter, several small survivor alliances had already formed. These alliances would more or less establish trade relations with the patients in the future. However, Lin Cheng was not in a hurry to communicate with these survivor alliances. He currently had no need for them, and simply exchanging goods might not yield any profit. After all, these small survivor alliances had limited supplies themselves. Exchanging items with them would mean trading survival supplies for luxury goods rather than the other way around. The Tiandu alliance had been relatively quiet recently, with no significant actions or any news about a second barter. Given the high consumption of supplies and the need to exchange to meet their needs, these small survivor alliances had voluntarily organized a relatively scattered barter event. Most of these activities were centered around the local city, but due to insufficient broadcasting and low awareness, the scale of the event was pitifully small. Naturally, Lin Cheng did not attend, but he could still observe the event from a distance using high-altitude drones with ultra-clear cameras to watch the barter process among these survivors. Su Tsuehua and Beng Beng had missed the last barter event held by the Tiandu Alliance. This time, seeing so many people through the footage captured by the drones, they couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Especially Beng Beng, who stared with her big sparkling eyes at the footage from the drone. The bargaining among these people, along with the laughter and conversation among some survivors, evoked fond memories of happier times before the Great Cleansing for Su Tsuehua and Beng Beng. Big brother, there are so many people here. Are these people nearby? Can Beng Beng go find them to play? It looks so lively over there. Seeing the excited look in Beng Beng's eyes, Lin Cheng patted her fluffy little head and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, Beng Beng, it won't be long before it gets lively around us too." Does Big Brother mean that many new neighbors will move in nearby? Lin Cheng nodded heavily. If his current plans proceeded smoothly, it wouldn't be long before the area around the shelter would become a new gathering place for survivors. However, the survivors living near the shelter would have to be carefully selected, as he naturally couldn't allow just any kind of person to come over. Especially those with ulterior motives. Keeping them near the shelter would only increase the psychological burden on them. What he was building was not just a simple gathering place for survivors. In the future, a large-scale underground city would gradually extend from the shelter as its pinnacle. Su Tsuehua was still unaware of Lin Cheng's plans, so she did not take his words too seriously. However, after hearing Lin Cheng's explanation, a look of incredulous shock appeared on her face. Benefactor, do you mean that in the future our area will develop into a city? That's about the gist of it. If we're a bit luckier, it might even be larger than an average small city. Su Qihua's look of skepticism had not disappeared, instead it was replaced by a hint of confusion. Benefactor, if so many survivors come, it will definitely consume a large amount of food and water. Do we have enough stock in the shelter now? You don't have to worry about the food issue. As long as there is enough labor, food can be self-sufficient. Lin Cheng had already considered the food issue. He could easily build a large field. Every survivor living here would need to contribute corresponding labor. If they were organized by families, it would depend on the specific circumstances. The elderly, sick, or disabled naturally could not serve as labor. This was not because they did not want to work, but because their physical conditions simply did not allow it. Considering the common feelings of humanity, Lin Cheng could accept this. However, this acceptance was not unconditional. For survivor families, each household would need to send at least one. As for survivors who chose not to provide labor, Lin Cheng would not consider them as candidates for shelter. His primary goal was to gather a large number of survivors to establish a relatively stable underground city. This was not about opening a nursing home or a charity organization. Naturally, it was impossible to allow so many mouths to eat for free. It is not that Lin Cheng is too unapproachable, but rather that being lenient towards these people would be cruel to those survivors who have put in their labor. Although Su Zuihua still harbored some doubts, she was nonetheless willing to believe. After all, the place she currently resided in was provided by Lin Cheng, and the fields behind the house were indeed present. As long as her living conditions and food supply were guaranteed, even the idea of opening an underground city seemed reasonable, not too far-fetched. It has been 16 days since the last major reckoning, and the various fruits in the shelter were nearly ripe. Looking at the lively and adorable Binbin beside her, and then at the harmonious family, Lin Cheng suddenly had a whimsical idea. Do you want to go fruit picking? The fruits in the shelter's greenhouse are almost ready to eat. I haven't had fresh fruit in such a long time. Fruits? A hint of disbelief appeared in Su Qihua's eyes. It's already good enough to fill our stomachs. Where can we find fresh fruit? Before Lin Cheng could explain, and Lan eagerly supplemented, saying, Sister Su, when the Tiandu Alliance first launched the barter system, Lin Cheng specifically went to exchange for a fruit tree, and now it has already bloomed and borne fruit. Moreover, there are quite a few varieties of fruits. We are in for a treat now. The strands of doubt in Su Qihua's heart instantly vanished. The abilities Lin Cheng had displayed over the past few days far exceeded her expectations of a young man. From Su Qihua's perspective, it was absolutely impossible for a teenager to devise such grand ideals. Not only did he single-handedly construct the shelter, but he also tightly integrated various processes, effectively clearing up almost all survival challenges. He even managed to prepare fresh fruits, which were the hardest to acquire during the major reckoning in advance. Binbin had no concept of fruit picking, but she was always eager to participate in any fun activities. Lin's father, Lin's mother, and Lin Cheng, as well as Su Zuihua and Binbin, 5 adults and 1 child, entered the greenhouse base of the shelter after passing through countless doors. The moment they entered the greenhouse base, Binbin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, it's so big in here. And it seems warmer inside than outside. It feels really comfortable to stay in here. This is the greenhouse base. There are still some parts that have yet to be utilized, but I believe it won't be long before it is filled with fruit-bearing crops. Oh, by the way, there aren't many fruit trees yet, and it will take some time to cultivate them before they can meet the needs of the entire. The fresh fruit produced now will only last for a few days at most, so we will have to make do for the time being. Lin Cheng gazed at the bountiful fruit trees before him, a sense of satisfaction rising within him. Having so much is already impressive. Su Zuihua said in admiration, Binbin and I have survived outside for so long, and we haven't seen even a few spoiled fruits, let alone fresh ones. Well, you can see some now. The fruits in here can be picked at will. Of course, if you don't pick them, they might last a little longer. This time each person can pick a little for themselves. I will find a way to freeze-dry the rest, so it can be conveniently. Freeze-drying fruit is a good storage method. After dehydration, the loss of nutritional components is not particularly significant. Although there is some loss, the preservation time can be greatly extended. It can be understood as sacrificing a portion of the fruit's nutritional components to enhance its shelf life. As for the machine for drying fruits, Lin Cheng certainly did not have it, but with the creator, any existing machine on Earth could be replicated. It was just a matter of time. The first batch of fruits picked were quite impressive, not only large in size, but also juicy and delicious. Everyone in the shelter had a taste of the feast, and no one wasted anything. This little bit of fruit might become the target of fierce competition outside. The last time they took out cigarettes and alcohol was already so sought after, let alone these seasonal fruits. If they were to take this batch of fruits out, the survivors outside would surely be wide-eyed. Unfortunately, the number of fruit trees in the shelter is currently too few to achieve mass production, and even the supply within the shelter itself is insufficient, not to mention taking them out as trading capital. The human Botus vitamin levels must be maintained, and the last time they had fruit was a long time ago. The demand for vitamin C in the human body is not small, and long periods without fresh fruit, especially for citrus lovers, can easily lead to scurvy. Survival is already extremely difficult. If one were to contract some inexplicable illness, it would basically be a death sentence. In this environment, there are no medical resources or means for survivors. Just as Lin Cheng was eagerly looking for the creator to make a freeze-drying machine, he was doused with a bucket of cold water by the creator. Dear Master, creating a freeze-drying machine requires permission. All food-related machines need to consume shelter experience for unlocking. How much experience is needed to unlock the freeze-drying machine? To unlock the freeze-drying machine, 1,000 experience points are required. Lin Cheng's mind was racing with 10,000 grass mud horses. 1,000 experience points. Does that mean he has to hunt down many level 5 threat creatures? This system really knows how to ask for a steep price. Originally, he was thinking of quickly accumulating some experience to upgrade the shelter and unlock more useful facilities, but it seems now unlocking the permission to create a freeze-drying machine would cost him 1,000 experience points. Accruing enough experience for upgrades, it would take ages. Moreover, thinking further, if just one freeze-drying machine requires 1,000 experience points, then if he wanted to create machines like canning factories, would that not require 1,000 or even 1,000? My goodness. This system is really heartless. It makes money like a middleman. However, the demand for a freeze-drying machine is significant. Without it, the shelf life of the fruits will be greatly reduced. To put it bluntly, this has almost become a necessity for the shelter, especially if he doesn't cultivate these fruit trees. The function of the freeze dryer is indeed dispensable, but if all these fruit items are accounted for now, it could pose. He wants to harness power while also gaining vitamin supplements in the future without spending experience points. There is certainly no perfect solution in this world. One cannot have both the bear's paw and the fish. Lin Cheng sighed silently. It seems that he must spend this 1,000 experience points. Ding. Would the host like to consume 1,000 experience points to unlock a new facility? Yes. Choose to unlock. Ding. Consumed 1,000 experience points, successfully unlocked the machine facility food freeze dryer. At the moment the equipment was unlocked, the creation began to make the food freeze dryer. Only then did Lin Cheng understand why the freeze dryer cost so many experience points. Because the scale of the freeze dryer is quite large. It appeared to almost form a complete production line. One simply needs to place the food or fruit to be freeze-dried at the entrance, and after waiting, everything will be completed. It's incredibly simple. Lin Cheng placed some freshly picked fruits at the entrance of the freeze dryer. As the machine continuously operated, a fragrant aroma of dried fruit filled the air. Just the smell alone made one unable to resist smacking their lips. Lin Cheng sighed. Unfortunately, the variety of fruits in the shelter is too limited. If there were more like banana chips, mango chips, and pineapple chips, they could all be made. However, the seeds and fruit trees for these fruits are hard to find, and tropical fruits have very strict growth conditions. That is, there must be sufficient sunlight, otherwise the fruits grown would not be sweet at all. The freeze dryer merely turns the fruits and food into freeze-dried items, not performing in-depth processing. So, if the fruits are not sweet, it means the dried fruits will lack significant flavor. Making food freeze-dried inherently diminishes the original taste and flavor of the food. If the fruits are of poor quality, then they can only barely fill the stomach. If it were other survivors, they certainly wouldn't consider these taste-related issues. As long as they could preserve mature food, they would choose it no matter how unpalatable. However, Lin Cheng is different. He now has a relatively sound living condition, and once survival is no longer a problem, enjoying life comes to the forefront. The freeze dryer does not operate for long, and in just a few minutes the fruits placed inside have completely turned. Moreover, the machine itself has a cutting function, ensuring that the output is cut into relatively uniform small pieces, which guarantees convenience and preservation. As for storing these freeze-dried items, Lin Cheng chose to bring a large number of glass jars over. These jars were brought in previously. Among the milk tea shops he raided early in the morning, there were also some fruit cans, all cleaned and set aside for use. Now they finally come in handy. If it weren't for the cutting function of the freeze dryer, these large chunks of freeze-dried items would be inconvenient to store. If placed directly in the air, the storage time would only be slightly longer than normal storage. After a few fruits are made freeze-dried, their original volume naturally decreases significantly as all the moisture has been removed. The so-called freeze-drying is fundamentally different from drying. Freeze-drying is a process where frozen meat, fruits, vegetables, and other raw materials are dried under a vacuum environment. During the freeze-drying process, the ice crystals in the frozen raw materials do not melt into water, but directly sublimate into gas, resulting in natural drying. If it is meat food, after freeze-drying, as long as sufficient moisture is provided, it can potentially be restored. Of course, it will not be fully restored, but recovering some of the original texture is achievable. Normally, the freeze-drying process takes 24 hours, but this machine created by the system can reduce the time to under 10 minutes. This greatly saves on time costs. The only downside is that the operation of the freeze dryer requires a certain. This means that the energy expenditure of the shelter will increase by one more item. but everything is within an acceptable. Lin Cheng continued to bring in some fruits and vegetables, all of which were frozen. The vegetables produced in daily life are completely sufficient for consumption, while the excess can be stored as freeze-dried. However, this raises another issue. The greenhouse base has a food storage warehouse, but the shelter still lacks a cold storage. If stored at room temperature, once the freeze-dried storage environment is inadequate and the moisture content in the air is too high, the shelf life of the freeze-dried items will be affected. Lin Cheng couldn't help but look up at the sky. Initially, he thought the facilities in the shelter were already quite complete, but now it seems there are still considerable gaps. To achieve true perfection, a period of time for settling and development is still needed. Creation: do I need to consume experience points to build a cold storage? In response to the host, constructing a cold storage does not require consuming experience points. Only machine-type facilities need to be unlocked. Hearing this, Lin Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he had to spend another 1,000 experience points, he would probably have to go grind experience points in the field. The experience in his experience bar has already been completely exhausted. Currently, the shelter cannot support a large energy consumption, so the size of the cold storage is set to that of a bathroom. Currently, what needs to be stored in the shelter is only some freeze-dried items. As for meat, they are currently facing issues even with the meat they eat, let alone storing it. There are no conditions for that at the moment. The refrigeration mode of the cold storage still consumes electricity for cooling. Overall, the energy consumption is not very large. The energy crystal obtained from killing the level 3 threat alien creature has not yet consumed even 1/10 of its total capacity. As long as there is not too much energy consumption at high power, perhaps this energy crystal will be enough for him to get through this major reckoning. However, all of this is predicated on the condition that the energy from the energy crystal is solely used for lighting and that the shelter cannot turn on any machines or facilities that consume energy. Fortunately, energy consumption is not something Lin Cheng needs to worry about for the shelter. The current stock is still on the 74th day of the Great Reckoning. After such a long period of acclimatization, Bang Bang and Su Tsuihua have completely regarded the shelter as their new home. Although there weren't many barriers before, there was always a sense of being a guest. Now, that feeling has completely vanished. As for Lin Cheng, the trial for these two has reached a conclusion, and the monster frenzy tomorrow must not allow them to be. Because systematic experiments have yet to be conducted, if the mechanical life forms fail to withstand the alien creatures outside, it would be a nearly fatal blow for Bang Bang and Su Tsuihua. Thus, on the 74th day early in the morning, Lin Cheng went to find Su Tsuihua and briefly explained his intentions. Su Tsuihua, you have been at the shelter for a while now, and today marks the 74th day of the Great Reckoning. The monster frenzy occurs once every 15 days. I'm sure you are already aware of this. Su Tsuihua nodded, her expression slightly anxious. I know that the monster waves occur every 15 days. Moreover, the number of monsters appearing has been increasing and their strength has been growing as well. Observing Su Tsuihua's fluctuating expression, Lin Cheng had a rough idea of what she was worried about. I can guess what you're worried about, so don't worry, I will not allow you and Bang Bang to face this monster frenzy outside. The safety level inside the shelter is much higher than outside. I thought of this long ago when you first arrived. When the monster frenzy occurs, I will have you and Bang Bang enter the shelter until the frenzy outside completely ends. It won't be too late for you to go out afterwards. Su Tsuihua's eyes were filled with gratitude. Thank you, thank you. I truly appreciate it. I was worried that Bang Bang and I might not survive this disaster, but now that you have made such arrangements, I no longer need. I don't mind for myself, but mainly for Bang Bang. She is still too young and hasn't experienced many beautiful things. Lin Cheng gently nodded. Although there was still a full day before the monster frenzy, entering the shelter sooner rather than later could only be beneficial. Moreover, Su Tsuihua and Bang Bang had no malicious intentions. They were simply two survivors wishing to live. Without further ado, you and Bang Bang should pack your things and come with me to the shelter. Su Tsuihua hurriedly went to wake the still sound asleep Bang Bang. The two of them, one big and one small, quickly packed a little luggage and followed Lin Cheng into the shelter. While they said they were packing, in reality, there wasn't much for them to gather, at most just a few changes of clothes. These clothes were also scavenged by Lin Cheng and Anlin in the mall of Haichuan City. Children are growing, and although it seems like they haven't grown much in age, their size has increased compared to when they first arrived, growing about a few centimeters. Currently, the shelter does not have shoes that fit Bang Bang, so she is still wearing a pair of obviously oversized shoes. As for the shoes Bang Bang previously brought, they had long become worn out and could no longer properly cover her little feet. The outside temperature is not high, and over time it is inevitable that her feet will develop frostbite, which is a rather peculiar affliction. If one has had it once, the likelihood of it recurring the following year is quite high. Children's feet are very delicate. Under conditions that allow for it, they should be well protected, and the shelter happens to have a few extra pairs of cotton shoes, providing Bang Bang the opportunity to wear new shoes. Although the new shoes are clearly not a perfect fit, they still provide some protection for her little feet. Lin Cheng looked at Bang Bang, who was stumbling in her large shoes, unable to help but chuckle, but after laughing he made a quiet. Once this monster frenzy is over, he must find a way to go out and see if there are any treasures left in the nearby. Whether it's toys or children's clothing, he plans to bring everything back that he can. Stockpiling some items in advance is better than having none. This is not Bang Bang and Su Qihua's first time entering the shelter, so it was not too unfamiliar. They quickly navigated their way around. Bang Bang has a very good relationship with Lin Cheng's parents, and her bond with Amlin is also pleasant, always playing happily together, while Lin Cheng himself had little time for play. Whether researching or on the way to research at this stage, the best he could do was ensure that the shelter would not face food shortages or power crises. The defense facilities of the shelter now rely solely on mechanical life forms to eliminate nearby threats. As long as the shelter's level can be upgraded once more, its defensive capabilities will see a significant enhancement, a true qualitative leap. The 24 hours passed quickly, especially during the Great Reckoning, where time seems to slip away unnoticed. There are only half an hour left until the 75th day of the Great Reckoning. Although the monster frenzy has yet to erupt, Bang Bang and Su Cuihua have already sensed the oppressive atmosphere. Especially Bang Bang, her little face turned pale with fear, her lips bruised, lying in Su Qihua's embrace, refusing to utter a word. Lin Cheng, his parents, and Amlin have already weathered multiple monster frenzies within the shelter and are very confident in its defenses. Lin Cheng gently walked over to Su Cuihua, reaching out to pat Bang Bang's little head. Bang Bang, aren't you a brave? You dare to run around in the forest. How can you be so frightened now? This isn't like you at all. Bang Bang reluctantly lifted her head, her face clearly showing fear and terror. Looking at Lin Cheng's smiling face, her anxious heart began to calm somewhat. Big brother, won't those monsters outside come in and catch us later? No, what are you thinking with that little head of yours? Lin Cheng said with a smile. The walls here are strong enough to guarantee your safety. Those monsters are really not that scary. As long as they can't get in, we are absolutely safe. Moreover, there are things outside currently protecting us. Protect us? The little head tilted curiously as it asked, what exactly is protecting us? Is it a friend of the big brother? Lin Cheng nodded heavily. They are not only friends of the big brother, but also his right-hand and left-hand companions, the most capable assistants. The various mechanical life forms can indeed be considered friends of Lin Cheng. Without their shelter, the development would not have gone so smoothly. These mechanical life forms can accept Lin Cheng's commands and even sense his thoughts. Even though they lack any emotions, being recognized by Lin Cheng naturally stirs some unique feelings within them. Mechanical life forms do not experience overly complex emotions, but that does not mean they lack intelligence. Given the right circumstances, these mechanical beings might even develop feelings like humans do. Lin Cheng comforted for a while, and finally the little one's emotions eased somewhat. However, there was less than 5 minutes left until the 5th wave of the monster frenzy. According to past practices, Lin Cheng deployed a large number of unmanned reconnaissance drones around the shelter. Although every drone sent out has not returned, this significantly depletes the stock of refined iron in the shelter. Nonetheless, it is still crucial to collect data on the threat levels of the mutated creatures in these monster frenzies. Just by observing a few times, it should be possible to analyze the proportion of high-threat mutated creatures in future monster frenzies. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. The main objective is to preemptively understand these mutated creatures' threat levels to devise corresponding defense measures. For instance, if the number of dispatched mechanical life forms is insufficient against highly threatening mutated creatures, Lin Cheng would simply withdraw the mechanical life forms back to the shelter and have them continuously repair the shelter. As long as the shelter is not breached, they are safe, and the combat-type mechanical life forms will serve as the last line of defense for the shelter. Just as Lin Cheng's thoughts were racing, the 5th wave of the monster frenzy descended. For the first minute, there were no terrifying roars or sounds of collisions as usual. Silence reigned, an endless silence. It was as if the world had fallen into a deep quiet. Yet at this moment, all survivors were on high alert. According to past patterns, a monster frenzy is inevitable. Each wave has been stronger than the last, a law they discovered. Some survivors still clung to the hope that this wave of monsters would not occur, but they knew it was merely wishful thinking, something they hoped for but could not realize. After 3 minutes, the sound of thunderous footsteps approached from afar, the heavy thuds seeming capable of creating a massive pit in the earth. The sounds of trees collapsing and boulders crashing made one's heart tremble. This caused Lin Cheng's pupils to constrict suddenly. Such commotion could not be produced by ordinary low-level threat mutated creatures. Could it be that this wave of monsters has many level 3 threat mutated creatures? If that is indeed the case, then the current defensive measures of the shelter may not be sufficient to withstand a large number of level 3 threat mutated creatures. Could it be that he must fully withdraw the Eagle One and the others back into the shelter? However, the monster frenzy has already begun. If the doors of the shelter are open now, it is highly likely that some faster mutated creatures will slip in. If these fast-moving mutated creatures hide inside the shelter, who knows what kind of accidents could occur. Overall, opening the shelter's doors recklessly at this time poses too great a risk. In just a few breaths, Lin Cheng's back was already soaked with cold sweat. This crisis is indeed quite severe, but until he sees it with his own eyes, nothing can be definitively concluded. Where there is a will, there is a way. As long as he does not panic, he will surely find a suitable solution. Creators now take the other creative mechanical life forms and quickly reinforce the shelter's walls, the faster the better. If they have already upgraded to the highest level possible, then assign each creative mechanical life form a specific area of responsibility. Within this area, if any wall damage occurs, immediately repair it at the fastest speed regardless of the cost. After receiving the command, the creator immediately took some creative mechanical life forms and second-generation creative mechanical life forms to rush to various areas of the shelter's ground structure. Before ensuring that the walls will not be damaged by mutated creatures, these necessary measures must be taken in advance. If there are many level 3 threat mutated creatures, the continuous repairs by the creative mechanical life forms should manage to cope with the situation. This is the most prudent plan he can come up with so far, but it is also the last resort. Ideally, the number of level 3 threat mutated creatures should be within the shelter's current capacity to withstand. This means that the combat-type mechanical life forms and reconnaissance-type mechanical life forms defending outside must work together to eliminate the level 3 threat mutated creatures. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng quickly controlled the unmanned reconnaissance drones to head towards the source of the sound. Even at a close distance, the drones could only vaguely see the swirling dust. Amidst the dust, there seemed to be a massive creature accompanied by countless smaller shadows slowly advancing toward. Upon seeing the outline of that figure, Lin Cheng's tense heart did not relax at all, for this creature was indeed a level 3 threat mutated being. The only good news he could ascertain now is that there is only one level 3 threat mutated creature. The bad news is this creature is no longer like the one that had just advanced to level 3 threat mutated being. Instead, it is a high-level threat mutated creature with an extremely oppressive force. Just going by the aura it exudes before revealing its form, it is not an exaggeration to say it has been through many battles. This creature might have already eliminated many survivors. Just this intimidating aura alone is enough to prove that it is a very troublesome character. The massive silhouette drew closer now, less than 2 kilometers from the shelter, and the breath of dawn became increasingly tense. It seemed that the smoke and dust moved in sync with the advance of this level 3 threat aberrant creature. Even now he could not discern what this aberration actually looked like. Aberrant creatures exhibited different forms and strengths depending on their various shapes. Creatures with wings were far more formidable in aerial combat than on land. Correspondingly, aberrant creatures with more robust limbs became terrifyingly powerful in terrestrial battle. If this were an aberrant creature adept at flying, the shelter would indeed be unable to cope. Although the Falcon 1 and other combat-type mechanical life forms possessed tremendous offensive capabilities, their weapon technology was also at a relatively top-tier level. However, they could not maneuver in the sky as flexibly as a level 3 threat aberrant creature could, engaging in aerial maneuvers and guerrilla tactics. If Falcon 1 were to engage in aerial combat, it would likely be completely destroyed by the enemy. The destruction of these top-tier mechanical life forms would undoubtedly deal a fatal blow to the shelter. Not to mention the considerable amount of precious iron consumed in the creation of these mechanical life forms. The experience points lost from killing aberrant creatures would cause Lin Cheng immense heartache. Falcon 1 was currently at the highest level among all mechanical life forms, and if it were destroyed, the loss to the shelter would be beyond words. Respected master, based on the detected power within the target, it is formidable. Given the current firepower, it would be difficult to inflict significant damage. Requesting firepower support. After a brief reconnaissance, Eagle Eye 1 provided Lin Cheng with news that weighed heavily on his heart. Lin Cheng did not deploy all the mechanical life forms. He still retained 1/3 of the combat-type mechanical life forms in the shelter as a last line of defense. The mutated creatures he had previously gathered remained in the shelter as a final reserve force. The reconnaissance mechanical life forms data analysis was based on the current situation for the most rational assessment. Since Eagle Eye 1 indicated that the current firepower would be insufficient, it was clear that a lack of firepower would, it seemed, that the shelter could no longer afford to keep combat-type mechanical life forms and mutated creatures. They must all be deployed to assist. The Gatling guns previously set up in the shelter were also coming into play at this critical moment. There was one Gatling gun at each of the 4 directions of the shelter, but currently only Lin Cheng and his father could proficiently operate them. Lin Cheng's mother and in-law lacked sufficient control over the heavy machine guns, and using such heavy machinery without enough strength could severely injure their muscles, risking muscle strains with the slightest misstep. Lin Cheng did not want to end up with 2 patients suffering from muscle strains after this major reckoning. Muscle strains could take 100 days to heal. While they were not as debilitating as fractures, they still required rest. During this period, if any adverse situations arose. Dad, the situation outside is dire. We might need to go out together and clear some of those monsters. This was Lin Cheng's first time explaining the external situation during the monster frenzy to his father. Lin Cheng's father showed no sign of concern, nodding firmly. Then let's head out together. Now is the time for us to protect others. The Gatling guns were positioned in the ground area of the shelter. Going out to operate the Gatling guns meant facing those aberrant creatures head-on. This was a significant test of mental fortitude. Neither Lin Cheng nor his father showed any signs of fear. Each grasped a Gatling gun pointing toward the oncoming aberrant creatures, their fingers tightly gripping the triggers. As soon as the enemy entered the range of the bullets, the rounds from the Gatling guns would unhesitatingly rain upon those aberrant creatures. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and dust. In front of the shelter, all combat-type mechanical lifeforms stood ready, while reconnaissance mechanical lifeforms circled and scouted above. All the mutated creatures had also gathered near the shelter, and Lin Cheng issued a command to them. They did not need to take the initiative to engage in battle with the aberrant creatures, but any aberrant creature approaching the shelter must be prioritized for elimination. These mutated creatures remained flesh and blood. Unlike mechanical lifeforms, they could not engage in long-range attacks using bullets and missiles, engaging aberrant creatures in close combat. Given the physical strength of the mutated creatures, unknown encounters were manageable. However, in situations with numerous aberrant creatures, the mutated creatures would likely be overwhelmed by the monster tide. Even a single claw from an aberrant creature would be enough to completely annihilate these mutated beings. The thunderous footsteps grew closer. With each step of this colossal creature, one could distinctly feel the tremors transmitted through the ground. It was estimated that the enemy was still about 800 meters from the shelter. The reconnaissance mechanical lifeform also provided an accurate distance report. Target incoming. The target is 500 meters from entering firing range. The target is 200 meters from entering firing range. The target has entered firing range. Open fire with full force. A series of urgent yet clear commands echoed as the combat-type mechanical lifeforms unleashed their full capabilities the moment the reconnaissance mechanical lifeform issued the order to fire. Countless missiles and bullets intertwined in the air explosions, and the ensuing clouds of dust nearly obscured all visibility. At the same moment, Lin Cheng and his father pulled the triggers of the Gatling guns. As the bullets erupted, the recoil from the heavy machine gun made Lin Cheng's arms numb. In front of the shelter lay a vast open space, allowing Lin Cheng and his father to control the Gatling guns without risking friendly fire on their own structures. The suppression of firepower proved highly effective against the approaching alien creatures, as those of lower ranks could hardly withstand the penetrating damage of the bullets. However, for the level 4 threat alien beings, although the bullet damage was indeed lethal, they could still endure for a while. The sound of experience points rising from the kills of alien creatures echoed in his ears. Yet at this moment, Lin Cheng felt no joy whatsoever. Until the level 3 threat alien creature was dealt with, the shelter remained under constant threat. If this level 3 alien creature could not be eliminated, the shelter might very well face the risk of being breached. After all, the destructive power of level 3 threat alien creatures was formidable, especially this one. It was vastly different from the previous level 3 threat alien creature encountered. The recoil from the Gatling gun made Lin Cheng's arms feel numb, yet he could not let go of the trigger. With every bullet fired, it meant one less level 5 threat alien creature they had to deal with, thereby reducing the risks to the shelter. Not only was the external firepower continuously suppressing, but the creative mechanical life forms to the south of the shelter were also on high alert for defense. But at some point, two more figures appeared behind Lin Cheng. It was his mother and in-law, who, although their handling of the Gatling gun wasn't very adept, they wouldn't stand by idly if they could help even a little. Even Su Tsuhua brought along Bong Bong, and judging by their stance, it seemed they were ready to stand together through thick and thin. Lin Cheng was somewhat accepting of the help from his mother and in-law, as they had often trained in the shooting range during their time. However, Su Tsuhua and Bong Bong had only recently arrived at the shelter and were nearly clueless about firearms. Letting them control such powerful firearms could potentially lead to self-harm. Moreover, Bong Bong was still a child, and it was inappropriate for her to witness such bloody scenes at her young age. Bong Bong appeared very frightened, even though she forced herself to hold back. Traces of obvious terror still shone in her eyes. For a child like Bong Bong, those grotesque and menacing alien creatures outside were the greatest nightmare. Thus, Lin Cheng simply instructed Su Tsuehua to take Bong Bong to a room to rest. Although the underground area of the shelter contained many important items, access required Lin Cheng's iris recognition. Otherwise, even if one were to forcefully break in, immense strength would be required, and neither Su Tsuehua nor Bong Bong were alien creatures, let alone high-level ones. The billowing smoke was now close enough to the shelter, and the appearance of the alien creature was becoming increasing. It was a colossal monster with fangs, its arms covered in eyes, and its skin a bizarre shade of crimson, as if a layer of blood was festering on it. Every inch of its muscles was crisscrossed with thick veins, and the monster's gaze toward the shelter contained a hint. Lin Cheng lifted his head and made direct eye contact with the monster. The barefaced, killing intent in the creature's eyes sent chills down his spine. The emotions of the alien creature were too pure, devoid of any thoughts beyond slaughter. However, when focused on a single emotion, it could easily reach its extreme, and this extreme, killing intent, sent shivers all over. As Lin Sheng expected, the defensive capability of this level 3 threat alien creature was terrifying as countless missiles struck its body without causing any effect. It was as if such a degree of attack could not inflict any damage on it. The slightly higher level combat mechanical life forms of Falcon 1 began to unleash their skills. The power and damage caused by the skills were far beyond the capabilities of ordinary bullets, thus the results appeared somewhat satisfactory for the time being. At least the small fry around this level 3 threat alien creature had been mostly dealt with. Yet alien creatures continued to rush toward the shelter from all directions, as if they were well prepared. The moment this thought formed in his mind, Lin Sheng broke out in a cold sweat. If these alien creatures were indeed attacking the shelter with a purpose, things would get troublesome. The one capable of commanding other alien creatures was at least a level 2 threat. While level 3 threat alien creatures possessed some intelligence, they were not capable of devising strategies. It was akin to a 5 or 6-year-old child being unable to devise a comprehensive and intricate plan. Moreover, everything seemed to have some connection. Earlier, he received a distress signal from a chemical factory in Haichuan City, but after a series of searches, no survivors could be found. Of course, it was not without gains, as he at least saved the lives of Su Tsuhua and Bongbong. Yet the true source of the deadly threat remained unverified. Shortly after they arrived at the chemical factory in Haichuan City, a large group of alien creatures advanced toward it. Among the alien creatures attacking Haichuan City, there was also a level 3 threat being. This level 3 threat alien creature was completely different from the one before. This meant there were at least 2 level 3 threat alien creatures active nearby. The key question was, how did these beings accurately pinpoint the location of the shelter? Such a purposeful advance surely indicated a plan in motion. From this perspective, there might be an even higher threat level alien creature directing the overall strategy. The reaction of the creature was far too swift, capable of precisely evading the vast majority of attacks. The voice of Eagle Eye 1 snapped Lin Sheng back to reality, as the area in front of the shelter had already erupted into chaos. Some combat mechanical life forms, in an effort to slow down the pursuit of this level 3 threat alien creature, even sacrificed their own bodies to buy time. This had led to the number of combat mechanical life forms engaged in battle outside reducing to merely 2/3 of what it was before. If this continued, the remaining mechanical life forms would soon be completely annihilated. With the mechanical life forms, the most critical line of defense on the shelter must surely be in an extremely dangerous state. The eyes. Perhaps the eyes of this monster will become our breakthrough point. Lin Sheng's eyes were fixed firmly on this third-level threatening alien creature, which was covered in countless eyes on its 2 massive arms. This scene was enough to make anyone with a fear of clusters feel utterly uncomfortable. As Lin Sheng had expected, the agility of this third-level threatening alien creature mainly stemmed from its keen observation. As long as it could limit the creature's ability to observe, bringing it down should merely be a matter of time. According to the rules he had gleaned, the more agile an alien creature was, the less powerful it might be. Speed, strength, and form were in a complementary relationship. As one aspect weakened, another would grow stronger, and when one aspect strengthened, the other would weaken correspondingly. Now everyone concentrate your fire on this creature's eyes. No matter how agile it is, it cannot evade such concentrated firepower. Lin Sheng issued a direct command, previously having had combat-type mechanical life forms restrain the other body parts of the third-level threatening alien creature. After this command was given, all mechanical life forms shifted their attack focus and began targeting the eyes on the arms of this third-level threatening alien creature. The concentrated fire rained down upon the third-level threatening alien creature like a deluge, and it surprisingly kept its arms behind its back, using its body to absorb the bullet's damage. Lin Sheng's gaze sharpened. He seemed to see a glimmer of hope. With the intelligence of a third-level threatening alien creature, it could still discern how to protect its vital points. The creature's behavior at that moment undoubtedly conveyed one message to Lin Sheng: the vital points of this beast were indeed its arms. Follow my orders. All combat-type mechanical life forms should start a dispersed attack on this creature's arms, with some attacking from the front and others from behind, primarily targeting the eyes on its arms. If it can defend against one direction, I don't believe it can defend against all directions at once. The execution ability of the mechanical life forms was undoubtedly impressive. Upon receiving Lin Sheng's command, they immediately set about carrying out his orders. Even if humans can make mistakes and horses can stumble, this massive creature, regardless of its quick reflexes, was still hit by some missiles. The eyes on this creature's arms seemed incredibly fragile. After being struck by missiles, they burst apart, revealing a gruesome sight. However, this was just the beginning. After all, there appeared to be at least 100 eyes on its arms. To completely destroy them would still require some time. The Gatling guns in Lin Sheng's hands were firing bullets made of refined iron. As time passed, the stockpile of refined iron in the shelter was diminishing at a visible rate. If it weren't for the prior storage of some refined iron by the refining machines, the shelter would have suffered severe losses by now. But now was not the time to lament the excessive consumption of refined iron. All of Lin Sheng's focus was on this third-level threatening alien creature. In just a few breaths, 1/3 of the eyes on this creature's arms had been destroyed, a speed that could only be described as commendable. Everyone put in more effort. Lin Sheng gritted his teeth and slightly adjusted the direction of his Gatling gun, causing the bullets to change trajectory accordingly. The bullets whizzed through and accurately struck one of the eyes on this creature's arms. The third-level threatening alien creature let out a pained roar and suddenly accelerated towards the shelter. Lin Sheng's pupils shrank suddenly. Even a cornered dog would jump over a wall, let alone this third-level threatening alien creature with budding intelligence. With such a massive body charging towards the shelter at this speed, a direct collision with the building would likely lead to the walls collapsing at best or total destruction at worst. During the monster frenzy, the ground buildings were completely exposed in the vast open space. This scene was something Lin Sheng could hardly bear to imagine. If it weren't for the relatively good position of the shelter backed by a large lake that prevented alien creatures from approaching, the situation would likely be even more dangerous. Numerous mechanical life forms valiantly attempted to intercept the charging steps of the alien creature. However, the opponent's speed was simply too fast. Before Lin Sheng and others could react, it crashed directly into the shelter's ground structure. Boom. The walls of the shelter shook violently. Although there was no direct collapse, a massive dent was created. The wall was now merely a step away from being breached. The creative mechanical life forms waiting at the wall's edge hastily rushed to the breach to repair it. The repair speed of the creative mechanical life forms was indeed fast, but this massive creature was also destructive at an alarming rate. Moreover, it seemed to have given up protecting its vital points. Lin Sheng's heart suddenly trembled. If nothing unexpected occurred, this third-level threatening alien creature was planning to take the shelter down with it. That cannot happen. Even if the creature dies, it cannot destroy his shelter. Lin Sheng's parents were drenched in sweat, and in lawn beside them was no better off, as if the creature landed another blow, the shelter's walls would surely collapse. The pressure of such a monster approaching within mere meters was unbearable for ordinary people. The fact that everyone remained calm and did not panic was already a commendable feat. Lin Sheng's mind raced, analyzing countless thoughts and possibilities with extreme rationality. Clinical observations indicated that while this monster was incredibly agile, it had no eyes on its head, meaning all its observation power and vision came from the eyes on its arms. And there was still one last eye remaining on its arm. If he could destroy that eye, perhaps the creature's agility and vision would be completely nullified. Now there seemed to be no better method. If they did not attempt it, they could only wait for their doom. Lin Sheng released his grip on the Gatling gun's trigger and suddenly took a step forward, startling both Lin Sheng's parents and in lawn beside him. Xiaoqing, what are you doing? Don't do anything foolish. At worst, we can hide underground together. Such a huge creature cannot just fall to the ground. Lin's father and mother were startled. They thought Lin Sheng was about to do something drastic, unaware that Lin Sheng had already received genetic enhancement. Previously, Lin Sheng had considered hiding the fact of his genetic enhancement from his parents and in-law. After all, telling these three individuals about it would sound like a far-fetched tale. With humanity's current understanding of the world, it was still impossible to accept the fact that he was about to receive genetic enhancement. But now he had no way to continue hiding. If that eye could be successfully destroyed, what would happen? He did not know. However, if he did not attempt it, the shelter would undoubtedly lead to a dead end. At this moment, Lin Sheng had no other. The spatial genetic enhancement flickered and was used at that moment. Lin Sheng, who was still standing in the shelter, was instantly teleported onto the arm of the level 3 threat alien creature. The speed was so fast that even the level 3 threat alien creature did not react in time. The human in front of it was moving even faster, which enraged the level 3 threat alien creature. It raised its palm and slammed it down towards Lin Sheng's landing spot. A shadow descended from the sky. If this palm landed solidly on Lin Sheng, there was no doubt he would be crushed into a meat pie. Lin Sheng dashed forward, using the flicker to gain a temporary boost in power, which also enhanced his leg strength. Thus, his explosive power in a short time would be immense. Suddenly, he stomped the ground, propelling his body forward like an arrow. As the opponent's arm came down, Lin Sheng fortuitously left the range covered by the palm. The violent shock nearly knocked Lin Sheng off the shoulder of the level 3 threat alien creature. Fortunately, Lin Sheng steadied himself in time and continued to sprint forward. The last remaining eye was at the end of this alien creature's arm. He still needed to flicker one more distance. The interval between two flickers was 10 seconds. As long as he could hold on for these 10 seconds, he would achieve the result he wanted. This could truly be called a life-and-death race against time, as this giant creature was incredibly fast. Take the previous slap for instance. If it weren't for the power boost provided after flickering, Lin Sheng would have already been smashed into a meat pie. There were still 5 seconds left until the next flicker, and the next attack was already coming down towards his head. Lin Sheng suddenly felt a tightness in his breath as he clearly sensed that the boost in strength he had received was already. The power boost from flickering lasted only a brief 5 seconds. There was still a gap of 5 seconds in between. With the speed Lin Sheng could currently exhibit, it was completely insufficient to escape the range of the attack. He was now in a situation where he could hardly escape. Was he really going to die like this? Lin Sheng's gaze momentarily became dazed, but he quickly regained focus and jumped down to the empty space below. Since Lin Sheng left the arm, the level 3 threat alien creature's second attack missed. But Lin Sheng had already lost his foothold with the next landing point just tens of meters below. For a human free-falling from such a height of several dozen meters would undoubtedly result in being smashed to pieces. Lin's father and mother stood dumbfounded in place, and even Lan was at a loss for words to express her emotions. In this situation, no one could come to his aid in time, while the mechanical life forms nearby flew towards the sky, trying to catch Lin Sheng successfully. But just as Lin Sheng was about to be caught, his figure suddenly vanished, and the next moment he reappeared at the end of the level 3 threat alien creature's arm. The spatial genetic enhancement skill flicker had finally completed its cooldown just as Lin Sheng was in a critical moment. The maximum distance the flicker could traverse successfully closed the last gap between Lin Sheng and the alien creature's eye. Taking advantage of the situation, Lin Sheng did not hesitate, plunging the dagger directly into the last remaining eye of the alien creature. This eye was more fragile than Lin Sheng had imagined. Under the dagger's thrust, the last eye exploded, instantly showering blood and flesh everywhere. The level 3 threat alien creature let out a painful roar, nearly going mad, as it wildly swung its arm. Following that eagle eye no. One flew up, successfully rescuing Lin Sheng from the alien creature's arm. Without the eye on its arm, the level 3 threat alien creature had become like a blind man, aimlessly running and attacking in the nearby open space. Only a few breaths later, the level 3 threat alien creature collapsed, gradually losing the strength to stand its body, turning into a pale gray stone, losing its previous color. After petrification, the corpse began to slowly disappear, turning into a pile of ashes scattered by the wind, and at the spot where the corpse fell, a crystal-clear crystal core appeared, which was undoubtedly the energy crystal. Lin Sheng finally sighed in relief. Everything that had happened was far too perilous. Even if any part of it had gone wrong for him, the danger level would have been fatal. Long before he acted, he had already communicated with Eagle Eye No. One as flickering would indeed have a cooldown time. After successfully piercing the last eye of the level 3 threat alien creature, it was very likely that he would encounter some unexpected situations. Lin Sheng had anticipated all of this. Alien creatures would disappear for a while after death, and he was standing on the shoulder of this level 3 threat alien creature. He would inevitably be affected to some extent. It was proven that making preparations in advance was always better than scrambling at the last minute. Lin Sheng had no time to rest as alien creatures were continuously rushing towards the shelter. Even without the leadership of the level 3 threat alien creature, they would still charge forward, relentlessly attacking the humans in the shelter. Without the interference of the level 3 threat alien creature, the combat-type mechanical life forms became more adept at clearing these lower-level alien creatures. Especially the mutated creatures that had previously suffered setbacks were now slaughtering mercilessly, each one like a valiant warrior, using their robust and powerful bodies to tear these alien creatures to shreds. Meanwhile, the damaged walls of the shelter had been completely repaired by the creator and other mechanical life forms. Under the escort of Eagle Eye No. One, Lin Sheng successfully returned to the shelter, thus achieving temporary safety. After delivering Lin Sheng to the shelter, Eagle Eye No. One did not linger and immediately turned to leave, as the battlefield outside still required his oversight. Since the significant upgrade in Eagle Eye No. One's level, its observation capabilities had also improved markedly. Now, as long as Eagle Eye No. One was present in a battle, there would essentially be no major issues. However, this all hinged on the premise that the disparity in strength was not too great. Otherwise, even the best command would not be sufficient to continue the fight under insufficient hard conditions. Lin's father, mother, and in-law gathered around, looking at Lin Sheng, who appeared unfazed, and asked with deep concern, "Are you okay? How did you jump out just now? Were you hurt? You absolutely cannot take such risks next time. You scared your mother to death. What would we do if something happened to you?" In their eyes, Lin Sheng seemed to be forcing a smile, pretending to be calm for falling from such a height, and claiming to be unscathed was something they wouldn't believe. In reality, Lin Sheng was indeed unharmed. The space-type gene enhancement allowed him to traverse through space, and even to negate the inertia from falling. With proper manipulation, he could even achieve brief aerial travel. In simple terms, it meant temporary flight. "Don't worry, I'm fine. We should consider ourselves temporarily safe here." Even now, Lin Sheng's arms were still slightly trembling despite having received gene enhancement. However, this was merely a standard gene enhancement, not one that significantly increased combat power. Moreover, the urgency of the earlier test left him with no time to don the armor he had previously crafted. If he had worn that armor, his defense would have significantly increased, at least not as fragile as paper. Yet even the most powerful defenses were insignificant in the face of absolute strength. As long as that level 3 threat alien creature slapped Lin Sheng, it could very well flatten him along with the armor. Moreover, wearing the armor would also affect his agility, making him less nimble than before. Everything has its pros and cons. To achieve extreme offensive capability, one must sacrifice some defense. The enormous energy crystal core that had fallen outside the shelter caught Lin Sheng's eye glowing with intensity as it was a tremendous enhancement for the shelter. Previously, there was only one energy crystal core from a level 3 threat alien creature, but now there were two, and this one was considerably larger than the previous one. Such a pure energy crystal core would undoubtedly provide a substantial amount of energy. At this point, if the shelter wanted to conduct further research, it would no longer have to worry about energy shortages. The duration of the monster frenzy was longer than usual, but correspondingly the rewards were far richer than before. After all this time, they had successfully taken down a level 3 threat alien creature, and just the system rewards alone provided a significant amount of experience points for the shelter. At this moment, the shelter was only a quarter of the way to leveling up. As long as they casually completed some daily tasks and killed alien creatures to gain experience points, they could successfully level up. Once the shelter's level increases by one more, its defensive capabilities would no longer be as fragile as they. The monster frenzy finally came to an end, and the caretaker mechanical life forms left the shelter, marking their first time beyond its confines. The duty of these caretaker mechanical life forms was to help clean the battlefield and collect the scattered energy. Not knowing until they began to clean, they were genuinely startled by the sheer number of energy crystals collected. Rough calculations showed that the number of small energy crystals reached as many as 50 pieces. If these 50 energy crystal cores were taken out for trade with other survivors, they could probably drain the entire Tiandu alliance. As of now, humanity's armed forces were still insufficient to eliminate such a massive wave of alien creatures. In today's world, even having just one energy crystal core is considered a lot, and even if they obtained energy crystal cores, they could not utilize them to generate electricity for the time being. Even the vast Tiandu alliance needed to rely on thermal and wind power generation methods for electricity. This method of power generation was also subject to some limitations. For example, thermal power generation required burning coal and other materials to produce electricity. The extraction of coal requires a significant amount of labor. During this period of great cleansing with limited equipment, the effort needed to extract coal was far greater than before, and even with money, it might not be obtainable. Currently, the climate is relatively cold and temperatures can drop to -20 or 30 degrees. In such conditions, failing to use fire for warmth could lead to people suffering from diseases due to the low temperatures. Thus, the Tiandu alliance would inevitably reserve some coal for heating, while wind power generation was extremely unstable, not to mention whether there would be enough wind to generate power. During the monster frenzy, those flying monsters would be enough to deplete the wind turbines. These alien creatures do not care about what is important or not. Any structure that obstructs their advance will be destroyed. The most crucial part of a wind turbine is the facility on top that converts wind power. Once that facility is destroyed, the entire wind turbine becomes useless. In comparison, solar power generation appears to be much more convenient, and this is the primary method of power generation for all major alliances. Lin Sheng had already planned that during the next large-scale barter event, he would bring a small-sized energy crystal. He wasn't entirely sure of its exact value, as there had yet to be any precedent for such a trade, and he was about to become the very first instance of that precedent. After the monstrous frenzy, various survivors have nearly grasped a general rhythm. While they may not be able to withstand the monstrous tide, they have at least found some ways to evade it. As peace gradually returns, enriching the subsequent survival life, and the issues of future development will become the goals that all humanity considers. The only and best way to improve one's life is to establish a trade channel. Only when all humanity has a common platform for communication and resource exchange can it ensure that everyone gets what they desire. Otherwise, regardless of what one desires, if they must rely solely on their own efforts, they will still face significant limitations. For instance, if a person in a cold region wishes to obtain something only available in other climate zones, they would need to undertake a long journey and spend a considerable amount of time searching. This back and forth would consume a lot of time and waste energy. Since engaging in such thankless tasks is arduous, it would be better to trade surplus or existing items with. This way it saves time for both parties, and if you round it up, it essentially saves double the time, right? I don't know if it's due to effective communication among other survivor alliances, or if they have reached some kind of consensus together. The second round of barter came even faster than expected. This is only the 5th monstrous frenzy, and the second barter exchange has already begun. With the precedent of the last exchange, more and more survivors are willing to trust the Tiandu alliance. Overall, the trading experience in the Tiandu alliance is far better than in other places. Other smaller alliances are hardly trustworthy, so this time the exchange location has once again been set in the Tiandu alliance. Taking too many people at once not only hinders movement, but also adds many dangers. However, both my parents and others are very eager for this trading event. After all, they haven't witnessed such a lively scene in a long time. Over the past 2.5 months, they've only communicated with a few scattered individuals. These people are all from their vicinity, and their desire to interact with strangers has reached its peak. Looking at the eager expressions of my parents, Lin Sheng could only shake his head helplessly. It seems this time the shelter will be fully mobilized. Fortunately, the transport cockpit can accommodate a sufficient number of people even if bouncing can occupy a seat. The shelter is guarded by mechanical life forms, and even a strange fly cannot enter. Moreover, no survivor can breach the current defenses of the shelter. Even without any defensive measures allowing those invading survivors to damage the shelter's walls, they wouldn't be able to leave any significant marks within 10 days to half a month. As soon as Bouncing heard they were going out, she became as joyful as a cheerful little rabbit hopping around the shelter. She felt nothing of it, but Su Tsuehua was terrified, fearing that Bouncing might accidentally bump into something. After such a long time of companionship and care, Su Tsuehua has long regarded Bouncing as her own child. Now for Su Tsuehua, Bouncing has become an irreplaceable family member. With the experience from the last voyage, this transport does not require a new route setup. As long as Lin Cheng and the others are seated, the transport can start directly. Lin Cheng has become smarter. Previously, when rescuing survivors at the Haichuan chemical plant, the armed forces were a bit too few, causing him anxiety during the retreat. This time, with more personnel the armed forces carried must be increased, otherwise if something happens on the way back it could become problematic. Therefore Eagle Eye no. 1 and Falcon no. 1 of the stylish combat and reconnaissance mechanical life forms will definitely accompany them. In addition, a small group of second-generation combat and reconnaissance mechanical life forms are also brought along for emergencies. Even the medical mechanical life forms are included. While they are not needed in the shelter, their presence is still essential in certain specific situations. For instance, if someone bumps or suffers from minor injuries, the medical mechanical life forms can heal these minor wounds in a short time. Even the creator Lin Cheng is brought along, better safe than sorry. Moreover, if they are not used, he can just bring them back, since he is not taking all the mechanical life forms out to give away. As for the items for exchange, Lin Cheng has already decided a portion of dried fruits, a portion of fresh fruits, and finally 2 energy crystals. The shelter currently does not require too many survival resources. This time going to the Tiandu Alliance is merely to gather external information. Additionally, he is bringing his parents-in-law Su Tsuehua and Bouncing to the Tiandu Alliance trading market to see if there are any items they want or need. As for himself, the things he desires are not available in these trading markets. Is everyone ready? If so, let's set off now. Lin Cheng stood at the transport door, watching the group with each carrying a small bag. Indeed, it's been a long time since they last ventured out, and now that everyone is equipped with essential water and food. These items are for emergencies, in case they encounter unexpected situations and cannot return to the shelter the same day. They wouldn't starve in the Tiandu Alliance. Now is the time of major reckoning. Survival supplies are extremely scarce. Even if the Tiandu Alliance is generous, it cannot allocate its survival resources to other survivors who come to trade. Ready? Bouncing raised her little hand high and answered cheerfully. Lin Cheng's parents also nodded. Oh, as long as survival is not an issue, this trip is merely a matter of time. Since everyone is ready, let's set off now. With a wave of his hand, Lin Cheng led everyone onto the transport, each finding their own seat. Before the transport started, Lin Cheng couldn't help but remind everyone to fasten their seatbelts. After all, riding without proper safety measures could lead to tears from loved ones. Even with autopilot, seatbelts must be fastened. This time the Tiandu Alliance is far more bustling than before, and the vehicles parked nearby have undergone significant. The vast majority of survivors have learned how to survive in this grand reckoning, with the primary task being the reconstruction of their shelters and vehicles. The vehicles parked nearby are heavily modified with thick railings added to their edges. This level of modification can withstand most impacts. However, it is not absolutely safe. If the vehicle speeds too fast and collides with an obstacle, it could lead to a disastrous outcome. The transportation stop has still chosen the old location. Even after such a long time, there has yet to be a second privately used helicopter. Thus, when Lin Cheng appeared, he immediately caught the attention of the guards of the Tiandu Alliance, and some of them recognized him from their last shift at this very spot, greeting him warmly. Unbeknownst to fate, Lin Cheng unexpectedly encountered 2 acquaintances from his previous visit to the Alliance. Li Chongxing and Gudali also heard the sound of the helicopter landing from a distance, and upon looking up they locked eyes with Lin Cheng. Brother Lin, long time no see. I thought you wouldn't come to this Tiandu Alliance trade fair. I was worried for a long time. This time the monster frenzy is quite intense. Many old acquaintances from before couldn't make it. Both Gudali and Li Chongxing sighed upon mentioning this monster frenzy. Brother Lin, the Tiandu Alliance has sustained some heavy losses this time. What do you mean? There was a huge creature among the monsters this time. If it hadn't left for some reason later, the Tiandu Alliance would have faced total annihilation. Total annihilation. These 4 words carry significant weight. The Tiandu Alliance is neither too large nor too small, roughly estimated to have around 3,000 to 4,000 people. If 3,000 to 4,000 people were wiped out, it would be a devastating loss. Moreover, the Tiandu Alliance is the largest and most organized among all survivor alliances. If they cannot withstand this monster frenzy, then the other survivor alliances would likely suffer total annihilation too. Was it a level 3 threat alien creature? Level 3 threat. Li Chongxing and Gudali looked puzzled, asking in confusion, Brother, what is a level 3 threat? Lin Cheng slapped his forehead. It was still too early to discuss threat levels with them. It was only after the third trade fair began that the various alliances would discuss the threat level issue together. At present, all survivors have no concept of threat levels. It's nothing, I just mentioned it casually. As long as you are fine, that's good. We are also very glad to see you safe. With that, the three of them laughed. Good Ali noticed a few people behind Lin Cheng and asked, Brother Lin, did you bring your family to the trade fair this time? Lin Cheng nodded. Last time, due to unfamiliarity with the road conditions and lack of understanding about the trade fair, I brought fewer people. Now that it's the second time, there are some things I missed the first time that I must make up for, otherwise who knows when the next trade fair will be held. Lin Cheng's words brought proud smiles to Good Ali and Li Chengsheng's faces. This trade fair organized by the Tiandu Alliance features a significant auction. Brother Lin, if you have anything to auction, you can bring it to the auction house. Auction house. Lin Cheng was slightly taken aback. How could he have forgotten such an important matter? During the second trade fair hosted by the Tiandu Alliance, there would be a particularly unique auction where the auction items must be worth more than most resources. It's not just any item that the Tiandu Alliance would auction. If Lin Cheng remembered correctly, there would be a total of 12 exhibits at this auction, and the selection criteria for these 12 items are straightforward and quite ruthless. They are simply the top 12 valued items among all auction items. His energy crystal cores are undoubtedly precious, but not many people should understand the importance of them now. Moreover, it's very likely that other survivors have already found these energy crystal cores. I just happen to have some items to auction. Do you two brothers have any insider channels to help me get in through the back door? Lin Cheng smiled and Good Ali and Li Chengsheng laughed along. Brother Lin has found the right people. The auction has already stopped accepting new items, but the person managing the auction is on good terms with me. I Good Ali assure you, as long as Brother Lin's auction items are weighty enough, I can definitely get you one of the positions. Good Ali patted his chest in a grand manner. This honest feeling made one feel inexplicably moved. In fact, if one were to assess it carefully, Lin Cheng's relationship with Good Ali is not close enough for him to help. However, Good Ali has been wholeheartedly supportive of Lin Cheng recently, which has made Lin Cheng feel a bit embarrassed. This time Lin Cheng came to the Tiandu Alliance with only a batch of fresh fruits, so he couldn't give too much in return to these two brothers. Otherwise, it would affect the upcoming auction. However, even a few fruits would already be a rare delicacy for Li Chengsheng and Good Ali, who hadn't seen fresh fruits for a long time. Brother Lin, where did you get these fresh fruits? When Good Ali saw the big apple Lin Cheng handed over, his eyes widened, and he eagerly took the apple. He examined it in his hands for a long time, not daring to take a bite, fearing that if he wasn't careful he would finish this rare fresh fruit. Seeing the excited expression on Good Ali's face, Lin Cheng smiled and said, Of course I obtained them through regular channels. Do you expect to find such things lying on the roadside now? Good Ali shook his head, repeatedly smiling as he said, That's definitely not something I could find, or if it were, you should tell me, and I would bring a box over. Saying a box is a bit conservative. We should gather all the people from the Tiandu Alliance. If such good fortune exists, we should gather more. Good Ali and Li Chengsheng joked in a teasing manner, not intending to pry further. After all, everyone has their own secrets, especially during the Great Reckoning. If one can obtain these fresh fruits, they must have their own methods. If everyone had access to such methods, then fresh fruits would lose their value. Moreover, even if he told the other survivors how to obtain fresh fruits, not everyone would be able to meet the conditions. The effort put into this alone is something many survivors cannot achieve. Furthermore, searching for other survival resources is already exhausting enough. Adding the care of these fragile fruit trees would stretch one's energy too thin. Ultimately, if one tries to do too much at once, they might end up with nothing. If one were to pick up sesame seeds only to lose watermelons, the loss would be substantial. If some unfortunate souls end up without even tasting the fresh fruits, their very survival could become a problem. One must at least first resolve their basic needs before considering the quality of future survival. The Tianfu Alliance auction was held in the largest building in Tianfu City, which used to be a department store, but has been severely damaged after the Great Reckoning. The Tianfu Alliance had clearly made some modifications. The gap between the first and second floors had been opened up, giving the impression that the two floors combined into one. In the central area of this building was a gigantic auction stage surrounded by seats arranged in a circular manner around it with a raised design. This way, guests in the back would not have their view obstructed by the heads of those in front, which is why the Tianfu Alliance opened up the space between the first and second floors. If the ceiling were not high enough, the audience would quickly run out of space, thus the number of attendees at the auction would be significantly reduced. Since the number of survivors attending this trading event was unknown in advance, they had to prepare as many seats for the audience as possible, preferring to have empty seats rather than denying any survivor the opportunity to attend the main event. The so-called auction could potentially elevate the original value of an item significantly. How much it could rise would depend on the audience's passion and expectations for that item. As long as the expectations are sufficiently high, the final value achieved in the transaction could even surpass what was anticipated. The appraiser for this auction was an elderly man with a graying beard. Upon seeing him, Lin Cheng's first thought was worrying whether he would suddenly collapse. The old man was dressed in a reasonably neat cotton outfit, yet his overall demeanor appeared rather average. Good Ali showed great respect for this elderly man, stepping forward to bow slightly. Old Xia, this is a friend of mine who also wishes to participate in this auction. He was delayed on the way for some reasons, but what he has should be very worthy of participating in this auction. The elder known as Old Xia weakly lifted his head. Arriving so late to participate in the auction clearly shows a disregard for the rules. The last thing I want to see is someone who disrespects the rules, and the auction's information should be known to everyone. By cutting in line now, he is making an unfair decision towards those who arrived earlier. Good Ali felt somewhat torn, but remained undeterred. After all, he had bragged in front of Lin Cheng, and if these matters couldn't be resolved smoothly, it would be quite embarrassing. Old Xia, this is truly a very important friend of mine. You must give him this opportunity. Old Xia seemed to be contemplating how to refuse Gu Dali's clearly rule-breaking request, but inadvertently noticed Lin Cheng pulling out an energy crystal from his pocket. Old Xia's eyes lit up instantly, and the previously prepared words of rejection were swallowed in that moment. The item this young brother just took out seems to be quite valuable. Hurry and bring it up for me to appraise. Did you not just say that my participation now is against the rules? Then I'll just come back next time. No, you heard wrong. My duty is to help the Tianfu Alliance filter out valuable items. As for the so-called rules, they are merely thresholds. The old man's demeanor changed instantly, no longer cold and unfeeling, but instead greeted with a smile. Good Ali stood aside somewhat amused as the emotional shift was too evident. Anyone not blind could see it. Lin Cheng did not linger on idle chatter. His visit to the auction was only one part of the plan, with many tasks still ahead. For instance, he had yet to attend the actual trading event, which was scheduled to commence at 4 p.m. Currently, it was only 9 a.m., leaving a full 7 hours. If he wasted all that time at the auction, he would truly be a fool. For Lin Cheng, he did not hope for this energy crystal to fetch a high price. As long as he could gain something from this trip to the Tianfu Alliance, that would be sufficient. Old Xia examined the energy crystal handed over by Lin Cheng, holding it in his hand to feel it carefully for a long time. Although this item seems quite translucent, its practical value. Wait, there is actually energy within it. Old Xia's eyes lit up as the lights around him noticeably brightened, and his expression changed dramatically. Items with strong inherent energy can influence the nearby energy field, and this seemingly unremarkable stone in his hand appeared to possess such miraculous properties. Where did this thing come from? I obtained it by chance. I cannot clarify the exact means of acquisition. If this item has auction value, let it be auctioned here. If not, I would appreciate it if you could return it to me. Yes. This little item seems to contain strong energy. If the energy within can be converted, it could at least provide power for a period of time. Old Xia seemed to have a profound understanding of these technological items, speaking at length to the point where his thoughts aligned somewhat with Lin Cheng's. One must admit that in such an environment, having such foresight is no wonder he could take on the role of appraiser at the auction. As an appraiser in the auction, one must possess sufficient knowledge, otherwise it would be easy to overlook some value. For instance, the energy crystal core in his hand might have been dismissed by another appraiser. Little brother, you can place your item here, and we will ensure a suitable position for you when the event begins. Aside from that, do you have any other auction items? Lin Cheng pondered for a moment, and ultimately decided to auction only the energy crystal core. This time he brought two valuable items, fresh fruits, and the energy crystal in his hand. Now that the energy crystal has been handed over to the auction, if he were to submit the fresh fruits as well, then their transactions outside would be utterly meaningless, as if they had nothing of value to offer. Placing all the chips on a single item is a very unwise decision. There was a hint of regret in Elder Xia's eyes. He believed that a youth capable of easily producing a valuable energy crystal core must have other surprises. However, Lin Cheng did not intend to auction it here. He couldn't just forcibly take someone else's auction item and leave it at the auction house. Thank you, elder brother. Without you, we probably wouldn't even have made it through the door of the auction house. Not at all, Lin brother, you are being polite. It is your item that is substantial, who otherwise Elder Xia wouldn't have agreed given his temperament. What status does this old man hold? Why does he seem to have considerable prestige in the alliance? Lin Cheng asked in confusion, reasoning that during the Great Reckoning only the strong and capable could earn respect, as only labor could produce results. An elderly person like him, even if he held some status in the alliance, shouldn't have such a high standing. Lin brother, you may not know, but Elder Xia is not only well informed, but also possesses knowledge unmatched in our. Without Elder Xia's guidance and counsel, our Tiandu alliance wouldn't have developed so smoothly. Lin Cheng finally understood and nodded. It was clear that Elder Xia played a crucial role in the construction of the Tiandu alliance, hence his elevated status. Any leader of an alliance would surely appreciate a brilliant mind like him. Lin Cheng had previously known little about the Tiandu alliance and had never participated in their trading events. He had only recently begun to learn about it. I can't say much more, Lin brother. Today the number of survivors attending the trading event has increased significantly compared to last time. So I must be on my way now. If you have time for dinner tonight, although I can't offer you a feast, we can certainly fill our stomachs. Thank you for your kind offer, but food sources are currently too scarce. I won't impose on your supplies. I appreciate your kindness. You should go attend to your business. With that they parted ways. The main reason Lin Cheng refrained from joining Gadali for a meal was to avoid being a burden. While the Tiandu alliance had ample food, the distribution to each individual meant that the amount received was limited. Moreover, everyone needed to keep some emergency rations on hand if unexpected circumstances occurred and the alliance paused the distribution of survival supplies. It would be disastrous. Additionally, Gadali was merely a lower-level guard in the Tiandu alliance, and the food distributed would likely only be enough for himself. If Lin Cheng were to take his family along, he might end up depleting all of Gadali's resources. Let's go, we can also stroll around here. We currently have dried fruits and fresh vegetables, both of which are scarce survival resources, so the market should be quite large. Don't worry about not being able to trade everything. If we don't get what we want, we can set up a stall and trade directly. It won't be a wasted trip today. Lan and the others nodded in agreement. The energy consumed during transportation was no small matter, and the Tiandu alliance was still quite far from the refuge. Before Lin Cheng could approach anyone to trade, people began to gather around him, as the fresh fruits he held were incredibly eye-catching. Little brother, what will you trade for those fruits? How about a box of instant noodles for a bag of your fruits? Friend, I see you have many fruits for trade. How about a bottle of premium wine for a bag of fruits? Little brother, everyone is here to trade, let's be friends. If you give me that bag of fruits, I'll throw in extra compressed biscuits. The crowd rushing in to trade startled Bung Bong a bit as much as he was drawn to lively places. However, Bung Bong, who hadn't interacted with so many people for a long time, felt a bit scared seeing so many approaching. Su Tsohua tightly protected Bung Bong, and even she felt somewhat nervous, let alone the young child. I'm not considering exchanging survival supplies for now. Is there anywhere I can trade for clothes? Lin Cheng glanced at Bung Bang's tattered clothing and ill-fitting shoes, but a new idea sparked. This trading market was clearly much more organized than the last one, with a wide array of essential survival items, as well as various everyday goods. However, the needs of the survivors varied, and so did the items they wished to exchange alongside differing expectations. This was quite similar to shopping in a mall where one needed to compare prices. Hard work pays off. After wandering around the trading market for a couple of rounds, he finally found a stall dedicated to trading clothes. It was a middle-aged woman appearing to be in her 30s or 40s with a variety of clothes displayed on her stall. Upon noticing someone approaching, the middle-aged woman greeted them warmly. Hello? Have you seen any clothes you like? Prices are reasonable, feel free to browse. The clothes were divided into 3 categories: men's, women's, and children's apparel, while the shoe section was less detailed and categorized primarily by size. Bung Bung, do you see anything you like? Bung Bung stared at the array of beautiful clothes on the ground, dazzled, yet he was a very sensible child and didn't actively choose. Instead, he looked fixedly at Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng couldn't help but chuckle silently. The little one was worried that he would pick out a rather expensive piece of clothing, making everyone feel awkward, which is why he handed the choice back to him. Indeed, children who are too sensible always tug at one's heartstrings. Bung Bung, you can just pick any clothes here. The big brother can afford them all. Under Lin Cheng's repeated urging and the encouragement from those around, Bung Bung finally timidly pointed to a pair of denim overalls. These overalls were paired with a white long-sleeve top. This set was indeed very attractive, but it was only suitable for spring and autumn. Wearing it in the dead of winter would surely lead to freezing. However, wearing it in the shelter would be fine, as the insulation measures in the shelter were quite commendable. To withstand the harsh cold, a special insulation layer was added to the walls of the shelter, making the temperature inside the shelter a completely different world from the outside. It was as if a very eco-friendly greenhouse system had been installed in the shelter, ensuring that as long as one didn't leave, it would be impossible to freeze. The middle-aged woman brightened up. This little darling has a great, i.e. this outfit is the only one available. Lin Cheng waved his hand, directly interrupting what she was about to say, and said decisively, no need for so much preamble, just tell me the price. Seeing her words cut off, the middle-aged woman felt a bit embarrassed, but being straightforward was indeed the ideal state for a transaction. I see you all brought your families to the trading fair, so I won't gouge you. 1 box of instant noodles for this outfit. Su Tsuehua and the others' pupils suddenly constricted. The price of 1 box of instant noodles for a children's outfit was quite a steep asking price. Children grow quickly. This outfit would likely only fit for a few months before it would no longer be wearable. Yet asking for the equivalent of a whole box of instant noodles in this world was roughly equal to about 1,000 yuan in the real world. Such a price was indeed far too exorbitant. 1 box of instant noodles. Lin Cheng shook his head. Clothing is merely a luxury. Its practicality is weak compared to survival supplies. If I'm not mistaken, you haven't sold a single outfit since this morning. At this pricing, you might as well consider this trading fair a mere formality. Seeing her price exposed, the middle-aged woman's already awkward face showed further signs of unease. What nonsense are you talking about? If your clothes are indeed in high demand, I could easily go to another seller. After all, there must be more than one vendor at this clothing fair. Seeing Lin Cheng preparing to leave, the middle-aged woman became anxious. Although there were buyers, she always had to lower her price considerably. Lin Cheng's only accurate statement was that clothing was not a necessity for survival, it merely served to enhance life. The vast majority of survivors attending the trading fair were there for survival rather than enjoyment. Thus, if she wanted to quickly offload these outfits, her asking price couldn't be too outrageous. Little brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Just tell me your expected price. As long as it's reasonable, we can continue. How about this one box of instant noodles for 3 outfits? Lin Sheng directly raised the original value threefold, causing the middle-aged woman's expression to fluctuate dramatically. Such a disparity was indeed substantial. Watching the changes in her expression, Lin Sheng's heart had almost grasped her psychological state. The fact that she didn't outright refuse indicated that the trade of one box of instant noodles for 3 outfits was within her acceptable range. This meant that previous survivors who came to exchange for these outfits must have offered even lower prices, otherwise this middle-aged woman wouldn't have hesitated for a moment. Can it be 2 outfits for 1 box of instant noodles? The middle-aged woman was still probing, evidently unwilling to give up. No, it's 1 box of instant noodles for 3 outfits. If not, I'll find someone else. Alright then. Lin Sheng then revealed a smile. 1 box of instant noodles for 3 outfits was just right for their group of 6. 2 boxes of instant noodles would allow everyone to get new clothes. He didn't want to waste effort exploring specific market prices. Even if he saved, it would merely be a small amount. Compared to time, spending a little more of his survival supplies was entirely within Lin Sheng's acceptable range. As long as he considered the price reasonable, then the item would hold corresponding value. A bag of fruit contained 5 pieces. According to the previous trading prices in the market, a bag of fruit could roughly be exchanged for 1 box of instant noodles. Mainly Lin Sheng was too lazy to make a special trip to find someone for the exchange, so he gave this middle-aged woman 2 bags of fruit. This would actually yield even more value. If he traded directly, he might even incur a slight loss. Thus, Lin Sheng spent some effort haggling with the middle-aged woman, asking for an extra pair of shoes for each person. Initially, she was somewhat reluctant, but upon reflection, fresh fruit was indeed a scarce commodity now. As long as the bargaining was reasonable, perhaps they could even exchange for more and let a middleman profit from the difference. Everyone was thrilled to get the new clothes they desired. Bong Bong could hardly wait to put on the new outfit immediately. Unfortunately, the temperature outside was still somewhat low. If they changed into the new clothes, they would undoubtedly catch a cold. Bong Bong also understood that some things shouldn't be rushed, and moreover, good things take time. Now that she had the new clothes in hand, they wouldn't just vanish into thin air. However, the thought of participating in the trading fair had made Bong Bang's heart grow fonder as she longed to return to the shelter quickly. The several bags of fruit she had also exchanged for some necessities that couldn't be produced in the shelter. Most were essential living items, such as shampoo, body wash, towels, toothbrushes, and toothpaste. These items were currently in short supply in the shelter. Before the great clearing, Lin Sheng had indeed prepared some, but that was only enough for their family of 3. Now that Su Tsuahua and Bong Bong had joined the shelter, it was necessary to increase the original quantity. Otherwise, finding these items last minute when they were scarce would not be easy. The value of these items was even lower than that of clothing, so 1 bag of fruit could be exchanged for a whole heap of living supplies. Until the evening auction began, everyone had finished trading the fruits they brought. Although they didn't carry much on their persons, their bags were filled with all sorts of items. A wide variety of goods were present, and at least these items did not take up much space, otherwise it would be inconvenient for everyone to carry them. Lin Sheng roughly estimated the time and noticed that the auction was about to start, so he led Lan and his parents to the venue a few minutes early. This time there were quite a few survivors attending the trading conference, and if they missed the start time, they might get stuck outside. After all, they were among the providers of auction items, and if they had to wait outside the auction venue for seats, it would be. Elder Xia was a person of great discernment and understood the immense significance of the energy crystal core, so he had already informed the guards outside the auction venue. The guards at the auction had also seen Lin Sheng and the others, so when they saw them coming, they automatically made way. The survivors behind were somewhat displeased to see Lin Sheng having a green channel, but they only murmured about it in their hearts. Those whom the Tiandu alliance treated differently must be formidable in their own right. Although they appeared to be an unremarkable group, they might possess hidden power. They came to the auction for the excitement, and to try their luck, hoping to stumble upon something unwanted by others. Lin Sheng was led to a special box reserved for the providers of auction items. The number of items to be auctioned had increased from 12 to 15, due to their high value. It was still unclear what new types had been added, but this temporary change added an air of enchanting mystery to the already intriguing auction. What do you think will be auctioned this time? How could I possibly know? I've never participated in an auction before, let alone in this era. Alright, stop complaining. Just having the chance to attend the auction is already quite good. Don't be so picky. Exactly. Just surviving is a blessing. I can't wish for more. I just hope to find a great bargain this time. You may not be handsome, but you have grand dreams. If there were indeed a bargain to be had, it wouldn't be your turn. Enough. Finally, it's my turn to enter. There are so many people attending the auction today. In the midst of the noise, most survivors had entered the venue, while a small number were unable to continue inside due to seating issues, which was somewhat regrettable. This was after the Tiandu alliance had already expanded the seating. Still, there were not enough seats. In such cases, the Tiandu Alliance's ability to intervene was limited, as they could not simply tear down nearby. Those survivors who could not continue attending the auction could only regretfully decide to come again next time. The survivors who had already entered couldn't help but feel smug knowing that the auction was the highlight of this trading conference. How could one not feel regret for missing such an important event? One must admit that the Tiandu Alliance's hospitality for guests was quite substantial. In the 15 boxes for auction item providers, each box contains some rare snacks. For instance, snacks like peanuts and sunflower seeds, which have a long shelf life and can remain edible for a long time if stored properly. These items had naturally become one of the materials the Tiandu Alliance eagerly hoarded, and their quantities were controlled within a reasonable range. Even a powerful survivor alliance could not afford to waste, as they could not ensure how long their temporary prosperity would last. Lin Cheng was not particularly interested in these snacks, but Lan and Bong Bong could not stop munching on the sunflower seed. The small plate of sunflower seeds, which originally had a limited quantity, was nearly finished before the auction even began due to their enthusiastic consumption. Seeing the nearly empty plate of sunflower seeds, Lan quietly withdrew his hand that was reaching for them and tactfully left the remaining seeds for Bong Bong. After all, it would be quite embarrassing for an adult to compete with a child for sunflower seeds. Bong Bong was also a very understanding child. Seeing that there were very few seeds left, he refrained from reaching. Thus the plate remained with just a few seeds untouched. About 10 minutes after all the guests had entered, the long silent auction finally showed signs of starting. Dear friends, welcome to the first auction of the Tiandu Alliance. I am your auctioneer Xiaoya. A woman dressed in black appeared at the center of the circular stage with a podium before her bearing an auction hammer. As soon as she struck the hammer 3 times, it would signify that the last bidder had secured the item. For survivors who had not seen a beautiful woman in a long time, Xiaoya's appearance was undoubtedly eye-catching. Even Lin Cheng had to admit that Xiaoya had a stunning figure. She was perfectly curvy with the right curves in all the... Due to the valuable items brought by attendees, we have temporarily added 3 positions, increasing the number of auction items to 15. Let us wait and see which 15 items they are. In 2 minutes, the first item will be presented. Let me give you a heads up. The first item can increase your chances of survival. Even in danger, possessing it could turn peril into safety. Most survivors felt a stir of excitement as they were unaware of the existence of the 15 boxes on the second floor of the auction. The survivors inside the private room are already aware that their items have been selected, yet they remain oblivious to what other items have also been chosen. Only by keeping the confidentiality measures sufficiently stringent can this auction be more impactful and valuable. 3 minutes swiftly passed, and soon it was time for the first item to be presented. Under the cover of a large black cloth, a small cart was slowly pushed onto the auction stage by a staff member. Xiaoya casually stepped forward, placing one hand on the giant black cloth, surveying the surroundings. As she spoke, "This is the first item of our auction. I believe many survivors are not unfamiliar with weapons, as they are our most effective means against alien creatures. The first item is a batch of heavy weapons capable of annihilating the vast majority of alien beings." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoya pulled down the large black cloth, revealing the true form of the first item. It was a massive machine gun accompanied by an RPG rocket launcher, and scattered between these 2 items were several bullets. This item was brought by a gentleman with a starting bid of enough supplies for 1 month of survival. This auction only includes weapons. The remaining bullets and shells are offered as supplementary items for the survivors who obtain the auction goods. Although when rounded, it can be considered that the bullets and weapons are auctioned together. Stating that the bullets are given for free sounds somewhat more pleasant. Moreover, some survivors specifically take advantage of this free offering. Isn't it better than exchanging for it themselves? Even if the overall value is about the same, at least it appears to be so. The concept of 1 month's survival supplies is overly vague, so the auction house has established a general definition. The starting price for this heavy firepower machine gun and RPG rocket launcher is 10 boxes of instant noodles or other survival supplies of equivalent value. Furthermore, each subsequent bid must be no less than 1 box of instant noodles or equivalent survival supplies. Upon these words, the entire audience erupted in an uproar. Exchanging a month's worth of survival supplies for a seemingly decent weapon doesn't appear to be a bad deal. However, the vast majority of survivors are merely clinging to survival. Living another day is enough, and being able to eat is already satisfactory, let alone standing up to take arms and resist. Only a portion of survivors who intend to thrive in the shelter had flickering eyes. After all, the cost of 1 month's survival supplies is no small matter. I bid 6 boxes of compressed biscuits. In the silence, the first bidder finally emerged, and after one person took the lead, subsequent bidders appeared frequently. I bid 13 boxes of instant noodles. I bid 8 boxes of mineral water. I bid 16 boxes of instant noodles. I must have this set of weapons. Watching the fierce competition below, Lin Cheng could only shake his head helplessly. An RPG rocket launcher and this seemingly old heavy machine gun should have more value than this. It's just that others possess weapons relatively sparingly, which has triggered such a huge uproar. If it were him, even if it were 1 box of instant noodles in exchange for these items, he wouldn't bother. The weapon facilities and armed forces within the shelter are far superior to what the auction house currently possesses. However, he has also roughly figured out the survival value definition of these specific supplies. 1 box of compressed biscuits equals 2 boxes of instant noodles, and 1 box of mineral water equals 5 boxes of instant noodles. Understanding the value of the current survival supplies will save considerable trouble in subsequent transactions. Ultimately, these 2 weapons were auctioned off for the value of 19 boxes of instant noodles, and the purchaser was a middle-aged man who appeared somewhat plump. As the first survivor to acquire an item, a triumphant smile naturally flickered across his face. Seeing the auction proceeding so smoothly, Xiaoya also revealed a look of relief. What she feared most was not fierce competition. In other words, she would rather see these people fighting over the products. What she feared was merely a lack of bids. Once silence fell, it would mean that this item might very well go unsold. Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully bidding on the first item of our auction. Please proceed to the backstage with the corresponding exchange supplies after the auction concludes. If the gentleman does not present the corresponding supplies to exchange for the item within a certain period after the auction ends, our Tiandu Alliance will also take appropriate measures. Upon hearing this, Lin Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. The so-called penalties merely involve detaining the bidders, as this constitutes severe interference with the auction process due to malicious bidding without offering actual value. The consignor does not care about these. He merely saw someone bidding, which would surely give him a similar psychological effect. If the bidders were to flee at the last moment, engaging in malicious bidding and then running away, the auction house would be the one at a disadvantage. This back and forth means that the auction house must provide the consignor with the corresponding value. At that point, it would truly become a case of suffering in silence. Even if there are many arguments, one cannot discuss them with the consignor. After all, they are also a victim. While the auction house is also a victim, it is ultimately their responsibility. Being maliciously deceived counts as their negligence. In a vast Tiandu alliance, if they cannot even manage these matters well, then they do not deserve to be called the largest survivor alliance during this great reckoning period. Most survivors, constrained by the power and strength of the Tiandu alliance, do not dare to act recklessly. However, there are still those fearless individuals who step forward to stir up trouble. But now that everyone has come to the trading conference, it signifies that they cherish their own lives greatly, or else they wouldn't have survived to this point. No one would risk their life for trivial matters, entrusting their fate to the Tiandu alliance. Next up is the second item of this auction, which, unlike the previous one, is something that every survivor uses, and with the onset of the disaster, power sources have become increasingly scarce worldwide, and ensuring that one's shelter has sufficient power means owning a generator. Indeed, this auction item is a generator, to be precise, a power generator. It is necessary to mention the limitations of the power generator. It must have a suitable exhaust location and is not suitable for indoor use. In addition, the generator will also consume a large amount of coal and various other fuels. Just these 2 conditions are enough to screen out the vast majority of survivors, as they are already struggling to keep warm. Moreover, sustaining the operation of a power generator is no easy feat, but just because they do not participate in the auction does not mean others won't. Lin Cheng stood in the private booth looking down from above and spotting a few familiar targets in the audience. These individuals seemed familiar from the coal factory, but unfortunately, it was just a fleeting encounter, and he couldn't recall their names. Even if he remembered them, Lin Cheng wouldn't choose to introduce himself. Some people are sufficient to know through a brief acquaintance. Not only does Haichuan City have a coal factory, but nearly every city has one, so some well-prepared survivors are stockpiling quite a bit of coal. Regardless of whether the power generator can be used now, it can still be considered an emergency item. Most survivors have chosen to establish shelters underground where there is no light or visibility, which has become commonplace. If they lose the supply of electricity, it would be as if they have turned into blind individuals lost in darkness. Survival is already extremely difficult. If they cannot see their surroundings, the difficulty of survival has drastically increased. The auction began in succession, and ultimately this power generator was auctioned off for the value of 30 boxes of instant noodles. Such a price is already considered quite high for a power generator. After all, a power generator is just a facility, and its lifespan cannot be guaranteed. Things are different now. Buying anything does not come with after-sales support, and no one is willing to expend effort in this situation. The following few auction items were of little help to Lin Cheng, so he had no intention of bidding. The screening criteria of the Tiandu Alliance proved to be quite good, as these items are indeed of great assistance to survivors. Common household items are left for the survivors to trade freely. After all, items like these only occupy everyone's time and resources at the auction. Who would waste a large amount of survival resources to exchange for a piece of furniture that is merely optional? Furthermore, furniture tends to be quite bulky, and transporting it back to their locations from the Tiandu Alliance would require substantial manpower and resources, not to mention the dangers involved. If they were to ask the Tiandu Alliance for help in transporting these furniture items, it would be even more impossible, as that does not fall within the scope of Tiandu Alliance's services. The energy crystal core that Lin Cheng submitted for auction was placed as the 15th item, serving as the final highlight. As for why Lin Cheng knew this, The reason is simple. The first 14 auction items had already been completed, and there had been no appearance of the energy crystal core, which indicates that his energy crystal core was indeed saved for the grand finale. Survivors, the next item to be presented is the final auction item of this event. This item is somewhat special. Although its utilization is currently extremely low, I believe that in the near future this item will undoubtedly become a coveted treasure. Moreover, this item was personally requested for auction by Elder Xia of the Tiandu Alliance, which speaks volumes about Xiao Ya's words immediately drew everyone's attention, as Elder Xia's status in the Tiandu Alliance is well known. The fact that such a visionary elder is personally promoting this signifies that the final auction item is indeed, and they also knew that Elder Xia was the appraiser for the auction. The previous 14 items had all greatly aided their survival, so the 15th item would likely not be inferior. Stop keeping us in suspense, hurry up and reveal the item. Yes, it's taken so long, and we haven't even seen a glimpse of the auction item after such a long build-up. Is it just to tantalize us? Since Elder Xia has said it is of great value, we will certainly choose to trust him. Since everyone is so eager for the 15th auction item, let's not waste any more words and directly have the staff. This time the small cart that the staff pushed out was noticeably much smaller than the previous 14 auction items. If one did not look closely, they might even think it was just an empty cart. Many survivors stared wide-eyed, trying hard to see what lay beneath the black cloth. No matter how they scrutinized, they still could not see what was hidden under the black cloth. Could it be air under the black cloth? It shouldn't be possible. The Tiandu Alliance is not an organization that deceives people, and there is no need for them to make such a boring joke. Yes, if they really brought an empty cart to auction, it would only waste the hard-earned reputation of the Tiandu Alliance. Once the Tiandu Alliance's name is tarnished, no one will be willing to trust them when cooperating with other survivor alliances in the future. Moreover, looking at the size of this item, it does not seem like a weapon of great lethality, nor does it seem like food that would be useful to us. Since Elder Xia has said it is extremely valuable, let's not speculate here, but wait for them to reveal the answer. Xiaoya placed her hand on the black cloth and pulled it off forcefully, revealing the item underneath. And the energy crystal core appeared prominently on the small cart. At that moment, all the survivors widened their eyes, focusing their attention on this energy crystal core that was only the size of an adult's thumb. What is this thing? It looks a bit like broken glass, but the Tiandu Alliance shouldn't be auctioning a piece of crystal glass, especially not for the grand finale. I also think that's unlikely. Broken glass is everywhere, so why go to such trouble to bring it to the auction? I don't believe a piece of broken glass can create any significant value. The murmurs of discussion naturally reached Xiao Ya's ears. To be honest, even she harbored some doubts upon seeing the item. However, Elder Xia's words made her completely believe that this item was indeed exceptionally precious. Please remain calm, everyone. This auction item indeed has many controversies, but it cannot be denied that it is worthy of some attention. This seemingly small crystal core actually possesses unimaginable energy. If used properly, it can bring great convenience to the rebirth. Although up to now we have not figured out how to extract the energy from this crystal core, we can at least guarantee that it contains very rich energy. The Tianfu Alliance can once again assure that if in the near future we truly cannot apply the energy of this crystal core, the Tianfu Alliance is willing to buy it back at the same price. Xiao Ya's words also alleviated the majority of the survivors' unease. What the Tianfu Alliance said still holds some credibility. Even the Tianfu Alliance is willing to guarantee something that looks like shards of broken glass, so it wouldn't hurt to. If this crystal core turns out to be fake, it would mean that the Tianfu Alliance owes them a favor. Having a large survivor alliance owe you a favor can significantly increase one's chances of survival. Moreover, there is no need to worry about dying amidst conflicts between various survivor alliances. Having such a natural shield nearby is simply too good to be true. The murmurs around him gradually quieted down as Lin Sheng stood in the box looking down at everything. The discussions in the audience also faded at a visible speed. Even if he could not hear what was being said below, he could gauge the general intensity and scope from the tone of the voices. The fact that the Tianfu Alliance is willing to formulate energy cooperation guarantees for him indeed exceeded his expectations. If Lin Sheng's guess is correct, the vast majority of survivors are unwilling to believe that this seemingly small item contains vast energy. Even as the finale, the likelihood of it failing to sell would be quite high. Now the Tianfu Alliance's intervention has completely eliminated that possibility. With the Tianfu Alliance's guarantee, it can at least ensure that the energy crystal core will be auctioned off. Ultimately, the energy crystal core was auctioned off to a survivor for 40 boxes of instant noodles, even though it cannot be directly applied to life at the moment. After all, this is something with infinite potential. Who wouldn't want to enjoy endless and inexhaustible electricity? According to the auction rules, from the 40 boxes of instant noodles sold, they need to take a 10 commission. This means they will take 4 boxes. Although this commission rate is slightly high, it is still within an acceptable. After all, without the Tianfu Alliance providing this platform, their private transactions would likely not reach such a high price, and they might not even be able to sell the item at all. It has already become a tacit rule for platforms to take a commission. After all, they can't help without any benefit. As for the 36 boxes of instant noodles they received, Lin Cheng didn't say anything about exchanging them for other things, but instead took them as they were. The energy crystal he brought out had already attracted the attention of the Tianfu Alliance, if he claimed not to lack survival resources. The other party's attention would be even more focused on him. Standing out too much is not a good thing. The goods he obtained from the auction were handed to him personally by Elder Xia. Little brother, this is the result of the transaction. We take 10-0 and you can take the rest. Elder Xia's eyes flickered and there seemed to be some unusual emotions mixed in his gaze as he said, little brother, the value of that crystal core may not be what it seems. I believe someone will discover its secret in the near future. Lin Cheng replied, without changing his expression, the value of that thing has nothing to do with me now. Once something has been traded, it is like water poured out. Even if it has any value, it is irrelevant to me. After all, besides that crystal core, I don't have a second one. If I did, I would also auction it off. Keeping it would be useless, so I might as well trade it for more survival supplies. Elder Xia nodded. Lin Cheng's words indeed resonated with the psychology of the vast majority of survivors. Keeping useless items in one's hands is a waste. It's better to exchange them for something that can be helpful. These instant noodles generally have a shelf life of about 1 or 2 years. If they are produced recently, even a year and a half later, they should still be fine. Exchanging an inconspicuous crystal core for over 30 boxes of instant noodles is a trade that any survivor would choose. Elder Xia's wariness towards Lin Cheng has diminished significantly, but it does not mean he has completely let it. Little brother, if you have anything else to auction in the future, you can come directly to me without waiting in line. Once you bring this item to the Tianfu Alliance, no one will stop you. Elder Xia handed him a small token, a pure iron token that glistened with metallic luster with the character Tian engraved on it. With this item, you will be considered a VIP of the Tianfu Alliance, and will have the privilege of free entry and exit. Lin Cheng waved his hand. No free lunch. I haven't made any contributions to the Tianfu Alliance. I can't accept. However, Elder Xia insisted on stuffing the token into Lin Cheng's hand. Just take it. Bringing more valuable auction items is the greatest contribution to the Tianfu Alliance. Lin Cheng hesitated as he looked at the token Elder Xia offered. He didn't know whether this was a test from the other side. What kind of repercussions would arise after accepting this token, he didn't know and couldn't guess. However, he was very clear that if he kept refusing, it would raise suspicion. Up until now, no normal survivor would refuse the olive branch extended by the Tianfu Alliance, especially the status of a VIP. The status of a VIP is different from others. It does not require any constraints and allows one to enjoy many benefits akin to falling pie from the sky. Retreating from such a windfall would inevitably raise doubts, especially since the other party is a very wise elder.